In the gloomy corridor of the old dungeon, torches burned on the walls, and the flames of their fire trembled from the swaying of the air, which was caused by powerful blows from something in the depths of the room. From everywhere, one could hear the growling sounds of unknown monsters and chimeras that were hiding behind the bars of numerous cells. In the farthest room, on the stone floor, bleeding from numerous wounds and clenching his fists, a man was crawling. The pain did not stop him from cursing the culprit of his current situation. The hero was clearly losing to the ancient huge snake with horns and a mane on its head. But he refused to die in such conditions because it seemed stupid to him. The snake screamed, preparing to attack, and the guy looked at his opponent, thinking that everything in his life went wrong 15 years ago. In the distant year of 2025, tombs suddenly began to appear all over the planet, spewing pillars of light into the heavens and marking a new era. The appearance of the divine relics was marked by a powerful earthquake, and after some research by government agencies, various things were found there which were dubbed relics. Ancient objects that were mentioned in legends, myths, fairy tales, and even novels have taken shape in the real world. They endowed their owners with all kinds of power, and gradually stories began to appear in different parts of the world about people who managed to change their lives by obtaining the relic. Of course, there were those who wanted to seize the relic for themselves, and one day, Gong Yu himself joined the plunderers. He was lucky enough to get a powerful relic with archaeological ability. The thing gave its owner knowledge about all the tombs and relics. It's like being the only owner of the internet and having answers to all questions at hand. However, by that time, the first owners of the relics had established a kind of monopoly, creating a society where no one but them could use the relics. Gong Yu was lucky and was noticed by a large company Dobrynia, headed by director Bang Zhul. Gong Yu's job involved stealing, smuggling, spying, and tomb raiding. But despite the hard work, his ability made it easy for him. Thanks to the relics that Yu stole, Ban, over the years, gained the status of the strongest man in the world. The hero was proud of his involvement in this, and his fame in this field. But at the same time, the more influential Jules became, the more Gong Yu was condemned by his colleagues for groveling and commercialism. But for him, this was the only way to survive. However, the last mission the director sent him on turned out to be a trap for Gong Yu and his team, and their last place of work turned out to be deadly. The snake attacked the guy, but he managed to dodge and cover his head with his hand. The huge jaw of the sinister creature closed right above him. The man grabbed a stone lying nearby and threw it at the monster's nose. Of course, without causing harm to the enemy, but allowing him to release some of the man's anger for the destroyed and devoured team. Although the hero understood in the back of his mind that he would die in this tomb, he continued to resist, shouting provocative words at the snake, promising to get even. The monster rushed at the man and opened its mouth, hoping to devour the man. But suddenly Gong Yu heard the voice of an outsider ordering him to be silent. The appearance of the voice did not surprise the man. He had already heard it for several days. But the monster of the tomb was surprised by the external source of speech and distracted from the victim. Gong Yu was in dire straits, but he remained as self-confident as ever, and demanded that the stranger remove the snake and let him go. However, instead, he only heard heart-rending laughter and mockery that the guy's body was not in the right shape to leave here. Only after that, Gon noticed that instead of legs, he had stump. Gon fought for his life so hard that he didn't notice how he lost his legs. The snake was preparing for the final attack, and the unknown person was making fun of the man who, even with rare abilities, was unable to use them wisely. Gong Yu's life was not a bed of roses. He worked hard to survive, but now he was on the verge of death due to the fault of the old director. So now he promised that even as a ghost, he would make every effort to take revenge. The snake was already close enough to the hero to swallow him, but was distracted by a blinding source of light approaching from above. The source of that voice and light was a large, four-eyed bird that promised to give the boy a chance at a new life and offered to become truly the best in it. Squinting from the bright light, Yu thought about whether the relic before him was divine or heroic, what history it was from, and what new life meant. And in the meantime, he slowly opened his eyes and saw whole legs. Not expecting to see intact limbs, The man jumps up and tries to realize that at least his body is able to move again. Quickly examining his hands and feeling his body, Gon realizes that there are no traces of the wounds left. Everything is fine with him. But in his head, like a carousel, the question of what happened is spinning. Finally raising his head to inspect his location, Gon sees that he is in a police station, with everyone around him looking at him suspiciously and with confusion. Gong Yu was distracted from his thoughts by the commanding and irritated voice of the policeman, who was unhappy that the guy was stalling, not answering questions and muttering something under his breath. The hero understands that he is now being interrogated, so he agreed to answer all the questions, but again became immersed in his thoughts about what kind of raven appeared before him, whether it was a real image or some kind of hallucination. Gong Yu again did not hear or answer questions, further angering the police officers who were very tired of the carousel of stupid defendants. One of the police officers, complaining about the workday, mentioned that it was 2025, which caused Gong Yu to look around and find an electronic calendar that showed the date January 1st, 2025. Now a series of memories came flooding back to Yu. The teenager in the yellow jacket at the next table was drunk that evening, attacked him, and the matter went to the police. Gong Yu clenched his fists, lowered his head, and looked down at the floor. The thought of jumping in time was hard to comprehend, but everything around him said that he had traveled 15 years back in time. But suddenly the thought dawns on Yu that the world is still normal. There are no tombs with relics yet, as well as no fever on them or seekers. And since no one knows about the tombs, it means now is a good opportunity to get hold of divine-level relics. Unlike those around him who didn't even know what was coming, Yu remembered where everyone was, and this made the man incredibly happy. Gong Yu thought about the relics he had given to Ban in the past and now plans to obtain for himself, meaning he has a chance to achieve the same status and influence. Gong Yu was so busy with his thoughts again that he only noticed the woman speaking to him after she stood in front of him with her hands on her hips and started yelling at him. The woman was the teenager's mother and was now accusing Gong Yu of hitting the high school senior and potentially crippling him. The woman waved her hands at Yu and demanded that he pay compensation. Otherwise, she promised to put him behind bars. Although the situation happened 15 years ago, Gong Yu remembered all the details. The student had not drunk enough to attack the man out of stupidity. The teenager was deliberately asking for a fight. Then Gong Yu couldn't stand it any longer and decided to teach the boy a lesson. But as soon as the man touched the teenager, he fell to the ground. And at the police station, he had to beg for forgiveness for a long time and ask for a reduction in the amount of compensation. Now Yu understood that the fight was a setup, and he had no money. And he was already planning to buy equipment for excavations. All these thoughts occupied him so much that he ignored the woman's screams in vain. The woman couldn't stand being ignored any longer. She was so angry that the guy didn't repent, so she swung her arm to slap him. However, Gong Yu managed to intercept the woman's hand and did not allow himself to be humiliated, which surprised everyone around him and even himself. The hero blocked the blow only thanks to the skills honed over 15 years. Retaining the experience from his past life was of great benefit to him, which he immediately noted. But Gon quickly came to his senses. Without letting go of the woman's hand, the man stood up and menacingly demanded the woman to calm down, which took her by surprise. Yu immediately began to scold the woman for being a poorly behaved child who was the first to get into a fight. But the teenager did not like this accusation, and he rushed at his mother's offender with insults. Gritting his teeth, the schoolboy lunged at Yu. But the man dodged the blow with a simple step back, and at that very moment, Yu grabbed the schoolboy by his outstretched hand with a fist, after which he twisted it behind his back and laid the boy face down on the floor, causing him to scream in pain. So Gong Yu realized that the body was not only moving automatically, but also easily, which meant that there were no side effects from the relics on it yet. The police officers present reacted quickly to the fight, jumping out of their seats and moving in a crowd towards the fighters, demanding order. Gon raised his hands, indicating that he would do nothing more, and announced that he had no means of paying compensation, so he agreed to go to prison. The woman was clearly not prepared for this outcome of events, so she began to push the idea that he was making a big mistake by agreeing to a conviction. Gong Yu glanced sideways at the source of his current problems without even turning his head. He didn't care about the criminal record, because soon it would lose all meaning. Gon was put in a cell where he sat and thought that once the relics appeared, the world would plunge into chaos and lawlessness. Fighting skills would not be enough. Gon needed to figure out how to make big money. Suddenly, Yu felt a change in himself, and then noticed the text in front of him, which announced the activation of his Tomb Raider ability. Gon thought that the time jump was causing him to have vision problems, so he started hitting his head and trying to shake off the hallucination. The hero immediately realized that it was about one of the relics, and the Raven was clearly involved in this too. So he got up from the floor and began to accuse the Winged One of surveillance. The next moment, windows popped up in front of him, like in a computer game, notifying him of the opening of one of the 4 basic skills. This disdainful attitude towards Gong Yu's life, as if it were some kind of game, made the man even more angry, and he began to punch the windows. But instead of disappearing, a window appeared with a task to activate all 4 skills. And while Gon was reading it, a follower appeared in front of the bars, who demanded the guy to calm down and not swing his fists. So Gong Yu found out that only he could see these notifications. And after reading the skills, he realized that he had the old ability to notice details within a meter radius. Deciding to dig into this ability, he realized that the abilities of his archaeological relic from the past are contained in this game mode. And so far, he has access to 1/4 of the abilities. This was very convenient for Gong Yu, because now he didn't have to look for a relic from the past, which meant spending time and money on it. However, Gong Yu was not a fool and understood that Raven was up to something. Relics never help people for free. Just as Gong Yu sat down to think about this thought, his familiar investigator appeared on the other side of the bars. He came to pick up Yu and let him go. And already on the steps of the station, an acquaintance told him that the schoolboy who attacked him was a hardened criminal. Gon is not the only one who suffered from their brawling scheme, but the investigator promised to hush up the incident and convince the guy not to worry. Investigator Charlie Crime was Gong Yu's adopted older brother, who took him in as an orphan and has cared for him as his own ever since. Charlie told stupid stories, and Gong Yu admired his brother, regretting that in his past life he paid him little attention. And most importantly, that the elder is very young, but spends all his energy on caring for the younger. Gon interrupts his brother and asks about possible reports of paranormal activity or supernatural powers, leaving Charlie stunned. Although the younger's question was stupid, Crime decides to turn the conversation into a joke and talks about his wife. And Gong Yu is only happy to listen to his brother, especially since it means that there are no relics in this world yet. Since the relics have not yet appeared, as well as their owners, no significant changes have occurred in the world, which means it is high time to start acting. Gong Yu and Charlie said goodbye, waving goodbye to each other. The hero left happy from the meeting and the fact that he can already use his abilities. On his way home, Gong Yu was so caught up in thinking about where to find money and how to get the relics that were about to appear in Europe that he didn't notice how he walked into a dark alley. Gong Yu was so busy thinking about the money he needed for the flight that he didn't hear his name being shouted again. 4 figures of a bandit appearance appeared in front of Gong Yu. They clearly knew the hero and asked him if he was putting in enough effort at work. At first, Yu was confused by the unexpected obstacle in front of him. But when he saw who appeared in front of him, he realized that he could make them his personal payment system. The guys were considered older comrades and demanded that Gon bow, especially the gang leader Nicholas Paulo. Nicholas used to be a common punk, but thanks to his sister Kane, who opened a gallery, he became an art dealer. Gon worked for them during his high school days when he needed money urgently. And although the hero himself did not expect to stay, Paulo made him work for them until he was 25. Gong Yu wasn't the best, but he wasn't the worst either. He worked like everyone else, but no one respected him and he was constantly getting punched. Some of Nickel's friends even treated him like some kind of dog and threatened to reduce his salary, often yelling at him. But this time, Gong Yu didn't hold back. And when one of Nickel's friends started yelling at the guy for no reason, he punched the offender. The guy fell to the ground and his friends immediately started to fuss, not expecting such impudence from the guy. And Gong Yu announced that he would no longer work for Paulo. While his friends were helping the victim, Nicholas walked slowly towards Gong Yu, insisting that his actions were stupid and that he would have to pay for them. But the hero was no longer the same and was ready to fight back. so he demonstratively cracked his knuckles in preparation for a fight and demanded that he be paid severance pay. At first, Nicholas and his group laughed at the guy, and then Paolo moved towards Gong Yu, swinging his fist to punch. But Yu was quicker, and only slightly tilting his body, he avoided the blow, while delivering an accurate left punch to Paolo's nose, after which he grabbed Nicholas by the head with it and pulled it down, delivering another blow from his knee, finally breaking his opponent's nose. Watching the weakling beat the boss, the assistants were amazed at his speed and confident technique, not believing that the guy knew how to fight all this time. But instead of retreating, Nicholas's friends decide to attack Gong Yu en masse, 2 of them coming from the front, swinging at the hero from both sides. Simple elbow and heel strikes were enough to knock out the opponents, after which Yu took up position for another fight. Gon instilled fear and panic in his opponents, which he was happy about, but he decided to consolidate the result by warning that the world would soon change, and things would get tougher for the guys. Although the body was light and moved at the same speed, it was not strong enough to withstand all the blows, so Gon decided to end the fight. Nicholas got up from the floor and pulled out a knife. Paolo's blonde friend warned the boss that using the knife was a bad idea since there was already a buyer for it, but Nicholas was too angry. The words made Gong Yu take a closer look at the blade, and he noticed that it was a relic. But it remained to be seen where such stupid people, in his opinion, got it from. Many relics create tombs to attract people's attention, but the knife in Nicholas's hand was one that liked to hide among human society and slowly drive its owner mad. Paolo went crazy and waved the knife recklessly, while Gong Yu intercepted the attacker's hand and twisted the knife so that the blade of the knife was aimed at Nicholas's throat. Paolo's friends rushed at Gong Yu with insults, but the hero did not wait for their attack and, having seized the knife, jumped to the side. Gong Yu gripped the dagger's handle tighter and began to study its ability, warning the offenders that he would soon show them how to use it properly. Subduing the will of the knife, Gong Yu opened his eyes and discovered the ability to see those around him from the inside. Just as Nicholas's friends were flying towards him with clenched fists, the boys swung several times, but Gong Yu dodged each blow with a light slide of half a step, making his opponent seem as if he had disappeared. Meanwhile, Gong Yu picked up speed and slid past his opponents, inflicting slashing wounds on their shoulders, core, and legs. The gang members howled in pain, but Gong Yu was not moved by this. He knew that the cuts were not deep, but he threatened that if he did not get money, he would do worse. The hero's face was so distorted with anger when he extorted money that Nicholas and his guys agreed out of fear. Sometime later, Nicholas called his sister and told her what had happened, after which he heard a string of curses from her. Nicholas tried to justify himself by explaining that Gong Yu had suddenly become good at fighting, and his gaze had also changed, as if he were a different person. Kane didn't want to listen to this nonsense anymore. She was only concerned about how much money the guy had taken from them. Nicholas had to tell about the loss of not only all the money, but also the products they were going to use in the deal. Then the defeated guys sat on their knees and waited for Gong Yu to count the large wad of money. But even that seemed not enough to him. Although Nicholas and his bandits assured him that this was all the cash they had, Yu did not believe them and threatened to kill him if he found anything himself. Nicholas begged Gong Yu not to touch the products, but the golden Buddha statue found by the hero seemed attractive to him. Kane listened to her brother, but she didn't care how much he and his boys suffered. She just calmly and menacingly ordered the goods to be returned. However, as soon as Nicholas tried to object, the woman's forced calm evaporated and, banging on the table, she screamed into the receiver, ordering the Buddha to be returned. Meanwhile, Gong Yu went to the pawn shop and, to his great regret, found out that the Buddha was worth no more than 50,000, and the seller even offered to keep it as a souvenir. This news really upset Gong Yu, because according to Nicholas's words and behavior, the statue was worth millions, but he didn't consider the Buddha trash ahead of time. Instead, Gon went further down the street to look for other pawn shops to get other experts' opinions. In general, Yu himself valued Buddha as something valuable, but now he doubted it, because he did not have an archaeological relic at the moment. While Gon was carefully examining the statuette, a window popped up in front of him, notifying him of a suspicious entity, but it bothered him and he tried to brush it off. Gon lifted the statue to face level and shook it, causing him to hear a strange clanking sound inside it. And he realized that what was hidden inside the Buddha was significant. Gon took out a knife and with a couple of strong swings chopped the statuette into several pieces, which frightened those around him. A bottle fell to the ground. Gong Yu picked it up and immediately realized that it contained a liquid drug that was dripped onto a cigarette and smoked. Gon looked around to make sure no one noticed the bottles, and he was angry at his previous employers who were involved in drug trafficking. The hero moved further down the street, examining the find and thinking about the fact that he had seen many different exhibits in Paolo's warehouse, and most likely each one was hiding the same drug. So he decided to call his older brother Charlie Crime and tell him what he had discovered, since he was entitled to 100 million for reporting such contraband. Kane. Paolo spoke to the director and assured him that everything was fine, but advised him to lie low after what happened, because she thought that her team was being followed. In response, of course, I heard a couple of kind words and tried to apologize, calm the buyer, promising that I would contact him soon. As soon as the call ended, the woman immediately screamed heartily at the dead phone, giving vent to her anger. At that moment, Nicholas entered the office, but the woman was so angry that she did not immediately notice the handcuffs on his hands and began asking about the statuette and the money that she demanded to be returned. But when she looked at her brother's battered face and bracelets, her face suddenly sank and she asked what was going on. The men accompanying Nicholas pulled out their police IDs from their jackets and explained that they had come in response to a tip about drug dealing. Kane tried to convincingly lie that they only traded in works of art, but Charlie grinned and showed evidence in the form of that very same gone jar. In addition, the police knew about the warehouse they were going to search, which surprised Kane. Paolo hid her anger, but hoped that the password locks on each warehouse would prevent them from getting to the goods. Kane tried to maintain the image of a calm art gallery owner and filed a police charge for false accusation. In response, Charlie picked up the radio, which reported that the drug had been found in 600 exhibits in one of the gallery's warehouses. One of the police officers was handcuffing the woman's hands, although it was not easy because she was struggling and demanding to know where they got the access codes from. Kane had no idea that her former employee, Gong Yu, was leaking information to the police. The police inspected the warehouse, and when they found locked rooms, they called Gong Yu, who knew the passwords and opened the locks. Every time he opened a new door, the police officers accompanying him were amazed at the boy's abilities. And the whole secret was in Gon's phenomenal memory, because of which Paolo was not allowed to leave him. And then, by the way, he was not at all embarrassed that each room had its own password. While the police were inspecting the new premises, Yu was already dreaming about the money he would receive and would be able to start hunting for relics. The guys in uniform opened exhibit after exhibit and found new bottles. The more drugs they found, the angrier they became at Paolo's family. They thanked Yu for his vigilance, but that wasn't enough for Gon, and he asked them to help him with something. The police grabbed Kane by the arms and tried to take her away, but she resisted, and at that moment the officers contacted Charlie. It turns out that it was Gong Yu calling, who wanted to contact Kane through the walkie-talkie system. So Charlie asked those leaving to stay behind and brought the phone closer to the woman so that she could hear the message. Imagine Kane's surprise to hear their negligent Gong Yu gloating over how she and her brother should have treated him better. Kane had already started to shower the guy with curses, and he continued to mock him cheerfully, assuring her that if he were paid his full salary on time, he would be kinder. Finally, he decided to teach the lady a lesson, advising her to change passwords every 6 months. Because of this, Gon remembered the password for every door and did not forget it even after 15 years. The wish for a good stay in prison finally angered the woman, and she began screaming hysterically, threatening Gong Yu. When everything was finished, Gon was returning home, and on the way he received messages from his brother that he would soon receive his treasured 100 million. But at the same time, Charlie asked Yu to be prudent and spend money wisely, which seemed extremely sweet to the hero. He had already begun to forget how caring his brother was. But Gon had plans to get rich so that his brother would no longer worry about him, and most importantly, to take revenge on that old man. Gong Yu reached a ledge that gave him a clear view of his apartment complex, but he was so shocked by what he saw that he clung to the railing. The entire residential complex was buried under a mountain of earth, the tomb covering not only Gon's house, but also a couple of neighboring ones. Gon's neighbors were scared, They tried to find out from each other what had happened, shouted at each other, and simply swore. Gon walked past his neighbors, examining what was happening. Now, such cases will become more frequent, and after that, the world will plunge into chaos. The last time he was informed about what had happened by phone while he was working, but when he ran, he found nothing, since the tomb had already been cleared. And this someone is now among the neighbors. This time, Gon does not intend to miss the relic. Gon's attention was drawn to a shout from the crowd, and when he looked towards the source, he saw a soldier pointing a machine gun at his neighbor. The soldier shouted at the civilian and threatened to shoot him, to which Gon responded quickly and kicked him to the ground. While the soldier was lying on the ground, Gon was outraged by the soldier's behavior, and the neighbors looked at him in surprise. Gon was glad to see his old neighbor, because for him, they had not seen each other for 15 years. And for the neighbor, it was less than a day. The soldier came to his senses and stood up. He began to apologize and wipe the bruised area, not understanding what had come over him. But Gon didn't have time for that. He was interested in why the military had arrived here, and why so quickly. Gon guessed that the government most likely already knew something about the tombs. But the military man had no right to talk about the mission. The military man's silence only confirmed Gon's thoughts. And now he understood that either the tomb had been opened for the first time by a government man, or the guy had another competitor. Gon tried to put pressure on the military man with the fact that he and the neighbors, as residents of the buried houses, had the right to know the reason for the military's presence there. The soldier resisted for a while, but Gon still managed to get him to tell about the mission to destroy the facility by removing a certain thing from inside. Moreover, scientists who already knew something about the tombs were sent to the site with the military. But Gon was convinced that none of them even suspected what awaited them. Gon praised and thanked the military man for his cooperation, and he himself thought about the scientists that the government sent here. In any case, the hero waved goodbye to the soldier and assured him that he believed in the country's military forces in order to support the young man's fighting spirit. After this conversation, Gon returned to his neighbor, who hoped that at least someone now had information regarding what was happening with their house. But Yu decided not to tell. Meanwhile, a border of people in black was built around the tomb, who held the border and did not allow any civilians to approach. Among these people, CIA agent Amanda Walker moved quietly and conducted a dialogue with her superiors, who concluded from what was happening that their information was incorrect and that Korea already knew something about the tombs. But her interlocutor was sure that Asia was ignorant. In their opinion, the Asian military was acting on their instructions. Amanda walked along the fence and reported that she and her people had already planted dynamite under the object and were ready to enter the tomb. Finally, the agent received orders to continue acting strictly according to plan, to obtain each relic. Just as Amanda finished the call, a man suddenly approached her and said hello. A man with a sly smile all over his face, Kiyoshi from the Japanese Archaeological Unit, who proposed to reap the fruits of the coming peace in an alliance after all. Kiyoshi tried to be friendly, so out of politeness he asked how Amanda's flight had gone. However, Kiyoshi did not forget to reproach the American government, which made Amanda grit her teeth in anger. Of course, the CIA agent tried to defend her government and justify that they were trying to get the relics solely out of scientific interest and to ensure better cooperation. But Kiyoshi is not a fool. He and his colleagues understand that American intelligence services will not let Japanese scientists near the tombs. The squabble continued for some time, each confident of the honesty of his side and the dishonor of the other. While Amanda and Kiyoshi were arguing, they didn't notice Gon sneaking up on them and watching them from around the corner of the neighboring building. Gon remembered that when the tombs appeared and no one knew anything about them, the first to begin studying were the United States and Japan. The governments of these countries formed special teams to carry out excavations and extract artifacts from all over the world. Gon stood around the corner and watched. But at the same time, he was thinking about the fact that he now knew his two competitors, whom he intended to get around. Gon noticed that the agents were no longer just talking, but arguing. So now was the perfect time to take action. Gon went to the entrance of the relic. The first thing he saw were the glyphs on the ground, which indicated that the relic inside was alive and thirsty for attention. The glyphs contain information about the traps and secrets of the tombs. Those who can read them will easily find the necessary information about a safe adventure in the ruins. Gong Yu squatted down, running his fingers over them and reading the glyphs. Not many can read them, and some can't see them at all. As soon as Gong Yu read the first lines of the glyph, a system window appeared in front of him with a notification about a new linguistic skill. Gong Yu liked his skill, but the window was in the way, so he started brushing it away with his hand again. Initially, Gon came to a column with an ancient horseshoe-shaped sign, which was enclosed in a circle of small writing. Gong Yu approached this pillar, not yet completely sure that this was the right place for him, but decided to try and, taking out a knife, cut the horseshoe-shaped seal to activate the tomb. At that very second, a system window appeared in front of Yu, notifying him of the approach of an unknown creature. And the next second, a pillar of scorching light emerged from the ground in front of Gong Yu and rushed towards the heavens. The flow was so strong that the guy had to cover his face. The light from the activation of the tomb illuminated the entire area. It seemed as if day had come, so it was the first to show the world a sign of a new era. The military saw the activation of the tomb for the first time. Kiyoshi and Amanda, although they were special agents, were also surprised by the power of the tomb. Kiyoshi quickly rushed to the military and demanded that they evacuate the residence, since another energy release was possible. After which they, together with Amanda, rushed to the tomb. The woman offered to call for backup, but Kiyoshi refused, confident that they would interfere. When they came to the entrance of the tomb, they found a large hole in the ground from which a column of light was coming. Amanda sat down next to the gate to the tomb, and Kiyoshi, like a true archaeologist, tried to look inside, but the light was so bright that nothing could be seen. The CIA agent decided to test the height the old-fashioned way, by dropping a stone into a tomb and measuring the time. From the gurgling sound, Kiyoshi immediately realized that there was some kind of body of water below, and Amanda immediately determined that it was deep and that they could jump. This was enough for Kiyoshi to immediately jump into the gate, which frightened the CIA agent. Gong Yu was already walking along the depths of the tomb along the pond. He froze for a moment, hearing a strange, echoing sound. The guy immediately realized that it was the archaeologist and the CIA agent who had descended into the tomb, so he decided to use something to detain them. Archaeologist Kiyoshi swam out of the reservoir onto the shore, using his arms and pulling himself up. He pulled himself out of the water. He really didn't like the smell of the tomb from the stagnant water. But Amanda turned out to be more pragmatic and went down the rope. It turns out she had already been informed that the water stunk, so she decided not to jump. Suddenly, both heard a strange, loud sound that caught their attention and at the same time scared them because it indicated that something very big was approaching. They began to look around. Amanda illuminated the walls and water with a flashlight. But so far, they could not find where the sound could be coming from. Although both agents were alert, the huge flow of water from the cave came as a surprise, and the man and woman tried to escape. But it was useless to run away from the tsunami. The water turned out to be faster than the people and covered them completely. The man and woman were floundering, choking on water. Meanwhile, Gong Yu, having wandered around the caves for a long time, came to the lake. This was the very place where the relic was hidden. The boy took out the blade he had stolen from Nicholas and threw it into the lake as a sacrifice, after which the water began to swirl into a whirlpool. Gon watched as the water in the lake swirled around in a whirlpool, slowly sinking to the bottom in the center. And then a huge snake, the mythical Nagaina, appeared from there. Having hissed one of the ancient riddles from fairy tales, the snake opened its mouth, offering to guess and find its blade. But Gong Yu knew this tale and the tomb of the two axes, which is world famous as Aesop's fable about the woodcutter and Mercury. So he refuses the gifts of the snake, assuring that neither blade belongs to him. The snake was surprised by the guy's wise refusal of the gold and silver blades, but, as expected from the tale, offered the guy the third one, which belonged to Gong Yu. According to the tale, the poor man took his axe honestly and received all three in return. But Gong Yu wanted to outwit the tale, so he asked to examine the third blade before claiming it as his own. Gong Yu slowly reaches for the blade that has been lying on Nagaina's tongue all this time, then suddenly snatches it away and plunges it into the snake. Without pulling out the knife, the guy pushes the blade away from himself, cutting the snake's flesh, causing it to scream in pain and not understanding why. Having almost won, the man is trying to kill it. But the thing is that from the future, You knew that the owner of the axes soon turned into a serial killer, the number of whose victims cannot be counted, and all because of the curse that the relics leave. The snake does not understand how the man knows about the relics' hatred of people, and that out of revenge they reward their new owners with some kind of curse so that they suffer. Gong Yu has no more time to talk. He accelerates and pushes off the ground, jumping onto the snake and injuring it again, thus seeking to subjugate the relic. Gon knew from experience that it was not enough to pass the test of the relic that grants you power or a curse. You first need to establish some kind of connection with it, after which everything works out without problems. But the relics hate people, so they inflict the owner with various curses, diseases, and psychoses. But there are relics that can cure such effects, which is why Gon couldn't leave the old man in the past. But you knew that it was difficult, sometimes even impossible, to befriend a relic, so it could only be subdued. And at that moment, the snake just asked for mercy. Gon hit the snake in its weak and painful spots, which made it unable to bear it any longer and asked for its suffering to end. But the guy knew that it was too early to let her go. He intended to torture her for some time so that she would remain without strength and submit to him. There are 3 ways to interact with a relic. The first of which is friendship, where there is a healthy relationship between a person and a relic. The second path of dominance is with strict subordination of the artifact, which obeys its owner in everything. The third path is the rarest, and its power lies in compatibility, where the bonds between the relic and the person are built on common ideas and interests. Many tried to make friends with the obstinate creature, but if the relic ceased to share the owner's ideas or was not subordinate, it began to drive its owner crazy. Gong Yu didn't want to make the same mistakes again and waste time on friendships that were slowly destroying him, so he decided to make everyone obey him in this life. Gon warned the snake that if she did not obey him, he would simply destroy her and replace her with another relic, which surprised Nagini, since mortals were supposed to revere and desire relics. Finally giving in, Nagini exploded under Gon, throwing the boy into the air and illuminating everything around him with golden light. The relic turned into a golden axe from a fairy tale with a unique engraving of snakes on the canvas in front of the sharp blade. At that very moment, a notification from the system about new titles and skills appeared in front of Gon. Gon opened the skill window, among which was the reconnaissance skill, the linguist skill, which allows you to understand all languages, and now a new skill has been added to accumulate knowledge about tombs. Just as Gon was enjoying one new skill, a window appeared with the opening of new skills in the subordination of the relic. Yu was outraged that his persuasion score had dropped due to his increased dominance, so he decided to shout at Raven and demand an explanation, but quickly abandoned the idea. Gon spent too long fiddling with the snake in the readings, so the CIA agent and archaeologist managed to catch up with him and had already discovered the pond. Yu managed to hide on the other side of the pond when Kiyoshi ran out to the water, followed by Amanda, who admired the place that looked exactly like the prophecy. Kiyoshi was obviously already familiar with how to coax the relic out of the water, so he took out the jug as a sign of sacrifice. But Amanda clearly didn't know about the procedure. As expected, the archaeologist threw tribute into the pond. Amanda did not understand what was happening and asked for an explanation. Yu stood in his hiding place and watched the agents, mocking them for being late. However, the hero took this pair into service. He will obviously encounter them more than once in other tombs. It is necessary to keep an eye on those who know so much about relics in a world where they do not yet exist. But at the same time, Gon was thinking about killing them, thereby keeping the details about the relics and tombs a secret. But at this time, a system window appeared in front of Gon again, notifying him that the Egyptian blade in the guy's hands was fragile and could not be used for long. The hero immediately understood that this was a message from Raven not to start a fight, but to modestly disperse and remain unknown. Meanwhile, the archaeologist was unable to summon the relic, and he did not understand the reason, because he strictly followed the recommendations of a certain prophecy, so he was loudly indignant. So Amanda immediately understood that the relic of the seer was with the Japanese seer, but Kiyoshi was not going to tell, changing the topic to what was happening. The girl didn't understand yet, but the archaeologist already knew and tried to explain to her that someone had been in the tomb before them and stolen the artifact. Now Amanda thought about it and remembered that she had seen someone's tracks near the runes. Now she too was sure that the tomb had been cleared before them. Gon decides to play a little with the agents, so he starts throwing stones in the other direction, thereby distracting the attention of his opponents. Gon wants to leave the tomb unnoticed, especially since he needs to hurry. Since the relic has been removed, its burial place will soon disappear. However, Gon decides to hurry things up a bit and, holding out his axe, orders Nagini to seal the tomb. Immediately after this, an earthquake begins, the power of which only increases and naturally prompts the agents to flee. Gon followed them out unnoticed, but in order to avoid being caught, he decided to exit from the other side of the underground paths leading to the manhole. Gon climbed out of the hatch, closing it behind him and shaking himself off so as not to give himself away by his overly dusty clothes, since he had to blend in with the crowd of neighbors. As the hero thought, by the time he returned, the tomb had already disappeared. The neighbors and special forces were still in no hurry to leave their places for some time. But the time came, and the residents returned home. To provide himself with an alibi, Gon found his neighbor among the crowd and started a casual conversation with him. Everyone was surprised by the simple disappearance of the huge embankment. Yu laughed to himself and headed home. Everyone was worried that it was dangerous, but Gon pretended that he was insanely hungry and was not going to wait any longer. Meanwhile, Kyoshi was sorting things out with the leadership, who, it turns out, knew that the mission would fail but did not warn him. The archaeologist sat on a bench in a nearby park and demanded that his interlocutor inform him of details in the future. The man's security stood nearby and listened. However, his colleagues tried to explain that the new information had only appeared a few hours ago, and that they were experiencing some difficulties in reading it. However, Kyoshi only became more angry, as he was outraged that the man assigned to the seer's relic was unable to read the message. The dialogue was over. Even though the archaeologist was angry, he still understood that the thief was clearly an unusual person. Even if the translation was not correct, the seer's book still described him as a man who would swallow the world. Gon returned home and ate some instant noodles, then went to the computer to look for information. Thanks to his linguistic skill, Gon could read news from around the world in the original language. But even so, he could not find any news or information about the tombs. While Gon was looking for where Banjul was, a neighbor approached him from behind, who was sure that the hero was just staring for show at the unknown squiggles. To which Gon responded, not without sarcasm, but calmly, which was enough not to escalate the conflict, and at the same time to establish himself as a genius. Gon decides that it would be a good idea to ask his neighbor about Jul's organization. But unfortunately, Kim knows nothing about it. One word led to another, and Gon said that he had quit, which confused his neighbor even more, and he finally stopped understanding why he was looking for the owner of this art warehouse. The neighbor's words gave Gon an idea, and he immediately plunged into searching for the necessary information. So much so that he no longer heard Kim's questions. Nicholas's friends returned to the office of their art gallery, hoping to find some money. But after a police search, there was nothing in the premises except unnecessary junk. Each of them had their own needs for money. Some even supported their families. But now that both Palos are behind bars, they have no work. They thought that Gong Yu was the culprit, so they thought of making him pay them. And while they were developing their revenge plan, Conan received a call from Yu. The unexpected coincidence made Conan almost drop his phone, and the guys asked him to answer the call quickly. Gon was no longer the one to be bullied, so he became indignant at the long response to the call, which left the boys in a state of confusion. Conan quickly reacted and started shouting insults into the phone, promising to get even for turning their guys over to the police. But Gon only briefly told the bandit to shut up. Yu was still in his room at the computer, smiling at his plans. But he needed people for small errands, so he called the bandits with an offer. The former employees were still too angry, so instead of listening to the guy's proposal, they continued to blame him for their troubles and unemployment. Gon again offers them to work for him and send them to Midas, the largest underground auction where the rarest of rare valuables and treasures are sold. In the past, Jules would visit this place from time to time because it was possible to obtain relics of the highest quality there. Gon needed his own people in this place, so he hired bandits who knew how to handle rare goods and could deal with the person he didn't need. However, the bandits find the proposal funny. Midas is in America, and the thugs cannot get there without money. But their new client does not care. Moreover, Gon assures his tormentors that once they learn the amount he is willing to pay them, they will not be able to refuse his offer. Another portion of swearing and insults from the guys irritated Gon, especially the overly loud manner of delivery. So he removed the phone from his ear, waiting for them to calm down. Now it's time for Gon to explain that he has changed. The situation has changed, and he is now going to the men to beat them up until they themselves ask to be hired to work. Conan, of course, was angry at such a statement and wanted to answer, but Gon hung up, promising to pay attention to the guys in the near future. During the phone call, Gon put on his jacket and backpack to go get the next relic. Gon walked down the street and stopped at an electronics store, where the cashier was loudly listening to the news, which reported on the increasing incidents of violence. After which, the hero immediately realized that this was a sign of the appearance of a new relic. Gon walked into the store and stood in the doorway. Too many news stories about self-immolation giving him interesting thoughts that he wanted to check out. Gon was distracted from his thoughts by a voice that really didn't like the fact that the hero was blocking the road. Gong Yu immediately recognized the man as the archaeologist from the tomb. Fortunately, he didn't recognize him and was just yelling about the space in the passage being taken up. While the archaeologist continued to shout unflattering words, Gon remained silent and thought that the archaeologist was not in this area for nothing. A new tomb would surely appear here soon. From the conversation he overheard in the Axe tomb, he realized that the Japanese unit was working in Providence and knew exactly where the next release would occur. Kiyoshi was cursing in Japanese, so he thought the guy didn't understand him. But Gon decided to scare the man by saying he understood his language, which surprised the Japanese man very much. Kiyoshi decided that he was in the presence of a fellow countryman and began to apologize, citing a hard day, while Yu quietly rejoiced at his new ability. But as soon as the archaeologist relaxed, Gon immediately laughed at the man, which made him even more embarrassed. The Japanese man could no longer tolerate such mockery and began to swear again. But Gon was no longer interested in this, and he calmly reached for the refrigerator door. Yu, throwing a can of soda, assured that the man himself was to blame, since he was the first to start swearing, while Kiyoshi continued to shout insults after the hero. Gon went to the cash register to pay for the drink, but the Japanese guy still wouldn't stop and, standing behind the guy, continued to shout. However, Gon was not at all interested in the man's screams. He was worried about the feeling of some powerful relic in the screamer's pocket. Kiyoshi was shouting and calling the guy to come out and sort things out like men, and Gon, getting ready to steal the artifact, had already started shaking the soda. Kiyoshi didn't like the guy's silence, so he grabbed the guy by the shoulder, wanting to turn him to face him. And Gon at that time opened the can, splashing the soda in the enemy's face. Kiyoshi continued to get angry and wipe his face from the sticky liquid, and Gon, laughing, assured that it was an accident. Gon decided to pretend that he was very sorry, that it was not his fault, and that he wanted to help. So he started waving his hands in front of him while feeling his pockets. Gon rummaged through his pockets unnoticed and found a round object that resembled a bracelet. But it would be too obvious to steal it now. So he decided to take things further and began to irritate the man even more, calling his things rags and suggesting that he throw them away. Gon then handed Kiyoshi the documents that the man had allegedly dropped by accident and advised him not to lose them. The Japanese man abruptly snatched the document from the outstretched hand. But Gon remained calm. Now he could rest assured that he would not be suspected. The archaeologist was worried that his special agent documents might be noticed, but it helped him sober up a bit and calm down. The verbal altercation was interrupted by a sharp earthquake. Gon remained calm, as he was already accustomed to such phenomena. But the archaeologist was frightened. The people around were also scared, froze, and started asking each other questions. And suddenly a strange sound was added to the earthquake. When the earthquake intensified, passers-by finally lost their composure and ran wherever they could, seeking salvation. Gon aimed to be the first to get into the new tomb, so he ran to look for it. And Kiyoshi at that moment was glad that the seer's prediction came true again. The Japanese man called his colleagues, reporting that everything was going according to plan. But in response, he received bad news. The final prophecy states that the man who cleared the tomb of the two axes will once again stand in Kiyoshi's way. The seer also said that the man should be wary of alcohol. And then Kiyoshi began to remember. Before accidentally spilling it, the guy from the store said it was beer. And then it dawned on the archaeologist that this was the guy from the prophecy. The archaeologist began to look around, looking for the guy. But Gon was no longer anywhere. In any case, now he knew who to look for. They would surely meet in the tomb. So Kiyoshi ran towards it. And along the way, he demanded that his colleagues tell him the details of the prophecy. At this time, Gon, as they say, was following his instruments. Only a thin thread of intuition told him where to look for the tomb. Gon walked past the running and screaming people, realizing that the new relic was very capricious and would get on his nerves. Suddenly, Gona called out. The guy immediately recognized the voice. Kiyoshi was standing, his hands outstretched with a gun and ordering Yu not to move. Gon pretends to be surprised, and although a gun is pointed at him, he is calm, while the archaeologist demands that he take off his backpack. A new, more powerful earthquake and a strange sound distract the archaeologist's attention, and several notifications about the approach of an unknown aura appear in front of the hero. The next second, the ground beneath the men's feet began to crack, and as they grew, they let in streams of light, heralding new gates to the tomb. Gon managed to cover his face with his hands so as not to be blinded by the preceding stream of light that rushed into the sky and presented the second tomb to the world. Everyone who was in that area fell into a new tomb. Looking around, they saw sharp blades growing from the walls and floor. Gon was an experienced thief. But like everyone after an unexpected fall, he was now suffering from the impact. In addition to his headache, the screams of frightened people irritated his brain. The pain subsided and Yu began to look around. He understood that all these people were in danger, since the relic of this tomb thirsted for blood and in large quantities. Gon gathered himself and stood up. There were not only blades around, but also swords, from which the guy immediately realized that he was in the tomb of Muramasa, or the abode of the deadly katana. According to legend, Muramasa was the best swordsmith in Japan in the 16th century. His blades were famous and known for all sorts of mystical stories. Muramasa did not like the policy of the new emperor, who sought to take over all of Japan by force. So he put curses for his family into his swords. There are documents confirming a series of strange deaths associated with Muramasa's swords during this period. So many weapons were destroyed. And that was all that Gon knew about this relic. But he had no time to think, since notifications surfaced about the damage that the relic had already caused him. He looked at his hand and noticed small burns on his hand. And yet not even 10 minutes had passed, so Gon hurried to clear the tomb. At that moment, an archaeologist approached him from behind and put a gun to his back, demanding that he not move. The archaeologist raised the gun to Gon's neck level and pressed the barrel against his hood, then ordered the guy to open his backpack. Gon was already starting to get irritated by his new acquaintance. He no longer wanted to play with him, so he stood calmly but refused to obey. Slowly, the hero turns to Kiyoshi and assesses the positions. And the archaeologist warns that he will shoot if they do not obey him. But Gong Yu wasn't one to be scared so easily, so he kept his hands up and offered the archaeologist to shoot. The Japanese man did not expect such calmness and indifference, so he yells at the guy again and threatens to shoot him in the leg to illustrate the point. Gong Yu manages to anger the architect and he finally shoots, but the gun explodes in his hand. The Japanese man clutches his burnt hand, the skin scorched and smoking. And Gong Yu just mocks the man, because he warned him. With his hands in his trouser pockets, Gon explains to the archaeologist that the tombs do not tolerate modern firearms, so there is no point in even taking them with him. The archaeologist couldn't believe that someone knew more about the tombs than the special agents. But now he was absolutely sure that the guy in front of him was from the prophecy. Unexpectedly for the Japanese, Gon grabs him by the scruff of the neck and confirms that it was he who stole the previous relic. Gon dragged the archaeologist along with him, but he could not resist because of his sore arm and only grabbed his opponent's arm with his healthy one. Before throwing the man over himself, Gon apologized to him and explained that Gon needed to get rid of him like an annoying fly. So with one jerk, Yu sent Kiyoshi towards the mud samurai, who grabbed onto their new victim and began to pull him to the bottom. Gonu hurried to further explore the tomb, and the archaeologist, trying to escape from the deadly grip, sent curses after the guy. The people around looked at the captured archaeologist. Everyone was afraid of these incomprehensible creatures, and the man himself tried to pretend that he had everything under control. But the next minute, Kiyoshi realized that he needed help, and he began to ask those around him for help. But they only watched, afraid of being captured by this creature too. Some wanted to help, but they were dissuaded. Then the archaeologist decided to show his ID, hoping that as an official they would help him. At this time, Gon moved further along the tomb and finally decided to take a look at what interesting thing he had stolen from the Japanese. He managed to steal some rope folded into a ring and a pie hidden in a transparent plastic box. Gon immediately realized that this was from a Korean fairy tale, where a hungry tiger kills a woman for rice balls, and then he tries to kill her children. But they are saved with the help of a rope that the gods lower to them from heaven in exchange for the children's sincere prayer. Gon is confident that the relics are weak but can be useful, so he hides them in his pocket, and in the meantime gains new skills in agility and theft. Numerous system windows pop up in front of Gon, informing him that all skills have been unlocked, and that he has completed the quest by leaving the previous tomb. If before this whole game system invented by Raven confused Gon, now he even began to enjoy it. Gon heard cries for help and turned towards them, seeing a bridge-like structure made of light blocks over the cliff. Gon walked to the edge of the cliff, from which blades were also sticking out. He wasn't sure, but the sounds were coming from somewhere on this side. The guy carefully looked down so as not to fall, and saw a girl with a knife attacking other people stuck with her in the gorge. People tried to calm her down, but it was useless. Gon saw from the scarlet aura that the girl was obsessed and thirsty for murder. Gon watched what was happening carefully. The situation was dangerous, because if someone came into contact with the possessed one, they would also become infected and become the same. Gon had already seen something similar. The more people that fell under the influence of this sword, the harder it would be for the rest to escape, and eventually, everyone would die. However, the more people die in this place, the longer the bridge of light blocks leading to the relic will become. This is how the sacrificial altar system in the tombs works. Gon turned to the people below and learned that everything there was the fault of the archaeologist. The man removed several traps with a song, and when people helped him get out of the mud, he threw them into the gorge. Moreover, the archaeologist wanted to keep the secret of the tomb, so he ordered them all to die. This attitude toward civilians did not please Gon very much. Gon decided to help the people. So he started to go down the cliff, sliding down it like a snowboarder on his own 2 feet. People watched him and asked him to be careful. But Gon had already foreseen everything and, holding his blade in front of him, cut through the blades that stood in his way. Without any damage, Gon descended into the gorge, surprising people and attracting the attention of the possessed girl. The possessed woman immediately rushed to the hero, and the guy put his hand in his pocket, looking for a relic with a ring made of rope. The next moment, he ordered the relic to hold the enemy, and then the ring turned into a thick rope that flew towards the girl. The possessed schoolgirl was already approaching Gon, screaming like an animal. But the rope began to spin around the girl, and the next second the girl fell to the ground with her arms and legs bandaged, dropping the knife. Gon took the knife and heard it thirsting for blood, trying to force the new owner to think about killing everyone around him. But it was not possible to subdue Gon, moreover. Having checked the knife in the system and having learned that it is of low status, the guy gets angry from the excessive conceit of the relic. The knife was not the tomb's main relic, so Gon simply throws away the blade and moves on to search. At that moment, the schoolgirl regained consciousness and asked to be released, while the rope turned out to be a relic with obscene thoughts and offered the girl some fun. Another confirmation that the relics do whatever they want once you stop controlling them. So Gon immediately returned the artifact under his control. Realizing that everything looks very strange, Gon asks not to ask him unnecessary questions and invites people to follow him. He promises to lead them to a safe place. Not far from here, Kiyoshi rejoiced, thinking that he had managed to get rid of witnesses and found the treasured room with the Muramasa relic. The archaeologist carefully moved across the field covered with katanas, among which the artifact he needed was hidden. He took them out one by one and checked them, thinking about how he would deal with the annoying Korean, and was furious that each blade turned out to be a dud. However, the archaeologist was distracted from his search by the cries of people who were advancing towards him, wanting to take revenge for the fact that he left them in the gorge. The man, taken by surprise, does not have time to escape the tenacious grip of the people's anger, who are indignant at being left to die. The man was thrown to the ground and they started kicking him, or rather, beating him with their feet. The rest of the crowd only egged on the beaters. Gon appeared in front of the archaeologist and began to mock his situation, as well as the fact that the man did not find the relic, although he was the first to arrive at the site. Yu took out a golden axe and, raising it to face level, ordered to find the relic, after which it lit up. The next moment, a few meters away from the hero, one of the swords glowed with a purple aura, and Go was amazed that the archaeologist could not find the relic, although it was right under his nose. Gon didn't expect that Muramasa's relic would be a broken blade. But it didn't matter. It would only gain its true form after activation. Just like the axe. Everyone heard someone demanding that the guy kill people to restore his power and form. But even the archaeologist couldn't figure out that it was the relic speaking. The people around heard that the guy needed to kill 10 people, so they began to retreat, afraid that they would become victims. But Gon already knew that the sword would demand such a sacrifice. All relic swords demanded such. But Muramasa's blade continued to demand its own. Naturally, Gon refused. He had already decided that he would no longer follow the lead of the relic. Instead, he would subjugate it to himself. As soon as the boy grabbed the handle and began the ritual of subjugating the relic, threatening to destroy it otherwise, the tomb shook from an earthquake. In the fight, not only the blade suffered, but also Gon. But he did not retreat and held on, bending the sword to surrender. The tension from the clashing forces of the boy and Muramasa spread like scarlet lightning and a sound wave that almost knocked people off their feet. Dust rose up in the ravine, but when it settled, those around saw Gon with a blade in his hand. The dungeon was cleared. When it was all over, Gon used the rope again, stretching it upwards and inviting people to climb up it to the surface. People rushed in a crowd to the saving rope, thanking the guy along the way. But Gon managed to notice the archaeologist, who wanted to leave unnoticed by mixing with the crowd, and detained him. Gon knew that the archaeologist still wanted to get rid of the witnesses, and would definitely put his plan into action once he got outside. Kiyoshi began to justify himself and beg for forgiveness, promising that he would not do anything. But his ingratiating voice gave him away. The archaeologist even began to offer the guy privileges, promising that his superiors would hire the guy, that his earnings would be no less than 100 million. While the Japanese man was talking about how they had a prophetic relic and it could be used by Gon, the guy listened to him attentively. However, Gon knew that the prophetic relic could only be activated by its original owner, so he found the archaeologist's words funny. Gon pretended to agree and allowed the archaeologist to use the rope, but on the condition that he climbed last. As Gon and Kiyoshi climbed up the rope, the man began to apologize to the boy, buttering him up and promising him a job again. But Gon was interested in the team working with the relic thing, so he started asking about it. Kiyoshi, confident that the guy had fallen for 100 million and the relic, continued to assure that everything would work out and that Gon would get his place in the TKVM company, which belongs to Jules Ban. Hearing what Gon had been looking for so long, he no longer felt the need to hold back, so he swings and pushes Kiyoshi off the rope. The archaeologist falls to the bottom of the tomb, injuring his legs and unable to get up. And Gon mocks the man for being so desperate to deceive him that he ended up spilling all the important information. Meanwhile, the tomb began to collapse, crumbling into large boulders as if trying to quickly become a grave for an archaeologist. After the incident, Gon went to the nearest public toilet to clean himself up. He dropped his backpack and jacket at the entrance and stopped at the sink, rolling up his sleeves to examine his wounds. Gon tried to ignore the blade's cries, but Muramasa could get on his nerves, especially when he brought other relics into his rally. Gon approached the backpack in search of the main revolutionary, ready to punish the culprit and teach a lesson to the others. Of course, the guy immediately realized that he was training the others to take the blade, so he grabbed it first, to which he heard exclamations. Gon sent the blade to the toilet as punishment for the rebellion, ordering him to finally shut up, from which he heard a bunch of obscene words addressed to him. As soon as the door to the booth closed, Gon pulled up the sleeves of his sweater, which were rubbing against the burnt areas, the consequences of using submission on Muramasa. Usually, to take possession of a relic, one must pass its test. But in the case of subjugation, one must endure considerable damage to the body, and the stronger the relic, the longer it resists. Gon is still too weak, and if he does not subjugate these relics in the near future, they will not only kill him, but they may also betray him at the most crucial moment. Gon received a reminder that he had been awarded a reward for completing the task, and that he had also been awarded a new one for completing the quest. As a reward, Gon was offered ways to control the relics, where one was the path of friendship and the other of submission. But the guy immediately realized that Raven wanted to test him. Gon knew the price of each path. Looking at the burnt hand, which was only a small sacrifice, stronger relics would cause more damage. But even so, the plunderer chose the path of submission. After the window with the notification of the chosen path appeared, Gon expected a new artifact to appear, and tried to find it by looking into his backpack and pockets. He did manage to find a silver pill in one of his pockets, but the information window didn't give any indication of it. Although it was said that the pill was a product and needed to be eaten, Gon was hesitant. But thinking that he had nothing to lose, he still threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. Then the guy went to the toilet and pulled out the sword, while wrapping it in toilet paper. Because the blade smelled terribly, the guy even began to regret throwing the relic in such a place. However, the next second the pill began to work and the hero's body was seized with a spasm. The sword fell from his hands onto the floor, which the relic did not like at all. Very quickly, the unpleasant sensations ceased, and the thief felt a soft impact on his hand. The wounds miraculously disappeared. At first, you thought that the pill was a healing relic and considered it a waste since such things were rare. But the system brought up information about the newly acquired tolerance skill. Gon had never heard of a relic that acted as immunity before, so he assumed that this unique ability was created by Raven specifically for him. Meanwhile, the Federal Channel was broadcasting news about the earthquake that had just occurred. Eyewitnesses were talking about deadly traps inside the object that had appeared, and a Japanese man who wanted to kill everyone there. All countries had questions for the president of Korea, but most of all for the Japanese government, which sent a man to eliminate civilians. They did not want to listen any further and turned off the TV. These were people from the central office of that same Japanese research team of Kiyoshi. They were scolding the military man in charge of the operation to steal the relic. Now the whole world knew about the tombs. They didn't get the relic. Japan has problems. And the person who did all this died. And they have no one to blame for the sake of clarity. The head of the research team, Morihiro, tried to justify himself by placing all the blame on the Korean from the prophecy. The higher-ups reminded the soldier of his boast that the man from the prophecy would not be a problem. So the soldier attempted to talk about other factors. But most importantly, Hori was now confident that they would be able to catch the thief, because the prophetic relic could track him due to the fact that the Korean had encountered their man. In addition, the military man asked to understand that the TKVM group puts a lot of effort into studying the relics and it takes time. Until then, they do not know how to subdue the relic and not be affected. The military man's words seemed convincing to the higher-ups, and they agreed to give the team another chance. Gong Yu returned home and lay down on his bed to rest. But sleep still did not come, and the guy looked at his healed hand, thinking about his new ability of immunity from the harmful effects of relics. No matter how he thought about it, everything came to the conclusion that the ability was not just extremely rare, but available only to him. And from that exciting thought, Gon raised his body with a sharp movement, sitting up in bed. Knowing that the hero was being watched constantly, he immediately turned to Raven, demanding to know what the artifact had in mind, and what benefit it wanted to gain by giving him a privilege over the others. Since no one answered the hero, he continued to persuade Raven to enter into a dialogue, especially since Gon had long understood that the relic was speaking to him through all these unexpected system windows. Gon sat for a long time and listened to the silence of the room, waiting for an answer. So it was not surprising that when he heard the loud ringing of the phone, he was initially scared. The call was from the leader of Simon Wu's henchmen, so Gon decided to laugh at him a little over the phone. The guys were in Las Vegas for that very auction, and, at Gon's request, checked the visitor list. However, the news was not good. There were 3 people with a similar name, and since everyone used pseudonyms in such places, it was impossible to figure out the old man. Just as Gon decided to go to the guys and solve the matter personally, the system window lit up, notifying him of the impact of the relic's things on him. His future was predicted. Such a trifle could not cause much damage to Gon, as he thought. But these minor interventions of the Japanese team irritated the hero, so he warned the guys that he would come to them after solving one case. The prophetic relic was said to be the notebook of Prince Regent Shotoku, which contained predictions about the fate of Japan. And although there was no evidence of its existence, it appears very often in ancient writings. Unlike other relics, this one did not create a tomb for itself, but chose its owner, and was the first to infiltrate human society. Sasaki Yuki was chosen as a relic, and after that followed wherever the girl went. And even after she was thrown away or torn to pieces, she returned. The government soon learned of the relic and recruited the girl into their research team. Naturally, the Sasaki family did not suffer after this, because with the help of the gift, Japan found a huge number of all kinds of relics, and it seemed that the girl's happy future was predetermined. Because Sasaki had dropped out of school to pursue fortune-telling, she often couldn't understand the meaning of many difficult words and had problems making predictions. Gon knew from the future that the girl would soon be surpassed by another predictor, and she would die. But the Japanese team can now track him down with the help of the relic, and this was not part of the hero's plans. While Gon was already heading to Japan, Yuki, still a teenager, was sitting on the floor among open books, hugging a pillow and once again re-watching some TV show. At this time, her father entered her room, reminding her of the need to do the prediction, which the girl did not like. She pouted and looked at her father, asking him to be a normal teenager for a little while longer and watch the show until the end. Nevertheless, she got up and went to the next room, where a member of the research team was waiting for her to decipher the new prediction. Still grumbling that she would have to read complicated inscriptions again, Sasaki sat down at the table with the relic, but was reminded that if she couldn't understand something, she would simply have to rewrite them and give them to the team. The girl opened the book and looked down at the inscription, and the next moment she screamed and in fear threw herself into the scientist's arms, shouting that it was written there about the imminent murder of Yuki herself. The girl was seated back in the chair, but she continued to scream about the prediction of her death at the hands of that same Korean. The girl's father and the employee calmed the girl down and suggested that she continue reading, because if this man was going to kill the girl, the book would have shown it earlier. It took some more time before the girl could look at the book again, even if only from a distance, with a sidelong glance, albeit with apprehension. Meanwhile, Gong Yu arrived at the airport in Japan and walked towards the doors leading to the city. He was already being followed, and a plan for his capture was being developed. Morihiro not only gave orders, but also motivated his subordinates to capture the especially dangerous Korean. The first thing Gon did was go to the nearest sushi restaurant and enjoy the work of true masters, noting that national cuisine is only good within its own country. Gon, after eating several servings of sushi, put down his chopsticks. He was worried that he had been in one place long enough to be tracked and attacked. But that had not happened yet. Gon knew that he would attract the attention of the relic's things, and deliberately filled an entire notebook with threats to Sasaki. In addition, the young man understood that it was difficult to track him, and tried to move around the city as slowly as possible. Gon was sure of the attack not only from his personal thoughts, but also because he kept hearing strange sounds around him. Just like he now heard that there was a Japanese agent standing behind the door. There were agents on duty at the door to Gon's room, and another was preparing Sasaki to go to Yu with a tray, as if she were a restaurant worker. But the girl was very nervous and did not dare. Also, she didn't understand why she had to personally come to someone who was mortally dangerous to her. But the research team's problem was that Sasaki needed to meet Gon in person for more detailed predictions. Yuki might have resisted, but she was assured that the guy didn't know what she looked like, so the operation was safe for her. And in case the situation gets complicated, armed agents are stationed everywhere to protect her. Confident that she would be protected, Sasaki stood at the door with a tray like a waiter, grabbed the edge of the door and began to open it. Gon was prepared for the girl's arrival, so when the door opened and his target stood on the threshold, he greeted her with his most charming smile. Sasaki was still a schoolgirl who easily fell in love with handsome actors and singers, so it is not surprising that when she saw the charming Gon, She fell in love at first sight. But Yuki did not leave the image of a waiter and, kneeling at the table, served the ordered sushi, regretting that the handsome guy would be eliminated. Continuing to smile at the girl and thank her for the food she brought, Gon quietly reached for his blade. But there were cameras in the hero's room. The military noticed the guy's actions and immediately sounded the alarm, transmitting an order over the radio for the capture group to get ready. Outside the door of the room, the special agents were alarmed that the girl did not come out immediately after completing the task. But, clutching their pistols, they waited for the command. But unexpectedly for everyone, even for Gong Yu himself, the girl approached the door of the room and closed it with a loud slam, remaining alone with her possible killer. After which she turned around just as sharply with shining eyes and a radiant smile, and asked Gon to allow her to be his admirer. Gon was prepared for many things, but not for such recklessness from the owner of the relic items. So the guy, overcome with incomprehension, looked at the girl with an empty face. The military personnel who were watching what was happening on cameras were also confused, and did not understand the girl's motives or what to do. For now, the special agents decided to hold off on the attack, since the girl sat down next to the object of surveillance, and they decided that she was trying to get more information in this way. However, the girl was trying to meet a handsome young man, so she used her phone and a translator to type a message to him. After Sasaki typed her message into her phone, holding out her smartphone screen, Gon was extremely surprised not only by Yuki's behavior, but also by the message itself. It is worth remembering that the girl dropped out of school, so her message in English was full of mistakes. It was impossible to read what was written even for Gon with his linguistic skills. However, looking at the cute Sasaki, Yu seemed to understand her desire to become friends, but he still didn't understand how she could be so careless in such a situation. However, Gon was not going to miss such a great opportunity, and, taking the girl's phone in his hands, began to write her a reply message. After Gon wrote down his answer, he also showed the girl the screen of his phone, and what was written there made her very happy. The special agents were still guarding the door of the room, and were nervous from not knowing what was happening on the other side of the door. But suddenly the silence was broken. The table at which Gon was sitting flew out into the corridor, knocking down the doors. The special agents froze in their tracks from the unexpected situation. They were trying to see something among the debris, so they did not notice how the rope relic approached them and twisted the men. The Tide agents were lying on the floor and muttering curses, overcome with confusion about what had twisted them and how, when Gon and Sasaki appeared at the door of the room. Go looked at the men with a grin. He knew that the Japanese would try such a trick, so he set a trap with the relic in advance. Gon got dressed and threw a backpack over his shoulder so as not to scare the girl. He asked her to go on a date with him, and they left the restaurant. The thing is, during that silence, Gon was writing a reply message to Sasaki on her phone, already planning to kidnap her, but so that she would follow him voluntarily. All he had to do was answer her in Japanese, and, most importantly, invite the cute schoolgirl enchanted by his appearance on a date. The girl was a little confused that the potential killer knew about the army that was hiding behind the doors and watching them. However, when he shifted the focus of the conversation to the fact that they were forcing her to do boring and tedious tasks every day, she quickly took his side. Then Gon stroked the girl's head and, like a prince on a white horse, suggested that they run together, instructing the girl not to lag behind, and he would pave the way for them. So it's not surprising that the girl followed Gong Yu on her own while the military tried to resist Kanat. The pair had to break through numerous checkpoints set up by the military. But even being close to her killer, Yuki was not afraid, believing that she had an advantage due to the relic's items. Gong Yu led the girl into one of the hidden corridors, checked that there was no one chasing them, and then turned to the girl. And only at that moment did the girl remember that she had left the relic at home. But the girl shouldn't have relaxed so quickly and trusted the stranger, because the next moment the guy put a blade to her neck and threatened to demand Sasaki's cell phone. Having received what Yu required, he threw the phone on the ground and crushed it. The hero knew that for safety reasons, the girl had GPS installed in her phone for a long time. Of course, Sasaki tried to object, not understanding what was going on. But Gon put his index finger to his lips and asked her to be quiet, explaining the reason for his actions. And then he walked around the girl and stood behind her, quietly whispering in her ear that he knew about her relic and her connection with the military. At that moment, the girl realized that she was in danger, and the guy from the prediction was much scarier than her book prescribed. Gon took the girl to another restaurant with private rooms and ordered them both a drink. The girl looked at the departing waiter as if she was watching her chance to survive disappear. As soon as the stranger left the room, Gon gave the order to use a rope to tie Sasaki's hands, which outraged her, and she immediately accused him of lying. However, with a sly smile, Gon took the girl's glass of strawberry ice cream and denied all accusations, assuring that they were having a wonderful date at the cafe. Now the girl thought about the prediction and decided to finally find out how true it was and what awaited her. Gon was prepared for questions. So while he was enjoying ice cream, he easily confessed his plans to kill Sasaki. Moreover, he said that if the girl had come closer at the first moment of their acquaintance, he would have cut off her head. But to her luck, Yuki turned out to be sweet and stupid. But Gon doesn't intend to waste any more time on Sasaki. So he puts a notebook on the table and demands that she write down everything she sees in the Relic's items. The girl tried to explain that she didn't have the book with her, but Gon found the Relic's owner's mark on her hand and explained that by pressing it, the girl would be able to summon her Relic from anywhere. The hero was unhappy that the girl had owned the Relic for a long time, but did not know such basic things about her Relic. The girl trusted the guy and clicked on the tattoo that appeared on her body along with the Relic in her life, and was immediately surprised by the appearance of a book in front of her out of nowhere. The girl immediately began to rewrite the notes from the book's things into a clean notebook, while listening to Gon's threats for possible missed lines. Overall, it was no different from the girl's usual routine, except that she was not threatened or had her hands tied. But the atmosphere was oppressive, and the girl was very worried. The girl wrote for a very long time in one position. Her arms and back were numb, so she slowed down. Gon whiled away the time on the phone, but noticed this and warned that he would not give her a break. And after the hero demanded to rewrite everything that was in the Relic's things, the girl offered to give the book in exchange for her freedom. But Gon, without even thinking about the offer, refused, because the prophetic relic belonged to the legendary status, which meant that subordination could cost him great losses. Continuing to stare at the phone, Gon looked at the system windows that contained information about the relic and its indicators. He understood that without healing relics, he did not have a chance against the book's things. The hero knew that he would soon be identified, so he was not surprised by the noise in the corridor, which was created by armed soldiers whom the cafe owner was trying to stop. Opening the door slightly, Yu watched through the crack as the soldiers spread out, blocking all escape routes. Over the girl's shoulder, Gon asked how much had been rewritten, and was satisfied with the answer that there was very little left. Yu walked over to the table and took the notes, then pulled out Muramasa's blade, causing the frightened girl to scream and beg for her life. But in a calm tone, Gon only laughed at the girl, explaining that her life had no meaning to him. Moreover, he explained to the girl that it was not she who used the relic, but she who used it, and Sasaki's only option to survive was to get rid of the book. Therefore, raising the blade above his head, Gon sharply thrust the blade into the book, causing a hail of lightning in the room and screams from the relic. And Yuki covered her mouth with her hands in fear. The relic screamed in pain and indignation, demanding the guy to stop her torment, and then let out a final cry, after which Sasaki lost consciousness. The next moment, the system notified Gon of an increased ability to track relics, and a new status of Great Hunter was assigned for the destruction of the legendary relic. While Gon was trying to make out all the notifications, the military kicked down the door and burst into the room. The arrest team was led by Morihiro, and as soon as he saw the prophetic relic burning with a blue flame, he began asking questions about what was happening. Gon looked at the commander with a sly smile and answered ironically that the prophetic relic had been destroyed. Morihiro immediately extended his hand and pointed at the guy, ordering his subordinates to kill the guy, and they immediately moved towards the enemy with their weapons. But even though they had machine guns pointed at Gon, the hero laughed at them arrogantly, assuring them that they didn't have enough strength. And the next moment, Yu threw a small lump into the air, which attracted the attention of the military and distracted them from the Korean. Morihiro watched in fascination as the delicious mochi that Gon had taken from the Japanese archaeologist Kiyoshi fell. Already dissolving and moving to another room, Gon laughed at the military, saying that the taste of this mochi could kill, according to the tale. The rice ball was caught by Morihiro. He did not know how this relic worked, so he began to examine it, not even suspecting that the mochi was already emitting a dangerous smell. As soon as all the military men smelled the relic, they immediately began to fight against each other, trying to get the mochi for themselves. At some point, Morihiro took out his service weapon. With the first shot, he attracted the attention of his subordinates, and this also prompted them to use their weapons. So the quarrel over mochi escalated into a gunfight. Meanwhile, Gong Yu was sitting on the plane heading back to Korea, thinking about how the fairy tale mistress's mochi was the best escape relic, which enchants the enemy and teleports the owner. Gon took out the notebook with the notes from the book's things and began to study them, because he had come a long way to get them. When the archaeologist let it slip that the TCVM was involved in studying the relic's items, Gon realized that there was a chance that Sasaki had made eye contact with Bond Glass. And if so, then the prophetic relic should have predicted something about him. And in the notes of this information, Gon began to leaf through the scribbled notebook. However, instead, Gon found a prophecy of a new tomb hidden in an underworld overflowing with greed and lust. After thinking for a bit, Gon realized that these lines were describing the underground Midas auction, where he sent the guys, led by Simon. Now Gon was sure that the guys had dug up the necessary information, and one of the three found was the old man jewels he needed. The last part of the prophecy spoke of a global catastrophe when everyone learned about the tombs and the world became mired in the pursuit of the best relics. However, Gon was sure that the global catastrophe occurred much later than the notes in his hands described. In addition, the records included a meeting with a deity who would ask for cooperation, which meant for Gon a meeting with a divine relic that allowed Old Man Jules to become so influential. Gon slammed the notebook shut and smiled at his own thoughts. There was no plan yet, but the goal was to get the relic at any cost and not give it to the old man. Meanwhile, a report arrived at the headquarters of the Japanese research team about the destruction of the relic, as well as the fact that Sasaki Yuki had regained consciousness, but was still weak. Today, Morihiro was not at the report, and everyone knew that it was because of the shootout, which made them even angrier, and the military man did not know how to behave. The military man's awkward answers irritated one of the delegation's chairmen, and he jumped up from the table and began to express indignation at the irresponsible approach to the mission. At this time, a girl in a suit with a short black hairdo was watching what was happening at the council, slightly opening the office door. The girl reported to unknown persons about the destruction of the relics and about the problems of the Japanese defense forces, which was not welcomed at the other end of the line. Realizing that further screams would not bring information, the spy closed the door and continued the dialogue in the corridor, and she and her interlocutor had no idea what kind of person was able to cause such trouble. The girl's interlocutor at that moment was in one of the offices of the TKVM company, and was looking through a panoramic window at the city, listening to the proposal for revenge. The girl was angry that the money she had invested had not paid off, so she loudly clicked her heels. But her interlocutor kept his mind cool and believed that instead of revenge, he should attract the Korean to his side. But the brunette was not stupid, rather distrustful, since she immediately assumed that a guy with great power would, at the first opportunity, plan to destroy the relics they had. Most of all, the brunette was worried about the personal relic of the director of the TKVM. But the guy was confident in his idea, so he smiled confidently. The man was sure that if the Korean was offered a good income, he would be compliant and fulfill all their demands, so he ordered to keep an eye on the Korean madman. Meanwhile, Gong Yu, after reading the prediction, changed planes and went to Las Vegas, sat in a restaurant and waited for Simon's late people. Their arrival at the restaurant was noisy. At the entrance, they argued with the staff, who refused to let them in. But due to their lack of knowledge of English, the guys did not understand the reason. Gong Yu scolded Simon for being half an hour late, but the thug pointed to the guard and blamed it on the foreigner who wouldn't let him and the boys in. The security guards demanded in English that those not participating in the Midas auction leave the premises. But Simon did not understand them and only shouted curses in response. Gong Yu held back from using his fists. The stupidity of Simon and his men and this conflict were getting on his nerves. Eventually, Yu couldn't take it anymore and growled at Simon for his stupid demand that the guards speak to him in Korean when the guys themselves were in America. Gon addressed the security in English, apologizing for the behavior of his subordinates and for the choice of awkward shirts for a serious event too. Such lordly behavior of yesterday's six embarrassed Simon's guys. As soon as the security guards left for their workstation at the door, Simon turned to Gong Yu with great surprise. He didn't know that the guy spoke English, but Wu Gong didn't have time to discuss such nonsense. He demanded the investigation report on the 3 applicants with similar initials, and Wu handed him the questionnaires with the information. While Gong Yu was flipping through the pages and reading the questionnaires, the gang leader sat down at his table and began to inquire about the search for another person that the thief had personally conducted. Finally, the hero scrolled down to the required questionnaire with the fake identity that Jules Bon had used in the past. Gon reached for the catalog of items on display at this auction to see what valuable relic Old Man Jules had come for today. Gon slowly studied each item in the catalog, knowing that the item would be no less than divine tier, and wanted to know the item in advance. And Simon, watching his employer, was confused by his behavior. So he reminded him that they did not have the money to afford anything from this catalog. However, Gong Yu didn't listen to Simon. He carefully studied the contents of the catalog and didn't find any divine relic there. So he was puzzled as to what the prediction was talking about. Gon silently names the objects of interest to him that he would like to examine, which causes Simon even more misunderstanding. Wu is so confused that he jumps up from his seat and slaps the table. He does not believe that Gon is going to participate in the auction. But the hero, without looking up from the catalog in his hands, only calmly confirms his intention to participate. Wu is unhappy with Gon's behavior. He tries to shout to the guy that the bids at the Midas auction start from amounts with 9 zeros. They do not have such amounts. Now that the problem has been identified by Simon, Yu enters the dialogue by slamming the catalog shut with both hands and offering to begin solving it. Gon gets up from the table and leaves the restaurant with a long stride. The bandits run after him, and the hero explains along the way that Las Vegas is a city of gambling, which means that you can quickly make money here. Gon takes the elevator down to the street and looks at the city's high-rise buildings with numerous casinos as an opportunity to make money, while Simon and his guys see only ruin here. Gon has been sitting in the casino for some time now, and everyone present is watching him, not believing the hero's luck and his ability to earn a sum higher than the current one with 6 zeros. Simon watches his employer play the slot machine with his mouth open, then offers to withdraw his money because there is a risk that his luck will run out and he will lose. The bandit sees for the first time a man who managed to raise a sum above 60 million in a casino, playing only on slot machines. And he understands that this is some kind of trick, but does not understand what it consists of. And then comes the moment when Gon gets up from behind the check machine and offers to follow him, as he plans to exchange the check for money. Simon picks up the check and can't believe his eyes. The number of zeros confuses him, and he turns to Gon, outlining the possibility of an attack for money. Meanwhile, Gong Yu is stopped by a casino employee and asked to undergo a checkup, as this is the first time such an amount has been won on a regular slot machine at their establishment. Of course, Gon doesn't refuse. On the contrary, he spreads his arms out to the side, allowing the guard to feel him and his suit. And the guard, meanwhile, feels around Gon's suit and breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing that it is clean. And then the guard's attention is drawn to a gold keychain that hangs from Gon's hand and is attached to a ring on the guy's thumb. Yu boldly shows off the keychain and the blade hidden within it, calling it a trinket he acquired because of its interesting color. Gon hands the toy over to the guard, confident in his victory, and watches with pleasure as the man spins the toy, acknowledging it as harmless. Only Gong Yu hears the indignation of the toy, which is actually one of the relics, who is indignant at the embarrassing form and asks the master to quickly give permission to return to his true form. This little knife is actually a great golden axe that has the ability to sense wealth and value, so it knows which machine will give out Gong Yu the jackpot. After a full inspection, the guard apologizes and admires Gon's luck, and of course, lets the guy go. Once they have gotten far enough away, Simon asks Gon to tell him the secret of the cheat and how he hid it. Meanwhile, the establishment's employees hurried to the machine where Gon was and began to examine it and the neighboring ones, looking for at least some hint of fraud. But Gon prefers to keep quiet about the secret and suggests going to another casino. And most importantly, asks Simon not to be surprised by anything else that evening. The hero approached the cashier and handed the girl a check, asking her to withdraw the entire amount. The girl, looking at the check, was discouraged and suggested going to the VIP room. However, with a satisfied smile, Gon refused. He was in a hurry and asked the girl to give him the money as soon as possible. After the money was received, Gon and Simon and the guys went to the nearest bar to have a glass of beer. Wu and the guys looked at the bag full of money and tried to figure out what to spend it on. But Gon quickly put the guys in their place, explaining that the money was his, not theirs, to which Simon and his buddies looked at their employer in bewilderment. The guys pretended to get the hint and tried to explain that they were simply amazed by the mountain of money. But Gon already understood that he couldn't trust the guys completely. Simon decides to convince Gon not to participate in the auction and return to Korea as a millionaire. But Yu puts his finished glass down on the table with a slam, putting an end to the dialogue, and orders the guys to get ready for a second round of the casino. The golden axe in Gon's hand, although it wants to return to its original form, is willing to remain in its new form, just to continue enjoying human despair in the casino. Gon orders the relic to find a new location for the jackpot, while he reads the system notifications about the increase in friendship level with the relic and the improvement of the stealth skill. Gon understands that the relic is leading him to places where human suffering is most pronounced, but he doesn't want to do things that would please the relics, so he wants to end it as soon as possible. Suddenly, there is a strange commotion behind Gon. One of the bandits shouts at Gon and asks him to stop. The hero turns around and sees one of the guys trying to hold on to his backpack. The bandit doesn't know what's in it, but it's something desperately trying to break out of the backpack. Gon opens his backpack and sees Silver Axe going into hysterics, predicting that something is coming and very soon. The thing is that the golden axe senses benefit, and the silver one finds and marks people who are against its owner, or who are capable of causing him harm. Gon doesn't yet know what the relic is reacting to, but he understands that the problem is very serious. Gon's attention is drawn to the swearing behind him, and he turns around to see two customers throwing punches at each other and accusing each other of cheating. The establishment becomes a hustle and bustle. Visitors start smashing machines, turning over gaming tables. Many lose their wallets and attack their neighbors with accusations of theft. Simon is surprised by the devilry happening in the establishment, and, fascinated by the people going crazy, he does not notice how a croupier with a knife approaches him from behind. But the attacker doesn't need Wu. The object is gone. The dealer, like a beast, attacks the hero from a jump, demanding that he give him the money. However, Yu's skills have been honed over years of tomb raiding, so he reacts with lightning speed and takes out the attacker, trying to figure out the reason for his madness. From the general madness, the hero realized that this was the effect of the relic. But new gates were not supposed to open here, so he did not understand the reason for the madness, but he felt a dark aura of danger. And when he turned around in search of its source, he saw a charming blonde in a black evening dress calmly walking among the raging visitors. And while Simon and his friends admired her beauty, thinking that she was some kind of celebrity, Gon froze and began to sweat from fear. And then he quickly turned to them and commanded them to pack their things and run. Simon was very surprised and tried to find out the reason for the escape. Simon continued to be indignant at the sudden change of plan, because they had planned to earn a little more money. But Gon preferred saving his life to earning money. The beautiful blonde is none other than Natalia Romanova, the youngest daughter of the richest banking family in the world. Gon quickly gathered his men, and they quietly left the common room. But this did not go unnoticed by the girl. Divine relics are the most powerful, and therefore their users can easily rise above all others. Therefore, in the past, such people were given divine titles, and in the era of relics, they not only had authority, but were considered the elite of society. But even among the elite, Natalia occupied a special place, before which they bowed, for she possessed the most terrifying relic, and her title was the Goddess of Misfortune. In the past, she had caused the ruin of not only large companies, but also the global financial crisis. And now she was running after Gon and asking for a moment of attention. Gon began to whistle and pretend not to hear the girl, trying to run away from her with wide strides. But even in heels, Natalia kept up with the hero. However, Failure quickly overtook the guy, and the door through which he planned to escape turned out to be closed. And as soon as the hero touched it, a damage notification immediately appeared in front of him. And the frisky blonde flew past Simon like the wind, so that the guy looked after her with his mouth open. She approached Gong Yu with delight, and immediately put her hands on the guy, asking her to listen, while the frightened look of her new interlocutor did not bother her. The girl seemed sweet and harmless, but Gon felt her death grip and knew he couldn't escape. And Natalia continued to look up at the guy with the most charming smile and shining blue eyes. But the guy continued to feel her powerful, dark energy. The system surrounded the guy with windows about damage, degradation of indicators and skills, reduction of the effectiveness of relics. So, with the last of his strength, the guy managed to escape from her hands. The girl immediately apologized for going over the line and upsetting the stranger, while Gon stood frozen in a stupor, looking for a way to escape. Simon and his friends were jealous of Gong Yu, not understanding the reason for his behavior with the beauty, as if there was a ghost standing in front of him. At that moment, one of the bandits ran up to his friends. He remembered the girl and told about her. Meanwhile, Natalia, with her arms folded across her chest, was pestering Gon. She was very interested in the rumors about the lucky guy who had hit the jackpot at the slot machines. The girl did not explain the reasons, but she really wanted to know how the guy achieved such a result. And she was clearly asking not about the secret of cheating, but about luck. But Gon didn't understand the subtext. He decided that the rich girl wanted to find a new way to earn money. In any case, he tried to divert suspicion from himself, pointing out that the girl was mistaken. Simon was hurt by Gong Yu's dismissive behavior, so he quickly rushed towards the guy. Gong Yu took advantage of the moment, turned around and walked towards the exit. And Simon, whispering about the girl in his back, tried to persuade him to come back, especially since the rich woman herself was looking for him. Since Gon didn't want to talk to the girl, Simon and his friends decided to do it for him, only asking him to wait for them, which made Yu angry, because even being in the same room with her caused damage. As expected, the guys were already lying on the floor in front of the girl, clutching the sick animals and trying to call an ambulance. And Natalia, admitting that she was the culprit of their suffering, awkwardly apologized. Miraculously, Gon managed to drag the guys out of the building to the nearest park, where they immediately began to feel better. The employer immediately ordered the guys to stay away from Romanova. The boys were supposed to hide with the bag of money once they came to their senses, and Gon was heading to the auction. He would call them when he needed to bring the money. Yu planned to earn some money before the auction to have a little more of an advantage, but he had no intention of losing. The hero had already reached the auction hall, thinking along the way about the reason for Natalia's pursuit, when he suddenly heard screams. The guy in glasses shouted that he was planning to buy a Korean. With a smug smile, he stood at the aisle for important people and did not let ordinary participants through. Yu stopped in front of this man. At this time, they were not familiar, but the hero immediately recognized the right hand of the old man Bon Kit iced. Just when Gon thought that the old man was probably somewhere nearby, the director of the TKVM appeared next to Aced. The stork immediately began to spin around Director Ban, and they passed by the hero, not even suspecting that the person they were looking for was right in front of them. Gon wanted revenge. He remembered the end of his past life, and now was the perfect moment to attack. But the hero wanted something else. Now Ban doesn't recognize Gon, so the guy has a good opportunity to observe the old man, and most importantly, to outsmart him by buying all the relics from the auction. But suddenly, Gon's attention was drawn to the behavior of those present, who were trying to call banks, arguing about the loss of money or the fall of shares. And some people's phones weren't even working. Yu immediately suspected that Romanova had come to the auction, so he began to turn his head in search of her and immediately found her at the door. The girl stood there lost, also turning her head in search of Gon. And when she found him, she noticed that he was running away from her again. The girl was screaming and asking him to stop. The girl was desperate and asking for help. So it was no surprise that Gon immediately ran into trouble and crashed into the door. Gon sat down on the floor, clutching his bruised nose, and the girl ran to him, asking if the guy was okay. The hero was very angry about the pursuit and the broken nose, so he yelled at the girl, taking out his anger on her. But the girl was not saddened by the screams. On the contrary, she admitted her guilt, pointing out that this was her problem. The girl turned around, assessing what was happening behind her in the hall, and Gon looked at her, not understanding the girl's answer. Gon began to look closely at the girl, and Natalia tried to convey to the guy her misfortune about being a source of failure for those around her. That's why Romanova was interested in the rumored guy with great luck. She believed that if she could find out the guy's secret, she would be able to make people around her happy again. Gong Yu couldn't reconcile the image of Natalia as the goddess of misfortune from his past, who had destroyed many countries, with the sweet young lady standing before him. Meanwhile, the girl took the guy's hand and began to beg for help, to tell him how to become so lucky, which made the guy confused. Unexpectedly, after another round of damage from Natalia's failure, Gon discovered a new tolerance skill, which was clearly a result of that healing pill. Natalia sees that Gon, unlike those around him, has not yet fallen over in pain. So she decides to find out how he is feeling, and he suddenly begins to have a nice conversation with her. Gon was pleased with the appearance and development of a new skill that was pumped up next to the girl, so he no longer saw a reason to avoid her. Additionally, Gon considered using the girl during the auction to eliminate the other participants. By the way, Ban also started having problems with a factory in China that caught fire, with supplies and payments that were cut off, which is why he yelled at Ace. Gon watched as all the auction participants screamed and swore because of the troubles that had arisen and left the room. This was the effect of the Romanova relic. But Ban didn't leave, which meant he didn't yet know about the existence of the goddess of misfortune, and the hero planned to use this to his advantage. Gong Yu approached the girl, offering to participate in solving her problem, which made the girl very happy. He explained that the situation was complicated and that it would not be easy to solve Natalia's problem, but he was ready to discuss the details of their deal. Having chosen the right words, Gon invited the girl to join him at the auction, which pleasantly surprised Romanova, because she had not gone anywhere in the company of friends for a long time. The entrance ticket was not a cheap pleasure, but Natalia did not care. She immediately turned around and quickly headed to the ticket office. Of course, Gon knew that the girl wouldn't care about the price of the entrance ticket. For her, it was like buying gum. The hero watched the girl running to the checkout counter and thought about what the goddess of luck would become like after he interfered in her life. Gon and Natalia came to the auction. The host stood behind the stand on the stage and picked up the hammer, announcing the beginning of the event. Natalia watched with interest what was happening on stage, while Gon looked around the half-empty hall, pleased that there were half as many competitors as planned. However, Ban did not leave to solve his problems, which means there is something at the auction for which the old man is ready not only to pay, but also to suffer sacrifices in the form of a factory, supplies, and income. Suddenly, Natalia perked up when she saw a lot of Russian royal wine that was several hundred years old, and suggested that Gon compete for it. But Gon said that he was interested in the lot that would be at the end. So for now, he would just be watching. Natalia was interested in this, and she also sat down to simply watch, while Yu, meanwhile, studied her sideways, glancing, since he began to think that the girl was pretending, but her behavior said otherwise. In addition, Gon was interested in her own words, from which it followed that Romanova herself did not suspect about the relic, which is only possible in the case when the artifact is attached without the consent of the carrier. Natalia is not pretending, and she was originally a good girl. But the relic distorted her life and embittered her, turning her into the famous goddess of misfortune. Although Yu was deep in his thoughts, he still heard words of gratitude from Natalia. But he was surprised, not understanding the reasons for the gratitude. Romanova was embarrassed and began to tuck her golden curls behind her ear, but still explained that no one had listened to her for a long time. No one had talked to her just like that, much less believed her words. But just as the girl began to rejoice at the happy moment, Gong Yu's system windows popped up with a notification about the relic's effect being strengthened, as the user's mood improved. Natalia was immensely grateful to Gong Yu. She never stopped smiling and seemed to glow from within. As soon as the girl's joy reached its peak, those around her felt an earthquake, unexpected pain in the body, and other unpleasantness, which caused many to leave the hall. The system was notifying about critical damage to Gon and his relics, The blade and axe were screaming that they were falling apart and demanding that the owner do something. The hero could not believe that the power of the relic could depend on the mood of the owner. So he looked at the goddess in surprise, and the girl herself did not understand the reason for the earthquake. Although Gon was pleased that his immunity had increased, the relics could quickly fall apart, so the hero hastened to calm the girl's mood a little, returning her to the idea of the deal. Gon was forced to occupy the girl with an interesting thought: that Natalia's personal success does not guarantee it to those around her. This immediately sobered the girl up. She became saddened by Gon's idea, looked down at the floor, and her smile disappeared. As soon as the girl's mood dropped, the relic's effect also dropped, and the guy with the artifacts breathed a sigh of relief. The host immediately calmed everyone down after the earthquake and continued to set bets, asking those willing to offer more. The number of auction participants could be counted on the fingers of one hand, but even this was enough to once again sow shouts and arguments in the hall. Gon understood that the lot was not worth the money offered, and that the disputes were the result of the influence of Natalia's relic. Although Gon felt sorry for Natalia, he wanted to take advantage of the situation to eliminate the remaining participants in the auction. Therefore, Gon decided to encourage Romanova and provoke the relic, suggesting that she not be discouraged about his assumption. Moreover, he suggested moving on to a discussion of her problem and was ready to offer a solution on how to become more successful. Gon kept telling Natalia things that would make her feel better, so that she would become happier, which caused the participants to foolishly spend money on expensive things. Because the other participants spent all their money in the first half of the auction, Gon was able to buy all the relics he wanted. Ban was unaffected by Natalia's dark aura and remained calm, so Gon had to fight him for some of the relics. But the ones the hero lost were weak and not that useful. Gon managed to take the Code of Hammurabi, Shakespeare's feather, and Marie Antoinette's pendants, but no divine-ranking relics have been included in the auction so far. Gon looked at his notes as the auction was coming to an end, and Gon thought that the situation was extremely strange, not going according to the prediction. Romanova distracted Yu from her thoughts. She was interested in the deal and its conditions. The girl realized that the guy was stalling for time. Gon apologized to the young lady and had already suggested that she leave the auction and go to a quiet place where they could talk. But suddenly the host announced a specialized lot. An almond tree was brought onto the stage, but Gon immediately recognized the tree of Kang Shi's elixir, which belonged to the divine rank of the healing type. Gon immediately raised his hand, showing that he was ready to buy the lot. But Ban entered the fray. Apparently, he knew the true value of the relic. The history of the relic says that the powerful Emperor Qin Shi sent his subordinates to all parts of the world to find the elixir of life, and after many years he found this almond tree. In a past life, it belonged to Ban, and Gon had to grovel before it as the thief's body suffered in agony from the effects of the relics. Instead of money, Gon accepted payment in healing fruits, and each time he became more and more dependent on them. In this life, he cannot miss the relic again. Seeing that the last participants of the auction were fighting so fiercely for the artifact, the host fueled interest in the tree, attributing to it the ability to restore male potency. This information confused Gon and Ban, because to continue fighting for the tree meant admitting a problem with their male dignity. Therefore, Gon entered the fight, blushing from awkwardness and embarrassment, especially unpleasant from Natalia's gaze nearby. But the embarrassment subsided as soon as Ban and Gon began to interrupt each other, reassigning the price for the relic, reaching $800,000. Apparently, the auction participants, who had been quietly observing the process the entire time, entered the competition in a state of emotion. The old man also noticed this, so he raised the price to $10 million, which made his secretary Kit Aced indignant, not understanding the reason. Ban hoped to knock down not only the other participants, but also Gon. It seemed that they both suspected each other of knowing the divine level of the relic, and were ready to continue fighting. Gon kept raising his hand to stay in the race, but he knew in his mind that he couldn't beat Jules in terms of money. So he approached Natalia, offering to make a deal right now, which caught the girl's attention. Gon promised to find a solution to Romanova's problem, but in return he asked the girl to get an almond tree for him. For the rich Natalia, such an offer was incredibly profitable. Spending several tens of millions was a trifle for her, so she immediately accepted the offer. Inspired, she stood up from her seat and, clutching the pendant like her good luck charm, stood next to Gon. The stakes were rising. The price for the tree reached 50 million. Only Bang and Gon were participating in the confrontation, and the host was offering to make another bet. Not wanting to lose, Ban jumped up from his seat and raised his hand, offering 100 million, an amount Gon definitely didn't have. While the others were indignant and called the old man a madman, the hero looked at Jules with disgust. Ban easily offered the amount of 100 million, which was out of Yu's reach. So he realized that he had lost this battle from the very beginning, and he was incredibly lucky to meet Natalia. The girl easily outbid Ban, naming the sum of $150 million, and spending such money simply beamed with pleasure. The sum was fabulous even for the rich people present, so everyone turned to look at the girl, and the host even grabbed the counter in surprise. Kit, Stork, and Ban also looked at their opponent. The old man gritted his teeth in anger. Sweat appeared on his forehead. However, Old Man Ban was ready to fight to the end, so he jumped up from his seat and looked straight at the girl, naming the amount at 160 million. But Natalia just smiled sweetly and showed a peace sign with her fingers, beating his bet with her own at 200 million. Julban did not understand why the girl entered into the bargaining, remaining silent the whole time. And Kit Aced asked the director to stop. The old man began to shout at his secretary, but he calmly explained that their rival was from the richest Romanov family, and they would not be able to defeat her. Even if a girl dresses modestly and does not surround herself with jewelry, the amount of money she can simply throw away and not feel the loss is unthinkable. But Ban was not going to back down. He had already gone too far, so he would set the price at 220 million. Gon looked at the old man haughtily, enjoying his anger, and Natalia announced the amount of 300 million, which caused a more heated discussion in the hall. In the end, the almond tree went to Natalia for $500 million. Ban was furious. The secretary could barely hold him back. After the auction, Gon and Romanova celebrated their victory. The guy was slowly shaking a glass of drink in his hand. He suggested that 500 million was also a large sum for Natalia, but the girl denied this. It was much more important for Natalia to hear what kind of solution the guy would offer her to the problem. She was interested in how the guy would share his luck with the girl, or perhaps give her some kind of amulet like a rabbit's foot. But Gon was forced to admit that he did not have such simple solutions, which worried the girl. Although Romanova was sweet in appearance, she had a character, so she was going to make a scandal for lying. But Yu asked to give him the floor. Gon folded his fingers together and explained that it was impossible to solve the problem with talismans, but that something had to be extracted from the girl. The girl did not understand the meaning of the word extract, and then Gon explained that the girl must have something that brings bad luck. For the girl, this is a chance to get rid of something unnecessary, and Gon will get a divine relic and be able to benefit from it. Gon tried to narrow down the search for the object, explaining that this object follows the girl wherever she goes, and no matter how she forgets about it elsewhere. However, no matter how much Natalia thought, not a single object came to mind. The girl was rather sure that nothing like this had ever happened in her life. Gon refused to believe it. He suggested that the girl throw away all the items that she was currently wearing. One of them was the problem. The girl explained that she had tried this method before, but nothing came back. And this made Gon wonder. The guy rested his hands on the table and leaned forward, closer to the girl, asking about the tattoos that had suddenly appeared. All relics are divided into common and personal. The latter choose their owner and show it through tattoos. Common relics can be used by everyone, but they have a limit, while personal relics can only be used by the owner chosen by them. The girl picked up her purse to take out her phone. She wanted to show a photo of the marks that appeared unexpectedly. In the photo, the girl was half-dressed, so it was clear that the mark was not as small as Sasaki's, but rather like a blurry watercolor. It covered the girl's arms and part of her ribs. If Gon had previously taken the situation lightly, now he was scared. Natalia immediately noted this and asked how bad it was. The fact is that Natalia's relic is a parasite. They forcibly penetrate the human body and live in it. Gon returned the phone, puzzled, because up until this point, he thought that the girl was the bearer of something like the golden apple of Eris. But he was wrong. The girl expected help, But Gon realized that he would not be able to remove this thing from her body. He needed to come up with another solution. Gon took a piece of paper and began to write on it, explaining his mistake to the girl. The guy handed the girl a piece of paper with his phone number and suggested meeting when they had more time and solving her problem. At this point, they ended the meeting and said goodbye. The hero left satisfied with the outcome of the evening. Even if he fails to extract the artifact, he can make Natalia his ally. Gon went to the cashier, where he was told that once the check was cleared, the almond tree would belong to him, just like the other relics. To pay, Gon asked for time and began calling his henchmen to bring the money. However, Simon and his men did not answer the call, which worried the hero. He began to suspect that the guys decided to run away with his money. Yu took out a wad of money and approached the guy at the cash register, offering him a considerable reward for a small request. The hero turned out to be right. Simon and his friends, grabbing bags of money, ran among the streets trying to get as far as possible and then take a rest there. Confident that they had already gone far enough, the bandits stayed to rest, arguing that the stolen money would be enough for each of them until the end of their days. But the next moment, something threw Simon against the wall, and a golden axe pierced the wall next to his face. And at the beginning of the alley where they were hiding, the evil Gon appeared. Like a demon, he appeared before them, demanding the return of his money and promising to punish them for the theft. Gon grabbed the handle of his golden axe, pulling it out, while Simon stuttered and tried to come up with an excuse. But this got on Goi's nerves so much that, pointing the blade of his axe at the guys, he demanded that they stop with empty apologies. But the guys continued to beg for mercy. Gon understood the situation and the need to cooperate with people who were greedy for money. So he put his hand in his pocket and pulled out a new relic. Simon saw it and assumed it was a shoe polishing stone. But Simon laughed and suggested that the boys keep a close eye on the stone. In an instant, the stone in the hero's hands turned into a tablet, and behind Gon's back, a pillar with an image of the judging monarch and the defendant grew. This relic was a code of laws created by King Hammurabi during the Babylonian era, which was based on the law of an eye for an eye. Following this law, the relic protected its owner, and no matter what the enemy did, it would return to him. While the bandits were still unaware of what was happening, Gon explained that he had purchased the relic at an auction, but was able to get his hands on it earlier thanks to a small favor from an auction employee. Gon began to read the law written in the tablet, thereby activating it, and lightning sparkled around. And then bracelets made of those same lightning bolts appeared around the bandits' hands, causing the guys to feel unpleasant sensations that made them shrink. Gon wasn't sure that the relic would work, much less knew whether its power would spread in the present and future as it should. But he was very glad that everything was going according to plan. The bright bracelets on the bandits' hands crumbled into flakes, which caused no less questions. The guys looked confusedly from their wrists to Gong Yu. Gon looked at the guys in the system window with a smirk. From now on, if the bandits decide to betray the hero, their body will be torn to pieces. In fact, the guys are now Gong Yu's slaves and must obey him, which he informed them about, and in response he heard a bunch of indignant questions from Simon. The boys didn't want to believe what was said, but they personally saw a huge stone pillar that appeared out of nowhere, so they decided to believe Gon's words. Gon decided to warn his subordinates that the world would soon change. But if the guys stuck to him, everything would be fine. Although the guy was indignant and did not understand what Gong Yu was talking about, they listened carefully to his monologue, especially the part about rewarding performance. Simon liked the idea of making more than what was currently in the bags, but he was interested in what Gon wanted them to do. But Gon preferred to remain silent. The time will come, and the guys will see everything themselves. There is no point in scaring them yet. Gon ordered his subordinates to come to his hotel at 9 a.m., but they were a little late and stood with their eyes downcast at a large pot and a bag of earth. While the boys were indignant about the mess in the room, Gong Yu explained that it was part of their work for the day. Gon pointed to the tree from the auction. It needed to be planted in a pot and generally taken care of. Meanwhile, the Kinshi tree mocked the humans and was indignant that they were treating it so cruelly. The bandits did not understand the tree's words, but they heard it squeak. Simon picked up the tree to plant it, but froze for a moment when Gon announced the large sum paid for the relic. Gon watched the guys work and listened to the tree respond pleasantly to the care it received, which made the hero realize that the bandits had a good level of communication with relics. That night, Gon managed to make a contract with the tree, but it took a lot of effort to do so. And besides, the relic screamed all night and kept the guy from sleeping, even if he tried to appease it a little. Elixir plants hate people with a high level of submission. On the contrary, they like those with a high path of communication. So guys are ideal for the role of nannies for this relic. Gon had originally given the bandits the task out of reluctance to get into the mud, but now he was glad that the circumstances had turned out so well. Gon received a call, and although the contact was not recorded, the guy immediately recognized the number of Old Man Ban. So he happily accepted the call to gloat. Gon was not mistaken. It was Ban Sr. calling, who, as befits him, introduced himself very effectively, highlighting his status as the company's director. Gon kept up the conversation, but he himself was already analyzing the situation and understood that since the director was the first to call, it meant he had already started digging under the hero. The old man was not in the mood for small talk and immediately got to the point of the call. He had already been informed that Gon had taken the almond tree from Natalia Romanova. The old man wanted to discuss this matter in person, but Gon was critical and did not intend to waste time on the old man, nor sell the tree, so he hung up first. Such impudent behavior from the boy angered Old Man Ban. He clenched his teeth and growled, and poor Kit Stork tried to find out the reason for such behavior. When Ban finally told about how the call went, the secretary immediately supported the director, accusing the guy of disrespect. No matter how angry Ban was, the boys still had the almond tree, and the old man was angry that he had taken the relic with the most powerful aura for himself. And now the old man was angry at the secretary, who had restrained the director from spending too much. If it weren't for the stork, he would have had the relic. And although the secretary bowed and apologized, he did not feel guilty. The company should not go bankrupt because of the director's personal desires. Standing in a bow, the secretary thought about how to solve the problem that had arisen, because this was a good moment to prove himself to the director. Kit Stork promised to resolve all misunderstandings, but he asked for permission to use any methods. The secretary was sure that Gon was just a stupid and ignorant boy, so with a couple of relics he would quickly resolve the issue. As soon as Simon found out who Yu was talking to in such a dismissive tone, and even ended the dialogue so rudely, he began to scold the guy. Gon got tired of Simon's whining, so he took out a golden axe and threatened to use it on the blonde if he continued to grumble. After such an argument, Simon immediately became quiet, and when Gon went on business, he waved his hand sweetly to his boss as he said goodbye. Already at the door, Gon decided to remind the guys that the power of the relic was still active, and the slightest stupidity on the part of the bandits would turn into a catastrophe for them. Gon walked down the hotel corridor. He needed to take care of Ban, as he knew that he would probably set up an ambush soon to get the elixir. The guy took a silver axe out of his jacket, which had been reacting for some time, which meant the enemy had already made his move. Gong Yu had been walking around in the open specifically to catch the tail, so it was no surprise that after a while drinking lemonade, he was able to spot it. Gon was followed by a tail in the form of Kit Stork's secretary, and now he was standing below on the pedestrian path, talking to someone on the phone. Gon watched him and realized that the secretary looked down on him because he worked alone. There was a slight aura of a relic around the secretary. The artifact was weak, but even so, Gon wanted to take into account that the enemy could use them. The secretary was heading to the bar where Gon was last seen, and was scolding his subordinate because he was tired of walking and not finding the target. However, this time the secretary was lucky. Gon was sitting at the bar and carelessly drinking a drink. It was a good moment for an attack. While the secretary thought he was hunting for Gon and approached him from behind with an innocent question, our hero was glad that Ace had swallowed the bait. The secretary came close to Gon, looking down at him, but Gon's silence and lack of an answer to his question angered him. The secretary asked the question again, wanting to start a dialogue with the guy, but he ignored him again. Finally, unable to bear being ignored, Stork slammed his hand on the bar counter and shouted at his opponent, trying to get his attention. And the next second, something happened that attracted the attention of everyone present. The bartender watched what was happening, puzzled. For his daring behavior, Gon threw the secretary over and laid him on his shoulder blades, demonstrating his superiority in the current situation. Now it was Gon's time to mock the secretary's disgusting manners. The guy scolded his opponent for raising a voice and not being able to start a dialogue respectfully. The secretary managed to sit up and entered into an argument with Gon, while Gon himself was finally close enough to the relic to feel and study it. Now Gon stood and looked down at Stork. He still didn't know what kind of relic was hidden in the enemy's pockets, but he had already decided to take it for himself. The stork jumped to his feet with screams and insults, and Gong Yu continued to look at his opponent with a grin and mockingly invited him to speak out. The secretary casually mentioned his connection with Director Ban and reminded the boy of their meeting on Midas. He wanted to discuss this with Gon. Gon continued to mock, assuring that he did not remember the interlocutor, and this really hurt the proud stork. He was sure that he was seen. Gon began to openly mock the secretary, pointing his finger at him and resorting to insults, while his smile grew wider. For Stork, the belittlement of his merits and name was the last straw. The anger prompted the man to release his dark aura, causing the glasses to burst. While the secretary was indignant, Gong Yu launched the system, and he was able to find out that the opponent's loss of composure had reduced his control over the relics. Gon remembered the story of when a secretary was supposed to take over a big company, but he made a mistake because of his arrogance and made a mistake. But Old Man Ban helped him. That's why Stork tries so hard. Even in his past life, Stork often pestered Gon, using every opportunity. But as soon as he pressed on the secretary's complex, he lost his mind and fell into a rage. One day, Gong Yu couldn't stand the secretary's mockery and responded, after which the secretary snatched out a relic that looked like a short staff with gold weaving on the index part. However, he was unable to use the relic. Since high-ranking relics also require high self-control, the artifact is controlled mentally. Knowing this, Gon continued to deliberately irritate the secretary, insisting that he needed the tree and had no intention of parting with it. Gon pressed that Old Man Ban had already humiliated himself before the hero, but was refused. However, the hero was ready to give the tree if the secretary asked nicely. The stork was angry that some unknown kid had reproached the honor and pride of his idol, and now he was also demanding that he bow his head. But Stork has no other leverage to make a quicker decision, so he still bows to Gon and asks him to pass on the plant. However, the secretary himself is thinking that as soon as he receives the artifact, he will tear the guy to pieces and make him answer for every humiliating word. And then Stork heard the loud and booming laughter of Gon, who was mocking the secretary and assuring him that he envied Ban, who had such a funny subordinate. This was the last straw for Aced. He grabbed a flask of some gold dust from his pocket and pounced on Gon, assuring him that he would make him his slave. The stork threw the contents of the flask at Gon with all his might, but Yu took just one step to the side to avoid the blow, prompting the secretary to back off. After the unsuccessful attack, Stork examined the relic, not understanding why the shavings scattered on the opponent did not subdue Gong Yu. The hero took advantage of this delay, grabbed the stork by the head, and then slammed his face into the wall with a jerk, thereby breaking his nose. Gon explained that the secretary had lost the ability to control the relic and was now pinned against the wall. But Stork was intrigued by the fact that someone else knew about the relics. Meanwhile, Yu snatched the relic from the secretary's hands and, with the help of the system, managed to learn its ability not just to subjugate, but to influence the mind. So he designated himself as its new owner. The relic was initially confused by the change in power, but liked the level of control Gon had, so it quickly accepted the new owner. Gon forced the secretary face down on the floor and pinned him down with his foot, after which he poured the elixir of influence on him, despite the loser's protests. Gon was already familiar with the zombie relic, the voodoo priest's powder, which was legendary and was the product of a legend from Africa. The belief in voodoo was widespread in ancient times in Africa, and many believed that for sins during life, they would be turned into zombies after death. People believed in it so strongly and for so long, telling many stories from generation to generation, that it became a legend, which gave birth to the relic. If you touch the golden powder of the elixir, your mind will leave your body, and you will become a zombie. Such revenge on the selfish secretary inspired Gon very much. The secretary lost consciousness after the powder and was lying on the floor, and Gon turned around and left. Now, Old Man Bon will slow down in his plans. And for the hero, this is a good opportunity to take more relics. Old Man Jules was shown the secretary's condition, which made him grit his teeth and furrow his brows in anger. The muscles on his forehead appeared, and the subordinates behind him were confused. The stork slowly walked around the cell, being a zombie without reason, with an open mouth and in a prison uniform. He was no longer an employee for Ban. So Jules Ban turned away from the camera and did not answer questions from local staff about whether he recognized the prisoner as his employee. The fact is that the news that evening showed Stork walking around downtown Las Vegas naked and performing a striptease, which disgraced Ban's honor as a boss. The Ban employees were unable to hush up the incident. The head of Ace did not come to his senses, and they asked Jules for advice. Ban was too angry to respond calmly, so he used only shouting to explain the need to submit, since now the whole world saw how Ban and his organization were trampled into the dirt. However, the director remembered that the secretary still had relics in use, so he demanded that they be brought. But the staff were forced to disappoint him, because the secretary was found without a single thing. The relics were stolen by someone. Although his subordinates suggested searching in places where Stork had been, the director refused, since the artifacts were probably taken by the one who turned the secretary into a zombie. It was hard for his subordinates to believe that their boss, being a professional user of relics, had lost control of his own and lost the fight to someone. But Jules Ban was sure that the guy from Gong Yu's prediction was behind the incident. But for now, the old man didn't know whether he himself possessed the relic or whether someone was behind him. The director was sure that Gong Yu was just an inexperienced kid, and therefore offered to send his assistant to him, who would make the guy sit quietly and not disturb Ban. Meanwhile, Gong Yu and his subordinates were at the Las Vegas airport waiting for their plane. Simon was curious about what new relic appeared in the luggage. The blonde held the flask in his hands and looked at the other things, not believing that any of it had value. But Gon was no longer listening to the guy. He was checking the list of relics he had acquired and hoping that he would be able to deliver everything to Korea without incident or loss. Now Gong Yu had at his disposal not only the axes, the rope, and the blade of Muramasa, but also the Code of Hammurabi, Shakespeare's pen, Marie Antoinette's pendant, and the tree of Emperor Qin. With the help of the incident with the secretary, the hero managed to add zombie powder, foxtail grain, and Homer's glasses to his collection. The hero looked at his relics with enthusiasm. It was a good set for conquering the tombs that would appear soon and getting higher-level relics. At this time, a girl in a suit with a short haircut, working for TKVM and Bana, approached Gong Yu, and the hero immediately understood this. Together with Agent Gina, they sat down in one of the airport restaurants, and as soon as they were brought drinks, the girl immediately moved on to the question of the stolen relics from their employee. Gina put a folder on the table and pushed it towards Gon, explaining that the director was offering the guy a job in their company's search group, looking for tombs and relics. Gong Yu almost laughed in the agent's face. He guessed the reason for her appearance here, which made the girl very surprised, but she didn't show any emotions. Agent Gina was apparently the best, as she immediately began her advertising program for the contract, talking about the uniqueness of the offer and the fact that an advance of 100 million would be added to the salary. But Gon interrupted Gina by placing the glass on the table and looking straight into the girl's eyes. He refused the offer because it had no value to him. Gina coldly shamed Gon for the way he treated her as an elder. And also, as an elder and with more life experience, he still accepted the lucrative offer. In addition, according to her, the director still had leverage over the guy due to the theft of property. If he wanted, he could restore justice and no one would stand up for Gon. Gina continued her idea, but Gon just narrowed his eyes and smiled. He was glad that the girl quickly showed her character and intentions, but he clearly did not like these attempts to threaten. Gon translated the TKVM agent's metaphors into ordinary words about how he and his people would be quietly destroyed. But there were things his opponents didn't know about him, so he wanted to give her advice. Gong Yu distracted the girl with advice on how to choose the right opponent for threats, while he himself quietly pulled out zombie powder from his pocket. The girl was excited to see the dangerous relic in the hands of the enemy, but she was sure that the guy would not use the powder in a public place, although out of reluctance to tell the public about the artifacts. The hero just laughed at this. because the goal of keeping the secret is pursued by the TKVM company, and he only collects them in different ways. So he uncorked the flask. The screams echoed throughout the airport, and Simon and his subordinates immediately realized that Gong Yu was involved. They turned towards the entrance of the cafe where their boss had gone, expecting signs of something bad. But it was calm, so they thought to go check out the situation. Meanwhile, Gong Yu showered the TKVM agent with zombie powder, causing the girl to fall to the floor in fear and begin to shake herself off, fearing the effects of the relic. Gina couldn't believe that Gon was using the relics, especially so openly, so she screamed at the guy out of indignation. Gong Yu looked down at the girl with disdain. She still judged him as a subordinate of the TKVM, but the hero had never worked for them in his life and would no longer tolerate being looked at as worthless. To spite the agent and the company, as soon as Gon notices that people with cameras are starting to gather around them, he starts loudly pointing at the powder and asks that the video be uploaded to the internet. But the hero is attracted by the fact that the powder did not affect the girl, which means that either the girl has a high level of control over relics, or she has some kind of relic with her that protects her. As soon as the girl and the guy's gazes crossed, Gina quickly jumped back, increasing the distance in front of the guy while snatching a bottle from somewhere. And then, with one wave of her hand, Gina pulled out a huge wave from the bottle, which flew towards Gon and was supposed to wash him away like in a storm or with prices. However, the guy kept the Hammurabi code with him, which he now activated for protection and redirected the wave away from himself. Right in front of Gong Yu, the wave turned in the opposite direction and attacked the host, covering her head. The wet and weak girl was lying on the floor again, and Gong Yu was hanging over her with a silver axe at the ready, causing the girl to start begging for mercy. And at that moment, Simon and his friends burst into the cafe, demanding that Gon calm down, or at least not kill a man in such a crowded place in daylight. But Gon just grinned and asked not to worry. He wouldn't kill anyone today, but he would destroy something valuable to the girl. Agent Gina did not arrive at the airport alone. She was expected in the common area. But watching the security guards running to the cafe, reporting a possible terrorist attack, they became worried. Among those waiting for the girl was the director himself. And hearing on the radio of one of the employees about the naked girl in the cafe, he realized that Gong Yu had pulled his trick again. Meanwhile, Gong Yu picked up a new relic that fell out of the girl's pocket, and Simon became curious about what kind of relics the boss keeps talking about. While the hero was reading information about the ink of an artist from Montmartre in Paris, a raven approached him and offered him to leave the airport. Gong Yu was initially unsure if he heard his savior, but Raven warned that the hero's location would soon be plunged into chaos. Simon couldn't hear the relic's voice, and began to suspect that Gon was talking to the air due to problems with his head, which scared him a little. Raven continued to insist on running and following him, but Gon only became angry from such commands. The guy did not want the relics to guide him in this life either. Evil Gon began to hit the air, hoping that the spirit was nearby and he would be able to hit it. And Simon, watching him, only became convinced of his theory. Raven continued to warn the boy that he would regret it if he didn't listen to him. But Gon only became more angry and refused to believe the relic. Meanwhile, the director approached the guy from behind, drawing attention to himself and praising the hero for the show he had put on. Gon wasn't surprised by the meeting, or at least didn't allow himself to show it. He just calmly greeted the old man. But Simon was taken aback by seeing such a high-ranking bigwig. Among the scattered tables and chairs, the director moved calmly, keeping his hands in his pants pockets, addressing only Gon, while Simon's friends greeted him. Simon tried to express his joy at meeting them, but he froze in his tracks, his body paralyzed, which Gon immediately noticed. Looking at the director and seeing the dark aura of using the relic around him, he realized that the old man was using the relic of subordination. Gon immediately pulled out an Egyptian knife from his jacket pocket and quickly moved behind his opponent, placing the blade against the old man's neck. Gon suggested that the director act more cautiously and not resort to the force of domination, especially on his subordinates. Gon calmly demanded that they stop suppressing his people, and the director could look behind him out of the corner of his eye, angry that the kid was so fast. Now the old man understood why his subordinates lost to Gon, but he didn't know what to do about it yet. So he obeyed the demand and freed Simon and the guys. Meanwhile, Gon retreated from the old man in one jump. Ban sincerely expressed his admiration for the guy and his level of control over the relics. The old man knew the prophecy and that the relics would be known about sooner or later. And the guy in front of him, in his opinion, was the one who would tell people about the artifacts, which he really didn't want. Jules Ban had long ago decided to get rid of all people who knew about the existence of the relics and postpone the day of the prophecy. Unnoticed by his interlocutor, the director concentrated the flow of power in his hand and then directed it at Gon, confident of success. The force released was so great that Simon and his friends had to bend their bodies and cover themselves with their hands to maintain balance and not fly away. However, this did not make any impression on Gon. Moreover, the old man was outraged that the guy did not disappear and go to an alternate reality. With a grin, Gon showed him the relic of the 2 black tickets he had stolen from the old man and was now dangling in his hand. Gon really wanted to use the relic against Ban, so he could eliminate his enemy and get revenge in a very beautiful way. The old man was outraged by the theft, and Gon laughed to himself because now he was being scolded for something for which he had previously been praised. Meanwhile, the system notified the hero that the thief's skill level had increased, which angered the guy, since now was not the time for games. He rushed to analyze the relic, Lonely God's Invitation, which revealed the artifact's divine level and Gong Yu's inability to subjugate it yet. The hero was upset that he would not be able to send the enemy to another dimension. And the old man, meanwhile, gathered strength for a new attack. Because the tickets were not his only relic. Jules Ban unleashed another wave of his power, and Simon and his boys had to cover themselves up again as if from a hurricane. And the next second, all 3 fell to their knees in front of the old man. And Gon realized that the enemy had one of the most powerful relics, the Enslaver, which allows one to take control of a person's mind. In his past life, Gon couldn't find out anything about it. But now he realized that it was because the relic was a parasitic type, and he couldn't cut off the enemy's limbs to eliminate it, since he also had a relic of protection. The old man was reveling in his power and influence, and Gon was hesitant to act, since Ban's body was now practically an impregnable fortress. The problem with the relic is that after activation it shakes the air, creates an incomprehensible noise, and energy flows begin to affect the surroundings, plunging everything into chaos. Gon tries not to show that he has lost control of the situation. So he reminds his opponent that he wanted to hide the information about the relics. But with his actions, he does the opposite. Jules Bang honestly admits that his main problem that he needs to get rid of is Gong Yu. He can remove the rest later and delete all the videos from the internet. The old man was about to use the relic of submission on Gon, but both heard a voice that demanded that they stop the feud. He loomed over Gon and Ban, warning them that they were in a place where ferocious jackals slumbered, and if the men did not stop, they would awaken the monsters from their sleep. But instead of heeding the warning, the old man admired the relic's strong aura. But he did not understand what rank the raven was. But Gon thought about the mystery of the relic, remembering stories that include jackals, and the god of death Anubis immediately came to mind. The old man also understood that the riddle spoke of a new tomb, but decided to summon it instead. So he concentrated a lot of energy around himself, from which even Gon had to cover himself with his hand. An earthquake immediately followed, causing the entire airport to shake, and Jules himself was frightened by what was happening. And in front of Gon, system windows appeared, which notified that an incalculable amount of deadly aura was penetrating his body and destroying the relics. Suddenly, the world outside the panoramic window turned orange, and when Gon looked out, he saw a great catastrophe, an event that marked the beginning of an era of chaotic relics appearing all over the world. Then the airport became the tomb of the relic of the god Anubis. All the capitals of the world, like Paris, Tokyo, Seoul too, the whole world was turned into one big tomb. Gon looked at what was happening. He didn't like how everything was developing faster than before, and he didn't know what to do. Simon was scared and asked Gon what was going on. But the hero did not show his confusion and simply stated the fact that they were locked inside a dangerous tomb. And besides, he decided to reproach the old man that this happened because Ban decided to show off his abilities. Gon told the boys that they would only be able to leave this tomb after they cleared it. but that would be very difficult. But the hero did not tell that in the past it took him 3 months, and now he did not know how much time would be needed, since everything is different. However, Gon had an obligation to get everyone out, so he reassured the boys that they were in the center of the tomb, and they just needed to follow him, and then fight the master of the tomb. However, the old man didn't like this, so he once again concentrated the relic's energy in his hands and directed it at Gon. Gonu was not in the mood to fight in such a situation, so he tried to calmly explain that clearing the tomb under the current circumstances was much more important than their personal enmity. But Jules Ban had already decided for himself that he would first kill Gon and the guys, and then he would be able to take the relic without interference. While Gon was thinking about the stupidity and selfishness of the old man, he released the power of the relic to its full extent and subjugated everyone, including Gon. The power of submission was so great that it brought Yu to his knees. The guy felt heavy from such pressure. Sweat appeared on his forehead from the resistance. The old man stood haughtily over Gon and scolded him for being too rude in his communication even while kneeling, and demanded that he call himself master. Simon, like the other guys, was pinned to the floor. It seemed to him that he was going to die, so he asked Gon to think of something. However, Simon had no idea how lucky they were. The old man noticed that the opponents were experiencing trouble, but their minds were not yet completely suppressed. They had not lost their minds. Suddenly, the voice of an unfamiliar relic was heard at the airport, which was outraged by the presence of people with the ability to suppress artifacts. Instead of the raven, a huge white jackal loomed over the men, growling at the people who had caused trouble on his territory. The suppression power weakened, and Gon was able to rise up, but the guy wasn't sure why. He only assumed that it was because of the new relic. Gon was sure that before him was the god of darkness, chaos, and evil, Seth, whose relic is known for its cruel ability to destroy the life of its owner. Suddenly, another relic appeared next to Seth in the form of a black dog with a large golden collar, which was also a relic. In the black hound, the hero recognized another god, Anubis, and the necklace on his neck was none other than Osiris. According to Egyptian legend, Anubis is the god of death and power, who accompanied the worthy to paradise, and Osiris is the god of fertility and the afterlife. Gon looked at them, realizing the future problems. Because 3 divine relics were concentrated in one place, they would obviously work in tandem, and it would be difficult to clear the tomb. The jackal and the hound looked at the people, discussing what kind of test to give them. What would amuse the gods and destroy the people? But at some point, Seth stopped short. He did not want to fulfill his duty with the test. He suggested to his brother not to be so lenient and just destroy people. Anubis demanded patience. The gods entered into a squabble, and Gon, meanwhile, rejoiced at the new messages which spoke of raising immunity from the dark aura of the Egyptian gods. Eventually, Seth gets tired of holding back and decides to be the first to show his strength. Looking down at the people with a menacing look and baring his fangs, Gon looked at Seth, gritting his teeth from hatred for the relics, and at the same time, he was tense that now they would have to confront the gods. As soon as the relic of Seth began to attack the people, the other gods joined it, and in just a few seconds, the terrifying aura engulfed the people. The pressure was so strong that the guys started coughing up blood, could barely stand on their feet from muscle pain, and their noses were bleeding and their heads were hurting. But besides the ordinary guys, the old man also felt the effect of the power of the Egyptian relics. He also fell to his knees, but he had enough strength to swear. Apparently due to Simon's ability to interact with relics, the guy was still standing on his own 2 feet, so Gon instructed him to take the guys and hide somewhere. Simon, with the help of one of his subordinates, was able to carry out the weakest of their company. The old man was unable to get up and only continued to shout curses. But even more so, the old man, bleeding, did not understand how Gon could stand on his feet under such strong pressure. Gon, with his enhanced immunity, decided to mock the old man, emphasizing that they had different abilities. Finally, Set and Anubis noticed that one of the men was still standing, and the jackal reproached the hound for its poor work. The canines noticed the familiar scent, but it's too late because Gon uses the Hammurabi Code, which can simultaneously defend and attack the enemy. However, Seth and Anubis laugh when they see the pillar. They are too confident in their abilities, Their rank is higher than Hammurabi. Seth is offended that the man looks down on them, and out of anger, he attacks Gon without thinking. But the power of the code is strong enough. The relic protects the owner and at the same time reflects the attack of the Egyptian god. Set and Anubis are attacked by their own power and are surprised that a relic of a lower rank was able to resist them. And Gon is pleased with what is happening. He suggests that the gods stop judging relics by rank and not weaken their protection. Now Anubis is also serious about fighting humans and suggests using their abilities together. But Seth growls in response that he is against it, since using their abilities will reduce the life energy of the relics. But now Seth could better recognize the smell that seemed familiar to him earlier. It was the smell of Raven, whom he hated. Osiris opposes this assumption, insisting that the jackal's nose failed him because the traitor who sided with the people was sealed. Gon watched the relics communicate and did not understand why they did not fight each other, because according to legend, Set killed his brother Osiris out of envy. However, now that he had observed them longer, he had noticed that Seth was aggressive towards others, which meant that the stories written in the past still influenced the interaction and communication of the relics with each other. Gon wanted to take advantage of the relics' squabble and attack them while they were distracted. While Set and Osiris were arguing, Anubis looked at the man and turned to the other gods, convinced that the man was up to something. Gon turned to the hound and taunted him by saying that he would now turn him into a trinket and subjugate him. And this angered Anubis. Without warning, Anubis formed a gate under the boy's feet, the width of which was so great that it was impossible to escape. Gon failed and fell for a long time, and Anubis laughed at the guy, predicting that the man would not pass his test. After a long flight, Gon landed very painfully but managed to get up and see what was on the large scale. A huge Anubis in his true god form loomed over him and explained that the man was on the scales of justice and the trial was about to begin. Gon was very self-confident. He already saw the god defeated and subordinated to him. Gon was sure that the Egyptian god took such a step because his aura did not work on humans. But in doing so, he gave you the opportunity to obtain the relic. In a past life, Gon met the owner of Anubis, who was a child, and he revealed that during the test, the relic asked questions that had to be answered in the negative. The judges appeared before Gon. Gon had to answer 42 questions. But the guy was sure that if the child could pass the test, then he could too. The test subject's task is to honestly answer all questions negatively. But if he lies, the beast that hides in the darkness will smell the lie and eat him. The more Gon heard the rules of the test, the more confident he was of his victory. He did not feel any hints that things were not so simple. However, already at the first question about theft, Gon realized that he could not answer no so as not to lie, because he made a lot of money from it. Gon asked to voice the second question, and he would think about the first one, which made Anubis smile sarcastically, knowing that victory was definitely his. Following the first unanswered question came questions about lies, fights, destruction of other people's property, desire for other people's wealth, and so on. And now Gon realized that the child had managed to pass the test not because of the easy questions, but because he had not yet lived long enough to do anything on the list. Anubis looked at the man with disgust, since he could not answer any question negatively. So he reached out his hand to grab him. Anubis grabbed the man in his fist with his huge hand. Gon couldn't get out no matter how hard he tried. Gon's soul was heavier than iron. So Anubis sent the boy to hell, where snake-like chimeras wriggled. When Gon saw the inhabitants of hell looking at him with their fangs bared, he began to beg for time to answer. But Anubis doesn't give a second chance and opens his fist, sending Gon's body to hell, straight into the mouth of a monster that rises from hell specifically to quickly devour its victim. Gon runs straight into the monster's mouth, but lands in a deep cave full of desert-like sand, raising a column of dust. The pain from the fall was terrible. But as soon as Gon noticed the terrible spirits approaching him, he suddenly jumped up in place. Armed with some large bone that was lying next to him, he took up a defensive position, shouting insults at the monsters. Gon invited the monsters to attack, and they didn't need any further invitation to attack the guy en masse. Gong Yu was able to easily fight off many skeletons, but there were so many of them that he missed one attack. And only at the last moment did he put a bone in front of him, into which the skeleton sank its teeth. When Gon was thrown to the ground, He was already sure that he would die again. But suddenly the voice of Raven appeared, mocking the boy who needed his help again. Gong Yu glowed with a golden light. The aura of the Raven relic inside him stood up to protect its owner and pushed the skeletons away, raising a large column of dust again. A raven with 4 eyes hung over the boy, illuminating the cave with its bright aura and not allowing the skeletons to approach him. Gon was freed from the attacking skeletons that crumbled around him and managed to rise up, looking at Raven. The raven, as if released from its cage for the first time, was happy to have the opportunity to spread its wings. But Gon did not understand what he was talking about, because all this time he had seen the bird flying. Gon realized that because of the time jump, he and Raven perceived time differently. But there was no time to develop this topic. The skeletons were approaching again. Raven saw no way to fix anything in this time, so he suggested another option, where the Egyptian gods would die from their own powers. While Gon was puzzled by what kind of monster Raven was, the relic had already concentrated its power in its body and was sending out waves from which the guy covered himself with his hands, and the skeletons could not come closer. For the test, Anubis created an alternate world inside himself. From the outside, it looked like a ball, which now began to crumble, and Seth thought that the test was over. However, a moment later, he realized that the space created by Anubis was not opening, but was being destroyed from the inside. Someone was forcibly breaking through. The old man lay powerless on the ground, unable to withstand the deadly aura of the Egyptian gods, and watched as they were terrified of the power of the man who was clearly the one destroying the sphere. When the sphere collapsed and Gong Yu and Raven emerged from it, Seth immediately recognized the bird as the traitor to the immortal sun god Ra. Anubis returned to his place in the form of a hound, but was unconscious. No matter how much Seth called him, he did not come to his senses. Seth was furious, sure that Ra had done something to Anubis, and Osiris did not understand how the sun god had managed to escape. He was sure that he had been sealed. Set was so angry that he reminded Ra of the story of his betrayal, when he teamed up with the humans to destroy their brothers and take their power. Gon was interested in this story, but more so in the fact that one of the relics was for the people and did not seek to destroy them. So he asked about the veracity of Seth's words. Anubis was still unconscious, so Osiris suggested to Seth that they join forces and inform the others of the traitor's release. Seth was against using their abilities, however. Be that as it may, they had no other choice now. But he was so angry that he wanted to smash all living things here to pieces. Seth, while in the air, bared his teeth. His fur stood on end, and he took the position of a dog to attack, and then released a powerful stream of deadly aura. The airport building began to collapse, literally falling apart in pieces, and charged lightning flickered in the air. Gon only escaped the attack due to Raven's protection. The earth began to crack and skeletons from Anubis's hell began to emerge from them, living dead of a large army. They one by one climbed out to the living and went to scare people all over the world. Raven watched all this, but was forced to admit that he could no longer help the man. And Gong Yu did not ask. He was very confident in his abilities and did not ask more from Ra. Raven decided to remind the guy that he was now alone and would not be able to get out. But Gon already had a plan, so he only laughed at the god's words. Gon's confidence was not unfounded, because in the ordinary world he could use relics, which meant the situation had changed dramatically. Besides, the relics may be hidden among the dead. Their real forms are just things that cannot move. Therefore, Gon decided that he would cut down all the monsters and find them. For this, he armed himself with the sword of Muramasa and jumped on the crowd of the dead. Raven lingered before leaving and observed how optimistic the guy was about his abilities, and how ready he was to solve problems on his own, which he found funny. Gon chopped down skeletons left and right, mowing them down one by one and in droves as he ran from one victim to the next. At that time, the Egyptian gods, who had hidden behind the backs of the dead, were watching him and noted that the guy was enjoying the fight. Among the other dead, the gods were distinguished by the objects of their true form in the chests of the skeletons. And among themselves, they discussed that Gon had no chance of surviving in a fight with an endless army of the dead. Seth was in a hurry to destroy the man, so he turned the skeletons into huge mummies, wrapping them in enchanted bandages. At first, Gon was surprised by such a transformation of the enemies, but after an unexpected attack, from which he somehow managed to jump back, without thinking, he began to chop them again. Gon dealt the attacker several blows, but this was not enough to defeat him. The mummies turned out to be harder than the guy thought, and the blade got stuck in the mummy. However, Gon had another sacrificial blade from an Egyptian undertaker, who felt more powerful due to the presence of his god Anubis. Gon realized that the blade sensed its owner, so he grabbed it more comfortably and ordered it to be led to Anubis. Meanwhile, the Egyptian gods rejoiced at the new form in which they felt more comfortable. Anubis regained consciousness and found out why they took the form of mummies from the brothers. So they were busy talking and did not notice how Gon came up to them from behind and cut Seth. Seth's true form was cut. The god's blood was spilled, and he was surprised how the man managed to recognize them among the entire army. Anubis and Osiris saw their defeated brother and froze in horror. The man could now recognize them. Meanwhile, the blade of Gon fell upon Osiris, and his true form was shattered, and another god was defeated. Gon attacked Anubis last, cutting his mummy form into pieces, cutting off his limbs and head, after which the true form of Anubis appeared in the form of a cross with a noose, and until he was defeated, the god became curious why man was so cruel to them. But Gonu didn't have an answer to this question. Instead, he asked God to conduct the test again. Now the guy was sure that he could answer all the questions, but Anubis was against it. The tests only happened once, and besides, Gong Yu wouldn't be able to answer the questions negatively. So Gong Yu put a blade to the cross and, threatening to cut it, demanded that the list of questions be changed. The relic of Anubis had no choice but to start the test over again, and the giant scales and judges appeared again with questions. Anubis' life force was weakened, so he now appeared small and thin. God was just about to ask the first question when Gon grabbed him by the neck, demanding to listen first, which caused the hound to start breathing heavily. Gon had enough strength to lift the dog off the ground and then demand that he repeat the question in the form he had dictated to him. Such a blatant violation of the rules of divine judgment angered Anubis, and he growled at his opponent in protest. However, Gon believed that since the trial was not posthumous, the questions could be changed, and insisting on this, he squeezed the dog's throat even harder. The weakened Anubis fell to his knees from powerlessness, and he categorically did not understand why the man was threatening his life, because people strive to take possession of the power of relics. But he did not care. To which Gon only replied with a grin that a broken relic can be replaced with another, which is why he is so easygoing about the fact that owning Anubis might not work out. Anubis had to bend the rules for the sake of his life, and he asked the question the way the man wanted. But the judges could not change anything and also resigned themselves to the situation. Anubis cursed in anger, asking why Gon had kicked him in the jaw as punishment. When the question was asked in the form that Gon required, the guy was able to sincerely answer no and receive the approval of the judges. After that, Gon thought about what second question to come up with, to which Anubis again began to get indignant because the man planned to distort every question. But God had no choice, so he had to resign himself, and Gon managed to pass all 42 questions. Gonu successfully completed the task with the Great Tomb, and now the relic belonged to him. The sphere with the alternate world burst and released a new owner. After mastering the divine tier relic, Gonu checked his stats on the system and was pleasantly surprised at how his immunity and dominance had improved. It was time to close the tomb, so Gon grabbed the relic and told Anubis to close the tomb. The tomb began to collapse. Stones and debris fell from everywhere. The old man finally managed to get up and could not believe that the youth had managed to take possession of the relic. Jules Ban looked at the guy from behind. The aura of the relic hovered around Gon, which made the old man very angry. Besides, now he realized that Gon probably needed to be lured to his side. The system notified Gon that one of the 3 great tombs was closed, and the guy sighed with relief. For him, even the air was now cleaner. At that moment, an old man approached him with apologies. According to him, now he saw the greatness of the guy and his amazing abilities. As a sign of respect, he even put his hand on his heart, after which he extended his hand for a handshake. But Gon, in response, put his hands in his trouser pockets. But the old man continued to make excuses and offer friendship. The old man decided to tell the guy that the relics will change the world, and people like them with great potential will have privileges. So it is supposedly more profitable for Gon to be friends with Jules Ban. Ban was the director of TKVM and will be able to help Gon in all his endeavors, help develop his potential and abilities. But Gon was attentive, but quickly noticed how the offer to work with the director changed to working for him, which quickly revealed the director's true intention. Gon had been through this before, with the director first investing in him, then demanding results that matched the investment, and then getting rid of him as if he meant nothing. The blade was facing the director and could cut him at any moment. So the old man began to fawn, convincing Gon that he had misunderstood everything. The old man continued to try to come up with logical arguments that would put him in a better light, which only angered Gon even more. Gon tolerated the old man and his speeches for a long time, but eventually he got tired of all the lies, and with one quick movement of his blade, he cut off the enemy's head. Among the flying debris, they stood as two calm figures for a few moments. The old man's head was about to fall to the floor. Gong Yu didn't pay attention to the collapsing building. He was extremely angry at all the lies he heard from the old man again. In his new life. In the past, the old man also promised to take care of his and his people's health, but Gon was forced to watch his friend die in his arms due to Ban's slavish attitude. Suddenly, the blood that gushed out began to flow back into the old man's body, and he began to laugh at the guy, admiring his speed. It was the power of the old man's protective relic that he possessed, but it looked creepy and disgusting to Gon. The blood returned and the wound healed because of the divine relic of Achilles, which had absorbed the power of the river Styx. Gon knew the legend of Achilles, who had a weakness in his heel. Now the guy needed to figure out where the weakness was hidden in the enemy's body in order to defeat him. But it was difficult to find out. No matter how much Gon chopped the old man, he would still survive, which made Ban feel superior. The old man admitted that he was inferior to Gon in strength, but he would not be able to defeat him. So he offered to be allies. Gon was in an unenviable position, but he did not show his confusion. On the contrary, he preferred to laugh and turned to Muramasa in his hand, demanding that he gather all his strength. Gon wondered if the old man understood the meaning of the word rebellion, because the guy had no intention of joining Ban. Instead, he expressed his hostility. It was important to Gon that Ban thought of their fight as a rebellion, as Muramasa's blade was designed for that purpose and became stronger the higher the opponent's relic level was. When the blade had gathered the maximum amount of energy and began to shine, Gon was in the mood for a good fight. The old man tried to shout to the boy and prevent the fight, but Gon quickly lunged and stabbed his opponent across the stomach. Gon used power beyond the level of his blade, even though he knew that his relic would be destroyed by it. The old man's relic sensed the threat and automatically activated, protecting its owner, which caused it to attack everything around it. But Gon managed to call upon the Hammurabi code. The blade was destroyed. The code of Hammurabi was cracked. But the old man's relics also suffered gigantic damage, causing their owner to fall to the nearest boulder and was not expected to recover for a long time. Gon walked slowly towards the old man with the broken blade. Jules Ban was still unconscious. Gon didn't like that he had put in so much effort and broken the relic, and his enemy was still alive. Suddenly, Gon was called out to, and Simon and his subordinate ran up. The hero did not expect that after a large amount of released energy, they would remain alive. The blonde immediately noticed the old man's body and wondered why he was dead. But Gon explained that the director was still alive, although he looked bad. Simon looked at Gon, sure that Yu wanted to kill the director, and was surprised when the boy turned around and went to look for a restaurant to eat. Meanwhile, the news was broadcasting live about abnormal events around the world. Living dead, monsters and mummies, as well as people using superpowers. Gong Yu and his subordinates were watching the news while eating noodles, and Simon was surprised at what was happening. But he finally brought up the issue of the relics. Gonu tried again to explain to his subordinate what relics were, and that those who could take possession of them would gain great power. The relics were lying on the bed behind the boys, so Simon could see their poor condition. That's why Gon called Natalia Romanova, and very kindly informed her that he had found a way to remove her curse, while Simon was surprised how his boss could easily call the richest girl. Natalia was glad to hear the guy, especially glad that Gon found a solution to her problem. But unfortunately, she didn't know that part of what he said was a lie. But the lie was necessary so that Natalia, using her connections, could find one person for Gon. Gon was looking for the famous relic master Alexander Paint, who possessed a relic that could restore those broken due to careless use. In the past, Alexander was the best in this field. He monopolized the market and was given the nickname King of Scams. They worked on the same tomb raiding team in the past, as the old man Ban had taken an interest in the master. And now the hero wanted to pull him over to his side. The meeting with Natalia was scheduled, and the guys were already at the meeting place. But the girl was very late, and this angered Simon. But Simon decided to use this moment to find out what kind of person Gon was looking for. Gon briefly spoke about the relic master, and explained that such people must be kept under one's wing, preferably as slaves. Suddenly the air shook from the sounds of a helicopter, and the winds swept in different directions and tossed the guys on the ground. From there, Natalia screamed, promising to come down as soon as possible. Natalia got off the helicopter and walked towards Gon. She apologized for being late due to the traffic jams in the city, so she decided to use the helicopter. While Simon and his guys were in shock that the girl was escaping from traffic jams in her own helicopter, Gon decided to greet the girl nicely and offered to discuss their plan of action. The whole company sat down in the nearest coffee shop. Gon and Natalia sat at a separate table, where the girl wanted to find out the details of the person she was looking for. Natalia was unable to identify the man from the first description, so Gon decided that Alexander was using a fake passport. But he decided that the master must surely be known to collectors. And then Natalia realized that her brother might know the person she was looking for, since he was interested in art objects. Realizing that the guy could only be identified by his appearance, Gon handed Natalia a phone with a photo of Alexander, and the girl's reaction was unexpected. Simon and his guys were closely following the conversation between Gon and Natalia, and after her question about the authenticity of the photo of the person they were looking for, they even became tense. It turned out that the Romanovs knew the King of Scams, because just a month ago he had fooled Natalia's older brother, and this news made Gon choke on his drink. Natalia saw him only once, when she was at her parents' house and her brother introduced them to each other. Then the girl fell for his cute image and decided that the guy was a good person. Romanov bought some piece of art from Alexander, and then it turned out that it was a fake. And besides, there were 20 other victims. Now Gon knew the backstory behind the Scam King nickname, but he had to come back from his thoughts because the girl was talking about the impossibility of finding a boyfriend. Brother Natalia caught the guy cheating and together with his friends first searched for him and then literally chased him in a car. That's why they both saw with their own eyes how Alexander's car rammed the fence and fell off the cliff. Gon refused to believe in Alexander's death. According to the logic of events, it was impossible. But he believed Natalia's words, especially since the police also confirmed his death. Gon remembered that Alexander should be 26 years old now, and 5 years later they met in a past life, meaning he could die now. This thought made Gon think about how the past had changed, such that the relic that caused the giant tomb was Indian, not Egyptian. The sequence of some events also changed, so Alexander could have actually died. But Gon still asks the girl to look for the guy. Gon really needed the abilities of a relic master, so he wanted to believe that the guy was a tough nut to crack and still survived. At this time, old man Ban was lying in the hospital and listening to the news that the government had decided to investigate the relics, which made him angry and loudly swear. Gritting his teeth and in pain, he cursed Gong Yu. Now the relics were known, and he was tied to the bed and couldn't do anything. Ban was so angry that he threw a tantrum like a child. And at that moment, Edward entered the room. The guest asked Ban's new secretary to leave him alone with the director and sat down in a chair, scolding him for influencing the appearance of the tomb. He also advised the old man to lie low, since some of the clients were furious about what had happened, which prompted Ban to start making excuses in response. But Edward wasn't interested in his excuses. Pouring himself a glass, he emphasized that he was the one who told the customers everything. To the director's indignation, Edward calmly emphasized that he is not only a seller of weapons, but also of information. And that is how he creates trust in himself. The guest raised his glass and began asking about the relic of immortality that Ban possessed, but which was currently not working, since the owner was chained to the bed. Once Edward learned that the relic had been damaged by Gong Yu, he directed Bong to the relic restorer so that the director could continue searching for artifacts for Edward. At this point, the arms dealer left the old man, and as he walked down the hospital corridor, interested in Gon, he asked his secretary to find out about the guy. On the other side of town, Alexander sat at his desk and grumbled about people calling him and distracting him. Despite being busy, Alexander picked up the phone and was surprised that Edward was calling him. From the way the boy quickly picked up the phone, Edward immediately realized that he needed money and was most likely in some kind of trouble. Alexander had nothing to hide, and he honestly told that he was currently on the run and eventually received a compliment for his talent in faking even his own death. The old man called with an offer of work on the restoration of relics, which Alexander did not really like, because this work was very exhausting for him. However, once the guy found out that the customer was the director of the TKVM company, his joy knew no bounds, as did the amount of payment presented, so he agreed. Natalia still managed to find a clue that led to a certain art gallery where Alexander could be found. But already standing on its porch, Simon began to doubt. However, Gon decided to test this option. So together with Simonov and a bag full of relics, they entered the gallery, where they were met by a girl. Gon immediately indicated that he was looking for Alexander, to which the girl did not report the death of her master, but sweetly replied that he was absent. And while Gon was thinking about the feeling of Alexander's relics in this building, Simon caught the girl in a lie and presented her with it, slapping the table. For this reason, Gong Yu grabbed his subordinate by the ear and pulled him aside. Such sharp attacks would scare the girl away and she would not cooperate. Gon scolded Simon and explained that he would try to lure Alexander out, and then return to the girl and, like a true gentleman, apologized for his subordinate. As soon as the girl started talking about the death of the gallery's head, Gon immediately threw his bag at the reception and began to lament about his difficult situation. The girl immediately noticed that in front of her were not just historical objects, but relics, and many of them high-ranking ones. Meanwhile, Gon was carefully watching the girl, and from the change in her face, he realized that in front of him was an expert on relics. The hero did not want to waste time any longer. So, with a simple question about whether the girl was familiar with the objects, he pushed her to choose either to refuse a profitable order or to bring him to Alexander. And although Gon insisted that it didn't matter to him that Alexander was the master, he knew that there was no other. Under the pretext of needing to go to the restroom, the girl asked the guys to wait for her. But Gon knew that Alexander's assistant would run to call her master. The hero knew that the girl was no less greedy than her boss, so she would not miss the opportunity to make money. And since she was still in this field, it meant that Alexander was alive. The girl hurried to describe everything to Alexander, which caused her to stumble, and she had to tell everything again, answering the boss's questions. At first, Alexander wanted to throw them out, but the assistant told him about divine Egyptian relics, which left the guy stunned. The girl was sure that the visitors were simpletons who would be easy to fool, so she was inclined to accept the order. Alexander wanted to get his hands on the Egyptian deities, so he agreed to participate and asked the girl to take the relics to the restoration room, where he would soon slip unnoticed. The girl politely thanked him for waiting and agreed to restore the artifacts herself, and Gon thanked her sincerely. Gon very easily agreed to have the relics taken to another room, and Simon, who knew about the fakes, became alarmed. So I whispered to the boss that all the relics were in the bag, and the swindlers could escape with them. While the men were distracted, the girl had already put away her bag and placed the price list of their gallery on the reception desk, offering to look at the prices and conditions. Gon was confident in his plan, so he hinted to Simon that the bait had worked and that he should calm down. But his subordinate continued to mumble. At some point, Simon did remind him that without the relics, Gon wouldn't be able to do anything. And this turned out to be something the hero hadn't thought of, but it was the only way to test his plan. The assistant laid the relics out of the bag on the table. Alexander looked at them as if enchanted, and the girl said that one of the customers looked like a mafia member and that it could be dangerous. But Alexander, sensing a big profit, no longer listened to her and suggested returning to his place, distracting the customers while the master himself made copies of the artifacts. Alexander reached for the raw material to make copies using the relic of the fake artist's secret signature that Gon had seen him with in his past life. The hero already knew Alexander's scam scheme, which consisted of making copies and then stealing the original. The secret signature relic allows one to create a perfect forgery with a single touch, which not only copies the shape of the item, but also some of its functions. The reason why it is difficult to recognize a fake right away is also the copying of the relic's aura for 12 hours. But Gon already knew about this feature. While the guys were sitting in the hall and doing all sorts of stupid things, Simon was studying the price list and was indignant that repairing the relic was outrageously expensive. Simon pointed out that a simple scratch would cost 10 million, but Gon brushed it off, since he didn't plan on paying. When the girl returned to the reception with her bag, Gon and Simon were the first to approach and inquire about the repairs. The girl expressed regret that the relics were too damaged and she herself could not repair them. She was not their master. Gon demonstratively opened the bag to check the condition of the artifacts, and then, with one sharp movement, threw everything off the table, which greatly frightened the girl. Without warning, Gon started a scene. His face twisted in anger so much that even Simon believed it was a real scene and not an act. But when Gon explained to the guys that the girl had switched his relics, Simon's face changed, and his buddies approached the reception ready to act. The gangster look of the guys and the threat to harm the girl immediately prompted the assistant to hand over her master, pointing her finger towards the room where the original relics remained. Alexander heard screams from the hall and immediately went to the door, putting his ear to better hear what was happening, and did not understand how the customers so easily recognized the fake. Just as the guy was thinking about escaping, the door he was standing near was kicked open, and the guy flew back from the impact, falling to the floor. Alexander hit his head, so it took him a while to come to his senses. But as soon as he noticed the angry Gon and his guys on the threshold, he quickly came to his senses. To prevent the master from escaping, Gon set in motion a rope, which quickly began to wind loops around the offender. And the presence of another relic surprised Alexander. Gon asked the mater for the stolen relics, but the guy was puzzled by the behavior of the rope, which not only tied the guy up, but also began to harass him. Intimidated, Alexander told about the safe and asked to save him from the troubled relic. But Gon first went to the stolen relics. Gon quickly opened the safe and began to examine them for originality, and Alexander began to be indignant and ask how the uninvited guest knew the password to his safe. Alexander hung and swore at Gon, and the hero just silently looked at him and thought about how to now attract him to his side. Now Alexander is famous for his scams with art objects, his bad character and hysteria, and his connections with high-ranking people. However, earlier the guy was a skilled artist who studied art at a famous American school. And then one day his mentor, Richard Chang, appropriated Alexander's artistic style, which the guy had been painstakingly developing for a very long time. Richard became world famous, and Alexander's protests meant nothing, since the student was not so well known in the art world. The guy was accused of envy and lost his career, which caused him to change morally and start using his talent to deceive people. At that moment, he received a relic of counterfeiting, which helped the budding scammer get on his feet and earn a reputation in the scam industry. Gon could have calmly talked to the master, but he is too corrupted by money and resentment, so he cannot be convinced to cooperate. While Gon was thinking about cooperation, Alexander was indignant. But at some point, he switched to unacceptable insults, and the hero realized that persuasion would not help here. Gon was the first to decide to use torture and blackmail. So he took out Shakespeare's pen and told Alexander that everything written with a pen comes true. Simon and the boys watched the punishment of the culprit, but even they thought it was cruel to punish by threatening male dignity. The guy writhed in pain in a cocoon of ropes, constantly cursing Gon, and then gave in and asked for mercy. He was ready not to take payment from the guest, but Gon laughs since he didn't plan on paying anyway. But he agrees to spare the guy's life if he makes a deal with him on the hero's terms. Gon freed Alexander from the rope. Simon handed over the contract, and after the master read it, he fell to the floor in tears, since the conditions made him Gon's slave. Of course, the conditions seemed good to Gon, but Alexander didn't like the free restoration, the appearance at the first call, and the impossibility of having other clients. And as soon as the master of the relics mentioned the point about revenge from the Code of Hammurabi, Simon and his friends shrank, because they still remembered the painful impact of the relic of justice on them. But Gon is angry that the guy doesn't see the $6 million contract income, the bonus for each restored relic, and also the full provision of the master and his safety. But Alexander doesn't trust Gon because he doesn't seem like someone who has the money or skills to do what he promised. And there's no reason to trust him. Alexander decided that Gon and his bandits had let their guard down, so he attempted to escape by rushing towards the secret exit. Simon didn't appreciate such stupidity on the part of the master, but since Gon allowed the escape, before rushing after him, he asked the boss's permission. Gon gave the order to return the escapee, but clarified that the guys should not put too much pressure on Alexander. There was no need to further set him against their cooperation. Although Alexander signed a contract before escaping, using force to motivate him has its limits, so it is necessary to gain his trust as soon as possible, especially since he will soon receive a divine relic. Alexander ran away from Gon to the next room, calling director Jules Ban along the way. Having locked the door behind him, the relic master quickly introduced himself to the director, which surprised the old man since he did not think that the guy would contact him first. Ban lay on his hospital bed and was glad that the master had contacted him, and was honored that the guy was trying to please him. A frightened Alexander quickly reduces the dialogue to an agreement to cooperate with the director and a willingness to repair the relic. The director asked the security guards to turn off the television so they could better concentrate on the dialogue. The old man was glad of the boy's consent, because he thought that his relic of submission had started working again, and he nobly offered to discuss the details of their deal. The guy didn't even listen to the terms of the old man's contract, but agreed in absentia, and Ban, confident in his strength, offered to discuss a place for a meeting. But suddenly shouts were heard from the phone, demanding that the door be opened, followed by the sound of a broken door and a fight. Gon's guys broke into the room where the master was hiding and captured him, trying to snatch the phone. Gon already knew who Alexander was talking to, but it was a surprise for the old man to hear his enemy on the other side of the call, who, among other things, knew his plans. Gon did not continue the dialogue for long, but clearly stated that Alexander was now his personal restorer, which naturally brought the old man to hysterics. Alexander, seated on his lap, was indignant, but Gon understood that the guy was not yet familiar with the rotten TKVM system, which is why he was so eager to come under their wing. Gon calmly warned the boy that the old man was a very bad person, and the boy should think twice about his actions. Although Gon invited the master to join him, he was already against it, believing that Yu was forcing him to do so. Realizing that Alexander was angry and was reasoning emotionally, he suggested discussing everything, sitting down on a chair and introducing himself. He explained that all this fuss was to lure him out of hiding, but Gon wanted cooperation, and on very favorable terms for the master. But it was too late. The guy didn't trust the hero, and current behavior doesn't change what happened. Gon picked up the contract that had fallen to the floor and warned that he wanted to be friendly, but Alexander's behavior left him no choice. Gon begins to write down Alexander's name and describe his fate, pressing painful triggers about talent, fraud, and selling counterfeits. And then he read it and showed it to Alexander, who was indignant about how the uninvited guest knew this story. Finally, Gon decided to tell the guy that the original paintings belonged to his mentor, thereby driving the guy to the peak of anger. The distraught Alexander lifted himself up with one jerk and, jumping, prepared to punch Gon in the face. But Yu was stronger and more experienced. It was easy for him to block the fist and push it aside like an annoying fly. But the words about Richard imitating Alexander's paintings interested him. As far as Gon knew, imitating someone else's style takes a lot of time, and Richard was steadily releasing new paintings and exhibitions. As an artist, Alexander confirmed Gon's idea and also said that his former mentor somehow manages to draw what Alexander is thinking, as if he were reading his mind. The master knew that his words sounded ridiculous, but Gon only laughed at the relic master, who did not realize that Richard was using a relic with a unique ability. Gon knew that there was a relic that could copy anything the owner wished for, including intangible knowledge and abilities. Alexander noticeably calmed down and now conducted the dialogue more calmly, not understanding how Gon knew about such a relic and why he was so confident in his theory. Gon has an opportunity to regain his lost trust and offers to help Alexander regain his glory. But in exchange, Alexander works for him. Alexander, of course, wanted to return glory, but first of all to restore his honor and justice. So he was very surprised by the offer. Now Gon had definitely found the treasured key to the Relic Master's voluntary cooperation with him, so he began to push the temptation of the deal. Although the boy thought about the offer, Gon was confident that the deal would be made. But unexpectedly for the hero, the guy extended his hand in front of him with an open palm, asking him to wait. Alexander asked for time to think about the proposal better, but Gon was not going to wait. So he directly asked the guy about another wish. And although the master tried to say something in his defense, Gon realized that the boys still wanted to meet the old man. The hero didn't try to dissuade him, but threw a phone in the guy's face, asking him to do as he pleased. Although Gon was offended by the comparison with Old Man Ban, the guy would only make the right decision after he made a mistake. However, Gon did not want to leave the guy without support and protection, so he threw him a martial arts relic. The master of relics was humiliated by such mocking behavior, but he accepted the relics, and Gon, meanwhile, saw the guy off with words about his imminent return. The next day, Alexander showed up at the TKVM company on Jules Ban's doorstep to discuss the terms of their contract. An important condition for the guy was to punish the culprit, so he immediately moved on to the question of the mentor. The old man knew about Richard, about his genius and his worldwide fame, but judging by his grin, he knew something more. Naive Alexander honestly told his story and that Richard possesses a relic of copying, which he uses to make money. The condition to punish Richard and restore justice surprised the old man and then made him laugh. Jules Ban laughed. His secretary was already typing something into the phone, and Alexander was indignant, finally thinking about the correctness of his choice. Imagine the Relic Master's surprise when Ban spoke to Richard on the phone as if he were an old friend. Gon knew that the old man would prefer to maintain good relations with Richard, and his request would be ignored. So he so easily let the guy go to the enemy's lair. In the past, Ban and Richard were not just acquaintances, but one of the main participants in the Pandora organization, which will soon be created. Ban put the call with Richard on speakerphone, and he addressed the guy, scolding him for the stupidity of addressing his friend, and most terrible of all, for the fact that the guy was still alive, although he was so humiliated. Ban calmed his friend down and ended the conversation, assuring him that he would sort everything out himself, while smiling sarcastically and looking at the guest like a predator at prey. Being humiliated and insulted twice by the same person made Alexander very angry, but he could do nothing but clench his teeth in anger. The boy quickly turned around and headed for the exit, complaining that he didn't know about their friendship, otherwise he wouldn't have come. But the old man had other plans. Ban remembered Gon and that strange phone call yesterday, so he believed that Master was sent by Gon. Using the relic of subordination, Jules forces the guard to put Alexander in a chokehold, preventing him from leaving the office. Alexander tries to kick and save himself, but the old man demands that he stay and fix his relics. The beaten master is still confident that he is protected by law and threatens to sue for kidnapping. And when the guards moved towards him again, the guy remembered about Gon's relics and pulled one out, holding it in front of him like a bunch of garlic from vampires, expecting it to protect him. The gold pendant did not help Alexander in any way. On the contrary, it angered the guards, and they already raised their feet over the guy to trample him. But this relic summoned Gon, who planned to appear at the crucial moment as a prince on a white horse and rid the guy of his doubts. Gon knocked out both guards with one kick. The master couldn't believe that such a strong man saved him. Gon turned to Alexander, who was still kneeling, and demanded that he stand up and run with him. The old man, who was watching what was happening, became hysterical, not wanting to see his enemy in his office, especially since he had once again thwarted his plan. But Gon is not in the mood for hysteria and showdowns. He calmly admitted that he is only here to save the guy. The two-man guard was not enough. Gon beat them up pretty badly, but the old man continued to order them to get up and tie them up. Noticing the guards standing up, Gon took out Shakespeare's pen and wrote out a pain scenario for each opponent except him and Alexander. Gon used the moment to escape and take the boy to his home, where he accepted the contract, unaware of his responsibilities. Gon didn't quite understand the guy's question, so he repeated the point about his responsibility to restore all the relics in the bag, which horrified Alexander. Moreover, when Gon shook the relics out of the bag onto the floor, the boy screamed that he would agree to any other hard work than restoring all this. With tears in his eyes, Alexander accused Gon of fraud. But he simply waved it off and shifted the blame to the guy's past. This remark quickly angered Alexander, especially the fact that he was being ordered around by a man younger than him. But Gon wasn't going to tolerate the familiar attitude and insubordination, so he used force to make the guy work. The guy was even more shocked by the demand to restore everything in 3 days, which he considered impossible. Alexander started shouting, explaining that restoring the 10 relics would take him at least a month. Simon and his boys had been busy with the almond tree all this time, but the heated argument between the master and the boss distracted them, and they began to watch them. Alexander tried to explain that the relics looked like they were about to fall apart, but Gon interrupted his monologue, accusing him of lying. Gon realized that the guy wasn't dodging. The master of relics really wasn't experienced enough yet. So the hero picked up the golden axe to prove otherwise. Alexander handed his relic to Gon for repair, and the hero began to study it, worried that it might break from his use. Then Alexander proposed a bet that if Gon failed to repair the relic, the master would be allowed to repair 1 relic per month. But then Alexander made a mistake and increased the rate to free work, which only encouraged Gon to complete the task. Gon sat down at the table and opened his brush, and then began to work on restoring the axe, surprising Alexander, who was standing next to him, with the speed of the repair. A short time later, Gon showed the master the restored axe, causing him to go into hysterics because he considered it impossible. Gon finished and handed the relic to the owner, offering to test the brush for strength. In fact, the artifact had been screaming and wanting to return to Alexander all this time. So Gon explained that the axe was being repaired quickly because of the relationship, since both were from Korean fairy tales. Alexander looked closely at the brush and noticed that after use, the durability had dropped significantly. It wasn't because of Gon. Meanwhile, Gon had already taken the guy by the shoulder and offered to sit down, assuring him that he would never be able to achieve the same quality as Alexander. But the master already doubted his abilities, so Gon had to force the guy to sit down and persuade him to get to work. Gon saw Alexander as a legendary relic master from the future, so he suggested that they start working to raise their skill level. When Alexander was left alone with his work, his phone suddenly rang. It was Edward. Gon left Alexander, checking on the condition of the almond tree along the way, which had grown very well in recent days. And the next moment, a system window appeared in front of Gon with a notification about increasing agility and fast learning after one touch to the object. But most of all, Gon was attracted by the new skill of restoration, which the hero could not have acquired due to the lack of connection with the relic and predispositions. But it was there. But Gon was distracted from his thoughts by Alexander, who brought a phone and announced that his friend Edward wanted to talk to him. Gon immediately recognized the arms dealer by the nickname King of Wealth, which surprised Alexander and the bandits. Unlike the others, Gon knew Edward in his past life as a British investor who influences the relic market and sometimes acts as a middleman between relic users. Edward was surprised that the stranger knew him, but Edward simply couldn't help but know the information broker who had caused a lot of bloodshed in his past life. Edward called with an offer of cooperation, since the guy had amazing talents and could also interfere with Ban. But as soon as Gon refused, Edward threatened and even promised that he would make the guy regret his refusal. Gon was not afraid of the seller's threats, but he asked what they wanted from him and what he would get from the cooperation. Edward offered VIP status in exchange for Gon bringing back a relic from a tomb that had formed in the Chinese government office. Edward assured that the relic would be handed over to the Chinese government, but Gon was not so easily fooled. He directly asked who the seller was working for this time. The King of Wealth mistook the guy for a newbie, so he was surprised by his knowledge. But Gon wanted less lies, so he threatened that he knew everything about Edward and his businesses. Edward sat in the car and smoked a cigar, but the dialogue began to gain momentum and the man forgot about smoking, especially after the order to tell everything about the order of the Chinese tomb. The seller had to admit that the order was unusual even for him, since the customer was from General Kira Clark, which surprised and scared the hero a little. The general was a researcher from the US military, and not only did she have a very cruel personality, but she also had the title of War King. Edward hesitated, but he still told him that America was collecting maple relics, and Gon immediately realized that the general had a map that he also needed to get. When everything had been told, Edward finally took a drag on his cigar and exhaled, asking Gon for a decision. Gon didn't want to follow someone else's orders, but the offer and its results would be very useful. So the hero agreed to the order. Gon didn't explain anything to his subordinates, so it's not surprising that the master with a bad character, sitting on the plane on the way to China, was outraged by the sudden trip. Although it is understandable, for an ordinary person it is extremely unusual that after finishing a call, they board a plane without buying a ticket and going through security. But for the Romanovs, this was the norm. When Natalia approached Gon to make sure the flight was comfortable, Alexander gazed at her beauty, but could not remember where he had seen her before. Gon noticed the master's unethical silence and asked to greet their benefactor, who helped with the plane. Natalia immediately reminded the swindler where her face seemed familiar to him from. And while Alexander was confused, Gon only made fun of the guy. Alexander immediately bowed down, asking for forgiveness for what he had done to her brother. And unexpectedly, the girl easily forgave him. But Gon asked the girl not to be so accommodating, but to specifically tease the guy and support him, so that the master would not shirk from restoring the relics. Natalia decided to explain to the swindler that she was keeping a secret about him only because of her partnership with Gon. So it was in Alexander's interest to try to help you. Gon wasn't particularly worried about restoring the relics. Now the master wouldn't get away from him. But he advised Natalia to start learning how to control her relic. While Gon can't remove the artifact from the girl's body yet, he can teach her to restrain and control it. The parasite-type girl's relic is little understood even in the future. But Gon is looking for a solution, so he helps with the other part of the problem as best he can. Using himself and Alexander as examples, Gon explained the different types of control over the relic. Gon doesn't even think about complete control. No one has ever managed to do this. But it is necessary to reduce the negative effect. As soon as the Queen of Misfortune landed in China, the stock market immediately fell, and everyone at the airport was indignant about various troubles. 2/3 of China had become a tomb. But now they were interested in the one near the island, the only entrance to which had been destroyed. Gon listened to the news and could not believe that the pogroms described were connected not with a natural disaster, but with a relic, which was also tied to a ship. Gon was distracted by Alexander, whose restoration brush had disappeared. And just as the hero wanted to scold him for his clumsiness, he heard from the crowd how the others were complaining about the loss or theft of the artifact. The next moment, Gon received a notification that he had been robbed by a thief. Gon immediately sensed the theft of 3 relics from his pockets, which made him angry. So he decided to use the rope that was twisted into bracelets on his hand to tie up the thief. Since Gon continued to stand still, Alexander decided that he was not going to look for the thief. But the master did not know that the rope itself would cope with catching the thief. Time passed and Gon's relic did not return, meaning she had caught someone. So Yu called Alexander to follow him. At first, Alexander was confused that they were going to the women's toilet. But then he saw the cocoon in which the rope was holding the thief who was trying to escape. Gon immediately recognized the detained girl as the bearer of the Medusa relic, and also a member of the US team. Alexander had heard about Medusa Gorgon from the legend, so he immediately closed his eyes in fear. But Gon calmed the guy down. The girl tried to make an attack, but the rope immediately blocked her hair and Gon laughed at the ridiculous attempt of the detainee. Gon was so calm because according to legend, Gorgon was cursed to be a beautiful woman, and the girl in front of them was too young. Alexander was surprised that the relics had conditions for use. It turns out that part of the powers would come to the girl only after the end of puberty. However, part of the relic's powers were already in the girl's possession. So Gon took out an Egyptian blade and threatened to use it if Medusa did not obey him. The rope released the girl from the cocoon, but still kept her tied up, so that one could see the school uniform on the detainee. Gon decided not to ask the young Medusa directly, but laughing at her, he began asking questions about her team. It turned out that Kira had about 20 such students working for him, which spoke volumes about how much General Kira wanted to get his hands on the relic without even giving China a chance. But Gon didn't care about the games of the government in Pandora. The hero decided to use the girl for his own purposes in order to get the map of Maple relics. While Gon and the Master were arguing with each other, discussing the substitution through a copy of the artifact, which Alexander was afraid to do, Medusa sat frowning and waited. Tired of the argument, Gon calmed the guy down with his fist, remembering the contract, which stated that the master unquestioningly obeys the employer. When the plan was settled, Gon turned to the girl. It was time to let her go, because due to her long absence, they would soon be looking for her. Gon wanted to use the Hammurabi code, but Alexander left it behind because he had not yet managed to restore the artifact. But it was impossible to let the girl go just like that. So Gon put a small curse on her and warned her with a stern face that it would be very painful for her if she spilled the beans about him. Gon stood up and headed towards the exit of the toilet, asking Alexander to take all the relics that the girl had. The guys went to look for a way to the tomb, and Alexander asked Gon to back off or wait until he fixed everything, because it was risky to send them unarmed. Alexander had long since realized that Gon was peculiar and strange, but now he saw that his boss was crazy. Even after it became clear that they did not have the relics, Gon did not refuse to go to the tomb because he did not want to miss out on the relic. Gon continued to confidently walk forward, deciding to act according to the circumstances, and the master froze, hoping that this was a joke. That same day, at the American base, the owner of Medusa was scolded for the loss of the relics. But Amanda Walker stood up for the schoolgirl. Thomas was also a CIA employee, and now he did not mince words, scolding the girl for failing to complete the mission. The owner of the Medusa relic is named Vivian Lucy, but despite her age, she is officially a member of the US CIA and is now trying to explain that the case is unusual, bypassing the punishment of the Hammurabi Code. Amanda watched the altercation closely, and Thomas continued his interrogation in a rude manner, and finally the girl gave in. The fact of the theft came as a surprise to the senior members of the CIA, and the girl, realizing the mistake she had made, immediately closed her mouth in fear. She didn't know what Gon's threat meant, but she knew from his appearance and voice that he wasn't joking. Thomas tried to press Vivian again to find out who this person was, but Medusa was scared and began to evade. Agent Walker was calmer and decided to change the tactics of shouting to a quiet, confidential dialogue, explaining to the girl that if she told them, they could solve the problem. After thinking for a while, Medusa decided to tell about the two men. But as soon as she hinted at Hammurabi's master, she was punished. The girl's body sparked as if she had been electrocuted, and the CIA agent stepped aside for safety. But suddenly, Vivian grabbed her sides and fell to the floor, starting to roll and laugh in a ticklish fit, without even having the opportunity to explain what was happening. Meanwhile, a small fleet was moving in the waters near the island of Taipa, and Gon and Alexander were on one of the ships. The guys dressed up as employees and were now hiding on the deck, while Alexander refused to believe that they really left without the relics. While Alexander was looking in his bag for anything that could serve as a weapon, they heard the voice of the tomb, which mocked the approaching people. And while the guys were listening to the promises of the tomb, one of the workers suddenly ran up to them, announcing problems with the entire fleet. Alexander was not a warrior, so he was now confused and waited for instructions from Gon. But instead, he only stated the fact that the first ships in the formation were attacked. The first ships in the wedge were attacked by monsters straight from the depths of the ocean, and of various shapes. The monsters threw snakes at the sailors instead of spears, which burned the personnel and knocked them off their feet. Gon and Alexander were on the neighboring ship and, together with the entire crew, watched their neighbors and their chaos, realizing that soon it would affect them too. Gon armed himself with the first pipe he came across, knowing that he could deal with all the creatures on his own. But Alexander drew the boss's attention to the condition of the sailors. Now the staff of the attacked ship gathered on board and were preparing to jump to the one where the master and you were. Gon immediately realized that the sea snakes had turned the sailors, and that they had come under control, which meant that mindlessly waving their hands and killing living people under the spell was unacceptable. That's why Gon grabs Alexander and runs away, not knowing where they are yet, because they are in the middle of the ocean. But he keeps quiet about it, so as not to frighten the master even more. In fact, Gon hid a couple of relics with him, such as Shakespeare's pen, which is not damaged and as long as his target person works. The hero focused on the situation and the correct choice of words. The air sparkled, and the people who were under the control of the tomb now obeyed Shakespeare. Alexander was very surprised when the terrifying crowd froze in place and bowed their heads before them, allowing them to pass without engaging in battle. Taking cover behind the cabin, the guys thought about how to deal with the monsters. And meanwhile, the tomb turned to the one Raven had chosen. Rumors about the bearer of the Raven's relic are already circulating among all the tombs. Everyone is interested in Gong Yu, and Alexander became interested in why the relics are so interested in the boss. The local relic hated Raven and his bearer, but warned that every tomb would now try to destroy Gong Yu. And the hero was only glad of such circumstances, because it meant that the relics themselves would run into his hands, and he would not have to wander around the tomb for a long time in search. The tomb wanted to destroy people and gone, so high cliffs appeared in the bay, from which large boulders fell. The sea began to rage in order to drop the ships and throw them onto the cliffs. But Gon asked the tomb to be patient for a little while because he had a couple of questions that he wanted answers to right now. Last time with the Egyptian relics, Gon realized that Raven was famous, but he still didn't understand who he was. But the tomb refused to obey the man even in such a small matter, ordering him to find out for himself. But Gon is cunning. So by playing on the tomb's sense of self-worth, the guy tries to find out information. The tomb was reproached for refusing because of old age and poor memory, which she could not bear, and, throwing lightning near the ship, agreed to explain about the Raven. Previously, Raven was respected because he possessed the power of a predator who, by devouring his victim, received its power. Being a great relic, he was strong, but he betrayed his kin by making a pact with humans. The relics that the German devoured become slaves to the Raven's owner. But one day he was imprisoned in a tomb prison. The ship was tossed from side to side. Alexander was almost thrown overboard several times, but Gon held on and listened, realizing that the tomb where he died was the Raven's prison. And then Gon remembered that that tomb was indeed different from all the others. Now he understood why. But Gon didn't understand how ordinary relics could seal a relic of a class higher than divine. The tomb only laughed at such a remark. Because the Raven's carrier is still a man, it was enough to play on his desires, as he himself entered the prison, where he was killed, and the Raven was sealed. Gong Yu thanked the tomb for the interesting strategy and valuable information. Now he had a plan. Holding on tighter to the sides of the ship, Gon again asked the tomb to tell him how to meet Raven, because now that he knew Raven was for the people, he seemed nice. The idea of a human cooperating with the Raven finally angered the tomb, so it sent a horde of monsters after him. Well, Gon was not against starting the second round, especially since now he could be calm that he would be beating monsters and not people. Gon slashed at the monsters with an Egyptian blade, and Alexander fought back with a mop, but the monsters continued to advance. Gon enjoyed killing monsters, but judging their numbers, he realized that there was at least a week's worth of work here. However, at the most important moment, the blade broke, since Alexander had not yet managed to fully restore the relic. Shouting that there were no more relics left, Gon turned and ran away from the monsters, commanding Alexander to follow him. The guys ran into the cabin. Alexander closed the door but held it since the monsters were breaking in and were about to break through. Gon didn't have much time, but he noticed that unlike the small ones, the large monsters were blind. But because they were in the middle of the ocean, even that would prevent them from escaping. Looking around, Gon noticed a nearby ship, which was empty and could be used as salvation. But suddenly there were people on this neighboring ship, and none other than CIA agents whom he had previously robbed. Medusa accidentally let it slip, pointing at Gon, and Thomas immediately picked up on it, asking which of the two was the thief. But this situation also worked to Gon's advantage. Now he knew by sight a couple of US agents who owned the relics. Gon handed the end of the rope to Alexander, commanding him to find a ship to which they could escape, while he would buy time by fighting the unexpected guests. Thomas came to the ship to Gon, and moving towards him to attack, he was indignant at how the unknown managed to steal their relics. Gon saw the aura of Thomas's relic and was confident in his superiority. But unlike him, his opponent was armed with a pipe. Gon's overconfidence angered Thomas, so he tried to damage Yu with a big swing. But Yu dodged it and noted that the opponent was very fast for his weight. Gon took advantage of the moment and pounced on Thomas, striking him in the stomach with his elbow and then in the jaw, using the power of the relics he possessed. Gon expected his opponent to fall down and lose consciousness. But Thomas didn't even lose his balance, and immediately after the blow he looked menacingly at you. Then, with incredible speed, Thomas began to swing the pipe, causing Gon to run away, trying not to get hit. But the pipe still hits Gon and cuts through his form, which is how he was able to understand that this form hides a relic of a sword that will simply cut the hero. As the situation escalates and things don't go as planned, Gon finds it difficult to make rational decisions. So he arms himself with a silver axe. Although Thomas noticed his opponent's new weapon, he was confident in his hidden blade. So he assumed the pose of a swordsman. But Gon didn't care about the threats. He walked towards Thomas and then attacked, so that the pipe and the axe clashed in a confrontation. And as soon as the axe touched the pipe, Gon gave the relic the order to destroy the artifact that threatened his treasure. It was only when Thomas's clothes began to tear and disappear that the agent realized that he was holding the very same silver axe. The relic that was in the form of clothes and helped Thomas disappeared, leaving him naked, and Gong Yu only watched with laughter as his opponent was defeated. While Thomas was covering himself up out of embarrassment, Gon picked up the pipe and turned it into the true form of the gallant Scylla's gallery sword. While Gon was looking at the system indicators of the received artifact, Alexander returned and called the boss. The master was able to find an inflatable boat and drove up to the bow of the ship where the chief was fighting, shouting at him to jump towards him. While Gon was running away and Thomas was trying to stop him, he didn't notice the monsters of the local tomb approaching him from behind. With the help of the rope, Gon was able to safely descend from the ship into the boat, and now enjoyed the fact that another rival would be eliminated by someone else's hands. The boys sailed far from the ships, but Alexander did not know where to sail, and Gon only asked them to keep the course straight. Suddenly, a stone flew into their boat, falling not from above, but from somewhere to the side, as if it was aimed at them. Then Gon heard a familiar voice, and when he turned around, he saw a boat with CIA agents catching up with them. Gon used the rope to wrap around Amanda's hand, which was at the helm of the opponent's boat, and then he ordered the relic to throw her into the sea. Thomas, who was dressed in ordinary clothes, did not have time to react and help the girl. The enemy boat stopped, and Gon finally advised Thomas and Vivian to save their colleague, because soon a group of monsters would attack the drowning one. The guys, without stopping, rowed forward and soon noticed a bank on which stood a beautiful large tree. There was a place where the relic was hidden. Gon drew his stolen sword and stood before the tree, which sarcastically praised him for his fortitude and offered to pray to it. Perhaps then the relic would agree to share its power. But Gon was relentless. He had long ago decided that he would not obey the relics and dance to their tune, so he activated the sword and moved towards the tree. Gon threatened the tree that if it did not submit on its own, then he would either take it by force or destroy it so that no one would get it. But Gon did not hear the tree's consent to obey. So he swung Scylla, and when the blade was completely covered in hieroglyphs, he made just one sharp and true swing of the blade. The next moment, the tree was cut across, and in the middle of a large field stood a stump and a fallen trunk. A moment later, the tree fell, and in its place appeared a scroll with a map of the purgatory of the Western Sea route. Gon rolled up the scroll and planned to subjugate it, which made Alexander, who only knows how to work with relics through cooperation, not understand what the boss was talking about. The map was born from the legend of the Western ship Chubo, according to which Emperor Ming organized a ship and sent it to the Southern Sea. Following him, another 60 ships were launched, which, sailing around southern Asia, India, and Africa, soon returned to the emperor with a large amount of treasure. Gon expected to find the tomb marks of these treasures on the map, so he asked Alexander to repair the relic as soon as possible. Once the boys were back on the boat and sailing away, Gon ordered the relic to close its tomb. As soon as Gon and Alexander returned to dry land at a hotel near the city of Macau, the hero immediately asked to make a copy of the map. He wanted to confuse the CIA agents. But unlike his boss, Alexander was worried that the American agent would be able to recognize the fake, and the plan itself seemed risky to him. Alexander still thought like a swindler who was only looking for monetary gain, so he suggested simply selling them the original. Natalia Romanova was also here and completely agreed with the former swindler. Only, as a diplomat, she did not want to make enemies. Gon decided to explain that the map was important to all of them, especially Romanova, as it was necessary to solve her problem. Gon led Natalia to the table where the map was spread out and asked her to put her hand on the map. And as soon as the girl touched the canvas, Gon asked the relic to show the way to the ancient tombs in the north. The map showed that the Tomb of the North appeared in Turkey, and Gon explained to the master in Romanova that they might need this ability in the future, so he wanted to keep it. Alexander seemed to have a better understanding of Gon's plan now. But the problem was that the fake would only last for a while, and the CIA would still find out that they had been duped. Alexander was indignant that, unfortunately for them, General Clark had taken up this matter. The master was worried that Gon was calm at the risk of being wiped off the face of the earth. But Gon wasn't afraid of Kira. He was afraid of what would happen when she achieved her ulterior motives. The general wants to monopolize the relics, and most likely has already taken possession of many maps, but she is looking for another one far from America. The hero wasn't sure, but he thought the military was looking for the Columbus map, which could detect tombs and relics that were yet to appear. A huge area of land is under Kira's control. Turkey is no exception, so they must immediately go to Turkey and get the relic before she does. Moreover, Gon said that Kira had probably already gathered information about their group, and they had become her new targets. And regarding Natalia's relic, he admitted that it is unique. There is nothing like it in fairy tales, legends, etc. There is no relic like it. In addition, the relic is incredibly powerful, so Gon asked the girl to be careful in using it. She will have to accept that she will not be able to get rid of it. It is not known when they will find a solution, but until then, Natalia must subjugate the relic to herself before it one day subjugates the girl's mind. Gon warned the girl, and meanwhile, he himself was thinking about whether there was a possibility of control in a past life, and why Irina would become that terrible person. But the hero does not let the girl despair, and assures her that he will do his best, because the appearance of the goddess of failure is not beneficial to him either. But before they could set out on that journey, the CIA had to be stopped. Gon sensed that they were not just nipping at their heels, but cornering them. Gon opened a new can of soda and offered to listen to Plan B, in case the first one didn't work. When Alexander learned that the second plan was to destroy the map so that the general would not get it, he howled at the boss's recklessness. Gon was irritated by his partner's eccentricity and emotionality, and he wanted to hit the master. But the hero thought that it was nice to have such a partner. Meanwhile, at the CIA hotel, Morihiro was scolding the staff for not getting the relic, and moreover, it was stolen. But what angered Hiro the most was that agents Thomas and Amanda were captured by a team of tomb raiders from China. The agents tried to shift the blame onto a talented and unknown thief, but Hiro was worried. He only started screaming even more. But he was interrupted by a call to Kira. Kira called via video link and said that she hired someone to get the relic for her. Soon she will contact Edward, make a deal, and get the relic in her hands. The whole world, according to her plan, will be in the hands of the CIA, after which she moved on to the identity of the person who defeated Horo's subordinates in the tomb. She was interested in such talented people and wanted to subjugate Gon to herself. Once the card was forged, it was handed over to Edward, who handed it over to Kira, and since nothing had happened yet, the general had not yet realized that she had received a forgery. And this was to Gon and his team's advantage, since they had time to repair the relics. Fortunately, Alexander had already finished repairing the strongest relics, but the rest needed time. Natalia also did not waste time and practiced using her relic. But since the girl does not have basic knowledge, the result is still weak. All this time, Edward provided the team with expensive accommodations and VIP customer service. But Gon knew that all this would quickly stop once the seller found out about the fakes. The day Edward found out about the fakes and was fired came. An angry man showed up with a gun to Gon. While Alexander was frightened by what was happening, Gon greeted the seller kindly, happy for their first personal meeting. The old man demanded an explanation from Gon and accused him of selling counterfeit goods. But Gon did not admit his guilt, insisting that he could not deceive such a partner. Gon was convincing enough that Edward believed him, and the hero used this moment to coax information from the old man about what had happened. It was no news to Alexander that the relic had disappeared, since it was a fake, But General Kira's promise to eliminate the King of Wealth frightened him. Gon, with the sweetest smile, tried to push the idea that the relic disappeared due to improper use. But Edward said that before it disappeared, it also failed to be used. Gon already knew this. The fakes do not have the properties of the original. But it turned out that Edward brought more than one bad news. At the moment the relic disappeared, the people near it also disappeared. And among them was the Minister of England. Alexander felt involved in what happened, so he was very upset about the disappearance of the minister. Alexander felt bad that Edward had gotten hurt because of their prank, so he looked to his boss for a solution. To the master's surprise, Gon listened to the whole story with curiosity and a smile. It seemed like he was enjoying the moment. In a whisper, Gon explained that not only Edward but also Kira was now in trouble. She was desperate, and this was the best time to deceive her. With a sly smile, Gon stepped towards Edward, offering Alexander to watch. But the Relic Master was sure that the boss had already come up with an evil plan and was going to carry it out. Gon approached Edward and asked to connect him with General Kira, which shocked the salesman and even seemed to be scared. The salesman tried to explain that now was not the best time, and that calling could only ruin everything, which further pushed Gon to the idea that Edward was just an intermediary. But Gon found the right words to convince the old man to put him in touch with Kira. So the salesman took out his phone and dialed the number. When Edward managed to contact the general, in the first minutes of the conversation, it seemed as if he was receiving a reprimand. Then the salesman handed the phone to Gon, and the hero greeted the general with generosity. Kira admitted that she was also interested in a relationship with the man who had outsmarted her people, but she was angry about the fakes and believed that the guy was also responsible for it. Gon admitted responsibility for himself, but refused to make false accusations, for which he received a portion of threats from the general. Gon's stubbornness and inability to punish due to the lack of direct evidence angered Kira. But you knew that the general was in despair. The missing painting didn't matter now. It was necessary to find the missing Prime Minister of England. Gon tried to whitewash himself with the legend that cooperation with Edward and Kira was important to him, and he understood that after what happened, they would not want to have anything to do with him. And he is so poor and unhappy. He only knows how to use relics. So everything that is happening is bad news for Gon. Kira was angry, shouting loudly into the phone and using foul language, causing her employees to turn around and wonder who she could be talking to like that. Gon was again convincing enough, and Kira gave in. Now she was interested in how he could help them and how he would find the Prime Minister. Gon tries to explain to Kira that he was able to surpass her people because he uses unusual methods with the relics, so you can reveal the hidden powers of the artifacts. And in order to find the Prime Minister, he wants to use the CIA artifacts. Alexander and Edward listened to Gon attentively too, and even they believed the hero's words. But Gon looked at them with such a condescending look, as if they were madmen, that the master and the seller immediately became disappointed in the swindler. Kira was intrigued by the information about the secret method and the hidden powers of the relics, and after Gon mentioned that the CIA still hadn't been able to find it, she was finally convinced. Silence reigns among the interlocutors. Kira thinks for a long time about Gon's request to use her cards, but in the end, out of desperation, she agrees. However, the general dictates the conditions that Gon must appear at the place that she will inform him of, and without a single relic. When the dialogue ended, Gon handed the phone to Edward, and the old man admired how the hero managed to convince the general. Luckily for the old man, he doesn't have to go to the meeting. Gon will go alone, which can't help but please the seller, who is worried about his life. Alexander begins to point at himself and ask to go with Gon, but is refused. The Relic Master was looking for a way to avoid restoring the relics. But Gon quickly saw through him and sent him to work. Gon looked at the system messages from Raven, where he awarded him the status of a bad guy, which he laughed at, and then chased away the Master and Edward. Soon, General Kira called Gon to a hotel that was quite close to those the hero had visited before. Although there was an agreement not to take the relics, Gon could not risk going unarmed, so he compressed all the useful things in order to take them with him anyway. Since Gon uses dominance, maintaining the relic form takes a lot of energy out of the guy, so it was necessary to finish everything very quickly. Gon came with Alexander, and the master looked at the expensive hotel and was surprised at how rich the client Kira was working with was. In the lobby, A staff member approached them and offered help, which scared Alexander a little. Gon explained that Alexander seemed too lost, so they came to his aid, but he rejected the girl's help. Finally, broad-shouldered guys in suits were walking towards Gon and Alexander, and they immediately realized that these people were from Kira. The guards escorted Gon and the Relic Master to the general's office. When they entered, she was sitting in a chair with her back to them. Kira didn't sense Gon's relics, so she relaxed and was glad that the guy was following her orders. Kira was very young, so Alexander was surprised, and Gon was struck by her stern appearance and wanted her to put on makeup. Kira led the boys to the table where the Barbarossa pirate map, the Anaximander world map manuscript, and the Columbus map lay. Gon looked at them and thought that he would be glad to use them, but he was forced to destroy them right here. Kira looked at Gon and demanded that he get to work, but she didn't forget to threaten that if he made a mistake, she would put a bullet in his forehead. Before starting work, Gon extended his hand to Kira and asked her to give him a pen to write with. Kira was wary, but Gon reassured her that using a regular pen would not harm the relics. As soon as Gon bent over the map and began to write on it, one of the guards pulled out a gun and pointed it at Gon. But Kira stopped the fighter, allowing the thief to continue his work. But Kira also said a few kind words to Gon, advising him that his method would work, to which Gon only smiled sarcastically. Gon wrote and explained that the writings are called tomb glyphs and are the language of relics. They not only like to talk, but have their own script. Kira considered Gon an inexperienced guy in political games. So, as it seemed to her, she began to discreetly ask how the guy managed to read these letters. Gon answered something general, but in fact, he himself did not know why he understood the glyph, because he no longer had archaeological relics. In fact, what Gon wrote down has nothing to do with the search for the English minister. The story about all these hidden forces was a trick. Before he arrived, Gon had already found the Prime Minister using his map and knew the answer. Gon turned to Kira and told her that the Prime Minister was in the Sahara Desert, and he was willing to write down a more precise location for her. Gon took a notebook and began writing down the coordinates, suggesting to expand the search area since the man could be moving. Kira passed on the information to her subordinates, allowing the use of intelligence relics by the staff of the nearest outpost. Now, according to the agreement, Gon could be free, but Kira put a gun to his forehead so that the guy would not go anywhere. Kira won't let the guy go until at least the Prime Minister is under her protection. While they are visiting her, Kira offers Gon to tell her more about the language of the relics, but the thief is not going to share it. Kira began a conversation about trade relations and Gon's possible services for her, while the hero himself showed Alexander a sign to prepare for escape. Alexander was not privy to the details of the case, since Gon himself did not know how everything would go. But the master relied on the boss, so he concentrated. Meanwhile, Gon started a dialogue with Kira in such a way that he was able to write with the glyph, and it was at this moment that they announced that they had found the Prime Minister. Immediately after hearing the news, Gon offered to let him go, but Kira demanded that the guy finish what he started. Gon tried to object, and that's when the War King showed her true character, explaining that she hadn't originally planned to let go of a man with such a unique gift. Gon had guessed about such behavior, so he was not surprised. But Kira was surprised that energy began to concentrate near the cards, and suddenly, unexpectedly, an explosion came from the direction of the cards, from which Gon managed to cover himself with his hand. The cards exploded and burned on the table, and Kira, in the confusion, allowed the staff to approach them and ordered them to put them out. But suddenly the guard who first grabbed the card began to tear it up and destroy it. The first guard was joined by a second one, who grabbed other cards from the table and began to destroy them, while the military could not hold them back. Kira immediately realized that this was the effect of the relics, so without thinking, she shot one of the aggressive guards. Everything was in smoke. Nothing could be seen. People were running in different directions, and in this confusion, the general lost sight of Gon and Alexander. Meanwhile, the guys moved to an unknown fountain, and if Alexander was glad that his life was saved, then Gon preferred to grumble that they got wet. Gon and Alexander attracted the attention of those around them with their magical appearance in the fountain. Everyone in the square watched as the guys tried to get out of it, and they appeared in it thanks to the relic of ink that Gon gave to the master after the explosion. He drew that fountain from memory and transferred them into it. Gon specifically took Alexander to this fountain before going to the hotel and made sure that the guy remembered everything in detail so that he could draw it later. Gon stole the Montmartre Hill artist's ink from Old Ban, but it's no use unless you're an artist, which is why it was so important to take Alexander with him. In addition to ink, Gon also brought Shakespeare's pen, disguising it as the one Kira gave him and writing the scripts he needed. On the cards, Gon wrote down commands for the security guards and hotel staff he had memorized in advance and disguised everything in a language no one knew. So the administrator became the instigator of the explosion in one of the rooms closest to them, and the security guys saw an evil spirit in the cards and tore them to pieces. Now that General Kira had no way to track them, Gon suggested moving on to the next part of the plan and heading to Turkey. That same evening, Kira contacted Richard. She was interested in the restoration relic to repair her damaged ones. Richard was currently busy restoring the relics of the director and the TKVM company, but promised to help as soon as he returned. Kira shocked Richard when she theorized that the relics of the TKVM and hers were damaged by the same guy. Richard reassured the general that she didn't need to worry about the guy, because Pandora would soon be launched, and ordinary people would not be able to use or possess the relics. Natalia Romanova was enjoying a warm day in Turkey, picking up ordered kebabs for their entire small group. The girl now had better control over the relic, so the people around her did not suffer. Her question about her health seemed strange to the seller, but she was happy as a child. Finally, she could be among people again and not cause them suffering. So she walked with an easy gait towards her new friends. Meanwhile, Gon and Alexander were waiting for the girl in her car, where she was carrying snacks. With great joy and pride, she told Gon about her small victory when everyone sat down to have a snack. The girl was immensely grateful to Gon, rejoiced and beamed with her radiant smile. But as soon as she began to rejoice and let her guard down, the force of failure broke loose and an accident occurred. Alexander got a stomachache, and a road sign fell on someone. Gon immediately calmed the girl down, drawing her attention to the screams outside the car, which made her cry. But still, Gon praised Natalia for her success in subjugating the relic and reminded her of the need to maintain control. Alexander suggested finding a common language with the relic, but Gon reminded that Natalia was the owner of a parasite that could take over the girl's consciousness at any moment. In addition, relics cannot be friends, since they are initially set against a person. Alexander should also remember this. Always be careful when cooperating with artifacts. The guys quickly arrived in Cappadocia, where the tomb they were interested in was located. A group of robbers was looking at it from afar. Since the relic of this tomb is in Natalia, the tomb should have disappeared, but half of it stood. In addition, there were many people around the tomb, some of whom were American tomb raiders from General Kira's headquarters. And on the other side, there were Turkish soldiers, which indicated that an agreement had been reached. General Kira and the local authorities made sure that not even an ant could run past the tomb, so it will not be easy for plunderers to get into it. Alexander didn't believe that they would be able to somehow get in there, but Gon reminded the master that his boss was not a tomb explorer, but a robber. Gon looked at his doubting comrades with a smug smile and asked them to watch him carefully, remember, and learn. Gon took Natalia and Alexander to the toilet and began rummaging through the backpack, explaining that the tomb's territory was protected by the relic's aura, but there was always a weak spot. In this tomb, it is in this toilet. They just need to make a passage, and then, in most cases, they will get to the very center of the tomb. The relic master noticed that Gon had taken a relic in the shape of a normal sweet potato, but he did not understand how a vegetable could be a bomb. The brat sweet potato was a weak artifact and was used solely to make the eater pass large amounts of gas. Alexander was outraged by the existence of such a useless relic, but Gon, on the contrary, saw great benefit in it. It was because of Gon's special skill, which helps to use any relic as a catalyst, which helps to punch a hole in the wall of the tomb, which dynamite cannot even scratch. Only in Gon's hands can a potato become a bomb, which is what he was going to do. So he asked his friends to cover their ears tightly. The hero grabbed the artifact and began to concentrate energy in it, so that the air began to resonate and everything around sparkled. Sweet Potato screamed in pain and begged for mercy, and his stats began to drop to 0. But Gon did not let go of his grip. Then there was a blinding flash, which forced Alexander and Natalia to close their eyes. And then, an explosion. Moreover, the power of the explosion was so strong that the shockwave attracted the attention of all the military personnel in the area. When the Master and Romanova opened their eyes, they couldn't believe that the force of the explosion from the low-level artifact had damaged the walls. A large hole had been made in the floor, but everything else was intact since, unlike dynamite, this method only affected items related to the tomb. Gon sat on the edge of the formed gate to the tomb and invited his friends to follow him, so they would go straight into the tomb. As soon as the robbers descended into the tunnels of the tomb, they heard soldiers fussing above them, and Alexander was worried about what they would do to them if they were caught. But Gon was in the tomb like a fish in water, confident that they would be able to take cover if necessary, and he again smashed the dead end that arose before them with a sweet potato. Meanwhile, soldiers from both sides gathered around the toilet and distributed responsibilities and divided into teams. Gon led his team through a high tunnel and, despite the various branches, chose the right path, while the Master and Romanova carefully examined everything they saw. Alexander actively turned his head and looked at every detail. He could not believe that they were inside the tomb. And Gon, meanwhile, prepared the torch. Gon suggested that his comrades wait while he looked around and gathered information about the place. But they were frightened by the creepy place and decided to go next to the boss. It was possible to walk through the tunnel without additional light, but Gon was primarily looking for the place where the glyph with clues to the tomb and its traps was written. When the hero found the right wall, he studied it for a while and was pleasantly surprised. The relic of this tomb is the Hand of Midas, so it is very likely that Natalia's body contains the second failed half of the prophecy. Alexander did not understand how a relic of misfortune could be connected with the one who, according to legend, turned everything around him into gold. It often happened that people remembered the general content, and Gon got used to it. But he also remembered the end of each legend. The Greek god Dionysus gave King Midas the ability to turn anything into gold with just one touch. But food and water also turned into gold, and the king died of hunger. The wish could be revoked by immersing himself in the Pactolos River. So Gon hoped to find a place in the tomb that symbolized this place. If Natalia bathes in it, the relic will leave her body, and then Gon will be able to get the artifact for himself. Just as Gon was about to formulate a plan, they started shooting at him, and the soldiers went down into the tomb and caught up with the robbers. Alexander didn't understand why soldiers could use firearms in the tomb, but Gon assumed it was because it was damaged. The group stuck together and fled from the chase. But Gon noticed that Natalia was lagging behind the guys and breathing heavily, so he decided to quickly deal with the pursuers. Gon stopped abruptly and ordered the others to run forward, while he took out his new blade to hold off the soldiers. Besides, running away was never Gon's tactic. That's why he loved his job. At this time, General Kira received a request for help from a Turkish tomb, which shocked and angered her. Clark was informed that unknown individuals had entered the tomb, and the latest reports from the site were worrying. The report showed that the boys and the girl were unarmed, but were attacking soldiers, which meant they had relics. When the first emotion subsided, Kira put together the facts of the report and realized that the two guys were the same ones who burned her cards. Gon drew all the fire on himself, calling out to the soldiers and drawing their attention to his person. But Alexander and Natalia did not go far, asking the boss not to count on the sword to withstand firearms. However, Gon deftly covered the distance, running up to the soldiers and dodging the bullets that cut through the air near him. But Gon was an experienced plunderer and saw no need to waste resources on confrontation when he could use local traps. The hero attracted the soldiers with the aura of the relic, so the military did not notice how they themselves walked into a trap. Gon only had to press the right buttons and some of the pursuers turned into gold. Gon took advantage of the general confusion and killed the rest of the soldiers, who were inferior to the guy in agility and speed. In a short time, Gon laid all the soldiers in the trap without killing anyone. The soldiers were groaning in pain and would not have started chasing them anytime soon. At the exit, Natalia and Alexander were waiting for Gon. Gon immediately called them to follow him. In the trap, he learned where the Pactol River was. Alexander was interested in the fate of the soldiers, and in order to maintain his image as a terrible boss, Gon ambiguously hinted that he had dealt with them. The company of robbers descended into the dungeon for a long time, and finally came to a gorge where a lake was hidden, and part of the rocks were covered with gold. Alexander admired the beauty of the place. Gon was pleased with the lake he had found and suggested that Natalia go for a dip in the lake. Gon explained that Midas managed to wash away his ability to turn everything into gold, and it should also help Natalia get rid of the relic. To calm his friend down, Gon dipped his hand into the lake and proved that there were no traps, and also promised that he would stand nearby and be able to come to her aid if necessary. Romanova had no choice but to undress and fold her clothes on the edge, and then enter the lake. Alexander, out of modesty, turned away and hid behind a stone, and tried to get Gon to do the same. But the hero was watching the situation. Although there were no traps in the lake, even Gon could not say how the risen relic would behave. So he again advised Alexander to be careful and not give the relics the opportunity to deceive him. Natalia did not go deep into the lake. She preferred to pour water from her palm onto her shoulders and chest, not really believing that it would help. And at that moment, the lake sparkled. A whirlpool began to form next to the girl, and the relic began to rejoice that its other half had finally appeared to it. At the same time, Gon received notifications that the relic had awakened, and with it, a disordered aura that brought good fortune, but could be dangerous. Cutting through the windows that blocked Gon's view, the guy rushed to the lake to save the girl, shouting along the way for her to get out. Natalia heard Gon only when he approached the shore, but she could no longer move her legs, or her body as a whole. And then she accidentally noticed and was horrified that her hands were very quickly beginning to turn into gold. Gon, without thinking, took off his jacket and rushed into the water to save the girl, thinking along the way how and why this could have happened. Natalia stood in the middle of the lake, unable to escape, seeing herself turning into gold, screaming in despair, while Gon thought about the possibility of a relic hiding under the water. Gon was already approaching Natalia, who was starting to go underwater, but he could not understand what other relic could exist in this legend. Gon picked up his friend and lifted her above the water. She was almost completely a statue. But now the hero understood why half of the tomb was standing. Suddenly, the tomb became outraged that Gon had interfered and was preventing the relic from returning its brother. Suddenly, Gon also began to turn into gold, and although Natalia asked to be saved, Gon could no longer move and was sinking to the bottom with Natalia. However, the relic took pity on Gon. It wanted to bring back its brother, so it tried to get rid of the girl, and offered the hero to save himself. And then Yu finally understands what kind of relic they are dealing with. At first, he was confused by the wording about his brother, but there was logic in it. The relics were imprisoned in a sculpture of a man, where the right half was occupied by the first golden hand, and the second by the hand of bankruptcy. And now, the second one has penetrated Natalia, and the second one is trying to kill the girl and take her brother. But Gon suggests that the girl resist, and, with the help of new knowledge of dominance over relics, take the golden hand for herself. Gon starts yelling at Natalia and motivating her to use dominance in training, and also helps with his strength, just to be sure. Natalia had done a good job in training and was now suppressing the relic. It was screaming and demanding that they stop and spare it. But Natalia refused, demanding that the relic submit to her and stop its senseless resistance. Romanova was seriously determined to fight for her life. Gon had long since stopped helping Natalia, seeing that the girl could cope on her own and was proud that he had taught her so well. Suddenly, a flash lit up the gorge. The relic screamed, and then the girl noticed how the curse of Midas fell from her. And since the girl had subjugated the relic, they turned it into the owner's tattoo, marking the conclusion of a contract between the wearer and the artifact. As soon as Gon told the girl that now both relics were in her and would balance each other out, control would be easier, Natalia rushed to hug the hero with joy. Alexander watched all this from the shore and could not help his friends in any way. But now that everyone was safe, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. General Kira received a new report that headquarters was unable to contact the team in the tomb. A random soldier thought something stupid out loud, and Kira immediately got angry at him. Kira knew that Gon and the Relic Master were involved in the disappearance of her people, so she planned to use her relic to destroy them. Although they tried to reason with her, explaining that she would destroy the tomb, the general was determined to incinerate her enemies. Meanwhile, Gon and Natalia got out of the lake, and together with Alexander, they were looking for a way out. The master of relics was most eager to get some fresh air and hurried the others. The guy was very tired of being underground. Suddenly, the entire tomb began to resonate, and in the distance, the robbers heard a bang and a rumble. The raven brought out warnings that these were the forces of the goddess of war. All doorways were inaccessible to plunderers, and the curse of the fierce goddess was seeping inside. Alexander decided that the general was taking revenge on them for the artifacts. But Gon was forced to disappoint the guy. The cards only marked the most powerful artifacts that she had. Kira was called the Queen of War because she possessed an artifact of the ancient Egyptian goddess Sekhmet. The legend said that the goddess was sent to Earth for the sake of destruction and to destroy humanity, so her relic can destroy the target wherever it is. That's why Kira carefully collected all the relics from these maps. Only by knowing the location of her target, she can bring down such a powerful blow. The tomb could not withstand the blow and began to collapse. Stones fell from a height. When the dust settled, Alexander, not believing that it was possible to survive under such conditions, thought that he had died. But Gon, in order to cover himself from the falling rocks, called upon the pillar of Hammurabi's law, which was able to create a pocket of debris where the hero and his friends hid. Although the relic should not be used like that, everyone was glad that they were able to save her. But due to the risk of suffocation, Natalia suggested looking for a way out. After these words, Alexander panicked and began to throw rocks around indiscriminately. But Gon quickly called the guy to order, reminding him about the bombs they could use. But the master knew that there were few low-level relics. They would quickly run out, and he did not believe that Gon would agree to blow up the main relics to save them. But Gon was really ready to sacrifice the main relic for the sake of their survival, especially since they would then be able to find a friend. Now, Gon wanted to try out his new tomb restoration skill that he had recently acquired, but he didn't know how and where it could be useful. But now, when it came to situations like this, he saw this skill as very useful. You just need to understand how it works. So far, Gon's level allowed him to restore small passages, but Gon saw some benefit in this too. To activate the ability, Gon squatted down, touched the ground of the tomb with his hand, after which some of the fragments rose up on their own and cleared the entrance to one of the passages. By the same principle, as Gon walked forward, a tunnel was built in front of him, stone by stone. Alexander was still bothered by Gon's behavior, who tried to save him, to which the boss only laughed, because the security clause was specified in the contract. Natalia quietly followed the guys, not understanding what contract the guys were talking about, but she didn't like the simulated situation where Gon wouldn't be able to save his subordinate, to which Gon briefly and loudly replied that this time he would not allow the death of his subordinates, which attracted the attention of Alexander and Natalia, but they did not elaborate. Meanwhile, soldiers scurried around the collapsed tomb, looking for signs of the surviving looters. 3 hours have passed since the tomb was destroyed. The search team uses the search relic, but finds no trace of either the enemy or their people. This difficult state of affairs did not please the soldier who was supposed to go to Kira with a report. Suddenly, a soldier rushed into the headquarters and reported the discovery of a passage in the inner part of the tomb, which meant that the enemies had fled. The soldier runs to Kira's office, but is met at the threshold by the general's personal secretary, who refuses to allow him to meet with Kira in person, promising to deliver the report herself. In Kira's office, a 1-year-old child was sitting on the bed crying, and Richard, via video link, did not understand what was happening. The secretary who entered the room explained that the child was none other than General Kira, who, after using the relic, turns into a child. The risk of transformation is associated with the legend that the goddess of love Hathor is a transformed image of the fierce goddess Sekhmet. Now Richard knew what the consequences of using such a terrible relic were, but he was worried about how things would be with violators. The secretary looked at the general and reported that, according to the latest reports, the thieves had managed to escape. Despite her physical condition, Kira understood everything and was unhappy. As a child, she threw a tantrum. Richard tried to get the child drunk, but the secretary translated to him that the general was interested in the progress of the Pandora project. Richard was pleased that even in this form, the general was reasonable and was happy to report good news. Today, the International Pandora Tomb Control Organization will open, and now only members have the right to own the relics. Natalia, Gong-yu, and Alexander flew to New York on the Romanovs' private jet, since the girl's parents wanted to personally thank the guy and invited the whole company to visit them. Natalia first of all broke the good news to the family, who had suffered greatly from her relic. So the elder Romanovs would like to arrange a dinner party for the people who helped their daughter. Gong-yu wanted to get closer to the influential family because he got too close to General Kira, and the guy needed good insurance. Upon arrival at the airport, Alexander put on his backpack. But Gon was in no hurry to even get up from his seat, as he felt a huge number of active relics nearby. Indeed, there were Pandora agents working at the airport who detained people who arrived and did not allow them to pass through customs control. The leader of the group demanded that the owners of the relics inform them of this. After the new law, all existing artifacts would come under the control of the Pandora organization. At this time, one of the subordinates approached the leader of the security forces and reported the discovery of an artifact, the owner of which was a tall man who stood among the crowd. When the guy heard about the arrest, he immediately ran away from the security forces, shouting about the violation of his rights, while another agent addressed the crowd and demanded that the owners of the relics hand them over. The leader of the security forces was happy with the success of the first task. Everything was going as well as possible, and for clarity, he even allowed those who were particularly resistant to be beaten as an example for the others. Suddenly, another subordinate approached the leader and reported the discovery of another powerful relic, presumably related to wealth. The leader of the security forces really liked the news, not so much because of the connection with wealth, but because of the fact that a special relic had been found, so he ordered them to wait for further instructions. Meanwhile, the trio left the plane and walked along the ramp to the airport. Alexander and Natalia were noticeably nervous, but Gon couldn't allow himself to do that. So he walked ahead of them and calmed them down. Alexander didn't understand why the boss wasn't nervous when the airport was surrounded by enemies. But Gon decided to explain that the soldiers were armed in response to his and Natalia's powerful artifacts. Speaking about the girl, he turned to her, offering to be ready to use her new Midas relic, which surprised the girl very much, since she still wasn't used to having such a powerful weapon. However, the girl was also worried that she had never used the relic on purpose before. But Yu assured her that it was no different from control. As soon as Gon assured Natalia that he would help her when she needed help, the security forces surrounded the boys as they were leaving and pointed their weapons at them, demanding that they raise their hands. The leader of the security forces stepped forward and announced that they were from Pandora and demanded artifacts, while a smug smile did not leave the man's face. Gon immediately became serious on behalf of the organization, since in his past it was a group that was engaged in the extraction of rare artifacts, and because of their work a lot of blood was shed. However, this was not what Gon was worried about. In his memories, the security forces appeared several years after the disaster with the Great Tombs. Here, not even a month had passed. The leader of Pandora approached Gon and his company, posing as a caring gentleman and offering to peacefully surrender the artifacts. It is not surprising that the military man was taken aback when Gon brazenly refused, and then even threatened death if they did not leave him and his friends alone. The soldier threatened that they had grounds and even permission to shoot. The guy should be more careful in his statements. But Gon was happy with the idea of a fight, so he asked the security forces to act, and he himself signaled to Natalia to be ready to use the relic. At first the girl was confused, but Yu smiled. He trusted Natalia, so she trusted herself, collecting her failure in one hand. As soon as the commander's command was given, the soldiers began to shoot. Explosions and smoke screens were heard from weapons exploding in their hands. Gong Yu praised Natalia for her work and supported her, which calmed her down a little. But she was still not confident in her actions. The hero took Natalia's hand and locked their hands, thus offering to strengthen her attack and support her in case the relic decided to get out of control. The pride of the leader of the security forces was hurt by the disobedience, so he gave the order for the second stage of arming the soldiers, and each security force ended up with some kind of artifact in their hands. But Gon was not ready to retreat. On the contrary, he and Natalia directed a stream of energy of misfortune at the crowd of soldiers. The Raven system told him that the hand of Midas's devastation had covered the entire airport. Equipment was out of order, and enemy artifacts were suffering. Then Natalia continued her attack on one. The power covered her body with a golden stream. Her hair sparkled. The girl shone like a deity. And all around, soldiers continued to suffer from broken artifacts, from shattered weapons, from bleeding. The soldiers decided to flee, and when the commanders shouted at them to return to their positions, they did not listen to him. Gon seizes the moment and grabs the commander by the scruff of the neck, and then demands that he convey to the leadership of Pandora that creating new laws will not help them. The force of the devastation affected the airport's equipment for so long that it eventually caused a large explosion. Gong Yu and his comrades took a taxi to the Romanovs' cottage and were happy to hear the news about the incident on the radio and how Pandora was being blamed for everything. Gon thanked Natalia, who was sitting next to him, for her help and asked if the girl had any strange sensations or pain. But to her surprise, she felt fine. The hero was alarmed by this answer, since after such expenditure of energy, everyone always experiences a risk, which users pay after each use of the relic. Suddenly, the girl lit up. Gon realized that this was Midas's work, but he didn't know how he could help the girl who was cowering in pain and unable to breathe. Alexander was sitting in the front passenger seat and found out that his friend had become ill together with the driver. Trying to find out the reason, he turned back to his friends. The girl folded her arms across her chest and curled up into a ball, continuing to repeat that she couldn't breathe. And the hero, in his indecision, was afraid to even touch her. Eventually, Gon places his hand on the girl's shoulder and calms her down. The guy decided to suppress the Midas relic with his dominance skill. Suddenly, Natalia loses consciousness. Her hands fall along her body. She does not answer Gon's call, but the aura of the relic does not calm down. Alexander did not see everything that was happening from his place, but from the way Gon woke the girl, he understood what had happened and was indignant that such symptoms had suddenly appeared. The girl's strange behavior did not stop. The next moment, she suddenly jumped up, as if she had woken up from a nightmare. But as soon as Natalia looked at Gon with her empty eyes, the hero realized that his friend was far from them in consciousness. She was in some kind of trance. Meanwhile, the girl began to reach out to Gon, and he fenced himself off from her with his hands, continuing to call and hoping that she was safe for him in this state. The girl reached out to Gon and wrapped her arms around the guy's neck, hugging him, and then began to sniff him, which alerted the guy, but he did not push her away. The master made sure that the boss was okay, but continued to watch, while Gon simply did not move, giving Natalia time to come to her senses. Raven decided to give Gon a hint, so he transmitted a notification through the system that Midas, as retribution, endows the bearer with a greedy passion, and this time the girl desired the scent of the hero. As if from a nightmare, the girl suddenly jumped up in place. Still a little sleepy, she looked at Gon for a long time, but when she realized what she had done, she became embarrassed. Gong Yu reassured his friend, explaining that the problem was not with the girl herself, but with the relic, dominating, which had a side effect. Gon was interested in whether the girl had a passion for male sweat. Since he sniffed himself and did not feel his own, he sincerely did not understand what kind of smell interested Natalia. Meanwhile, the taxi pulled up to the Romanovs' large white stone cottage, to which the entire company had been invited. When the taxi stopped at the parking lot, Alexander looked at his boss with pity and asked him to stay in the car and wait for him. The thing is that the guy was afraid of meeting Ivan Romanov, who would obviously not greet the guy with hugs and a handshake. But Natalia said that her brother was not at home at the moment and the boy had nothing to worry about. After which, Gon began to kick his subordinate out of the car more sharply. But Alexander trusted his intuition, which screamed, foreseeing bad events. So even when Gon instructed him to apologize to Ivan, Alexander was still afraid to leave the shelters. Gon turned out to be much stronger and pulled the master out of the car. Now he was dragging himself after them to the house, looking around. And Natalia, meanwhile, was telling how she started living in hotels in order not to harm the family. The girl had not been home for so long and dreamed about it so much that now she was immensely happy and grateful to Gon. The girl noticed that her brother's Ferrari was parked next to her father's car, and this immediately scared Alexander. He was so scared that he didn't even notice how someone came up to him and put a cold gun barrel to his temple. Judging by the voice, It was that same deceived brother of Natalia. Ivan, without lowering his weapon, began to accuse Alexander of selling counterfeits, and the boy only shook with fear. While telling that Ivan had been contacted and was being asked to urgently return to his father's house, the man did not pay attention to Alexander's apologies, which he was already making tearfully on his knees. At some point, Ivan got tired of the master's babbling. Apologies also have their right moment, and Alexander missed it. Now, Romanov wanted to get even with his own hands for the deception. Alexander turned to Gon, asking the boss to stand up for him and do something. A little more and Ivan would definitely shoot the guy. Instead, Gon simply looked meaningfully into Ivan's eyes, saying that criminals must be held accountable for their actions. And every justice has a price, Gon hinted. That for material forgeries, a price cannot be set with someone's life, especially since the guy helped save his sister. Ivan was a Russian mafioso, so he didn't trust strangers. But when he looked at Natalia and saw her satisfied, smiling face, he softened. But Ivan didn't think so, because in fact, the sister was not freed from the relic, but only strengthened her connection with the body, allowing her to absorb another part of the relic. Now Ivan threatened Gon with a pistol, accusing him of charlatanism, and Natalia tried to calm her brother, scolding him for the hasty accusation. Gon didn't like the man's behavior, but he tried to calmly explain the problem was the relic's parasitism and that they had stabilized it. But Ivan was not satisfied with Gon's answer that the parasite could not be removed. And besides, he did not understand how the stranger knew such details of new things. Ivan's behavior irritated Gon, but instead of reacting, he thought about the motive for such behavior. From conversations with Natalia, he learned that the Romanovs were staunch Catholics, so they didn't know very good things about the relics. While Gon was wondering where Ivan got such an insane fear of relics from, Natalia tried to calm her brother down and explained that he gets so upset every time he talks about artifacts. Natalia tried to explain to Ivan that even though the relic had become part of her body, she was still herself and had not changed, only thanks to Gon's help. The sister was loved by her brother, so her words calmed Romanov down and he admitted that he had gotten carried away, and then casually mentioned that since she was the bearer of the relic, she would die. These random words caught Gon's attention. He began to compare the man's behavior and words, and most importantly, the events. Gon tried to find out how Ivan knew about the death from the relics, but he brushed it off and demanded not to interfere. However, it was too late. Gon had already understood everything. He just needed to make sure that something was already happening to Ivan. Natalia trusted Gon, so the guy's words about her brother's possible problem made her think. She listened attentively to the conversation between her brother and his new friend. Ivan was angry that someone was digging into his personal affairs, and without knowing anything at all, they were hitting his sore spots so accurately. Trying to silence Gon, Ivan turned the dialogue into threats. But the hero was no longer impressed, only irritated. Realizing that the conversation with Ivan was not going well, Gon headed towards the house, wanting to talk to the Romanov parents, especially since he was here at their invitation. But suddenly, Ivan blocked the way and started shouting that the meeting was canceled. His parents did not want to see Gong Yu. Now, Gon put all the factors together. He only needed to see the Romanov elders, so he punches Ivan in the jaw to stop him. And then he rushes into the cottage, asking Natalia to detain her brother. And although the girl is surprised by her friend's harshness, until now, she has not had a single argument not to trust the guy. Natalia is puzzled not only by her friend's behavior, but also by his words that everything that is happening seems very strange and that he urgently needs to see her parents. Natalia fails to detain her brother, but the time she gained was enough for Gon to run around most of the house and, among all the sounds, hear only Ivan's screams. In addition, the sickening sweet smell of decay and the heavy aura inside the house were familiar to Gon. Following them, he burst into one of the rooms on the top floor. One of the owners was lying on the bed. It was difficult to determine who it was from the almost decomposed body. Following Gon, Ivan and Natalia ran into the room. The latter immediately recognized her mother and screamed in horror at what she saw. Gon froze from the nightmare he saw from his past, while Ivan grabbed the guy by the shoulder, wanting to throw him out of his house. Alexander came running after everyone else and was no less surprised than the others. But the hardest part was for Natalia, who found out that the head of the family was in the same condition. Gon tried to clarify how long the Romanovs had been in this state, but Ivan could not give an exact date. He himself found out recently and immediately came. The only thing he knew was that they had been sick for a long time, so they stayed as far away from the relics as possible. But he didn't even suspect that everything had become so bad. Alexander had never seen such a disease before, and he was interested in what happened to the patients. But Ivan himself did not know. He was waiting for the family doctor to conduct an investigation. That's why Ivan was very surprised when Gon, without hesitation, immediately announced that there was nothing to research and that his parents were suffering from Relic syndrome. Gon didn't elaborate, but he easily recognized the disease because he himself had suffered from it in the past, and the memory of the taste of his own body's rot even made him feel sick. Gon hadn't spoken about it before, so when he told him that it was an illness that was common to anyone who had long-term contact with the relic, especially in a friendly form like Alexander, he became wary. The relics begin to despise the owner, and he begins to experience mental disorders, hallucinations of all kinds, suicidal thoughts, and also rejection of his own organs. In short, the syndrome affects a person from the inside and outside, and there are no ways to treat this disease. A doctor will not help. In the past, at least a third of the planet's population died from Relic syndrome, and the rest were afflicted with it and faced the same outcome. The monopolists of Pandora found their profit in the form of healing relics, and people like Gon worked for them for pennies just to get their medicine. Ivan understood that his parents were mortal, but he did not expect that they would die under such cruel conditions. And this thought was so hard that the boy even fell to his knees. But Gon intervened in his thoughts, assuring him that the elder Romanovs would not die, and that the hero had a healing relic. Ivan was immediately indignant that the relic would be used on his parents again. But when Gon asked him about another method, he had nothing to answer. Gon understood and shared Ivan's reluctance to resort to relics again, since it would be a vicious circle. But this was the only way out of such a situation. Natalia decided to intervene in the conflict, explaining to her brother that she trusted Gon very much, and that her brother should also believe in him. Ivan thought about the risks for a while and still decided to ask Gon to try the healing relic. But Gon was forced to upset the man that it would not work now. For Ivan, this sounded like mockery, so he flared up again, and only Alexander and Natalia's words kept Ivan from fighting. Gon tried to explain that there was a healing relic, but it was not activated and could not be used. Gon had already thought out a plan and asked for a few days for activation, promising that in less than a week he would bring the relic and save the Romanovs. With that part of the matter finished, Gon decided to discuss the oddity that had immediately attracted the thief's attention. The Romanovs were in the last stage of the disease due to external factors, but Relic syndrome does not develop so quickly, especially when the owners, according to Ivan, distanced themselves from the artifacts. It seemed even stranger to Gon when Natalia said that her mother's voice was normal when she invited them to visit, and if she were sick, the woman would not even call. Gon thought that due to their wealth, the Romanovs had acquired the relic long ago, but having noticed the first symptoms, they began to stay away from them, and this even became a family tradition. After this, the younger Romanova became the relic's victim, which means that the parents could not have interacted with the artifact voluntarily, and the disease could not have reached such a stage. The more Gon pieced together the puzzle of events, the more he became convinced that someone had used the relic to strengthen the disease. Gon tried to find out from Ivan who the last guests were in the house, but he himself had recently arrived and could not know. Besides, the Romanovs' house was always full of guests. It is also difficult because, although the Romanovs themselves kept their distance from the relics, they did not end their friendship with artifact lovers. Gon continued to reason and try to figure out the perpetrator, but he saw no point in hiding his guesses. When Ivan asked about the reason for Gon's strange questions, he didn't hide it and told everything. But Romanov couldn't believe that someone was capable of such a thing. But Gon didn't have time to guess any further. Most likely it was Kira's messenger. Now it was much more important to activate the healing relic. All this time, Natalia listened attentively to Gon. So when the guy headed for the exit, she asked him to take her with him. Gon was an orphan and did not understand why the girl did not want to stay with her parents and take care of them. The brother, who was against his sister's participation in the dangerous matter, also entered the dialogue. But the girl could not sit quietly and watch her dying mother and father. The girl hasn't fully understood her relic yet, but if she can help at least like at the airport and deliver the medicine as quickly as possible, she doesn't want to sit around. Natalia's argument was convincing, so Gon agreed to take her with him and assured Romanov that he would take care of his sister. On the way back from the Romanovs' cottage, Alexander was driving the car. The guys used these few minutes of respite to complain about how their long-awaited vacation had been ruined. Natalia felt awkward from these words. The guys first saved her, and now her parents. But Gon refused to blame the Romanovs for everything, because Natalia is now their friend, and they are happy to help. It was high time to find out the plan of action. So Alexander asked where they were going and, to his surprise, heard that they were going to look for a mate for the almond tree. Gon laughed at his own thoughts and knowledge, but still explained that they needed to find the Chinese relic of Su Fu. Old man Su Fu in ancient China was a famous magician who was hired by the emperor to obtain the elixir of immortality. For this, the magician asked for several thousand children, soldiers, gold, and silver. Su Fu set out on a journey but never returned, which is why it is said that he went to new lands and became king there. But there are no rumors that he found the elixir. Later, the group of thieves went down to the subway. And although Alexander asked about their purpose, Gon only joked that they were there to meet one person. The station the guys went down to wasn't the cleanest or most pleasant anyway. But Gon also stood next to some homeless guy who smelled so bad that the master covered his nose. Without explanation, Gon began to wake up the lying man, and then grabbed him by the jacket and abruptly turned him over to face him, which frightened Alexander. The man fell on all fours, first coughed, and then looked at Gon and was indignant that his peace had been disturbed. Gon knew who he came for, but Alexander was surprised to meet the king of wealth in the person of a homeless man at the most stinking station. It was hard for Edward to get up, especially when Gon was making fun of Edward's new life, which he himself had brought him to. Edward became angry at the youth's impudence and audacity and grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, promising retribution. However, Gon intercepted the old man's hand and still boldly corrected Edward. The boy fulfilled his part of the deal and returned the official. But because of the relics destroyed by Gon, Kira was angry at Edward and took away not only all his property and relics, but also continues to haunt him. However, Gon promised that he would improve the old man's affairs if he cooperated with him and shared information regarding the location of Su Hu's relic. And although the old man tried to pretend that he didn't know this information, Gon quickly saw through him. Even in his past life, Gon assumed that director Jules Ban had obtained Su Hu's relic through Edward, and since he was keeping silent, it meant he definitely knew something. So Yu decides to scare the former king of wealth and takes the phone, supposedly ready to hand over the wanted person, and Edward surrenders. In tears of broken pride, the old man admits that he sold such a rare relic to the ungrateful Kira, and Gon immediately understands that there will be difficulties again. Gon wanted to know why Kira needed a relic that collects children, but the old man howled that he didn't know, and the hero realized that Edward was still an old man who was very tired. Gon decided to be more lenient with the old man, who had seen too much blood after meeting him, so he offered a partnership, from which Edward would get back his belongings and freedom. But Edward was no stranger to the black market, and he couldn't just believe the goldfinch's words. But Gon was convincing. He had done quite a few things over the last month, and the old man knew it. Gong explained that Su Fu's relic was merely an ingredient needed to create a very powerful healing relic. Depending on the method, many different medicines can be made from the healing relic, thereby entering the pharmaceutical business. Gon, however, was not lying. He really planned to found his own pharmaceutical company, primarily a low-cost cure for Relic syndrome. Once again, Gon was flying on the Romanov family's private jet, and Natalie's personal security came up to him to say hello and get acquainted. Ivan didn't want to let his sister go so easily, so he hired 4 bodyguards for her. Alexander was a little uncomfortable working with strangers, and Gon was generally the same, but he decided to take a more optimistic approach to it. The girls from the guard did not have the relics, so Gon asked them the main thing is not to interfere with them during the mission, otherwise they can carry out the assigned task. Unexpectedly for Natalia, the girls became interested in Gon and his fame in the world of relics. They had heard about his scams and promised to do everything possible to help. Now the thieves were heading to Africa, to Ghana, where, according to Edward's information, the relic of Shu Fu was located. The old man himself was not sure, but it seemed that Kira was using it for business. Edward found everything about this tomb strange. Since special forces were not involved, he assumed that Kira only took a few of her men and was acting quietly. Gon immediately realized that something was happening in the tomb that, if known, would cause problems for Kira. And Edward came to the same conclusions. The thieves flew to Ghana and immediately went to the Accra area and watched Kira's people. Gon watched the girl with bright red hair. She was clearly the leader and was using the relic, but it was hard to tell what they were doing in this area. Gon wasn't interested in this. The main thing was that they were in a gambling house, which meant there was a chance to get close to the object of observation, get the relic, and even money. Gon approached Natalia, ordering her to stay outside with security, but the girl was worried whether the guy could handle it alone. Gon was aware of the risk, but reminded the girl that she could help from the outside with the Hand of Midas, especially since it would be good training for her. Gon walked into the bar confidently, aiming straight at the table of Kira's people. Alexander followed him, frightened, looking around. The red-haired girl sat at the table with cards in her hand, obviously playing a game. But confident in her luck, she joked with her friends. Gon approached the girl's interlocutor from behind and advised him to give up his seat to him, declaring his desire to play a game with the local legend of card games. The girl gave Gon a negative reception because of his impudent behavior, and also pointed out that the stakes of their games are high, and not everyone can afford it financially. Gon accepted the challenge and sat down at the table. The cards were dealt, but the hero was not interested in the game. He was worried about what was lying on the table and where the relic was hidden among all this. Using the relic of luck, these guys rigged the cards and won. And finally, Gon found it in the form of a coin under an ashtray. Although Yu himself was a crook and a thief, he did not like such dirty tricks. So he was determined to teach the guys a lesson. The game was going extremely badly for the redhead. One after another, Gon drew a quad, a straight flush, and a royal flush, which meant his victory. The girl knew that this was impossible because of the relic. So seeing such combinations, she shook with indignation and anger, refusing to believe what was happening. It seemed like Gon read her mind and made fun of how cleverly he had a good game and she had lost to him, which made the red-haired girl even more angry. In order to get the girl angry, Gon uses the last argument, telling her thoughts about the relic of luck. To prove his point, Gon took out a lucky coin, which is under the protection of the goddess of luck. People make a wish for luck and throw it. But there are a lot of such coins, so it is weak. Gon checked it in the system a long time ago and saw its low rank. Meanwhile, Natalia spreads the power of destruction to everyone except Gon and Alexander of legendary rank. Moreover, very precisely, the training was not in vain. The red-haired girl is outraged that her rival knew about the relics, to which Gon is surprised by the stupidity of the girl, who, apparently, was sure that she was the only one who uses the artifact. In any case, the military lost and owed Gon money, so the girl demanded that the bag with money be brought and began counting out Yu's share. However, Gon is not satisfied with what they give him. He demands another million as compensation for the deception, and he demands it now. Of course, such a demand angered the military, and the girl began to be indignant. But to prove his point, Gon took out a blade and thrust it into the table. Gon was expecting this conflict, so he proposed a deal where instead of money, he would be given the relic of Shu Fu and told what General Kira was doing in Ghana. The girl realized that Gon had originally come for the relic and information, but as soon as she wanted to attack the uninvited guest, she was racked with pain. At first, the hero was surprised, because he had not yet managed to do anything. But when those around him also began to suffer for various reasons, he realized that Natalia could not cope with control. Outside, bodyguards noticed noise and sparks coming from the bar, and Natalia confirmed that the relic was out of control, but continued to try to suppress it. However, this played into Gon's hands. The red-haired girl, in pain, agreed to tell everything she knew, if only the pain would stop. Gon couldn't help the girl in any way, but he pretended that it was worth cooperating with him from the start and that he was ready to listen. The girl didn't know everything either, but she told about a forest in the north where a tomb was hidden, in which Kira was growing something. Gon and Alexander listened attentively to the military, but did not understand how it was possible to grow something in the tomb if the relics guarded their territory. The red-haired woman didn't know the details, nor did she know Kira's goals. She only mentioned that only a child could enter there. Gon couldn't save the girl from her suffering, but he could make her forget about it. So he got out the famous voodoo powder. Alexander remembered the first news about Gon's scams, so he sympathized with the military. But Gon could not allow them to tell the general everything immediately after his departure. At that moment, system windows appeared in front of Gon, notifying him of new titles that had merged into one, which increased his relic subjugation skill. But Gon was now worried about Natalia, who was not at the agreed meeting place, as well as her bodyguards, so he started calling his friend. Gon realized in the bar that the girl had lost control and was afraid that something might happen. But as confirmation, a security guard appeared in front of him. It turned out that the girl began to choke again. The guards grabbed the owner by the arms, but suddenly Natalia broke free and ran away, and they still can't find her. Gon immediately realized that there was a risk, so he suggested splitting up. Alexander decided to stay in the area in case his friend came to her senses and returned. Gon rushed through the quarters. The map relic was now useless since he did not have Natalia's things. And then suddenly he stops, realizing that he can find the aura of her relic. Since Midas is legendary, then her aura is powerful and expressive. For a moment he freezes, concentrates, and sees Natalia's aura shining like pink petals, and immediately breaks off in that direction. To the hero's surprise, the trail led to a cheap hotel with a dubious reputation. Fortunately, the hotel manager recognized the girl's portrait verbally. According to the manager, Natalia burst into the hotel, demanded a room and a lot of drinks, which immediately alerted Gon. The woman gave the guy a spare key to the room, which he entered very cautiously. Luckily for him, the girl, flushed from drinking, was sleeping on the bed, hugging a pillow, among numerous empty cans of alcohol. Gon began to slowly remove the glass containers, trying not to wake his friend, thinking about how much the girl had drunk. But it seemed that this muted the risk. Judging by the amount of alcohol he had drunk, Gon was sure that the girl would sleep until the morning, so he leaned over to brush the strands of hair that were in the way from her forehead. But he saw that the girl was hugging not a pillow, but his bag of money. Gon tried to quietly remove the rough bag so that his friend could sleep more comfortably. But she woke up and was very unusually happy to see him. Gon was also glad to meet him, and was glad that the girl was feeling well. But suddenly her hands closed around his neck again, and then the girl pulled him towards herself, so that at the last moment the guy managed to brace his hands on the bed and hang over his girlfriend, embarrassed by the situation. From the way Natalia was drawn to embrace Gon, he understood that the risk had not passed. But he was frightened by the fact that the girl's physical strength had increased several times, and he could not free himself from her arms. However, the next moment Natalia pushed Gon onto the bed and kissed him on the lips, which surprised Gon even more. The hero was confused by the girl's unpredictable behavior. But, fortunately for him, the next minute the girl, just like the first time, quickly fell asleep on his chest. Raven clearly had a good sense of humor, because it was only after the incident that he sent a notification about a new risk target in the form of Gon's lips. General Kira returned to her headquarters in America, where her armed men were everywhere, and it was impossible to pass by them unnoticed. She called a subordinate who was instructed to find out about the group of people she was interested in from the incident in Turkey. The military managed to track their movements from Turkey to New York and then to Ghana, as well as their use of the Romanov family's private jet. Kira thought about the information and immediately compared the report about the girl in Gon's company with Natalia Romanova. When she asked about their affairs in Ghana, she was surprised to learn that her soldiers there had developed some mental problems and were arrested naked by the police. The general immediately recognized Gon's signature of revenge, but did not understand what the three had forgotten in Ghana. But a subordinate reminded him of the tomb. However, General Kira did not believe that the thief would be interested in Sufu's relic, since it was not a combat one. However, everything indicated that Gon was heading towards her on purpose, and she could catch him there. Only this time she will not attack directly. It will bring her great losses and possibly a damaged reputation. The general decided to dig under the Romanovs. In the morning, the guys took a jeep and went to the tomb, to Alexander's indignation that Gon had not reported Natalia and they had been running around all night looking for her instead of sleeping. Gon tried to explain that Natalia literally pinned him to the bed, becoming incredibly strong due to the risk. But Alexander did not believe that the guy and girl spent the night peacefully in the motel. Meanwhile, Natalia was sitting in the back seat of the car, listening to moral lectures from her bodyguard for drinking too much alcohol. All this ambiguous talk tired Gon, and the closer they got to the tomb, the more irritating it became. So he ordered everyone to shut up. As soon as the company of robbers entered the territory of the tomb, Gon received a notification about this, as well as clarification that the tomb had already been captured and entry was only possible for children. The hero assumed that the relic had already been appropriated, but the tomb was not destroyed. But Gon could not understand the motives for such a decision. Gon's methods of entering the tomb had not changed, so he asked Alexander to give him some low-level relics. The master of relics immediately understood what the boss was up to, but no matter how much he was indignant, Gon took a tube of paint and, having concentrated his power in it, launched a grenade into the tomb. The next moment, the wall exploded and a tunnel formed in it, into which Gon directed the car. The bodyguard was amazed at this method of using the relics, but Gon assured the girl that things would only get more fun from here on out. Gon confidently drove the car along the slopes of the tomb to its bottom. Alexander and the bodyguard were indignant at what was happening, but Natalia was happy with the roller coaster that had developed. Gon continued to slide down the slopes, weaving between dangerous sections, assuring the guards that a normal descent would take too long, but this way they would get there in a moment. After using low-level relics a few more times, Gon made a couple of new tunnels in the tomb and quickly delivered everyone to the bottom of the tomb. Gon was pleased with the parking lot. The bodyguard was surprised that everyone was alive. Alexander was finishing praying to his ancestors, and Natalia was pleased with the attraction. The landing party received a new notification, which stated that since the tomb had already been captured, modern human items could be used in it. While the hero was checking the phone's functionality, Alexander screamed at what he saw in the tomb, attracting the attention of his friends. Ahead of them lay a tea plantation the size of 3 football fields, and children were working on it, and everyone realized that they were under hypnosis, because even after the noise they did not run away or stop working. Raven explained to Gon that the children were under the influence of Sufu's relic, and were collecting tea leaves under her orders. Gon asks Raven to tell him about the plantation, and he again tells him through the notifications that the plantation contains the power of the Bull Man, which can raise even the dead. To his friends, Gon explains that the plantation was created by Shen Nung, a Bachman from Chinese mythology who gave the farmers tools and taught them the craft. The Bull Man could distinguish all herbs by taste, and most importantly, according to legend, if you were poisoned by something, you need to chew a tea leaf from his plantation, and it will clean out the poison. Alexander didn't understand how to find Shu Fu among the entire plantation, but Gon was sure that the relic was hidden somewhere among the bushes. The most important thing is that Gon now put together a chronology of how Kira discovered Shen Nun's plantation, but she understood that if she closed the tomb and took the relic, everything would disappear. For some reason, only children can enter the tomb. So the general used Shu Fu's relic to attract children to collect tea leaves. To begin with, Gon suggested splitting up and finding Shu Fu's relic, and along the way he decided to grab Shen Nong. But suddenly the hero heard his friend's screams. Alexander also decided to grab some tea leaves, and one of the working boys bit into his hand and was not going to let the thief go. Gon managed to react and noticed that the children next to him, peeking out from behind the bush, were also preparing to attack him. But the hero used the power of suppression. The dangerous aura was so frightening that the children retreated. Gon, realizing that the rest of his team wouldn't be shocked by this level of suppression, sent a rope to tie up the children. The rope first attacked the crazy boy who had grabbed Alexander, and then went to the others, saving Natalia and the bodyguard. The rope grabbed all the children near the thieves and lifted them into the air, hanging them in the air like a garland, and the master was able to press on the wound. Gon hurried to his friend to find out how he was, and although Alexander was otherwise unharmed, his hand had already swelled. While the girls were also approaching Alexander, the other children from the plantation were also approaching, and the master was the first to notice this. At first, Alexander noticed that their company had attracted the attention of all the children on the plantation, and from different angles they were looking angrily at the intruders into the tomb. The children did not attack. They slowly gathered around the enemies, hiding behind the tea bushes, ready to attack as soon as enough people gathered. The situation was to Gon's advantage, since it would attract the attention of the relics. But the master was worried that with such embittered children, they might not live to see that moment. Suddenly, everyone heard Su Fu cursing that his children were being bullied and distracted from work. Gon was pleased. Now he would be able to find the relic and suppress it. Gon immediately rushed to look for Su Fu among the plantations, ordering Alexander to stay close to Natalia. Her relic will stop the children and not let them near the owner. Gon raced through the bushes of the plantation, following the powerful aura of the relic, which had become angry and allowed itself to be discovered. The children did not touch Gong, however. In order to provoke Su Fu again, Gong ordered the rope to tie up several more children along the way. Of course, the offended children did not remain without attention to the relic. Su Fu immediately entered into an argument with Gon, and the guy had already drawn his sword, ready for battle. The children, who, under the influence of Su Fu, rushed towards Gong to protect the relic, were quickly scared away by the boy with his terrifying aura, and he himself began to look out for the relic, which apparently was small, because Gon could not see the object at first glance. However, then I noticed an interesting lonely worm, which was clearly not a simple one on the magic plantation. He first pressed it down with his foot, and when he heard the relic's cries, he grabbed it with his hand, laughing at how easily Su Fu had given himself away. Gon called his friends, wanting to first make sure they were okay, and then asked them to bring the bag of money from the trunk. While Alexander went to the car, the hero offered Su Fu a deal. Since he knew how important money was for the relic, he took the money to buy it. The worm was pleasantly surprised to meet such a wise man, but his greed was above all else, so he raised his price tag. Just then, Alexander returned, surprised that the boss, who had only suppressed the relics until that day, decided to negotiate. But Gon explained that there was no other option. It was because of Su Fu's legend that the relic was protected from being subjugated, so he won a fortune from the military in advance to bribe the worm. In addition, the risk of this relic is also calculated in money, which surprised Alexander, and he would not want the boss to cooperate with such a relic. But Gon thought that this relic was the simplest, since it was calculating and easy to understand. And then the hero unzipped the bag and showed the worm 2 billion in it. This seemed like little for a relic, so Gong offered him a second bag, also filled with money, which pleased Su Fu. Gon managed to offer him a higher amount than Old Man Ban had in his past life, so the hero was confident in the deal. However, after calculating, the worm deduced that its current owner gave it more money. Gon should make an effort. While Gon was thinking about how much Kira could pay the worm, Alexander was muttering dissatisfiedly from behind that they had spent all their money because of the relic. It was a dangerous risk. All the money was not enough, and they had to give away everything that had been prepared just in case, including gold and watches. Moreover, Natalia decided to give the worm the land documents, which the bodyguard was clearly not happy about. But this was the last thing that convinced Su Fu to go over to Gong's side and submit to him. Su Fu was ready to serve the new master. But as soon as Gong heard the noticeable confession, he immediately put the worm in a jar. Gon needed the relic's agreement to catch her. But now he'll put the worm to work. To begin with, Gon demanded that the children be released from hypnosis, and that they collect tea leaves and seedlings. Gong planned to move, but Su Fu did not like this idea, because then Shen Nong would be angry. And most importantly, he demanded 70 million for it. Gong is unhappy with this risk, especially since it has already brought him a lot of money. But Su Fu believes that the money with the land was a deposit, and the work should be paid for separately. Although the risk is very expensive, Gong is willing to pay for the relics after they leave the tomb. But Su Fu demands payment immediately. The relic talks about the uncertainty of Gong's honesty, but the guy can't be sure of Su Fu either. Such greedy behavior angers the guy, and he begins to shake the bottle with the relic. Su Fu begins to rattle the walls of his makeshift prison, and he agrees, ordering the children to carry leaves and saplings to Gong's car. The children begin to quickly rush around the plantation, fulfilling the relic's order, so quickly that they seem like ghosts and frighten Alexander. But Gon distracts the master from his observation, commanding his team to also prepare. They will soon have to leave and close the tomb. The children quickly packed and stored everything. Preparations for the escape were quickly completed, but the robbers could not abandon all the children on the plantation. Then Gon commands everyone to go on foot, and the worm will show them the safe way to the exit. But the relic demands payment for the previous work, and, accordingly, the new one, to which Gon offers another 70 million and receives the worm's consent. Gon throws a bottle with a worm to Alexander and orders him to lead everyone to the exit. This relic will not deceive people. Gon himself will go a different way. He wanted to grab something else from the tomb, so he asked Alexander for a bag, but plans had to be changed abruptly. From the depths of the tomb, the voice of another relic was heard, which was indignant that the plantation had been robbed. It was clearly Shen Nung, as he began to talk about the importance of farming and growing tea leaves, while shaking the walls of the tomb and showering small stones on people's heads. Gon immediately recognized the relic of Shen Nun. All this time he was waiting for it to appear, so he did not change the original plan now, except for ordering to run, to save the children. Alexander managed to notice that the boss had run away, forgetting the bag with the relics, and shouted at him. Gon didn't want to waste time and go back, so they agreed that Alexander would throw him the bag. However, the bag and the relics were not destined to go on a journey with Gon. Before reaching its owner, the bag collided with an energy wall that now separated the hero from his friends. You immediately realized that the wall of aura was erected by Shen Nong. Not only relics would not pass through it, but people as well. This meant that the relic had decided to lock Gon in the tomb. Gon's friends did not know the relic's plans, but they understood that the hero was in trouble. Natalia and Alexander were in no hurry to leave, standing on the other side of the wall, but Gon calmed them down and told them to go according to plan. As soon as he found and subdued the relic, he would join them. Of course, Shen Nong heard the hero's words and took it for impudence. And besides, the relic recognized the leader in the man. For the fact that Gon drove the children away from the plantation, the relic threatened to take revenge and released powerful roots from the ground, which grabbed the guy by the legs. Luckily, Gon was armed with a sword, so he quickly began to cut off the tree bonds. But in addition to this, the relic tried to possess Gon. But the hero had a high level of submission and did not allow his mind to be clouded, and then used the power of the relic to push off the ground and jump. From above, Gon was able to see the source of the relic's aura. It was coming from somewhere in the distant bushes, one of which was the relic. But Shen Nung noticed the hero's approach and began to emit poison, so that when Gon landed near the treasured bushes, he could not approach them. The relic mocked the man and enjoyed waiting for the enemy to suffer in a poisonous cloud. But Gon was an experienced plunderer, so he kept some of the relics to himself, like the first coals of humanity, from which he decided to strike a spark and burn the entire field. In an instant, the field around the guy was covered in fire. Due to the poison, the fire spread faster and almost reached the relic. The relic screamed not only in pain, feeling the dying remains of the plantation, but also in panic that the fire was approaching it. In fact, Gon wasn't sure if it would work, since legend also attributed Shen Nong with the control of fire. But seeing the relic's reaction, he was incredibly pleased. The hero took advantage of the moment while the bush was distracted by the fire, and, as he thought, ran up to it, hoping to subdue the relic with one blow of his sword. But the relic only laughed at the man's self-confidence. It may not have controlled fire, but the earth was under its control, so it formed a hole right under Gon's feet. Luckily, the hero managed to react and, bending down, went into a slide along the walls of the created crater, and then stuck his sword into the wall and hung there. But the relic released a vine from the very bottom of the crater and grabbed Gon by the leg with it, after which it sharply pulled him down, wanting to bury the guy alive. Alexander and Natalia did not listen to their friend and stood under the wall of aura the whole time, watching the fight. And then the crater into which Gon was dragged was filled with boulders. The tomb began to shake and crumble, and the bodyguard commanded everyone to run outside immediately. Alexander had recently argued with the boss and hated him. Now he didn't want to leave the tomb, worrying about Gon. The bodyguard admired Gon as a robber, but she understood that they could not help him, and that they had to escape. and as proof, the tomb began to crumble even more. Then Alexander decides to get out and save the children. If they are buried here, they definitely won't be able to help. But outside, there is at least a chance. Meanwhile, the confrontation between the relic and Gon continued. Now he was walled up in a pit of fire and poison. The relic was reveling in its power over man and its swift revenge. But Gon was not going to give in and cut the root off his leg again. Gon decided to discreetly clarify to the relic how low it ranks its attacks, and understands that the relic has the rank of a deity. Therefore, the hero understands that he will not be able to subjugate the relic so easily. The sword will not be enough here, and he removes it. And then he puts his hand in his pants pocket and slowly walks towards the bush. And the relic decided that Gon had laid down his sword and decided to surrender. But Gon has once again taken out the coals of humanity, with the help of which he wants to check whether a way out will open up for him after Shen Nong's death. The hero noticed that particles of Shen Nong's powers began to gather around them and the relic. One spark was enough for everything in the pit to burn in an instant. Bush tries to reason with the man, reminding him that he himself can burn. But the relic does not even suspect how crazy and thoughtful Gon is. Gon puts all his energy into the coals, causing the relic to tremble, expecting to disintegrate into ash. But the guy is already knocking with all his might, striking a spark. Natalia, Alexander, and the bodyguard got out and took the children out. They were discussing how to save their friend when the roar of an explosion echoed over the valley. The team turned to look at the tomb, the top of which was blazing like a fuse and crumbling into boulders. And then the tomb became covered in black smog and began to close, leaving behind only bare earth as a reminder that it had been there. In the cloud of dust, the boys saw a figure heading their way and were overjoyed when they recognized Gon. Alexander and Natalia began to chatter incessantly, greeting the boss and releasing fear for their friend's life. But Gon did not share their fear. He was confident in his own strength. Moreover, he hastened to boast that he himself closed the tomb. Natalia embarrassed the master when she told Gon how he was worried about his friend. But Alexander now did not want to show his feelings. So he denied it and insisted that he was worried about his employment. And since the guy was worried about being left without work, Gon gave him the remains of a dry bush and ash-covered coals that the master needed to fix. Alexander assessed the remains of the flint, which was left without a partner in the form of a second coal, and the remainder of the root from the burnt Shen Nun, assuring that it could not be restored. But Gon knew the approach to opening the energy of Alexander's efficiency and threatened the master, from which he quickly agreed to restore everything if necessary. At the last moment, Gon tossed the young man a burnt copy of Hammurabi's Law, which had suffered while protecting its master in the fire, and then called everyone to return home. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, Simon and his boys were taking care of the almond tree, adding fresh water, playing the flute, and fanning it. Although Simon enjoyed working with the trees, he was getting tired of being a butler for the relic and was thinking about hiring a gardener. Just at that moment, Simon received a call from Gon with a new assignment, and the boy immediately realized that the boss was calling for a reason. Simon's friends listened to his conversation with the boss, and after the call ended, they were intrigued by what would happen next. Pleased with the change of activity and location, Simon announces to his guys about a trip to New York and tells them to pack their things. Gon was pretty tired from clearing the tomb, so he slept through the entire flight. And when Alexander woke him up upon arrival in New York, he didn't immediately understand what was happening. The master of the relic had to try hard to wake Gon up and keep him from falling asleep, and also explain where they were. When the plane landed, Natalia also rushed to wake Gon and was surprised to find him awake. But Natalia ran not only to wake up the guy, but also to report the problem that had arisen. The thing is that Natalia couldn't contact the personal driver who was supposed to take them. This had never happened before, and it worried her. Gon was not embarrassed by this, and he suggested going by taxi, and Natalia agreed to this plan if after a couple of calls the driver still did not answer. They couldn't get through to the driver, so the whole group went by taxi, which surprised and even pleased Alexander. Natalia sat in the back seat and continued to try to call the driver, worried that this was a bad sign that there were problems at home. Gon tried to calm his friend down, assuring her that they would soon arrive at her home and that he would be able to cure her parents. Gon was distracted by Simon's call, The guy was shouting into the phone, screaming that he and his guys had problems. The guys got to the designated place, but some Americans started chasing them, who obviously wanted a tree. Gon heard the boys running with all their might between the houses, out of breath. And he understood that this was all set up by Kira, who had clearly already dug under Gon. First of all, Gon wanted to make sure that the tree did not fall into the hands of the enemy and wanted to summon it. But the summoning was denied because control was lost. Gon hears that the guys are already on their last breath, so he decides to change the meeting place. He promised to send the address by message, and for the sake of motivation, Gon threatens Simon that if they are caught and the tree is taken away, he will personally deal with Simon and his friends. Natalia heard Gon's dialogue and immediately understood that problems had arisen. But the guy did not become frank and frighten the girl even more. Gon took the circumstances calmly, confident in his guys, but at the same time asked the driver to speed up. This only made Natalia think even more about the problems that had befallen her loved ones, and she blamed herself for it. Gon wanted to get to the meeting place as quickly as possible, but there were traffic jams on the roads that even the taxi driver was surprised by. Alexander suggested that the driver change the route, but the car was stuck in a traffic jam among other cars, and this made Gon nervous. Natalia listened to her friends and became increasingly fixated on guilt for Simon's problems and her parents' illness. She was afraid of what might happen. Incidents began to occur on the road, such as an explosion, a collapsed sign, and an accident that shook the ground around. Alexander was frightened by what was happening and called the boss to express his guesses about the connection between the incidents and Natal's relic. And he turned out to be right. When the guys looked at her, they noticed that their friend was in a panic and praying with her hands folded. System windows about Natalia's condition and the increased radius of incidents popped up around Gon. But no matter how hard Gon tried, he couldn't get through to his friend. Then Gon grabs the girl by the hand and makes her look at him, reminding her that a lot depends on her condition now, and that she won't help anyone like that. Finally, Natalia comes to her senses and takes control of the relic, and grabs the phone, wanting to call the police and an ambulance. And Gon, seeing that Natalia has come to her senses, takes into his hands the relic of the teleportation tickets that he took from Julban. Previously, Gon had less control and was unable to use it, but now he has developed enough skill to subjugate the ticket. Meanwhile, in the center of New York, Simon and the guys were running away from their pursuers, hiding in a gateway. The bandits searched every nook and cranny and shouted in English that they were ready to pay a fortune for the tree. But the leader of the pursuers got tired of chasing and wasting time. He took out a pistol, intending to take the relic by force. While the Americans were running around the alley with guns, Simon and the guys hid in the toilet and dressed up as nuns. Even in such a situation, the guys were glad that they managed to save the tree, thought of cleverly disguising themselves and wouldn't get hurt by Gon. But the guys weren't lucky enough to hide for long. A policeman, who had come in response to a call from strange people in suits, burst into the toilet. The policeman moves towards the boys to search them and detain them. But one of the boys pushes the policeman and shouts for everyone to run. Without slowing down, the boys run again, and along the way throw off their disguise, which now seems funny to them. The guys weren't paying attention and ran straight towards the Americans, and one of them immediately attracted the attention of the entire gang. An American who had a gun receives an order to shoot, but hesitates because he sees the police. Simon and his friends find themselves trapped, with police behind them and armed bandits in front. The Americans are confident that General Kira will get them out of prison, so they decide to use a gun. Simon, hearing the sound of a cocked trigger, tenses up. The police notice this too, so they run towards the bandits. But at that moment, the police and the bandits suddenly disappear. But in their place appears Gon with a beaming smile, pleased that the plan was executed perfectly. Simon is confused and tries to find out where everyone disappeared to and what happened. And Gon explains without details that he sent them on a journey. Simon and his boys don't understand what this means, and, never having gotten used to the variety of relic abilities, are left perplexed. Meanwhile, in the distant and boundless steppes of Mongolia, not far from the overnight stay of local nomads, a miracle occurred. Gon did not indicate the exact point of teleportation, but at his suggestion, the bandits, policemen, and a good half of the traffic jam were transported to this place. The landing of people in the steppe was not soft. When they tried to get to their feet, They were surprised by the change in the environment and did not understand where they had ended up. The tickets in Gon's hands were the divine relics of Kamikakushi, which originated from the Japanese belief that the missing are taken away by God without a trace. After Simon digested what had happened, he remembered the purpose of his mission and handed the tree over to Gon. Gon stood above the almond tree, pleased that he had finally reached the level to activate and control the relic. Gon took out the bottle containing Sufu, and the relic immediately felt as if it was next to its lost half. Gon grabbed the tree by the trunk and pulled it out of the pot, causing the relic to scream, not wanting to cooperate with Gon and his terrifying dominant force. Simon, seeing Gon's rudeness, immediately began to lament that one must be more gentle with the tree, otherwise it will crumble. But Gon wasn't worried about a couple of fallen leaves, so he threw the tree into an empty, new, and more spacious pot. Then he unscrewed the cap of the bottle containing the worm and turned it over, allowing the two relics to become neighbors in the pot. And although the tree trembled and arose against such a neighborhood, the worm, on the contrary, was pleased, calling the meeting fate. While the relics were arguing among themselves, Gon picked up the bag of earth and began to fill the new pot. And then he concentrated a sphere of his dominance power in his hands and directed it towards the pot with the tree and the worm. Gon enlarged the sphere so that it absorbed the relics, forcing both to submit to him. After some resistance, the relics gave in and small red fruits began to grow on the tree. In an instant, the entire tree was covered with the fruits that Gon had worked so hard for. Gon announced that everything was ready and explained that Natalia's parents needed to drink the juice of these fruits, and then the disease would recede. Now we just need to hurry and deliver the entire tree with the medicine to the Romanovs while they are still alive. A truck was hired to transport the tree, which followed the taxi in which Gon sat and showed the way to the Romanov house. The taxi driver was the first to notice the strangeness in front of the Romanov mansion and drew Gon's attention to it. The entire Romanov guard lay unconscious on the ground, and this frightened the taxi driver so much that he refused to go any further and dropped off the passengers before reaching the gate. Gon got out of the car, immediately assessing the situation and figuring out what had happened. Natalia was horrified to see that the walls of the house had been shot at and the fences had been torn down. Now it became clear to everyone why Natalia couldn't get through to the driver. But Gon didn't give the girl time to suffer from guesses and called everyone into the house. As soon as Gon opened the front door, he came across Ivan lying on the floor in a pool of his own blood. Romanov was still alive and heard familiar voices and rolled over onto his back, saying that they were under attack. Although Gon asked the man about what happened and who it was, he mentally assessed the depth of the wound and came to the conclusion that it was from the relic. It was hard for the man to speak with his last breath, but he managed to convey that the elder Romanovs had been kidnapped and that the attackers had gone with them into some painting. Gon immediately orders Alexander to check the Romanovs' rooms, and the master breaks into a run, wanting to do this without the boss's orders. At this time, the home phone rings in the mansion, but no one rushes to answer. And then the answering machine turns on. Everyone hears Kira's voice, who expresses her condolences to Natalia about the loss of her entire family at once. Kira was sure that the girl's brother had died, but according to her, her parents were still alive and well. However, if Natalia does not agree to cooperate with the general, then the elder Romanovs will suffer. And then she dictated the number by which the girl should start talking to Kira. And to finally intimidate the girl, Kira limited the time in which she had to make a decision and call. Simon, though a bandit himself, is dismayed by the cruelty of a woman who actually killed an entire family and now gloated. Just at this moment, Alexander returns and reports that the Romanovs' rooms are empty. This is a big blow for Natalia. She falls to her knees in shock from such news, ready to succumb to panic again. But Gon immediately gets her attention and calms her down, assuring her that he has everything under control. Then he goes to the tree and picks some fruits, which turns out to be painful for the relic, and it curses. But Gon doesn't pay attention to it. The hero squats down next to Ivan and holds out the fruit to him, offering him to eat it. But the man, already ready for death, tries to say his last words to his sister. This stupid waste of energy and time irritates Gon, and he forcefully stuffs the fruit into the man's mouth. And the fact that the dying man choked on it does not bother him. Natalia, Simon, and the others watch in bewilderment as the hero and the dying man argue, with the latter complaining that the fruit is bitter and tasteless, while Gon continues to push the elixir of life. When Gon manages to feed a handful of the fruit to Ivan, light appears from the wounds, and then the wounds disappear without a trace. Ivan suddenly feels healthy and full of strength and jumps up sharply on the spot, and Gon sarcastically notes that the relic helped the enemy of the relics. Noticing that Ivan was alive, healthy, and had risen cheerfully, Natalia immediately rushed to him and hugged her brother. Ivan hugged his sister and tried to calm her down, assuring her that he was okay and that he needed to worry about his parents. Imagine the surprise of the Russians when Gon assured them that young people do not need to worry about their parents. Still calm and self-confident, Gon explained with a grin that the Romanovs' parents had not been kidnapped. After clearing up some misunderstandings, the hero explained that Kira's paintings were fakes. Gon said that before leaving for Ghana, he ordered a relic master to create perfect copies of the Romanovs. Ivan immediately grabbed the master by the lapels, angry that he had been looking after the fakes all this time, and the frightened Alexander tried to explain that he was following orders. Such mistrust already irritated Gon considerably. So explaining to Romanov that in this way they saved his parents, he demanded that the merits of his comrades and, in particular, Alexander, be recognized. Natalia, delighted by Gon's insight, looked at the guy with a loving gaze, wanting to know where such an idea came from. Gon didn't know how sweet Natalia became the queen of ruin from his past, but he knew that she could be a pawn in a bigger game if he pushed her right. Seeing Natalia's sick parents, the hero realized that they had become a weakness that Kira had pushed on in the past. The accelerated development of the Relic syndrome only confirmed Gon's theory, because the girl would do anything to save herself. Understanding that it was impossible to leave the Romanovs without protection, Gon pulled off this whole story with the forgeries. But not wanting to explain everything for so long, he got off with a ready-made phrase about pessimism. Ivan was unhappy that they were not informed of the plan, but Gon just laughed at it, because no one would defend the fakes and Kira would suspect something. Gon got tired of talking without doing anything, so he suggested going to save Natalia's parents and then take revenge on the woman who had caused chaos in their lives. The group raced to meet Kira, splitting into Simon's group, who rode in the truck, and Gon's group, who rode in Ivan's car. Ivan got himself in order and now drove the car, while figuring out how Gon planned to get close to the high-ranking lady. But Gon was one of those people who preferred to demonstrate actions instead of words, so he picked up the phone and made a call. Gon called Edward and asked him to publish some articles. The rest of the car could only watch. The Relic Master became interested in what articles the boss was talking about, but he only mysteriously suggested that he read the news. Yu himself preferred to listen to the radio in the car, so after clicking around for a bit, he stopped at the one that was broadcasting the news. Ivan listened attentively to the news about how cases of child abductions were discovered in Ghana, and General Kira himself was named as the culprit. The children testified that they were forced to work in the fields, and in addition, the children were under the influence of the relic, which is now a sensation. Alexander listened to the news, which briefly described their adventures in Ghana, and did not understand how Gon managed to spread all this on such a scale. It all started with a seed of information about something in the tomb that would destroy Kira's reputation. And then Gon learned that the tomb had been conquered, and that a phone could be used there. That's why, after that conversation with Edward, the hero kept the thought in his head that he had to find dirt on Kira. He learned from Kira's military that the tomb and what was happening in it was classified even from their own people, and decided that information about the tomb should be saved for emergencies. Gon took advantage of the moment and filmed on his phone how the children were working on the plantation, picking tea leaves and taking care of everything there. Gon immediately sent the video to Edward, who passed it on to his journalist friends, and they began preparing articles. Gon was pleased that he had once helped Edward, because now the old man was always ready to cooperate and was himself determined to destroy Kira. Alexander didn't like how Gon brilliantly manipulated people, but Ivan appreciated Yu's ability to plan events and opportunities. Natalia read the news on her phone and was surprised at how quickly the news spread across the internet. The president of Ghana even announced his exit from Pandora. In fact, Gon had only planned for a small amount of online attention, but he had not taken into account that when it comes to black slavery, civil society groups are quick to push the issue forward. As Yu listened to the news that the State Department was now also against Kira, A system window popped up in front of him about a painting relic hanging over the car. Gon immediately understood what Raven was telling him, so he immediately ordered everyone to leave the car. Gon could only believe that everyone listened to him and jumped out of the car with him. But he still gave the command to save himself again. Natalia and Alexander managed to jump out of the car and now, lying on the asphalt, watched as the car literally turned into black liquid. Having lost its shape, the car rose into the air and then flew towards the rooftops of the nearest building into the painting. The painting was held by military men, behind whom stood Kira, leading the mission, and Ivan recognized the painting as the relic into which his parents had been sucked. The relic master took a closer look and recognized the painting as a work by Van Gogh. But he did not understand how it became a relic and why it was not in a museum in the Netherlands. Kira watched Gon and his company. The woman expected that the hero would be saved, even hoped for it. The general was angry that Gon dared to publish articles about the plantation and tarnish her name, and wanted to deal with the guy personally. But Gon did not take the general's threats seriously. On the contrary, he only teased her and demanded that she admit that he had only told her about her atrocities. Kira was not one to be told of her wrongdoings, so she yelled at Gon and shut him up, declaring war on him. Kira was scary when she was angry. But this did not frighten Gon. On the contrary, he began to tease her more cheerfully. Then the general decides to stop arguing and uses what she considers a weighty argument, reminding her that the senior Romanovs are in her captivity. In exchange for the lives of the elder Romanovs, Kira demands that they give her Natalia, the herb of eternal youth, and correct the articles. Natalia is scared that someone might get hurt again because of her, so she approaches Gon, showing that she is ready to become a bargaining chip. But the guy refuses. But Gon is not going to give his friend with a dangerous ability to Kira, so he only continues to provoke the general. Kira tries to threaten again, describing in detail how she will deal with the Romanov spouses, which begins to anger Ivan. But fortunately, Alexander restrains him. But this doesn't work on Gon, so Kira orders the Romanovs to be removed from the painting. But unexpectedly for the military, the picture turns out to be empty. The military cannot find the Romanovs, although they were recently observed there. Kira understands that she has lost the opportunity to put pressure on Natalia and has lost today's fight. The general immediately realized that the disappearance of the Romanovs was the work of Gon, and he was now laughing loudly at Kira and her mistake. Kira is no longer prepared to tolerate ridicule and orders the military to throw everything and everyone into the painting. Still holding the relic in their hands, the military directed its power towards Gon and his friends. It is impossible to escape from Van Gogh's power. The children's bodies begin to lose shape, turn into liquid, and flow drop by drop into the painting. However, Gon's company was covered by a golden dome, preventing Van Gogh's relic from influencing people. The relic in the hands of the military stopped obeying them, since the power of another relic blocked the picture and did not allow it to harm its owner. Gon was the first to notice that after blocking the picture, body particles began to return on their own, and he understood to whom he owed such protection. Natalia was no less angry than her brother at Kira, but unlike him, she had an ability that she decided to use to protect her friends and take revenge on the general. Natalia asks Gon to run away to save her family, and she will take care of Kira and the military. So the guy, running away, takes Ivan with him. Of course, Ivan initially refuses to escape, not wanting to leave his sister in danger. But Gon draws his attention to Natalia, and what a ferocious weapon she is now. Meanwhile, the power of the Midas relic, due to Natalia's mood, was spilling out of her, preparing to destroy everything within a kilometer radius. Kira was the bearer of a combat relic, so she was always in the mood to fight, so she easily accepted Natalia's challenge to a fight. The power of the relics thickened the clouds over the city. The sky became covered in darkness and lightning flashed from all sides. Natalia was incredibly angry for trying to steal her parents, so she concentrated her power and attacked Kira. The general had more experience in controlling the relic, so she was confident of her victory and created a semblance of a bow. And then she pulled the arrow and released an arrow, so powerful that it would destroy Natalia in one blow. The aura of Kira's relic flew towards Romanova like a waterfall. The ground around the girl shattered into pieces, and then an explosion was heard, covering everything in smoke. Kira gave up the idea of taking Natalia hostage, since she lost the ability to control her. Moreover, A girl with such an ability could become a problem for them in the future. Now the general expected to see Romanova's corpse, but Natalia stood in the same place as if nothing had happened and looked angrily at Kira. When the smoke cleared, Natalia warned Kira that it was now her turn to strike and suggested that she get ready. A fight broke out between the girls, causing the earth and multi-story buildings to shake, and plumes of fire and smoke could be seen from afar. Meanwhile, Gon was racing in the truck, weaving between houses, away from the battlefield, while continuing to calm Ivan, who was worried about his sister. Eventually, Gon puts Ivan in a very awkward position by explaining that he is now useless without the relic, and will have to accept that Natalia is fighting. Gon brought everyone to the hotel he had recently bought and where he had hidden Natalia's parents, ordering Simon and his boys to drag the tree. As soon as Gon led everyone to the room where the Romanovs were lying, Ivan immediately burst into the room. The room smelled of sweet decay. It was hard to breathe. Gon knew that time was running out, so he ordered Simon to pick more fruit than he had previously for Ivan. There was no time to make a full decoction, so Gong Yu took the fruits and squeezed them directly into the mouths of the sick. Before our eyes, the elixir began to heal the bodies of the Romanovs. A golden light illuminated the room, and Ivan watched the miracle with his mouth open. The patients recovered quickly. Their skin regenerated before their eyes, and the decay disappeared. However, this was not enough. So Gon immediately ordered Ivan to take a handful of fruits and repeat after him. The tree screamed in pain as it was pulled, and Simon, impressed by the miracle, could not stop looking, as if spellbound. The first to come to was Romanov, who could not understand what was happening, but Gon quickly announced to him that he had been cured. Ivan immediately jumped up to his parents. Romanova took longer than her husband to come to her senses, slowly opening her eyes. Since everything was fine with the Romanovs now, Gon decided to return to Natalia and ordered Ivan to look after his family. Gon was already leaving the room when Ivan called out to him at the threshold and thanked him for his help and care. Gon, of course, noticed that Romanov had good character traits, but he believed that it was still too early for gratitude. Gon hurried to Natalia by truck, since Natalia's relic, although stronger than the general's, had more experience using it. In his past life, Yu had to work hard to kill the general, but to his surprise, he learned from Raven that the girls were still fighting. Finally, Gon got close enough to the battle site, and Alexander managed to see something and tried to point it out to Gon. The area was destroyed. Everything that could burn was burning. Roads were broken. Buildings were cracked. Chaos was everywhere. Alexander pointed to a piece of asphalt that blocked the road, but it was hard to see because of the smoke, and it was impossible to go around it. So it was decided to continue on foot. Gon and Alexander were slowly moving through the smoke when they suddenly noticed a silhouette ahead and froze, not knowing if it was Kira or Natalia there. The girl came out to meet the guys, and they sighed with relief, Gon, because Romanova was not hurt, and Alexander because he was afraid of meeting Kira. Without further ado, Natalia said that the girl was looking for Kira in the smoke, who suddenly disappeared in the middle of the battle. But the girl was sure that the general could not escape. Gon also thought about Romanova's words. In his eyes, the arrogant Kira could not just run away, and he wanted to know the reason. Suddenly, he remembered Raven's warning that both relics were at the battle site, and after thinking a little about the legend of Kira's relic, he realized what had happened. Gon was sure that Kira had not disappeared. She had shown a risk, but Natalia did not understand what her friend was leading to. Then Gon had to remind that Kira is the owner of the relic of the goddess of destruction Sekhmet, who is endowed with the second appearance of the goddess of love. Therefore, the risk for the general is associated with reincarnation. Gon was sure that Kira was on the battlefield, but in a form that hid her, and perhaps they wouldn't even have to fight since they would have the advantage in size. Then the boys decide to divide and search in different directions. And meanwhile, among the debris of everything that died, a small, unnoticeable worm crawls. Kira was forced to take the form of a worm because she had spent too much energy. But the woman herself did not know who she had become and why she could not see the road. Kira didn't see where she was crawling, but she heard perfectly well that they were looking for her and that Gon and his friends were somewhere nearby. Fate favored the general, and Alexander, who was running towards Gon, did not notice her and ran past, and Kira hid. Meanwhile, Alexander did not run to the boss empty-handed. He found a relic, that very painting by Van Gogh. Gon was surprised that the man who had just recently been shaking with fear was now scouring around and even managed to grab a useful thing. While Alexander was admiring Van Gogh's tree roots painting itself, Gon tore a piece out of the painting. The hero took out a notebook, which was a purification card, and ordered the relic to find the owner of the painting. Kira was very close, so she heard what was happening above her. And the moment she heard the search order, she realized that everything was lost. Gon crouched over the worm, pleased with the circumstances and his superiority. Gon took the worm in his hands and showed it to his comrades, who could not believe that in front of them was that same terrible general's wife. Now Gon officially declared victory over Kira and thanked Natalia for it, and also told the girl that he saved her parents and they are healthy and waiting for her return. After the clash between the two relics ended, New York began to recover, and the Romanovs invited Gon and Alexander to visit again. But first, Gon wanted to resolve the issue with Kira, so he ordered Alexander to make a copy of Van Gogh's relic, although he did not understand the motives. It was important to Gon not only that the counterfeit existed, but also that the quality was good, and Alexander could not ensure this, since all this time he had been making them for the sake of fraud. Gon wanted to use the painting to undermine Kira's influence and reduce his dominance over the other relics. Gon and Alexander were finally brought to one of the residences of the Romanov family, which was provided to them in gratitude. Gon asked how unpopular the house was with the Romanovs, since he planned to destroy it. The residence was delightful. The interior was expensively renovated, and everything sparkled with wealth. But the guys were not given the opportunity to enjoy the comfort of home. Gon first ordered the relic master to occupy any room and finish the copy of the painting as quickly as possible, which upset Alexander. And Gon planned to take care of Kira and try to reduce her dominance until she came to her senses. Gon took out the box where he was currently keeping Kira in the form of a worm, threw it on the table, and immediately heard a portion of threats from the general's wife. Gon thought for a long time about the punishment for Kira. It was difficult to come up with something for the larva. However, he came up with the idea of throwing the larva into a jar of alcohol and shaking it well so that it would first get drunk and would not be able to resist. Gon doubted the plan, but Raven confirmed with notifications that Kira was drunk and weak. The idea for Gon was born from a legend that told how Sekhmet was sent to humans as punishment for their opposition to the god Ra. But the goddess became so cruel that humanity could have been completely destroyed. So the god Ra gave Sekhmet a drink. The intoxicated goddess transformed into Hathor, and humanity escaped destruction. And because of this legend, the relic with Kira is easily affected by alcohol. Gon watched as the larva got drunk on alcohol and was glad that the legend worked. The larva was locked up for a while. The next part of the plan depended on Alexander, who was now sitting in the room across the hall and had almost finished the copy. When Alexander finished the copy and came to the boss, he was dozing on the sofa, and when he woke up, he stretched sweetly. Alexander began to complain that he was being used as a slave, but suddenly fell silent when he heard strange sounds outside the walls of the house. The boys were silent for a minute, listening to the sounds. But because Gon was silent, the master decided that he was hearing strange sounds from the processing. But Gon disappointed him. He also heard these sounds and, unlike his partner, was sure that it was Kira's henchmen, and they had already surrounded the house as he expected. The hero had long ago realized that nothing depended on Kira alone. It was necessary to eliminate her supporters, who had now sent the military to cordon off another Romanov house. Gon didn't even hide the aura of the relics on purpose, so that they would be found quickly, and then, as if on cue, the military burst into the house. 3 soldiers pointed their guns at Gon and Alexander, ordering them not to move and warning them not to run as the house was surrounded. The shouts of the soldiers woke Kira up. Drunk, she tried to wake up and understand what was happening. The team leader began threatening to torture Gon if he did not hand over the general to them, waving his weapon. Kira, hearing her subordinates, was increasingly coming to her senses, trying to get out. She began to swing and splash in the bottle. Gon noticed this and took the bottle in his hands, offering the military to treat themselves to a drink. And then he threw the bottle at the military, offering to evaluate his gift, but the military turned away from the glass. So the bottle flew into the wall and broke. The larva fell out, and the military immediately began to emerge from the abomination. The military did not appreciate the gift and decided that Gon was laughing at them. and one of them even stepped on a larva. The one who stepped on it felt how the soft larva suddenly became hard under his foot, and Gon received a notification about Kira's injury and the impossibility of showing strength. The crushed Kira inside the larva screamed at her subordinates, but they did not hear her and continued to trample her. Once Kira's dominance level dropped, Gon pulled the sheet off the copy of the painting. At that very moment, the bodies of the soldiers began to melt, and then, bit by bit, were sucked into the painting. Van Gogh's painting was unfinished by the author, so it sucked in everything it saw in order to complete itself. The soldiers trapped in the painting begged for mercy, but Gon only mocked them. The general finally regained her body, and now wanted to punish her subordinates who were to blame for her weakness. The soldiers turned around at the cry and were surprised to see the general who, unknown to them, had also ended up in the painting. Screams were heard from the painting, and Gon realized that the woman had returned to her form, but he was not worried, since she was already imprisoned and not dangerous. Kira knew about the relic's weakness and ordered her subordinates to look for a black dot that could be used to escape from the painting. Gon and Alexander watched as the soldiers ran around the painting looking for a loophole and laughed at them. The guys even decided to make fun of the military a little. Gon asked Alexander to draw something nasty for them. The relic master used all his imagination and drew a terrible monster with large tentacles. The monster immediately attacked the military and Kira, pursuing them and attacking with the help of a tentacle. Finally, Kira notices a black dot and grabs it, but ends up in another dimension of the painting in complete darkness, alone with the monster. This was the reason why it was so important for Gon to create a copy. The rules of the original were familiar to the general, and she could get out, but the copy had rules that Gon had made up. With the help of the monster, Gon organized an interrogation for the military and received a flash drive with all the data on the American army. And most importantly, he arranged for them to be repaid for everything they had done. Gon thanked Kira for her cooperation and then picked up the painting. And the general realized that the guy did not plan to free her and her subordinates. Gon laughed at the fact that the general believed in the words about liberation, because if he let her go, the woman would immediately cause him problems. Which, of course, was stupid. Caught by the monster, Kira watched as Gon sent the painting containing her into the fire, condemning it to burn. Gon stood by the fireplace and watched as the copy of the painting burned. The guy watched until the last moment so that Kira did not have time to free herself from captivity and did not survive. Later, the news reported that the general was missing and that all of her subordinates had been declared missing. Gon, basking in the warm rays of the sun, listened to the news and enjoyed the fact that due to the lack of evidence, the case could be quickly closed. Gon was on the Romanov family's large liner, but continued to think about work issues, for which he received a reprimand from Alexander. Alexander sat on the next chaise lounge and nagged him that the boss was neglecting the Romanovs' invitation to the deck party. Gon nevertheless listened to the master and showed up at the party, just in time to publicly hear words of gratitude from the head of the Romanov family. Moreover, Romanov promised that now their entire family is in an unpayable debt to the guy, and he can count on their help always and everywhere. Gon had been waiting for this offer for a long time. He had a list of requests ready for a long time. But first, he decided to ask for help with one business plan. Gon wanted to involve Romanov in the business with relics, with their refinement and subsequent sale, such as medicines and elixirs from the Relic of Health. Gon found a good leader and informant in Edward. He himself will be engaged in excavations, and asked Romanov to become an investor. Romanov agrees to help the guy, not only because of the promise, but also because he sees the business plan as good. Gon and Romanov were discussing the name of the company when Raven himself loomed over them, criticizing Gon for being lazy. Now everyone saw the relic, and when Raven sat on the railing, the Romanovs were frightened but did not run away. At that moment, Natalia came running with a bag of relics that were behaving extremely strangely, and she decided that Gon should know about it. Suddenly, Natalia felt as if she had been struck by lightning. The power of the Relic of Destruction activated on its own and caused pain to its owner. The mother was the first to run up to her daughter and caught her daughter so that she wouldn't fall. But she couldn't answer her questions about what was happening to the choking girl. Raven spoke very ambiguously about the existence of the girl, which made Gon wary. Gon scolded the relic for its behavior, for watching it around the clock. and even excuses about its different form did not help. Once Gon finished scolding Raven for his behavior, he turned to the Romanovs and asked them not to worry, not to be afraid of the relic. Gon accused Raven of stalking, and they got into an argument, which eventually got on Gon's nerves, and he finally decided to ask for what purpose the relic had appeared. Raven praised the boy for how he dealt with enemies and deftly suppressed new relics. But Gon increasingly became an ordinary thief rather than a robber. Gon had no intention of enduring lectures from the relic, and if it had been any other, he would have suppressed it. But Raven was helping him, so he decided to simply walk away from the conversation. But Raven detained the guy because he wanted to report about a relic that had been haunting Gon for some time. Gon immediately remembered that Raven had already spoken about this when he stole the map, and remembered that the relics were set to catch him. The thing was that the relics wanted to destroy him because of the peculiarity by which he did not obey them and did not fall under their influence. Raven came to warn that the relics from the dominant class have opened a hunt for the guy. Among them are those that keep Raven locked up. Raven doesn't know what they're planning, but he suspects that tombs stronger than Gon will soon appear. But Gon was confident in his powers, so he even longed for their appearance in order to subdue them as soon as possible. The guy's self-confidence pleased Raven, and he decided to leave Gon, pleased with his choice of a person to destroy the relics. Finally, Raven dropped a gift onto the deck, which he had picked up along the way, but decided to give to the man since it was no longer needed. Gon had already begun to get used to the bird's peculiar behavior and decided to appreciate the gift, which was the pumpkin of Hyunbu and Nolbu. Gon liked the melon from the legend about the generous and greedy brothers, but Alexander was shocked by what he saw. As soon as Raven flew away, Natalia felt better and also came over to see what Raven had left behind. Alexander wanted to see what kind of treasure was hidden in the melons, but Gon warned him that he first needed to find out which melon belonged to which brother, so as not to run into trouble. If a catastrophe happens on the ship, there will be problems. So Gon suggested not to touch the melons for now. But Ivan, who also decided to come over, was worried about where Gon would put such large relics. Gon already knew where to hide the relic, so he looked meaningfully at the master, who immediately reached into his pants pocket. Alexander not only made a copy, but also restored the original Van Gogh painting, so now he took it out to hide the melons in it. The size of the painting now fit into Alexander's hand, and the guy sucked the brothers' melons into the painting with one easy movement. Alexander appreciated the painting's ability in his own way, because now he didn't have to carry heavy bags and other relics. Everything fit into a small piece of the painting. Upon returning from vacation on the Romanovs' yacht, Gon set about creating the company. First of all, confirming the partnership with Edward. But none of his partners and sponsors know that Gon secretly applied the laws of Hammurabi to ensure that no one could betray him. And then one day, Natalia brought Gon a letter with an invitation to a party for the best tomb raiders, organized by Pandora. Gon saw that the sender was also Old Man Ban, and crumpled the invitation like trash. Natalia was surprised that Gon didn't want to go to the party. You, of course, assumed that there were people in Pandora who would like to cooperate with him rather than fight. But the idea that there might be a trap at the party turned out to be stronger. Looking through the list of invitees, Gon, to his great surprise, found a familiar name there, and was glad that it had not gone unnoticed by Alexander and Natalia. Julian Miller is a plunderer from his past. His approach to relics is radically different from Gon's. And since Julian would be at the party, Gon changed his mind and decided to go to the party after all. He had a new plan. Not only famous thieves were invited to the evening, but also sellers and collectors. Everyone was beautiful in evening dresses and chatted very nicely with each other. The stranger upstairs was getting ready for a party, and Secretary Vera was reporting that Gong Yu had responded to the invitation and was expected to show up that evening. The unknown man stood by the mirror and adjusted the bow tie of his suit. He clearly wanted to destroy Gon for the stolen painting, and also for curing the Romanovs, whom Pandora had tried so hard to infect. Edward also showed up for the evening, paying tribute to Gon as the director of the company, and to Natalia as the heiress of a famous family, to which Alexander began to grumble that there was no title for him. While the relic master was sulking at Edward, Gon was curious about why the informant had arrived late to the party, since he usually came early to scout out the situation. But Edward had already managed to find out that Pandora and the Archaeological Society were competing for the plunderers, and the party was actually designed for this purpose. According to Edward, they also have their eye on Gong Yu, but the guy refuses to be hired as staff. But the old man didn't mean that. Girls from all over the hall were staring at the handsome Gon, but they didn't care about the robber's love stories either. Gon was alarmed when he heard an unknown voice calling his name from afar behind him and talking about his popularity. Austin Rockefeller appeared before Gon as one of the organizers of the party. He greeted the famous thief, according to him. Alexander recognized Austin and was impressed that such a famous person paid attention to them. But Gon had never heard of him even in the past. It turns out that Natalia also knew Austin as a singer, author of books, actor in famous films, and, in general, a very talented person. Even though Gon didn't know this man, judging by the way everyone in the room turned around and whispered about him, the thief realized that his friends weren't exaggerating. Austin walked towards Gon with his arms outstretched to the side, greeting the guest. But Yu felt that a strange aura was emanating from the guy. Austin extended his hand in greeting, and Gon kept thinking that if the actor was using the relic, it was secretly, which meant he was a professional, and he had to be careful. At that very moment, Alexander flew up to Austin with a notebook and a request for an autograph, as his biggest fan. Surprisingly, the actor was friendly and began searching his pockets for a pen to sign. Only the actor used an unusual pen, and a relic with which he makes people trust and respect him. To the actor's surprise, something unexpected happened. The sheet of paper with the autograph was torn up by the guy. Alexander's body moved like a puppet, obeying someone's will and tearing the notebook into small pieces. The master couldn't say a word, but he realized that Gon was controlling him with the help of some relic. Meanwhile, Gon held Shakespeare's pen in his hands, which he had disguised as a telephone, and was typing out a new script. Finally, the master realized that the chief was using Shakespeare's relic, but he could do nothing, and went on orders to tear up the rest of the autographs in the hall. Like a madman, he began chasing after the other autograph holders, causing panic in the hall. The distracted Austin did not have time to hide the pen, and it was snatched by Gon, who had planned all this in order to take possession of the relic. Gon squeezed the handle and broke it, threatening that if Austin ever decided to use something like that again, he would kill him. Edward, when he found out that Austin had used the relic, was shocked, since he himself did not feel even the slightest aura of the foreign relic. Gon himself was not entirely sure, but at the moment of use, it was no longer possible to hide the aura, and he detected it. Austin's pride was hurt, but he was even more angry that his relic was broken. But Gon didn't feel an ounce of pity. Finally, Gon remembered where he heard the name Rockefeller from. It is the same rich and influential family as the Romanovs. This family, thanks to its wealth, sponsored relic users, and most importantly, raised royal class users. Kira, by the way, is also a creation of this family, like all Pandora users, which means Austin Rockefeller is an enemy for Gon. Besides, even people with mediocre abilities were elevated to the rank of kings, which meant that now would be a good time to knock some of the arrogance out of the impudent Austin. But from the past, Gon remembered that there were no men of that age in the Rockefeller family, which meant that there could be a girl in a suit in front of him. And also because Austin had lost control of himself, Gon felt that he was hiding another relic, and it was at least a divine Class 1. Gon had just had time to think that time had changed again, when Rockefeller reached into his jacket pockets again to get the relic. But suddenly journalists appeared with a camera and started asking the actor to give them an interview. And most importantly, they thought that he wanted to use the relic. Journalists began to actively ask about the relics that Austin uses, with a subtext of danger, which he did not know how to get out of. Gon immediately began to mock Austin, saying that the actor was afraid of the camera, which made him even more angry. Gon was deliberately trying to irritate Austin so that he would show him his relic, although Gon already guessed that because of the relic he did something inappropriate, and now he can't show the artifact. Of course, journalists immediately seized on such a hot sensation, but Austin began to deny it. Meanwhile, they decided to start the party, and a voice familiar to Gon announced the start of the briefing. The host brought up the issue of civilians suffering from the loss of their homes due to the appearance of tombs in their place. And as a result, Pandora wants to engage in humanitarian aid. Gon looked closely at the host and, although he was far from the stage, Gon was sure that it was Julian Miller. In the past, He and Miller were colleagues. Gon was called Ban's right hand, and Julian was called Ban's left. And since he possessed Zhuge Kongming's relic, he could see all the information about the tombs. Their relics were similar. Their goals were the same. But the guys themselves were like ice and fire, which is why they were always quarreling and arguing. Moreover, their quarrels were so heated and loud that everyone heard them and was frightened by their disposition. Gon respected Miller. He was a humanist and was pedantic in his work. But in this life, he preferred not to get involved with him. Gon didn't even feel sorry to lose Jugo's relic, because 15 years of experience and Raven's help more than compensated for its absence. Although Gon came to the party precisely because of him, so he said goodbye to Austin and went on with his business. Gon's next target was Old Man Ban himself, who had sent the invitation. And since that was the case, he definitely had to attend the party. Gon came to the party to prevent Ban from recruiting Julian, since the company itself may have had resources, but it did not plan to share them with anyone. Miller later announced the end of the charity's briefing and thanked journalists and guests for their attention. After Miller finished, Gon followed him to prevent Old Man Ban from having a chance to talk and convince him to cooperate. Old Man Ban was easy to spot, as journalists rushed towards him, and he shone among them in the rays of glory. Old Man Ban immediately went to Miller and praised him for his performance, and also tried to win him over to his side through sponsorship. Gon looked closely at the old man and Miller and realized that the agreement on cooperation between archaeologists and the TKVM had been made before the briefing. However, Gon noticed that something was wrong with Miller's look, and the cooperation was worth upsetting, and he was thinking how. Edward and Alexander's phones rang at the same time. It was a message from Gon, which surprised both men. Edward had already worked with Gon enough and understood that if he called, then he had to come to him. Natalia didn't receive the message, so the men asked her to stay in the hall with the rest of the party participants, and they went to Gon. Meanwhile, the partygoers were asking Old Man Ban about his promise to donate a large sum to the shelter, as well as about donating Richard's painting. Richard himself immediately appeared, and questions regarding his work began pouring in directly to him. Everyone was especially interested in why the artist had not presented his works for a long time. Richard covered up by saying that he was very busy in Pandora, but Gon intervened, who decided to expose him and told everyone that Richard could no longer paint. It was extremely unexpected for Richard to meet Edward, Alexander, and Gon at the party, and in the same company. Gon decided to continue to press Richard's weakness and his worthless cover of employment in Pandora. Richard's inability to paint interested Julian. He had not heard rumors about it. Gon decided to continue playing his role as a mysterious guy, uncovering the dark deeds of Old Man Quan and his retinue. Richard was the first to come under attack, with his redrawings of other people's works, which was a blow to the liar, because now he could not draw and refute the words of his enemies either. However, when journalists began to address the rumors, Richard pulled himself together and began to defend himself. And here Alexander intervened, ready to fight for his honor, glory, and stolen style. Richard immediately responded to Alexander's attacks, but the boy was not going to remain silent any longer, so he accused Richard of using the relic. Judging by the way the journalists began to stir in an effort to write new articles, Gon was pleased with Alexander's work. Richard continued to rely on Pandora's power and influence, but forgetting that he was in front of a dozen reporters, he openly began to threaten the guy. Previously, the master would have retreated out of fear, but now he entered into a fight with Richard, which attracted all the attention to himself. Gon took advantage of the moment and approached Julian with advice not to get involved with the TKVM and Pandora. Moreover, Gon advised not to get involved with Jules Ban, from whom he and his people suffered, and also said that the old man uses the relic of conquest. When Gon asked with a kindly air whether Julian had suddenly decided to cooperate with the old man, Ban began to shout protests. The question turned out to be very appropriate, because Julian really did feel strange. And now he realized that it was because of the relic. Old Man Ban decided to seek support from Edward, and asked him to act as a guarantor of the words of the director of the TKVM. But Edward didn't want to help the traitor any longer, so he avoided answering the guy who didn't know anything, which really angered Old Man Ban. Jules Ban immediately began to accuse Edward of betrayal, began to threaten that they were no longer partners, to which Edward did not remain silent, and journalists immediately showed up at such a concert. Ban's secretary immediately appeared and began asking Julian to pay attention, but was refused. Julian didn't want to work with Pandora, where just 2 board members had caused such a farce at a charity event, and the agreement was terminated. Miller turned to leave the room, and then heard the egoism of Ban, who was already poking at him, and the sycophancy of the secretary, who was still trying to smooth over the problem. But Julian was no longer interested in Pandora. On the contrary, he was interested in Gon with his powerful power of dominance and protection of some terrifying artifact. Although, in general, Julian no longer cared about collaborating with any of them, he had no intention of doing so. Gon, however, was quick to gloat over the director, the failed deal, and the lost valuable employee. At that very moment, lightning struck the building where the charity evening was taking place. The building shook, the walls shook, and the people inside began to run in different directions and scream. Old Man Ban became very angry and could no longer control his power. Moreover, he wanted to take revenge on Gon. Secretary Ban intervened again and began to calm Ban down, arguing that using the relic would entail colossal consequences. However, revenge clouded the old man's eyes. He was no longer ready to endure, and Gon was not against fighting again. He had become stronger lately, but just as the men were about to engage in a fight, they were interrupted by Austin Rockefeller, who wanted to wrestle Gon himself. Austin didn't want Ban to use a relic that would destroy the building, and most importantly, the Pandora brass wouldn't approve of it. Austin asked Ban for permission to fight Gon and settle the score with Gon. Having received permission, Austin took out of his jacket an old book that was clearly an Egyptian relic. Gon immediately recognized the Zoroastrian Avesta, which had once been in the possession of the King of Preachers, a religious relic that also influenced the consciousness of people. According to legend, there were only 15 monarchs in the world, and the King of Preachers was one of the 4 strongest and was equal in strength to Ban and Kira. The preacher controlled a huge number of fanatics who gave him not only their property, but even their lives. Now the situation was not favorable to Gon. Besides, the relic belonged to a different person than in the past. The future had changed again. Taking the book in his hands, Austin opened it and began to call upon his disciples, ordering them to capture his enemies. At that very moment, everyone who had admired Austin that evening became spellbound and reached out to Gon and his men. Because of the new autographs, the power of the owner of the Avesta increased, and because of this, in turn, the power of the fanatics also increased, and now it was difficult for Alexander and the others to resist them. The fanatics surrounded Gon, and he could do nothing. He did not foresee a sectarian relic at the party. What was unexpected for Gon was that Alexander also fell under the influence and was now reaching out to him. Austin decided to tell that his relic affects all people who have a weak power of dominance and affects people's feelings directly. While the crowd was going crazy, Gon realized that he himself was beginning to fall under the influence of Avesta, and he urgently needed to defeat Austin. First, he hit Alexander on the head with all his might to bring him to consciousness. Surprisingly, only one blow was enough for Alexander's consciousness to return, and after Gon's threats, he finally came to his senses. Since Austin used a relic that affected consciousness, Gon also decided that he had the right to do so and drew his sword. Edward, who was being tormented by fanatics, saw the sword and tried to stop Gon, confident that he wanted to kill ordinary people. But Gon had already taken a running start and loaded his sword for battle, reassuring him that he would not kill anyone, but would resolve the issue. His sword can cut, but its ability lies in influencing the mental state of people, and it causes damage to their consciousness. Gon made a run, damaging not only the fanatics, but also Austin himself, and so quickly that he did not have time to jump away. Gon was pleased with himself, and Austin was sure he saw his neck being cut open and blood pouring out. But most importantly, Austin felt the blade go through his neck. He felt pain, so he grabbed it, but found no traces of an attack. Gon stood haughtily over the owner of Avesta and mocked his fear, but he did not relax and did not let go of the aura of his relic. Of course, Austin quickly got back on his feet and was now indignant that the relic of illusion had been used on him. But Gon noticed that the illusion had also been used on his fanatics, who were now writhing in elusive pain and not listening to their preacher. Meanwhile, Austin didn't notice how Gon stole his relic and was now bragging about it. Austin suddenly felt sick and began to vomit. The fear that the guy was trying to hold back overwhelmed him, turning his stomach. Gon wanted to immediately subjugate Avesta, but the relic chose to remain loyal to its master. It was still necessary to weaken Austin. Although Austin was not in the best condition, his suppression power was high, and now he mocked Gon's foolish attempt to simply steal the relic. Austin came to his senses and immediately extended his hand, calling upon Avesta to regain control of the artifact and the fanatics. But unexpectedly, even for Gon himself, a rope flew out of his sleeve to protect its owner. The rope wrapped around Austin's neck and, along with the oxygen in his brain, he began to lose control of the relic. Avesta noticed that the master's dominance had dropped, and Gon received notifications from Raven that when the dominance dropped to medium levels, the relic broke the contract. As soon as Avesta became free, Gon immediately began to subjugate her, which she began to scream about. Just recently, Gon suffered from Muramasa's subjugation, but now the boy felt that he had become stronger, and even from subjugating a divine-level relic, there was not a scratch. The relic also felt Gon's power, so it was amazed that such monstrous power belonged to a human. Austin tried to escape from the rope's grip. While out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Gon was successfully subduing his relic. But Austin still had a lot of strength, so he applied his dominance power to the rope. The rope was a low-level relic, so after using the dominance skill, the relic stopped strangling him. The rope was no longer around Austin's neck, but was hanging peacefully on him, and the guy immediately gave the order to seize Gon. But instead, the rope began to squeeze Austin's neck again, and at the same time hit him on the head with the end. Vera, Austin's secretary, immediately intervened, cut the rope, and freed Rockefeller. The crippled rope immediately returned to Gon, screaming in pain, and Gon was surprised that the one who owned the divine relic was unable to subdue his low-ranking one. Vera protected Austin, although there was no point in Gon approaching him now. The rope had bought him enough time, and he managed to subdue Avesta. Gon received the relic and now said goodbye to Austin, wanting to spend the rest of the evening in fun. But Austin wasn't going to part with his relic that easily, and ordered Vera to catch Gon. But Gon didn't want to waste any more time, so he threw a relic with smoke at the running Vera. As soon as the bottle broke, the entire room was enveloped in thick smoke, in which it was impossible to make out anything. Through the veil, Gon runs to Edward and Alexander, calling them to come with him before the smoke clears. Leading the Master and the King of Wealth, Gon commands to find Natalia, after which they all escape. Among the curtain, Gon notices Miller, who is lost in the smoke, and offers to join them. However, Miller is a man of critical mind, although the people of Pandora are largely to blame. But Gon is the one who tripled this chaos. Miller cannot trust him. Gon doesn't try to justify himself. He exposed the bad guys, but he helped Miller not to follow their lead. Julian never heard a reasonable answer regarding Gon's motives, but his reference to his connection to the vulgar life convinces him to go with Gon. Gon helps everyone and Julian get outside, where Alexander begins to draw a place where everyone can be transported. Julian has never seen such a relic before, so he watches the Master at work carefully. While everyone waits for Alexander to finish work, Gon asks about Julian's younger sister and offers to help find her. Gon remembered that Bon had convinced Miller to work for him in his past life in exchange for finding his sister. But what comes as a surprise to Gon is that Miller has already found his sister, only she dies immediately after that. At that moment, Alexander called out to everyone. He had finished the picture and now everyone had to gather around him. Gon was thinking about the changed future. Although Miller could find his sister should not die. Gon went to the party ready to sacrifice one of the relics to help Miller and win him over to his side. But now he will have to think of another plan. Alexander drew a sculpture from one of the city parks, where the whole company has now moved. Miller thanked them for their help and left everyone, and Gon watched him go, upset that he had missed such a valuable shot. Everyone was in Gon's penthouse watching the news where it was reported that there was a disturbance at the party caused by Pandora, and the public was once again unhappy with the organization. Gon watched the news, sipping his soda and enjoying Pandora's new troubles. Natalia was also visiting Gon, and seeing the news, she became interested in the boss's condition. But the thief was not only healthy but also achieved all his goals. In addition, Gon also took a new relic, which meant that the position of the Preacher King was vacant, and the structure of the monarchs had changed compared to the past. The future has changed a lot. Now the information that Gon has is not relevant, which means it's time for the thief to think carefully. Alexander, who was currently busy repairing the rope, ran into Gon's room screaming, but was frightened by her strange behavior. It was not the first time that the relic master had mended the rope, but now it did not let him near it. Gon didn't find it strange, on the contrary. It was very cute. Relics rarely let anyone near them. But the problem was that Alexander really couldn't approach her. Alexander decided to demonstrate and tried to start the repair, but the rope enveloped the guy and began to shock him. The rope not only chased the master away, but also attacked, which now seemed strange to Gon. Noticing that the rope will soon strangle Alexander, Gon orders the relic to come to him, and it immediately carries out his order. The rope lovingly wrapped itself around its owner, caressing him like a dog. But Gon sternly asked it for its unreasonable behavior and unwillingness to cooperate with the master. The rope tried to justify itself by its strange state of health, when it suddenly began to glow, and the system notified about a change in its properties. While the rope was undergoing transformation, Gon received a notification that she had been upgraded due to her feat of disobeying an outsider. Because the rope chose to remain loyal to Gon, its rank was raised, and it was no longer a consumable relic, but a subordinate one, and was called the Rope of Heaven. Alexander did not understand how this could happen. Gon also saw the evolution of the relic for the first time, and Kanat, to his surprise, felt more wonderful than ever. It immediately became clear that Kanat was now free and needed to be subdued. But the artifact immediately wrapped itself around Gon, choosing him as its master and making an agreement. Alexander was happy with this news, because now it meant that he had one less relic to repair. But it also meant that now there was a risk after use. For Kanata, the risk was that he would have to praise the relic after the work had been done, like some puppy. The rope still did not come off Gon, wrapped around his head in a turban, and Alexander decided that this was a risk, since relics do not like people. But Gon explained that this was a feature of the rope. Meanwhile, Raven informed Gon of his new title as a relic trainer, and a new skill to use 90% of the relic's potential. Such news could not but please Gon. Having a talent for training relics was an indescribable success. Gon hasn't thought out a plan yet, but his new talent for evolving relics could be the key to his big victory. So far, Gon doesn't know how it works, but he suggested that Alexander conduct several experiments in this direction. At this time, a meeting was taking place at Pandora's headquarters. During that charity evening, their agents were analyzing the thieves for abilities. Even at the evening, Pandora planned to win over the neutral thieves to her side and detain the hostile ones, but everything went to waste. It was no longer possible to organize such a party. The company did not have time for it, since 7 new tombs had appeared that urgently needed to be cleared. And according to Providence, the person who takes possession of the relics from these tombs will change the world, which means Pandora is obliged to seize them for dominance in the future. To do this, the organization needs as many people as possible. Pandora needs to attract the strongest people to its side in the shortest possible time. Immediately, the members of Pandora began to quarrel over ideas on how to attract archaeologists and plunderers, and someone began to offer money. Among the participants in the meeting was a golden-haired man who was interested in the thieves who had already been taken away. The moderator of the meeting was happy to switch to this issue and show a list of users using up to 50 relics. The show was hosted by Old Man Ban, Richard Austin Miller, and everyone who is now collaborating with Gon. But one assistant approached him to make some adjustments to the data. Gon wasn't shown at first because, unlike everyone who had a maximum of 20 relics, this guy subdued 50. This level of dominance and such a number of relics in one hand immediately caused a stir in the stands. And the presenter also had to say that the announced list included people who were in some kind of alliance with him. And Gon's relationship with Pandora is currently characterized as hostile, and there is not a single chance to lure the guy to his side. This information caused discontent in the stands. Everyone interrupted each other and the presenter had to calm them down. The host reassured everyone that even if the guy had extraordinary abilities, he did not have the same abilities and resources as Pandora. The host assured that Gon had no chance of entering the new tombs, which meant that Pandora would definitely win. Gon sat and studied the conditions for the evolution of relics that were built on feats, unique abilities, or on the deification and admiration of their owner. Gon didn't quite understand the wording regarding the special properties of the relics, and asked Raven to explain it in more detail. Gon still didn't understand about fame, and he couldn't believe that he would have to deal with the issue of his popularity. Not having received an answer from Raven, Gon decided to ask his relics. But they didn't know either. Gon went out into the common room, and Alexander immediately suggested that the boss take a rest and watch the news, since something strange was happening. Gon didn't remember any major changes in that period of time, so he was alarmed by the master's words, and he sat down to watch the emergency news broadcast. The news reported about new tombs that form a sort of belt on the map, and people are being evacuated from these areas. And when reporters asked a specialist from Pandora to comment, Gon realized that the organization already knew everything, including about the relics in them. Alexander heard Gon's words and did not understand how it was possible to deliberately keep silent about such important things. But the most important thing is that Gon also knew what was in these tombs. But what was more important to Gon now was that time had changed again, and these tombs were only supposed to appear in a few years. Gon had to tell Alexander that these tombs contained rare and precious relics. These tombs represent the 7 deadly sins. Gon only heard about them but did not want to go to them. Although the former relic of archaeology by Gon was originally discovered in the Tomb of Greed, but Gon knew that they had to loot these tombs now, even though it was difficult. Of course, Gon doesn't want to risk his friends, but if Pandora gets them, the world will fall into the chaos of the past again. To enter such tombs, Gon had to either obtain divine relics or loyal allies. It is very difficult to obtain divine relics, but Gon thought to get his partners with the help of the new relic of Avesta. With the help of the Avesta, Gon planned to quickly gather followers and possibly achieve the status of a god. Gon boldly grabbed the relic and gave the order to make him the head of the sect. However, in order to use the relic, it was necessary to first charm 10 people. These conditions angered Gon, as it was illogical, since the relic of the Avesta was needed to achieve popularity when he was unpopular. Gon analyzed Austin, who was an actor, which is why he was able to use Avesta so easily and grow his fan base. Gon asked Alexander to tell him about Austin and his work, and found out that he wrote novels, which seemed like an easy and achievable option to Gon. Among all the talents for popularity, Gon was unavailable. But to write a novel, it is enough to have a computer. So the thief decided to first get acquainted with Austin's books. Gon was reading a book on the loggia where Simon and his friends were working at the time, and asked to explain why such second-rate novels had become popular. Gon explained that he wanted to write a book to gain popularity, but he did not understand why books with erotic plots were so popular. Simon was no genius, but even he understood that it wasn't about plot. It was about pandering to people's desires, and Gon seized on the idea. After this dialogue, Gon spent several hours writing the text and found the process even meditative. Gon was finishing the novel. He was confident in his genius, anticipating a large number of fans. By the end of the day, Gon had finished the introduction to his novel and asked Alexander and the others to evaluate it first. While the boys rustled the pages and read his work, Gon anticipated praise and admiration, hurrying them up. Alexander read very thoughtfully. Simon's friends laughed in places. Simon's eyebrows went up to the back of his head, and Gon, looking at this, already began to think about the offer from the publishing house. In his head, the hero was already thinking up excuses for the annoying editors who wanted to sell his creation in huge print runs. Alexander was the first to finish reading and wanted to quietly run away from answering. But Gon managed to detain him and began to ask for his opinion. Alexander technically answered that he liked everything, and the novel was good. But Gon realized that the guy was evading and lying. By threatening to use Shakespeare's pen on the master, Goth demanded an honest answer, and he had to answer with tears in his eyes. Alexander didn't want to offend his friend, but since he insisted, he honestly criticized the topic, the plot, the far-fetched events, and the inappropriate, flat, erotic scenes. But what touched Alexander most was the theme of collecting relics. It was not written for an erotic novel at all, and one of the subordinates was forced to admit that he did not understand some words and could not understand half of the plot. It turned out that modern youth did not know Gon's old words and terms, so the novel seemed very difficult to them. Gon gave them only the first introductory pages to read, and they were not able to be read, which was offensive to him as an author and humiliating for the others as readers. Alexander's remark that a rope would have done the job better finally finished off Gon, so the hero abandoned the idea. Alexander returned to repairing the relics, and although he worked hard on the outside, inside he was aching and complaining that the broken artifacts were never ending. At that moment, the master's working peace was disturbed by Gon, who entered the room and threw a backpack at Alexander, demanding that he get ready for a business trip. The master, who, although he was a swindler, preferred sedentary work like an artist, grumbled about new adventures. Gon planned to fly to Kyoto in Japan, where, according to the news, cases of missing people have become more frequent, and the number of missing people has reached 2,000. Since women were disappearing, Gon immediately realized that the problem lay with the owner of the harem relic. Alexander heard about Taco for the first time, and Gon explained that the relic is low-level and only charms women. For Gon, it was useless. But for young Alexander, who was still a student, the artifact seemed better. And although the relic did not interest Gon for love affairs, now he wanted to use it to create fans for himself. That same night in Kyoto, police were combing the darkest parts of the bamboo forest where, according to legend, the missing people gathered. Gon and Alexander were hiding nearby to avoid the light of the lantern. They were a little late, and now the law enforcement officers were looking for the daughter of a member of parliament, which is why there were more search parties than usual. And the news also reported that one of the missing women had attacked the police. So Gon decided that the relic here clearly belonged to either King Iji or Casanova. But even they can't motivate him to kill a person, which would mean possessing other relics as well. So Gon decided to look around and left Alexander where he was. To begin with, Gon decided to take on the police officers on patrol, attacking the first one from behind, which he did not have time to react to. Gon knocked the first one out with his foot so that he flew away, and the hero knocked the second policeman off his shoulder. Now you could not worry that law enforcement officers would interfere with him, and even more so that they would steal the relic. Nearby, Gon heard more policemen who had run into the enchanted ladies and were trying to bring them to consciousness. The law enforcement officers looked at the group of girls from afar and decided that they needed help. But when the young ladies approached them with knives, bats, and pipes, they realized that they needed help. The sounds of the ensuing fight and shouts caught Gon's attention, and he immediately rushed towards the voice and noise. Like skilled bandits, the girls rushed at the police with knives. Not expecting such behavior, the guys did not even think to defend themselves. Since everything could be heard through the bamboo, Gon realized from individual cries that the girls were not only enchanted, but had also become killing machines. Gon was in a hurry, so he didn't notice how he ran into a part of the forest where there were enchanted women everywhere and was now surrounded. Gon put his hands forward in defense and tried to talk to the girls, but when he noticed one jumping at him with an iron pipe, he realized he would have to act more harshly. While Gon was thinking about what to do, he moved quickly and dodged blows. But among the crowd, he noticed the familiar silhouette of the owner of the relic's things. At that moment, he decided to act. Using the blade, the guy quickly calmed down half of the attackers, but met resistance from Yuki. Yuki wielded a knife, but during the skirmish, it flew off somewhere into the bushes, and Gon managed to switch to a chokehold. Gon tried to call the girl and told her something from their past, but most importantly, he called her by name. It was the name that became the trigger for the clouded mind, and clinging to it, the girl's consciousness returned. Gon received notifications that the girl's feelings were awakening and the relic's effect on her was weakening, which Gon did not understand but decided to let the girl sleep it off. All this time, Alexander sat alone in the darkness of the bamboo forest and read the news on his phone. Finally, a tired Gon returned, carrying an unconscious Yuki in one hand, which caused him to receive a lot of questions from Alexander. While Gon was talking about meeting Yuki, avoiding information about the destroyed relic of foresight, the girl began to come to her senses. Still not entirely confident and even a little incoherent due to her clouded mind, the girl was able to let Gon know that she was okay. Time was a very valuable resource for Gon, and he was in a hurry to find out how much Yuki remembered of what was happening here, and what she did under hypnosis. The girl said that the spell was cast by an American soldier, and Gon realized that this was the remnants of Kira's work. There were still many of her subordinates in Japan, and they had clearly already taken control of the villages. Since the girls skillfully entered into a fight, but at the same time, combat skills among women are not very common, he asked Yuki to confirm his guess about another relic. The American who took control of her and called himself Simon was a relic not just of enchantment or hypnosis, but a relic of necromancy. Gon had a general picture of what was happening in his head and had identified an enemy. But Yuki made adjustments, pointing to some sisters who were guarding Simon without closing their eyes. For now, Gon decided to retreat to prepare, and Yuki wished the same. But the girl found herself without money and could not return home. Then Gon threw her a wad of banknotes, asking her to return home quickly, to walk only along illuminated streets and not to go anywhere along the way. But the girl in love remembered their old dialogue, where Gon destroyed the relic according to his words for her sake. And now she wanted to know if it was for her sake that he came to Japan again. But Gon, being an honest guy and understanding that he couldn't deceive the girl's feelings and it wasn't beneficial for him, admitted that her relic was bothering him, which broke the girl's heart. Alexander, seeing that a girl was hanging around Gon, became envious and jokingly laughed at his popularity. But Raven wasn't joking in his demands for popularity, and reminded with a notification about the need to find 6 more people who would admire him. Gon thought first about his first fan in the form of this schoolgirl, and then about the figure of 4 fans, and did not understand who these other 3 people were. Shortly before the trip, Gon approached Alexander and asked him for the relic of Anubis, but the master warned that it was impossible to use it. Gong Yu knew this, after all. He himself asked the master not to restore the relics of the 3 gods of Egypt. Now Gong Yu wanted to use the relics and asked Alexander to go with him for training. The guys came to the park late at night when there were no people and threw the artifact on the ground, calling Anubis, who was unhappy with what was happening. Gon knew the relic's dislike for him, especially the ones he broke, so he greeted Anubis with a smile to anger him. The relic became very angry when it saw its offender. Anubis already bared his teeth and wanted to jump, but the dog was pressed to the ground. Screaming in bewilderment, the dog blamed Gon for his impotence, but the boy explained it all as a simple breakdown of the relic. Gon promised that he would send Anubis to a better repairman if the relic made a contract with Yu. But Anubis could not so easily give up his pride and accept the rules of man, so he refused with a grin. Gon was expecting such an answer, so he called upon the heavenly rope and asked to take part in training the dog. The rope wrapped around Anubis's neck, becoming a leash, and tightened, forcing him to obey. Gon took the other end of the rope and demanded that the dog obey, and then called him for a short walk, but met resistance from the deity. The rope immediately reacted and tightened around his neck, ordering him to obey his master, causing Anubis to groan from lack of air. Anubis did not understand why Kanat, being a relic, was currying favor with a man. But Kanat was offended by the words about his master, and he decided to wean the dog from speaking badly about Gon. The next command, Gon decided to teach Anubis to give a paw, which of course the god did not like, and he noted to himself that everything was only getting worse. However, he decided to play along with Gon in order to gain time to recover and then deal with the man. But Anubis didn't expect that Gon was such a villain, and the next command would be to bring the ball, which made God a real dog. Anubis was not going to tolerate such insolence and insults, so he bared his teeth and reminded the man that, despite his appearance, he was a god. And if Gon remembered this, then Kanat decided that this did not apply to him and threw himself like a kite after the ball, reminding God what the command fetch means. Kanat brought a ball to his beloved owner and was now cuddled up with him, begging for praise, while Anubis was trying to learn to breathe again. Since Anubis didn't bring the ball, Gon throws the ball again, and this time, wanting to avoid another strangulation, Anubis himself takes off. The agile Anubis covers a long distance in an instant and catches the ball in his mouth, and immediately receives praise from Gon. After a long and grueling training, Anubis agreed to the contract, but laid out criteria that, to his surprise and anger, Gon fit perfectly. However, this is what surprised Anubis. Gon was too young to have enough faith in himself, was once on the threshold of death, and still be able to make an impartial decision. Anubis keeps his word, so he makes a contract with Gong Yu, And meanwhile, he doesn't get off the god until the very end, expecting a setup. Once the contract was made, the mark of Anubis appeared on Gon's hand, confirming their connection. And then Gon asked Alexander to take the relic of Anubis and restore it, but not completely, but so that it would hang on by a thread, thereby ruining Anubis's plans to escape. In our time, among the bamboo forest, Gon and Alexander approached the temple where the owner of the relic that subjugated the minds of women was hiding. The women called this man a priest, and as soon as the first signs of strangers were discovered, they reported him to the priest. The man was unhappy that he was woken up so early. He didn't even intend to fight, wanting to leave that to his bewitched ladies. Gon and Alexander stood on the threshold of the temple. The second was frightened and could not even say a word, and the first demanded that the leader be brought to him. The one called Simon nevertheless came out to the persistent guests, and confident in his strength, greeted what he considered to be brave men, but future dead men. The ranks of the bewitched closed around Gon and the master. The guys found themselves in a circle, and the priest warned that his army was hiding in the nearby villages. And besides this, the man decided to warn that in front of him were not enchanted ladies, but an army of 2,000 people with combat skills, possessed by the souls of brave soldiers. Now Gon was convinced of what kind of relic was in front of him, and decided to use his own, which directly addresses the world of the dead. Calling upon the power of Anubis, the god of the underworld, Gon called upon the dead to rise, and bones appeared from all sides underground. Only Gon raised a real immortal army of 20,000 skeletons who fought in different eras and under different flags. Simon's relic was clearly not up to the divine level. So when he saw a crowd of thousands of real dead soldiers, he was amazed. The skeletons surrounded the priest's house on the ground and in the air, and Gon suggested that the battle begin as soon as Simon evened the score of his troops with his. But then the priest came to his senses and began shouting at his men, who were frozen in fear, demanding that they attack the pile of bones. The priest summoned the soldiers into living bodies, so it is not surprising that they froze when they saw an enemy that outnumbered them 10-1. Seeing that some of the ladies are beginning to come to their senses from fear and doubt, Gon suggests surrendering and promises to spare anyone who voluntarily leaves the battlefield. Unanimously, the girls made a decision and knelt before Gon, deciding to save their lives. The Reaper tried to shout to the enchanted ladies until the very end, ordering them to get rid of Gon and his army. But no one listened to the man, so a satisfied Gon gave the order to his skeletons to capture the enemy. Unburdened by their heavy bodies, the risen skeletons quickly flew up to the priest and put their blades to his neck, essentially taking him in a vice. Simon couldn't believe that he had been taken prisoner, because in just a day or two, he was supposed to start clearing out the 7 great tombs that were about to appear here soon. Gon had knocked out the necessary information regarding the tomb that was soon to appear, and now the priest was begging for mercy. Gon would have been glad to let the man go. He had no more questions about it. But he noticed the dissatisfied ladies. The girls saw Simon groveling and were now disappointed in him. The priest's charm had diminished and the harem had changed its owner. The girls of the harem unanimously accepted Gon as the new master. And now 2,000 women not only came under Gon's command, but also provided the hero with the conditions for owning the Avesta. Now Gon had no use for Simon, and having given the girls a chance to regain their tarnished pride, he allowed them to wipe their feet on the priest. Each of the girls clearly wanted revenge, so a long line formed in front of Simon, and now he had to beg the ladies for mercy. Already at lunchtime, Gon and Alexander were sitting in a restaurant and discussing their further stay in Kyoto, and decided to stay longer since the Great Tomb would soon appear. Of course, there were moments that worried the master, such as the lack of relics for a stronger tomb, and the minimum set of clothes that they had captured ran out. But there was one thing that had been bothering Alexander even more since they left the bamboo forest. The harem relic worked without stopping, attracting girls to Gong Yu, which made Alexander not envious, but scared. Gon and the master left the restaurant, and the thief asked the crowd of girls to leave him alone, but offered to subscribe to his fan club. Gon was younger, of course, but he didn't look like someone who could create his own fan club. So Alexander wondered where the boss got such a miracle from. It turns out that the fan club is headed by Yuki, who, being a schoolgirl and a fan of several singers, understands this very well. The girls weren't ready to leave so easily, But even among the crowd in the back rows, Gon noticed a familiar two-room apartment. It was Lee Sola. Gon used to be on the same team with her, and they worked for the TKVM. Soli has excellent skills in searching for people and relics, so she was a scout. In addition, she and Gon were close in the past, so the hero was now worried about her stay in Japan. Later at the hotel, Gon looked at Avesta and his new opportunities and was glad that stolen reputation could also be counted. What pleased Gon most was that, thanks to the Avesta and its reputation, other relics had risen in rank, especially the pen of Shakespeare. Although the relics have not yet reached the level of a god, but on this mission, Gon managed to make a contract with Avesta and get Casanova's perfume. Reputation can be increased over time. Gon was looking at his relics and looking for the one that would become god level faster. But a strange sound in the corridor caught his attention and he decided to take a look. Opening the door slightly but not leaving the room, Gon realized from the sound that it was the sound of a cart, and most likely a cleaner was approaching them. And then the thief noticed Soli walking down the corridor with a cart and wearing a cleaning lady's uniform. Gon knew his friend from the past too well, so such a disguise immediately seemed funny to the thief. In addition, the hero faintly sensed the relic that was hidden in the girl's hand. Gon doesn't think about playing games, and grabbing the girl by the shoulder immediately asks why she is here. The girl pretended not to understand anything, but Gon knew that he had noticed Soli at the restaurant because she had been following him and now decided to continue in her cleaning lady uniform. Then the hero decided to press the girl, telling her that he sees relics and would like to know why a lady with such abilities is here. Indignant that she was exposed, Soli began to back away. Alexander was surprised that Gon had so quickly exposed the spy and the cute girl, but the hero himself saw the girl as simple as 5 kopecks. With Soli exposed, she orders her ninja spirit relic to capture Gon. Gon knew this ninja as Tokubi Kildall, a ghost mentioned in the story of the 3 kingdoms and related to the Reaper's relics. Gon can't think of a better solution than to hide in the room and close the door tightly, which surprises Alexander, who all this time thought that his boss was fearless. Then Gon tells his subordinate that the relic is not weak, and since it belongs to the ranks of Reapers, it can catch the souls of people. Alexander has seen all sorts of dangerous relics, but the one that steals the soul comes as frightening news to him. Alexander insists that Gon apologize, while the ghost sneaks through the cracks in the door. Soli mocks the boys for thinking they could escape the Tokubi and commands the relic to kill Gon, capture the master, and open the door for her. The situation is a stalemate for the thief. Running away from the front door into the room, he tries to remember if he has a relic from ghosts. Gon rushes towards the relics, but they are scattered and he cannot decide. And meanwhile, the Tokubi looms over him. But suddenly it turns out that the ghost cannot touch Gon. The ghost's attack is repelled by a relic unknown to the hero. Tokubi doesn't understand the reasons, but he can't get closer. The relic master is behind Gon, so he is also protected. Soli doesn't understand what's happening and orders Kildall to attack again, but the ghost runs away in fear. Gon examines the relics and tries to figure out which one of them was able to protect him from the Tokubi. But there are too many of them. Tokubi becomes afraid of the enemy's power and disappears. No matter how Soli calls on her, the relic does not obey. Soli began to get angry at Gon for doing something to her relic, but Gon honestly admitted that he had no idea what happened. And meanwhile, Kanat realized that this was a good moment to attack. The sky rope immediately wraps itself around the girl, and Gon is determined to punish her for attempting to attack and entering someone else's room. Soli was a valuable asset. No matter who she worked for now, she knew a lot of useful information, and Gon wanted to get her. First, Gon demanded that the girl tell him who she was currently working for, but she decided to remain silent. Gon decides to intimidate the tied-up Soli, saying that he is ready to resort to various methods of torture to get the information he needs. Soli didn't want to be tortured, especially by such a difficult person who quickly figured her out and decided to feed him useless information. Soli said that she had been investigating the case of the girls at the temple and had followed Gon from there after he had taken them away. But Gon did not believe the story. While they are talking, Soli uses this opportunity to look around for an escape route, but most importantly, to wait for reinforcements. At this time, 2 guys come out of the elevator to help Soli and bump into Anubis in the corridor, who they mistake for an ordinary dog. They called the dog several times, but he did not respond, so they decided that he was sleeping and tried to pass by. But this was their big mistake. Gon heard in his room that Anubis had attacked the arriving guys and was glad that he had posted security. Soli also heard the screams of her people and began to shout at Gon, demanding to know what was happening in the corridor. Anubis, although a god, attacked his opponents like an ordinary dog, biting into their limbs and scolding them for calling him an ordinary dog. Gon looked out of the room and demanded that the guys tell him who they were, and pulled out a knife as a threat. But the hero did not attack his opponents, but with a deft movement cut off the bracelet, which he immediately recognized as the symbol of the Chinese group of tomb robbers, the Red Flowers. The guy was indignant that Gon had immediately identified him as a corporal by his bracelet, and that Liao Wei had also figured out his name. Now there were two people sitting in front of Gon, waiting for Gon's decision. The guy was scared, but Soli remained calm. Gon knew from the past that America and Europe had united into the Pandora Alliance, while China and Russia had formed their own alliance. And now Gon wanted to know from Soli and Liao if their mission meant that the alliance was taking action. He also wanted to know what the guys from the Chinese group were doing in Japan, and why they were following him. Since the bound ones remained silent, Gon commands Anubis to bite the boy again, but this time more seriously. Anubis was reluctant at first, but when Gon gave him permission to mock the humans and take revenge for being teased, the god decided to show the humans his power. Under pressure from Anubis, Liao reveals that they were tracking Simon, who was supposed to clear the Great Tomb in exchange for information about the tombs. This intrigued Gon, as he had thought all this time that Simon was working for Kira. But now it turns out that the man had betrayed the general long ago. The Red Flower boys hoped that they would now be released, but Gon still had a question about where China got the information about the Great Tombs. A few days later, Gon and Alexander were walking around Otsu City, and this time, no one was following them. Gon had a flash drive that the Red Flowers guys had downloaded information about Pandora onto after they hacked their site. Pandora has a high-tech detector called the Pandora system, which is used by the organization to monopolize information about tombs and relics. On the one hand, Gon was glad that the site's security was compromised, but on the other hand, he was scared by how good the Alliance's hackers were. Gon was thinking about his own things, but Alexander was thinking about whether they should have let the guys leave China. What if Liao and Soli or the other Red Flower guys came back and threatened them? But Gon knew that wouldn't happen. Besides, the hero is not a fool to just let them go. He planted a bug on Sol, hoping to one day lure the girl to his side. Now was the worst possible time. With her current character and experience, she would not agree. But Gon would still adjust the circumstances to his advantage. In any case, it was important now to get information from China, and with the help of the bug, they would find out. But for Alexander, it was surprising to hear about a relic with the capabilities of a bug. In addition, Gon needs to find out as soon as possible which relic protected the guy from the Tokubi relic. At first, the taxi driver didn't want to take the guys to Kyoto because there had been a disaster there recently. But Gon needed to go there because a few days ago the mycelium had appeared. On the way to the place, the guys observed beautiful antique columns along the road and enjoyed the view. Alexander, being a creative person, immediately began to gaze at the ruins of Kyoto, which now look like Rome. According to Pandora, the tomb is over 1,000 square meters in size and covers the entire territory of Kyoto. So Pandora has set the tomb to danger level 3. The guys got out, presumably in front of the entrance to the tomb, and let the taxi driver go, slowly moving through the fog towards the gate. The guys were surprised that they arrived last to the tomb, but the entrance to it was still sealed, and the other groups had not coped. Alexander didn't even imagine that there were other tombs here, and Gon laughed at his subordinate, who still didn't understand who Pandora were, and that their groups should be the most numerous here. As proof, Ban's secretary immediately showed up, and instead of greeting him, he began insulting him and asking why Gon was in front of the tomb. The secretary was still angry about what happened at the party, because now Miller was ignoring messages from Pandora. While Gon and the secretary were arguing, with one arguing that he was only telling the truth, and the other trying to catch Gon trying to hide his desire to destroy Pandora, another person showed up. A guy with green hair, gray eyes, and the name So Joy tried to calm the secretary down, but Gon knew him as a completely different person. So Joy bowed to Gon and handed him his business card. asking Gon to forgive him for his boss. The guy began to assure that TKVM had no plans to quarrel with Gong Yu and asked him to call the number if he didn't like something. But Gon immediately tore up the guy's business card and threw the pieces in his face, because he knew that the guy's name was actually Yang Chen. Angry at the meeting, Gon warned the guy that he would kill him if they met again, or the guy tried to approach him. Gon could never forget the face of the guy who was the reason he ended up in that ill-fated tomb, much less forgive him. Chen was the one who carried out President Bang's plan because the old man promised him a position in the company in exchange for betraying Gon's entire team. In the past, Chen pretended to be wounded and did not go to the tomb, handed over the relic to Gon, supposedly for escape, and at the same time asked not to take Alexander with him, so that he would not irritate him with his jokes. At that time, Gon didn't suspect anything, because even though Chen was accepted into the group last, they treated him like a brother. Gon trusted Chen and decided to go to the tomb in a small group. Then Gon was glad that at least Alexander survived. Chen said that the tomb was not complicated, but Gon noticed the first signs at the beginning, but ignored them, and should have guessed that it was a trap. The escape relic that Chen gave turned out to be a trap, which killed Miller and Soli, and Gon himself was left with torn-off legs alone with the monster. Gon was lucky and got a second chance, and he also met Raven, for which Chen should still be grateful. While Chen was indignant about what Yu was doing, the hero thought that he could pretend to be a friend, but then the chance for a good mood would be lost. Gon understood that the guy was already working for Old Man Ban, so there was no point in expecting anything good from him, and he honestly admitted his dislike for Chen. The secretary tried to get through to Chen that Gong was not the person they could negotiate with, and it was useless to try. Meanwhile, Gon and Alexander turned around and went into the tomb, and the secretary was surprised by the small number of robbers in the group. Although the secretary did not like Gon, he tried to reason with him by saying that their numerous groups were unable to enter, and that Gon should not risk his life. But Gon knew that he was very different from the Pandora factions, so he boldly passed the barrier of the tomb and went to the gate. Once the boys passed the barrier, Gon warned the master that they were approaching the gate and they needed to be prepared. The gates were incredibly huge. Alexander gazed at them and was amazed that a tomb of a completely Italian character had appeared in Japan. As soon as they entered the palace hall, they found a bunch of Pandora's people unconscious on the floor. Upon closer inspection, the boys noticed that the people on the floor were not wounded or dead, but were sleeping very soundly. Alexander, as always full of enthusiasm, wanted to ask what was going on, but the spell of the tomb had already begun to affect him, and it became very difficult for him to speak. The master's speech became confused. The words were drawn out, and he himself asked not to rush and take a break. And Gon immediately understood what kind of tomb awaited them. Gon didn't expect the relic's effect range to be that long, so he grabbed Alexander by the collar and dragged him back outside, deciding to prepare himself a bit. Outside the barrier, the relic master felt a little better, and Gon explained that this was an expected reaction in the Tomb of Sloth. Although Alexander was still in a very relaxed state, Gon decided to remind him that each of the 7 great tombs corresponds to the 7 deadly sins. This is the tomb of laziness. That is why Alexander is so relaxed. When he enters, he feels sleepy, and his consciousness is taken over by laziness. Gon called upon Anubis, but he assured him that he could not help, since humans are lazy by nature and it was not in his power to fix this. But Gon had his own plans. Alexandra wrapped the rope around him, and without explanation began to pull him after Gon, repeating all the time that they had to go. Now Gon gathered a team to enter the tomb, and explained to Alexander that even if he fell asleep again, the rope would continue to pull him and would not allow him to lie down. Gon felt that he could only continue to move forward thanks to resistance, but his motivation was being lost. Anubis praised the guy for his endurance, but also warned him that the entrance was still far away. Then Gon decides that there is no point in waiting any longer. He can't lose to Sloth, so he decides to make a hole right here. Gon was ambiguous about exploding a powerful relic to make a path in a strong tomb, and Anubis realized that the man wanted to use him for this. Gon did use Anubis for this, but he did not completely destroy the relic. Alexander will be able to restore it later. Alexander tried to cough up the smoke from the explosion and somehow managed to catch the Anubis relic that Gon threw to him for restoration. Gon and Alexander finally managed to enter the tomb, as always, by blowing up part of it. Alexander looked inside the tomb and wondered what kind of relic was inside. Then Gon gave him a hint by noting that the inside of the tomb resembled the Golden House. And in history, the Golden House belonged to only one monarch, or to be more precise, the most famous Roman emperor. At first, Alexander puzzled over this, since there were many emperors. But after fire burst out of the windows in the palace, the master immediately realized that the chief was talking about Emperor Nero. Alexander had heard about this person, who is famous in history for his tyranny, which means that passing through the tomb will be incredibly difficult. In any case, to enter, Gon asks Alexander to get Van Gogh's painting and put out the fire. The relic master is unsure, but still takes out the relic and orders it to draw in the fire, which Gon already plans to use later to attack. Van Gogh's painting sucked in all the fire, and now the entrance to the Golden House was free, and Alexander couldn't believe his eyes. Suddenly, Gon heard a noise behind him. The awakened archaeologists and TKVM plunderers were running. Gon didn't consider these people as rivals, but he didn't want to be disturbed, so he decided to play a little game and force the other people to leave the tomb. Behind everyone was Old Man Ban's secretary, who commanded everyone to catch Gon and extract information, and everyone obeyed him. Gon would have liked to analyze other plunderers, but now was not the time. So he decided to act with the help of the tomb excavation relic. The hero only had to touch the ground, and it shook, and then it exploded, and a geyser formed. Meanwhile, the Tomb Raider gene's skill had improved, and now he could destroy not only the foundation, but also any other place or part. Meanwhile, the TKVM people fled, some escaping from the tomb, while others approached Gon. So the hero decided to use the moment to try out a new destruction skill, and directed his power at the ceiling. At that very moment, the ceiling shook and boulders began to fall from it. Gon caused a collapse that was impossible to escape, and while Old Man Ban's archaeologists lay unconscious, Gon told Alexander to hurry. The hero let the master go ahead and decided to use the excavation skill to close the passage behind him and not allow them to be pursued. Gon received new notifications that his tomb-destroying skill had increased, and he was glad that in one action he had improved his skill and driven people away. But Alexander didn't think Gon's idea was a good one, since the chief was also destroying their escape route. Walking further through the tomb, the boys came to the Roman theater, still covered in darkness. Suddenly, behind the guys, the grate in the passage slammed shut, and on other paths around the theater too, they were now locked. Trapped, they began to examine. But suddenly fires began to break out from everywhere, and the relic greeted the people as its spectators. The Roman theater was all ablaze. The relic invited people to applaud it, admire its art, and worship it. The fact is that Emperor Nero is known not only for his tyranny, but also adored art. So much so that many said that he should have been born an actor. He even managed to write a book and take part in productions. But his abilities were terrible, and the relic's connection with fire is connected with the fire of Rome that occurred during his reign. Gon wanted to use Homer's glasses, which he took from Jules Band's secretary to help him. Homer was a famous Greek poet, and is known throughout the world for two works. Gon put on his glasses, hoping that the relic would interest Nero, since he was interested in Greek culture. However, Nero threw fire at Gon's glasses, burning them and wounding the hero. He was clearly against unfair fighting. Alexander was afraid for Gon. Now the fire was everywhere, and the relic was gloating. Alexander took out Van Gogh's painting, anticipating a new attack, and ready to use the artifact again to absorb the fire. But Nero also knocked the painting out of Alexander's hands and set it on fire, and did so quickly that the master didn't even have time to intercept it. Nero used fire as a servant, and now fired towards the guys, demanding praise from them. Alexander and Gong were just about to be burned alive when suddenly the fire stopped, and the relic greeted Gong Yu as a celebrity. Alexander was surprised that the fire had disappeared, and the relic was turning adoringly to his boss. But none of the people yet understood what was happening. However, a minute later it turned out that Nero had become a fan of the novel Secret Housewives, which Gon had recently written. It turns out that Gong's creation is the hottest topic among relics right now. Gong Yu is a best-selling author and Nero's main rival. While Alexander was trying to understand how the chief's horror could be called a masterpiece, Gona was trying to find out from the Relic how he learned about the novel that was not published. The first person Gon suspected of leaking the drafts was the master who was in close contact with the Relics every day, but he immediately rejected such an accusation. In any case, Gonu decided to take advantage of the opportunity, especially since Nero was now inviting the man to come closer to him for a meeting. Gon walked onto the stage where a bonfire appeared in front of him, flames curling high. And then the Emperor Nero himself emerged from the fire, joyfully greeting, in his words, the rising star in the world of literature. Alexander was very surprised that the relic was able to take the form of a person, but Gon immediately gave the example of Egyptian gods who look like dogs, and explained that everything depends on rank. Meanwhile, Nero admired Gon's creation, praising it, assuring that his housewives were superior to other books. Alexander tried to find out from Nero the criteria by which he liked the work, since the master himself criticized the book. It turned out that everything Alexander criticized, Nero admired and believed that Gon created a new round of genres in literature and a special style. But at the same time, the emperor was indignant that such a great creation was written by a man. Nevertheless, among the relics, Gon gathered his crazy fans, which Alexander did not forget to laugh at. In any case, Nero's relic considered Gong Yu a worthy opponent and offered to compete in a literary competition. Gon had never had such battles with the relic, and the most interesting thing is that the emperor was not joking at all. Alexander laughed at what was happening, because two of the most talentless writers in the world had gathered before his eyes to take part in a literary competition. Gon wasn't amused. He didn't have time to practice writing with the relic, and he didn't know what hidden abilities it had. At this time, archaeologists approached the bars, who had already managed to come to their senses and caught up with Gon. And now they noticed that he was next to the relic. The archaeologists wanted to use tools to open the grate, which Nero did not like, and he sent fire at them. Nero had no interest in bugs like them, so he ordered them to leave his tomb and not interfere. This played into Gon's hands. The relic would keep outsiders out, and the hero had time to make a plan. At this moment, Raven warned the hero that a relic capable of finding the weaknesses of other relics was approaching. Gon realized that Miller was nearby. Meanwhile, Julian Miller was indeed running through the tomb and approaching the theater. Miller was a big threat, because if he discovered the Emperor's weakness faster, he would steal the relic from under the hero's nose. Gon has no choice but to accept the Emperor's challenge, surprising Alexander. For now, Gon had the priority of the relic's unwillingness to let outsiders near it, and Nero's desire to compete could be used to his advantage. So Gon took the risk of competing, but only on the condition that the relic would agree to change its location. Moreover, Gon suggested that Nero go with him, which, of course, the relic did not like, and the Emperor initially refused. The Emperor immediately realized that the thief simply wanted to steal it as a relic from the tomb. Then Gon also decided to become stubborn and refuse the competition, offering to burn it. Gon explained that for Nero, his tomb is the source of his power. But for Gon, it is a dangerous place, and he will not be able to focus and give his best. And if Nero wanted a fair competition, then they should choose a place that was not connected with the two of them, which was a good argument for the Emperor. Deciding to listen to Gon, the relic decided to take on its true form, but not before reminding him that the hero must keep his word. Nero turned into his true form of a golden laurel leaf, and Gon was glad that he could now leave the tomb. At this time, an explosion thundered in the upper rows, and one of the archaeologists managed to get through to them. Of course, it was Miller who was now trying to shout to Gon and detain him. Gon was pleased with the work he had done and now looked at Miller with a grin, feeling that he had surpassed him. However, Miller was no newbie. Despite Gon's words that he had obtained the relic, the tomb was still standing, which meant the artifact must be somewhere in the theater. Gon had no time to argue. The hero wished his old friend luck in his search, and ordered Nero to lead them out of the tomb. As soon as Gon disappeared, the aura of the relic also disappeared, which surprised Miller. But he realized that Yu had actually taken the relic. As soon as the owner of the tomb left it, everything began to collapse, and the archaeologists were again forced to flee. The sudden disappearance of the tomb in Kyoto was later reported on the news, and Austin watched it. The guy was indignant that the Great Tomb had been cleared out, but no one was saying who had seized the relic. At this time, Rockefeller's secretary Vera came to him and received new information about what had happened. Austin was not pleased that the relic was recaptured by Gon and that his investment in the excavations was wasted. While Austin was raging, Vera told him that Gon had an explosive relic and that there were only 2 people on his team, including Gon himself. Austin could not believe the information, since he learned from the owner of the relic of Nostradamus that it was impossible for 2 people to pass it. According to the prophecy, it would take 1,000 human sacrifices to get through the tomb, which is why he hired so many people. Vera was confused that her boss initially sent people to certain death, but when she received the order to keep an eye on Gon and collect information about him, she obeyed. Nero transported himself and the people straight to Gon's room, and now asked to start the competition as soon as possible. But Gon asked to wait. He had one more request for the relic, which the Emperor agreed to listen to. Gon wanted the Emperor to help him with a small investigation and help him figure out who leaked his novel into the world of relics. During the conversation, Gon found out that the Emperor had also paid for the book, meaning that someone was not only stealing his work, but also profiting from it. But the Emperor read the book with the help of information given to him by other relics, that is, through intermediaries, and not by the thief himself. To begin with, a lot of information was obtained, so Gon went to look for thieves among those who had seen his book. Gon gave the book to only 4 people. Alexander was already out of the question. All that was left was to question Simon and his farmers. But the first thing that caught his eye was a rope. And then he decided to start the interrogation with it, demanding that she honestly admit whether it was she who had distributed his book among the other relics. Kanat hesitated, afraid to give an answer. Gon pressed harder, and the relic hesitated completely, from which the hero realized that it was clearly involved in the matter. Kanat was frightened by Gon's intonation, so she remained silent and could not utter a word. Then Anubis appeared and said that the relic boasted of Gon's talent to other relics. However, Kanat was running from side to side, refusing to be accused of distribution. She brought the book to show to everyone. The main relics of Gon were then gathered, and they began to look through the papers on which was the beginning of his novel. But Kanat did not go further than that. Gon was so preoccupied with the question of the thief of his book that he even refused Alexander's offer to eat baked chicken legs. Gon didn't interrupt Alexander from his dinner, but asked the guy where the relics were currently kept. Gon began to go over the options for the culprit in his head when he heard their voices coming from the master's room, where the relics were supposed to be kept, happy about the new income. Evil Gon had eavesdropped enough on the relics making money off his work, so Gon burst into the room with his eyes burning, and the relics, afraid that they had been caught red-handed, scattered. Gon ordered everyone to gather back, and the relics could not disobey him due to the power of dominance. But the artifacts did not understand how he knew about what happened. Alexander ran into the room to the cries of Gon and the murmur of the relics, and seeing a strange picture, he tried to understand what was happening. Gon briefly explained what was happening, and that he had figured out the involvement of one of the relics in the distribution of the book. All that was left was to find out exactly who to punish. Without thinking twice, the relics quickly revealed the main instigator, and, of course, it was a worm obsessed with money. Although the worm was offended that his own people had turned him in, he did not deny it and honestly admitted to people that he was the author of the scam. But he did not feel guilty. Such impudence angered Gon. He was outraged that the relic encroached on his work and even made money from it. So he crushed the worm with his foot. Gon was even more outraged that the worm was not near the elixir tree. But it turns out that Gon had not paid the relics for a long time, and the worm decided to earn money in another way. Gon didn't care that the worm had to work 2 jobs. In any case, the relic had no right to steal his book. A fight broke out between the worm and Gon. The man demanded that the relic spit out the money he had earned, and Alexander looked at this whole mess with humor. Having failed to get any results from the worm the first time, Gon began asking for the money he had earned from other relics, but they assured him that they had nothing. Moreover, the relics left the place of conflict in a single march, asking the worm to quickly return the money to Gon. The worm has no choice but to agree and return the money that began to flow like a waterfall from the relic. Gon and Alexander stood among a large pile of various currencies and even gold. Yu even became interested in how much the book was being sold for, and Alexander was so inspired by the money that he began asking about the publication dates of the second book. Gon looked at the pile under his feet that would need to be cleared away, and the cleanup would obviously take until late into the night. So the worm offered to give him some of it to make it easier. Another attempt to profit and deceive a person makes Gon furiously angry, and of course, he refuses. Among all the money and treasure, Gon finds an interesting stone with a red symbol and a glowing blue smoke. Gon had to beg and threaten the worm several times, and then resort to force to get an answer. Only after the worm had been hit a few times did he tell about the relic core, which could be obtained from the destroyed relic. In essence, the worm told about the soul of every relic, and his companions did not like that their secrets were being spilled. Alexander, as a master, found this particularly interesting. He had never heard of anything like this before. It took a long time to sort through all the money received from the worm, and the guys finished after midnight. And the next day, Gon declared the mission in Kyoto over, and they had already packed their things back to New York, but had to stay late. In the morning, archaeologists and plunderers from different groups were waiting under Gon's window with an offer for Gon. Gon immediately realized that everyone knew about the presence of the relic of Emperor Nero in his possession, which meant that many witnesses had returned from the tomb. The news reported a small number of casualties and deaths, although there should have been around 1,000. Apparently, the weakest teams died. The fact is that most of them survived and spread rumors. Gon even already had a person in mind who was to blame. Since Miller was in the tomb and loves to help people, it was probably he who helped everyone escape. Gonu spoke of Miller as a man who would not leave people to die, but with a tone of disgust that Alexander was a little confused about whether Julian was a good man or not. There were more and more people around the hotel. All possible social networks were flooded with messages. At this rate, the guys wouldn't even be able to get to the airport. Alexander also thought about what to do, and it seems he came up with something, although Gon was not used to someone other than him working as the brains in their company. Alexander suggested selling the fake and spreading rumors about it, which Gon found interesting. But there was one catch. The problem is that fakes disappear after a while. But this time, the master suggested using a different method. The relic master suggested copying the appearance using his relic, but inserting the core of a real other relic inside. The thing is that Alexander usually copies the power, so the shell breaks quickly. But if you copy the shell, the fake will last longer, and the core will create a perfect picture. They already have the core. Making a copy won't be difficult. And then, with the help of sales, they will divert attention from themselves. Gon assures the master that if he fails with the first core, he can get another one from the other relics. In addition, Gon assured the master that he was ready to pay him a bonus if he succeeded in implementing the idea. So the guy ran to his workshop inspired. Later, the guys sat down at the computer, thinking about the second part of the plan regarding the sale of the relic and how to implement it. Alexander wanted to place an ad on the official Pandora website, which they created and where all the thieves and rich people sat. Alexander was delighted at the opportunity to sell, and Gon understood that Pandora was thus monopolizing the market and information. Alexander didn't know what to write in the post and how to attract the audience, so he offered to work on it. But Gon was from a different category of users. He needed to quickly throw in information, so he didn't think much. I was shocked to hear that Gon used phrases as if he was selling some iron on a veto, without a drop of sincerity or background. Yu argued his approach by saying that he had nothing to lose if the ad went unnoticed, and that others would also understand and follow suit. Although Alexander was much more surprised that the announcement mentioned Caesar's relic, Gon had made this up specifically to fool as many people as possible. Now that the bait was ready, all that was left was to assemble the perfect fake relic. After some time, a satisfied Alexander ran to Gon, who noticed that due to the huge number of views of their ad, the site was blocked. The post gained momentum, phone calls and letters piled up, and later it was even reported on the news. Gon was forced to release more information due to demand, and he announced an auction in Los Angeles this month, only to find a suitable location. Soon the day of the auction arrived. A large crowd gathered near the designated place, complaining that the rented premises were too small. Gon had been hiding nearby all this time, watching what was happening and enjoying his plan. Once the auction time arrived, Gon gave Alexander the order to collect the entrance fee and prevent unwanted guys from entering, while Gon would head inside. However, Gon was worried about whether Alexander would be able to handle the task alone since Lee Soli was nearby. Besides, there were a lot of hot-tempered people around, and the guy's plans were to hold the auction successfully. But Alexander was so eager to receive the reward that he assured Gon without hesitation that he could handle it. So the hero went to the crowd. The crowd immediately began to express all their dissatisfaction to Gon, including his lateness. But the guy hastened to calm everyone down. Anyone willing to pay the entrance fee with a relic can enter, which left everyone stunned. In addition, Gon clarified that the relic is per person, no matter how many people the guests bring with them. This rule shocked everyone. Austin was the first to accuse Gon of wanting to profit and get the relics. But Gon explained it all by the simple small hall, where there are few seats and they cannot raise the price, since it will be unprofitable for people with a low budget. But Gon had no shortage of impudence, and reminding them that he was the one setting the rules here, he suggested that the guests choose the relics for payment better. Gon went to the auction hall, and Alexander was left alone with the angry crowd to accept the payment. And although Alexander assured that the rank of the relic was not important for entry, everyone understood that the advantage in the auction would depend on it. Trying to sort this matter out as quickly as possible, everyone started throwing their artifacts at the master, creating a mess. But Alexander managed to calm everyone down and form a line of guests. And since the auction participants were rivals, they gave away high-class relics. Meanwhile, Gon was seating the incoming guests right in the hall itself, and when Austin entered, he greeted him as one of the participants. When most of the room was filled, Gon decided to show the auction item that everyone had gathered for. The enchanted participants looked at the laurel wreath shining with a special golden shine, which made everyone sure that it was Caesar's relic. Everyone was already in a hurry to start the auction, but Gon asked to wait for the last guest, who had already paid for entry with Alexander. When the seats in the hall ran out, Alexander announced the end of the pass, thereby starting another wave of discontent. But without any unnecessary problems, the master immediately approached the hired staff to find out that they had managed to collect as many as 3 boxes of relics. Grabbing one of the boxes, Alexander carried it to the car, wondering what to spend the reward on. But suddenly, Julian Miller called out to him, who was clearly dissatisfied with something and did not come with words of gratitude. Alexander tried to respond sweetly to the unexpected guest, but he, as always, cut everything off at the root, declaring that he knew about the forgery and wanted to know what Gon was planning. Alexander was amazed that their plan had been figured out, and they had been caught in a lie. And now the guy didn't know how to resolve it all. Alexander remembered that Miller possessed the Relic of Insight, and it was not easy to fool him. So all that remained was to stall for time. However, Miller had already paid for the entrance and was in the theater, where he saw that the wreath was fake and wanted to know if it was being done for some purpose, or if Gon was just a swindler. Gon tries to lie about the real relic and shift the blame onto Julian, who tries to lower the price for the relic but doesn't even believe himself. Since Alexander did not go to meet Julian, the man decided to go to the auction hall and tell everything to the other participants. Realizing that everything will end in a great collapse, Alexander wants to stop Miller, who is almost at the doors of the theater. Alexander decided to play the role of being caught, and supposedly he was ready to tell Julian everything, which immediately attracted the man's attention. The Relic's master says that the theater really does have a fake, but he and Gon allegedly had no other choice. After the auction, they planned to give the buyer the original. Alexander lied on the fly. His main task was to stop Miller and not give him the opportunity to interfere with the auction. However, Miller recalls that Gon himself spoke of the laurel wreath as an original, and, having hesitated and not finding an answer in time, Alexander loses Julian's attention. Once again, the Relic Master has to catch up with Miller and ask him to stop, assuring him that everything is not so. In desperation, Alexander lies that he will reveal their most important secret if Miller will spare him a couple of minutes and go talk to him. But Julian is not so simple. He no longer needs anything from Alexander. He is determined to expose the fraudster in the theater. Meanwhile, in the theater, the bidding for the laurel wreath is in full swing. Gon is the host, and crazy sums are being quoted from the audience. But suddenly, a loud call echoes through the hall, forcing everyone to stop. This is how one of Miller's relics worked. Julian demanded that the auction be stopped and that the audience listen to him, as he had something to tell them all. But the rest of the room did not like him because of his relic, which made everyone's eardrums burst. Alexander grabbed Miller at the last moment and tried to calm the unexpected guest down. And then Gon, who was watching everything, realized that trouble was inevitable. Not wanting to let anyone ruin the auction, Gon commands the rope to tie up Julian. A fight actually begins between Alexander and Miller, where the master tries to calm the guest. The rope manages to gag Julian in time, and none of the participants have time to hear his truth. Meanwhile, Gon uses this opportunity to expose Miller as a selfish man who tried to buy the wreath ahead of time through threats. Since the rope tied Miller's hands and feet, he couldn't even stand up for himself. And the rope, meanwhile, dragged the man into another room. After that, the auction went like clockwork, with the price of the fake relic rising. But suddenly someone intervened in the bargaining and changed the conditions. The beautiful maiden, later identified as the Princess of Monaco, offered to pay instead of money with a relic of the SS category, which was just below the divine. Those present did not understand the reason for such a proposal at first. But the girl reminded them that they had accepted a relic as a price for entry, which meant that the payment for the auction could also be accepted as an artifact. Gon likes the bet, but he thinks it's not enough. When the auction participants realized that the unusual bid was working, they immediately started throwing out their own offers. But no matter how much the participants competed and amused Gon, the fake relic at the end of the bets went to the Princess of Monaco, Sophia. The girl was happy about her victory, and Austin again began to complain that he made the same bet as the girl, but the relic was given to her. The host is subjective. But Gon didn't even try to hide his dishonest decision and admitted that he didn't want to give the relic to Rockefeller, which made the blonde practically smoke with anger. While everyone was congratulating the princess on her purchase, Austin was angry. Gon was simply happy about the successful sale of the fake. After the auction, Gon and Alexander went to the closet where the rope had dragged Miller, and the master told what had happened. Gon is upset that he couldn't fool Julian even with an improved fake, but decides to let the captured ones speak. Julian immediately began accusing Gon of fraud and began trying to escape captivity, promising to tell everyone the truth. Gon told Miller that the princess received the relic and that Miller should keep quiet so that no one would get into trouble. But Julian is not ready to keep quiet. While Gon was thinking about what to do, a fire spirit appeared from the ventilation in the ceiling and tried to attack Gon, but the hero dodged it. Therefore, the fire spirit ran to the door, but when the guys rushed after him into the corridor, they found no one there. The spirit had fled. Alexander was scared that someone had overheard their conversation and now the truth would come out. And Miller, although he continued to lie tied up, gloated that Gon and his gang would be exposed. Of course, Gon was also afraid that they would be exposed, so he suggested thinking about a retreat plan, which interested Alexander. Miller tried to listen to the boys' whispers, but could only hear fragments that Julian Gon would take revenge. Meanwhile, Sophia was delighted with the purchased goods and was surprised at how unusually brightly the relic from the 7 great tombs glowed. Once the princess had handed over the entire payment, she was handed a package containing the relic, which she handed over to one of the guards, thinking that Pandora would now have to reckon with her. At this time, Soli entered the hall with her guys and attracted attention by declaring that the relic was a fake. At first, Sophia wanted to know who these people were. But then she was upset by the words about the forgery, and she refused to believe it. But Soli promised to prove the truth of her words. But for this, she needed the princess to show the relic. The princess doubted the girl, and then Soli explained that she could not lie in front of so many witnesses, and besides, she had no motive for it. These were good arguments, and the princess agrees, but warns that the girl will be punished for cheap tricks. Soli asks to hold the laurel wreath tighter, and then, with one movement of the blade, cuts it. It took only one blow for Salt to cut the said great relic into 2 halves and frighten the princess. Sophia screamed in rage, but Soli explained that she had a low-level blade in her hands and no high-class relic could be broken by it. Sophia is still in shock from what happened, but she already understands that Soli is right. The wreath did not even qualify as a low-level relic. It was a dud. Soli confirms that all participants in the auction were duped, but paid for entry with real relics. Soli says that the auction organizers are still in the building and can be caught, after which all the participants rush off to search. Soli watched the crowd and was glad that she had provoked the crowd so skillfully. Now even Gon wouldn't be able to escape from so many people. Soli herself went the other way, happy that Gon would finally be put behind bars, and that she would have the opportunity to collect the relics of the great tombs. At this time, Alexander was again creating new fakes on Gon's orders, all the while listening to his boss urging him on. Gon hurried his subordinate, as they needed to escape as quickly as possible before the crowd of disgruntled people descended on them. Soli ran along the corridor in search of the real relic, but did not feel its presence, only wondering how well it was hidden. To Soli's surprise, Gon himself came out to the crowd and was not at all afraid of the crowd's shouts. On the contrary, raising his hands up, he greeted them. After all the questions, Gon admitted that there was a fake at the auction, which caused a new wave of discontent. Soli crept into the crowd unnoticed and listened to Gon, analyzing what was happening and thinking about what the hero was planning. Gon continued to play the show, assuring that he would explain everything, and then asked Alexander to show something to the crowd. As if embarrassed and frightened, Alexander lifted his shirt, showing a scar that looked as if the guy had been rescued from the other world. The master was scared and told how he and Gon never wanted to sell the relics because they had obtained them with great difficulty. However, then they received a call demanding that they sell the wreath. But the guys did not pay attention to this, and then Alexander was stabbed in the stomach. Alexander even provided the audience with a hospital discharge summary so that everyone could be convinced of his words, and then told how they decided to open an auction because they were afraid to keep the relic to themselves. Gon joined the story, explaining that they wanted to catch the attacker through the auction, and Alexander echoed him. But in this case, the princess had questions regarding the sale of the relic to her and her safety. With an innocent look, Gon apologized for setting the girl up, but the hero hoped that, as a royal person, she was under great protection. Gon allegedly planned to hand over the original after the criminal was caught. But now this is an unrealistic goal, but he is ready to hand over the relic here and now. Everyone who listened to the hero attentively and assessed how true what was said was, however. The scar and the discharge seemed to them to be good arguments. Of course, the scar and the paper were fake, but to play it out correctly, Gon needed Miller, who had so successfully freed himself from the rope and was now running to bring the truth to the world. Right on time, Miller came running to the crowd, wanting to see the one who took the relic, and Gon was pleased with how his plan was being carried out. Gon hurried and announced to the whole crowd that he had already told everything, which calmed Miller down and made him happy that justice had come, as he thought. Then Gon reached into his jacket pocket to get the hidden relic, but he didn't find it. Gon began to rummage through his pockets in search of the relic, but found nothing, and theatrically asked that this could not happen. Gon acted out the loss of the relic so dramatically that the entire crowd began to worry, and Soli was confused. The story Gon told her didn't match what she had been told, but the girl could read the hero, and could say with confidence that he had indeed lost the relic. Miller demanded an explanation from Gon, confident that this was another of his tricks. But the hero seemed sincere in his desire to return the relic to the princess. Miller then decides to use his relic to scan the surrounding area and locate the wreath. Gon had been waiting for this moment, when Miller, of all people, would discover the stolen relic in his jacket pocket. But Julian quickly realized that he had been set up by Gon, who now wanted him to get the relic and set himself up. Meanwhile, Gon attracts a crowd and suggests starting the search with Julian, and he immediately tries to delay the moment of inspection. Gon watched as Miller was dragged away for inspection, and was glad that Miller had not realized that the rope had released the man at the right time. Gon also asked Nero to hide his presence, and to throw the wreath with a rope unnoticed when he escaped. Of course, Miller could have looked around beforehand and used Zhuge Liang's relic, but Gong knew that he wouldn't do that due to his low stamina. A laurel wreath was found in Miller's pocket, and now he was a criminal for everyone. While Gon was happy about the successful implementation of his plan, Sophia remembered the lesson and ran up to Soli, asking for her blade, although Soli herself did not understand why the princess needed it. The guard took the wreath in his hands, and Princess Sophia, taking a large swing from behind, struck him with a blade. Emperor Nero did not like that they raised a hand against him, so he sent lightning bolts and shouted at the ignorant people. The guards held Miller back, and the princess was now confident in the authenticity of the artifact and accused Julian of theft. Continuing his performance, Gon joined in accusing Miller, only this time as a blackmailer and the one who hid his subordinate. Although Julian tried to justify himself, those around him took the bait and no one believed him. And Gon was happy about the successful setup. The police arrived on the scene and arrested Miller on suspicion of stealing the relic and blackmail, thus ending Gon's mission to auction off the artifact and undermine Miller's influence. Although at the same time the operation failed and Gon, in order to settle the situation, had to hand over the original relic to the Princess of Monaco. The auction ended. Everyone left, and after a while, Gon returned to his penthouse in New York, where he was met by Simon and the guys. Simon and his subordinates looked at the suitcase of gold and several boxes of relics, refusing to believe their eyes. Gon, tired from the journey, fell onto the couch, telling the guys about what happened in Los Angeles and complaining about the loss of Nero. And since Alexander failed to cope with the task of detaining Miller and not letting him enter, he was now serving a punishment in the form of push-ups. Alexander hoped to receive a reward for this task, but having failed the assignment, he now suffered, and he himself was also offended by the loss of the relic. While the master was doing push-ups, Gon looked at the relics he had received and was glad that he had at least received worthy relics. There was a knock at the window, and when Gon approached, he found Nero's wreath there, demanding to be let in. Gon let the relic in. Nero returned earlier than the agreed time, as he really wanted to hold a literary competition. When Alexander noticed the relic, he forgot about the punishment and jumped up in surprise, because the relic should be with the owner. Gon knew that Nero would return, because they never had a competition. And most importantly, the loss of the relic after the deal was no longer Gon's fault. Alexander was outraged that Gon not only set up Miller, but also deceived the princess. And knowing about the escape of the relic, he also punished Alexander for nothing. Alexander and Gon were arguing heatedly about who was at fault, and Simon and the boys were watching, realizing that they would have gotten into trouble long ago for even one word. Nero didn't want to wait any longer. Releasing a couple of lightning bolts, he got Gon's attention, demanding to stop the stupid arguments and start the competition. Nero was on the verge of patience. Being a great relic, he even agreed to tolerate the man's conditions. But Gon again asked for a delay. Gonu went to the computer to find a large, deserted area, since the competition would definitely cause chaos for Nero. And if he also summoned his palace, he would destroy the area. In addition, there is a high risk that Nero will burn the entire city to the ground, and Gon did not want to lose his home, so he asked the relic to wait a little. Gon spent a long time browsing through all possible sites in search of a suitable deserted place similar to the end of the world, and suddenly remembered one such place. At this time, the palace in Monaco was burning. Different floors were ablaze, and rumors had already spread among the firefighters that it was because of the princess's relic. Sophia was pacing the room, nervous and unable to help, when the butler entered the room and announced that the fire was out. Sophia was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when the butler continued his report and said that the fire had spread to the nearest park and casino. Sophie was tense at the news and asked that everything possible be done. But she was also interested in whether the relic had been found, and the butler went to find out. Sophia was angry at what was happening, at the cursed relic, and now suspected Gon of lying. The moment Sophia tried to touch what she thought was Caesar's relic, the artifact burned her, and then he soared above the girl, and throwing lightning, began to curse the man for daring to touch him. Sophia was sure that since she bought the relic, she was now its owner. But the artifact had a different opinion. Sophia had never encountered relics that required her to pass their tests before, so she didn't expect resistance. And in the meantime, Nero attacked her with fire. Then Sophia managed to calm the relic and put it in a suitcase. But he burned it, started a fire and ran away. And so on several times already. Soli entered the room and reported that they had found out the current location of the relic. But it was rather strange. In the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Moreover, it is surprising that it is moving and heading towards the Hawaiian Islands. The princess wondered what could have been there that had attracted the relic. But for Sol, it was completely strange that the artifact moved on its own. In any case, As strange as it may seem, Sophia ordered everyone to get ready and go to Hawaii. Meanwhile, Gon and Alexander arrived on one of the Hawaiian islands, and Alexander hoped that they would be able to relax there like on vacation. Gonu upset the guy, warning that everything would soon go bad here since this is where his competition with the Relic would take place. The boys walked along the beach and Gon explained that Nero would definitely summon his palace, and the island, like Kyoto, would turn into a large tomb. To reduce the damage and casualties, Gon arrived on the island. But then Alexander thought about the lives of the locals, and Gon had already thought about it, and showed the guy that the island was uninhabited. Only the villa of the director of TKVM was located here. When the tomb is formed, the villa that was built will be destroyed, and Gon eagerly awaits the old man's reaction to the new losses. The director's villa was more like a multi-story hotel or company with a lot of security. But the security was relaxed. No one ever attacked the company, and their conversations during work were lazy, like them. It is not surprising that when money started falling from the sky, they rushed to catch it along with the rest of the staff. The worm and the rope scattered money, and out of laziness, no one even thought that it could be bait. The security guards could not stand to see what was happening and also left their posts to get rich. The relics led people further and further away from the villa, so that the tomb would not destroy them. Simon called Gon and reported that people had been lured out of the villa. The building and its grounds were empty. Simon and his guys were instructed to leave the whole matter to the relics, and they were supposed to head to a new location. Gon promised to send the coordinates by message. Gon and Alexander were not far from the villa. The master had to create something again and was almost finished with it. And since the preparations were almost complete, Gon took out the wreath and invited the relic to begin their competition. The relics liked the beautiful landscapes of the island. Nero was already anticipating how they would look from the root of his palace. However, Nero also noticed that the island was empty, and there were no spectators or judges on it. But Gon had already taken care of that, and everything would be soon. The relic trusted Gon and, blazing like a fire around Gon, began to summon its palace. The Villa TKVM collapsed from an earthquake, and then Nero's golden house rose on its ruins. Gon and Alexander found themselves right in the middle of that very Roman theater. The lights were on everywhere. The hall was clearly ready to welcome guests. The last to appear was Nero himself in human form, demanding that he be greeted with applause and praised. Raven warned Gon that he would not be able to leave the tomb without praise. So Gon praised the relic and announced that guests could be let in. The seats in the theater were occupied by none other than relics, who, by the way, paid 30 million per seat. Alexander was amazed by the guests he saw, but it turned out that Gon had persuaded the worm to arrange his own bidding for spectator seats at the writing competitions. Among themselves, the relics discussed Gon as the author of the book The Secret Housewife, which was already famous among them, and many still refused to believe that a person could write such a masterpiece. The latter were essentially haters, and Gon was angry hearing how they blamed his success on luck. And Alexander didn't know how to calm his boss down. Nero stood on the stage and was inspired by the sight of the hall filled with spectators. Now he was ready to begin the competition. Nero was determined to win. So the relic called out loudly to Gon and called him to come out onto the stage. It was a normal working day for Old Man Bon. He was busy with paperwork in the main office when suddenly his secretary ran in. Kit Stork was bursting with news. He kept repeating about the disaster, but because of his mixed thoughts, he could not concentrate and express the news in full. Finally, the stork pulled himself together and managed to tell about the ancient Roman tomb that had risen on the territory of the TKVM villa. The stork was scared, but at the director's request, he began to report on the damage, which consisted of a burned painting by Ban's father worth 70 million. The minimum that the secretary remembered was the destruction of farms and factories amounting to 200 million. Further calculations are still underway. Old Ban was devastated by the news and the sums lost. But when the secretary announced that the report was not finished, Jules gave a sigh of despair. The Royal Court of Monaco contacted TKVM and wanted to stop trading new products in the second half of the year, which meant another big financial loss. Although Ban was the director, the quality of the goods was his face. So now he was beside himself with anger that the delivered goods could bend or explode. But as far as the secretary knew, Nothing like that had happened, and the exact reason for Monaco had not yet been named. However, the secretary has contacted the royal court right now, and Ban has the opportunity to personally clarify this issue. Jules Ban picked up the phone with the confidence to engage in a dialogue with an entrepreneur like himself. But on the other end of the call was the princess herself. The old man couldn't believe his ears, so he decided to check if Ace had mixed anything up. But he confirmed the lady's desire to personally talk to Ban. The old man tried to respect his interlocutor with a gentle voice, but the princess was not nice and threatened that for the slightest lie to her questions, TKVM would never be able to cooperate with Monaco again. The princess approached the issue from the side of rumors that she had bought Caesar's relic, which Ban already knew about. And the princess was concerned about why the relic was now located on the territory of the TKVM villa. Now it became clear to the old man what kind of relic had appeared in his villa. But the princess didn't care about other people's problems. The old man did not know what to answer to such insolence. And so the princess decided from her silence that the relic really was with Ban, and moreover, that he had stolen it. Old man Ban was already confused by what was happening, and now a brat, even though she was of royal blood, dared to accuse him of stealing, and he was beside himself with rage. Having listened to the secretary, Ban pulled himself together and, without being rude, made it clear that he himself did not understand why someone else's relic was destroying his villa. Ban insisted that he himself was a victim of the situation, so he was not against Sophia's desire to fly to his villa and see for herself what was going on there. The old man and the princess ended their conversation on a peaceful note, but it took the old man some time to realize what had happened. And then old man Ban became himself and began to scold the laziness of the employees, their carelessness in their duties. And the secretary could only try to shift the blame onto the worm and the heavenly rope. Old man Ban heard the secretary babble and listened to the stories of relics scattering money and employees posting on social media about wealth. Everything looked extremely suspicious and strange. Jules Ban wondered if someone had deliberately distracted the attention of the employees and led them away from the villa. After thinking a little about motives and possibilities, Jules Ban went through the people capable of this in his head and immediately found the culprit. Ban was sure that the one who took the relic from the 7 great tombs and who sold it to the Princess of Monaco and who was now destroying his villa was none other than Gon. As soon as the old man identified the culprit, he immediately ordered Stork to get ready and prepare the plane. They were urgently flying to his island in Hawaii. Meanwhile, the island was raging under the destructive aura of Nero, and its source was in the Roman theater, from where a powerful stream of light was pouring out. The rope led Simon and his loyal farmers, who had returned from the mission to distract the staff, along the corridors of the Golden House to the audience seats in the theater. As soon as the boys entered the theater, they were amazed by the number of relics, and were even more surprised by what was happening on stage. Nero and Gon stood in place, but did not compete yet. The emperor kept praising himself and promised that the man would answer for what had offended him. It turns out the emperor was angry that his story was only sold once and blamed Gon for it. Even though Gon had already scolded the worm for what he had done, Gon would have to deal with a disgruntled Nero, who believed that the problem was in the earlier publication. Gon becomes interested in how a published story could only be bought once. Surely at least a few were taken out of interest. So he assumed that the emperor himself bought his creation. For the rest of the relics, it becomes a discovery that the emperor also has some works, and they began to whisper, collecting information. It turns out that someone read the emperor's story and considered it trash, which became a source of laughter among the relics, as well as the number of purchases of the novel. Nero was not happy with the jokes being made on him and the laughing haters, so he let his anger spill out like fire on everyone present. The tyrannical Nero loses his temper, and Raven warns Gon that the tomb cannot be left until Nero himself causes its destruction. Even Gon had a hard time under Nero's fire, and the hero understood that although the emperor was acting stupidly, he was a great relic and should not be underestimated. The relics from the spectator seats cursed the emperor, accusing him of burning them, but Nero himself considered them guilty of slander. While for Gon, it was a moment of respite and an opportunity to think. Fighting Nero was stupid. He was superior in strength and impossible to defeat. Then Gon thought about arranging the circumstances so that the relic would surrender itself. Then Gon interrupted Nero's squabble with the relics and suggested moving on to the competition. Gon was also interested in Nero's story, which he asked to show to him and the audience so that they could compare them. Since everyone had already seen Gon's work, now the man wanted to see the relics' work. It was not only logical but also fair. The relics, hearing about the man's desire to read a book in their language, began to laugh loudly and explain that it was impossible. Nero also tried to reason with the man, but since he insisted on receiving the manuscript in person, he gave him a scroll. Nero found it funny to see a man wanting to read the great language of the relics and then promising to bend the knee if Gon could read even a line. Gon was expecting these words, so with a haughty smile he reads the first line about the carp in the river. Nero, like all the relics, is surprised, and Gon, seeing the confusion of the artifacts, continues to read the emperor's notes about how he entered the city. Gon did not read further, but concluded that these notes were nothing more than the emperor's personal diary. And Nero continued to be indignant. The relics are no less surprised by what is happening, and they even begin to say that this is a sign of disaster. And now the time had come for Gon to demand that the emperor fulfill his promise and bend the knee, which Nero clearly did not want to do. And since Nero had no intention of doing this, Gon went on the offensive, decided to attack with words, and reminded them that they had gathered here for the sake of writing talent. After which he begins to criticize Nero's work, asking whether he had written anything before and how he could write so absurdly. Gon wasn't sure that criticism would help, but judging by the emperor's lost face, he realized that he had made the right decision and continued to criticize. Even though Nero was never good at art, no one told him about it, because no one would dare to say anything against the emperor. And all this time Nero heard only praise. And since the relics act in the conditions of their history, the hero assumed that the emperor would not be able to defend himself from harsh criticism. Gon read the first couple of sentences from the story and now criticized the meaninglessness of the sentences and the illogicality of the thoughts, and a few more harsh insults. Then Gon takes a pen and, lying down on the stage, begins to make changes, supposedly as part of the competition. First, the title was adjusted and began to sound like the title of a cheap but popular thriller, and Nero did not like it at all. However, the relics in the hall were admired, exalting Gon's talent above Nero's, and the emperor's attempts to shut them up did not help. Meanwhile, Gon continued to bend over the scroll, correcting the sentences, assuring that they were boring. And with each edit of the relic, they continued to admire, exalt Gon, and marvel at how amazing this man was. Nero watched all this in silence, only thinking about how easily a person receives praise from relics for the art of writing. The one who suffered the most at this competition was Alexander, who was forced to watch as one bad writer corrected a completely untalented writer. Nero, driven mad with anger, begins to shoot fire in all directions, demanding to be praised. And if earlier the relics were ready to make concessions, now they were ready to burn. But they no longer wanted to lie to the emperor. Gon had driven the relic into a panic, and now he had decided to finally break it by pressing on Nero's stupid unwillingness to accept criticism. In confirmation, Gon tears the scroll in half, which finally undermines Nero's spirit, and he silently accepts it. And Gon continues to lecture the relic that he has behavior unworthy of a writer. Nero, faced with real criticism for the first time, fell to his knees, unable to understand how those around him could be so cruel. Gon did not spare the relic, but explained that such people are everywhere, and among the readers there may even be quite crazy people. If Nero wanted to be a writer, he should ignore them. But the hero was sure that the relic would not succeed. The last words finally finished off Nero, and he began to cry bitterly, causing the tomb to shake and begin to crumble, and the fire in the entire palace went out. The relics also noticed the changes in the tomb, but were in no hurry to leave it, waiting to see how the competition would end. Nero lost the meaning of life and admitted defeat, and fell to his knees before Gon, officially declaring his defeat. Nero began to take on his true form, and Gon finally promised that for good behavior and diligence, he was ready to give several writing lessons. Nero was too depressed to seize the opportunity to touch art again, so he fell to the ground, jingling the golden shape of his laurel wreath. And on Gon's hand, a mark of a new contract with a relic in the form of a wreath appeared, and the hero hurried to pick up the relic. As soon as Gon touched the relic, new notifications about the conclusion of a contract appeared to him, about new abilities, thanks to which, in the area of action, Gon's wishes become reality. In addition, the Relic of Sloth in the Raven system was referred to as one of the 7 Keys of Majesty, and Gon decided that this was related to the title of Emperor. Once Nero accepted the contract and the competition was over, the relics began to disperse, discussing how much fun it was. However, Gon had other plans for these relics, and he cast a net over them, capturing even those from the very top ranks. The relics didn't understand why the net was so strong, and most importantly, what was happening and why they were captured. The relics were able to recognize that Gon had trapped them and began to beg for mercy. Someone was pressuring for the end of the competition. But Gon was an entrepreneur and reminded the relics that they had just been to a very good and unusual performance, but had not paid for it. But each relic already paid for admission, and they did not tolerate accusations of being hares, which was a revelation for Gon. Of course, Gon and Alexander immediately understood who took the entrance fee, but it didn't matter to the hero. He indicated that the fee was separate. Simon's boys ran to Gon to help, and the relics asked about payment, agreeing in advance to any price. Then Gon sets a price that makes everyone outraged, because none of the relics are willing to pay with their bodies. Actually, that net was made before the literary competition, due to the fact that Alexander made many copies of the rope and wove the net from it. But some relics were determined to break free and turned into their best forms to attack. Gon didn't analyze the audience of the competition, so he didn't know that among the low-level relics there were also high-level ones that turned into people and broke through. From the torn network, the relics began to run in different directions. But Gon was no longer going to be kind and use dominance on everyone, which pinned everyone to the ground. The relics were, of course, surprised by the power of control, but the hero himself understood that there were too many artifacts to control alone. Then the hero first calls upon Anubis, the dog, who begins to actively turn his head to understand the situation. The relics recognize the 2 other dogs that appear as Set and Osiris, who are unhappy with the noise around them. Anubis noticed the crowd of relics and could not understand why they were all gathered there, and why some of them had taken on forms. Gon explained that the relics were not listening to him, and he needed help to pacify them. But Anubis began to be indignant about why they were called for such a thing. Seth immediately refused and fell to the ground because he had not yet been restored, and Anubis demanded that he protect their dignity. Since Anubis was still trying to resist Gon, the hero, as per the contract, smirked and demanded that Anubis take care of it. The relics immediately noticed that the man was commanding the divine artifact and began to wonder why the Anubis relic was obeying. Anubis was uncomfortable admitting that he had fallen under the control of a human, so he thought about how to keep the contract a secret. Meanwhile, Gon heard an interesting address to Anubis as a commander and noted that the relics have their own statuses. Seth was loath to admit it, but he was straightforward. So when questioned about the artifacts, he admitted that they were under control. But Anubis continued to refuse to admit it. Anubis began to evade, coming up with an excuse that the Egyptian relics were interested in Gon's abilities, so they were cooperating with him. Anubis lied so much that he called Gon a cultural treasure of relics, which intrigued the other artifacts and made Seth laugh. Unexpectedly for the Egyptian relics, the rest supported this idea, thinking that it was because of Gon's novel. Seeing that Anubis and Seth accepted the human, they admitted that they were all fans of Gon, but were afraid that they would get into trouble for liking the human's work. Gon was equally amazed that since the high-class relics had acknowledged Gon, the others could now openly share their opinions, thoughts, and even show support for the boy. The situation was getting stranger and stranger, but so far everything was going well for Gon. The boy even accepted that he was considered a cultural treasure, and all the relics agreed to give him their power. Raven also laughed at the situation, so he informed him about the new title, the increased number of fans, and that Gon could now develop relics to rare and even epic levels. Thanks to Anubis's stupidity, Gon managed to obtain many relics, although they became annoying, asking the hero to release another book. Once the job was done, the tomb was closed and the aftermath became more visible, and it would take TKVM a long time to restore the villa. Alexander was shocked by the ruins, which had once been a huge multi-story building, and Gon gloated over the old man's impending suffering. The old man himself was just running up to the guys with his guards, and for now, the old man sincerely did not understand why Gon was holding a grudge, that he was taking revenge so cruelly. Gon gloated and replied that he had merely taken advantage of a good location, which made the old man angry and sent his men after him. The relic master was frightened by the number of enemies, and Gon immediately noted that the people were not guards but tomb robbers. Although it didn't matter, Gon was determined to fight him, and, of course, win. The robbers hesitated at first. After all, they were not fighters. But the old man ordered the attack again. Then the thieves took out their relics, and among many, Gon noted the daggers of Brutus, an epic relic that, according to legend, killed Caesar. The other relics were no less powerful, and Gon had nothing to counter them with, so he decided to flee. Gon's subordinates were surprised, but they rushed after them, just like the thieves, attacking Gon and his men. The attacks weren't very accurate, but Gon and the boys somehow managed to dodge them, and some other force protected them. The master also noticed this and began to interrogate Gon about what kind of relic he used to block someone else's attack. But you also didn't know how it happened. Meanwhile, Old Man Ban was taking it out on the robbers for every miss they made. But the attackers also didn't understand why their targeted blows were missing. It turned out that the relics in the hands of the thieves did not want to offend Gon. They had already recognized him as a cultural treasure, and now fought back against their owners in order to protect him. Gon watched what was happening and gloated. The relics did not obey their owners, got out of control, and people abandoned them. After the competition, Gon didn't know how to feel about the new cultural heritage title. But now he saw positive changes that he really liked. At that moment, the voices of the relics from the painting were heard in the master's pocket, where they had been placed because their owners were calling them and asking them to come out. Alexander took out the painting and reported the noise from the relics that were spectators, and wanted to know from Gon whether it was worth releasing them. From the reaction of the relics and the way the thieves were actively rummaging through their pockets, Gon realized that some of the stolen relics belonged to the guys in front of him. Gon took the painting in his hands and used the power of dominance, explaining that he was now the new owner of the relics, and that they should sit quietly in Van Gogh's painting. Jules Ban noticed that the thieves were not attacking, and realized that they had lost the relics and began to scold them for it. And then Old Man Ban gave the order, allowing those who had lost the relics to use normal weapons and shoot Gon's men. But Alexander turned out to be more agile. He put up a painting by Van Gogh as a defense, and it absorbed every bullet. But the shooting stopped when Princess Sophia herself entered the battlefield and, together with her guards, approached the old man. Meanwhile, Gon approached Alexander about the readiness of the escape drawing, and it turned out that the guy had already finished everything. Now Gon needed to play another trick, and, attracting Ban's attention, he throws Nero's laurel wreath to the old man. Ban deftly catches the relic and examines it, not yet understanding what it is for and what the enemy has planned. Surrounded, Gon begins to lie about the deal, part of which he fulfilled as promised, although Ban does not understand what he is talking about. Alexander begins summoning the escape relic, and Gon enters the transfer circle, tightening the noose around Ban's neck even more while continuing to talk about the deal. At first, the old man did not understand anything and thought about Gon's words. But then he realized that they were said to set him up in front of the princess. Sophia also didn't know what Gon was talking about, but she realized that her relic ended up on the old man's island because of his deal with Gon. Now, no matter how hard Ban tried to get out of it, the girl had too much evidence to support her idea that the old man was a thief. Gon left with the relic of escape, watching with one eye what was happening on the island and gloating over the old man. The old man ordered to catch Gon, but before the robbers could even twitch, Gon and his men had already moved. That evening, Gon and his men were relaxing at the Romanov family's villa, enjoying the afterglow of a busy day. Gon was lying on the sofa, stretched out and with his arms folded across his chest, and Alexander was hanging over him, worried that they would be found, because they hadn't gone far, but were literally on the neighboring island. But Natalia appeared and reassured her friend that, as a rule, no one is watching under their noses, and the island has a lot of security and nothing will happen. Then the girl turned to Gon, wanting to know how his trip went. But Gon didn't want to discuss business. He just wanted to rest and sleep. After wishing Gon a good day and offering to contact her whenever he needed help, Natalia went to set the table for dinner. While Natalia was doing housework, Gon planned to focus a little on wiretapping. Knowing that the old man and Sophia would not throw away the real relic, Gon attached a bug to Nero. But even though Gon was listening all this time, there was nothing interesting there. All this time, they were just arguing. But a couple of minutes ago, the situation changed. Director Ban decided to have a more constructive talk with the princess. Ban managed to convince Sophia that it was not in his interest to destroy the entire island. Then Sophia asked a reasonable question about why the famously greedy Ban did not come to the auction. Now Ban understood why the princess was prejudiced against him, and decided to honestly admit that he knew about the fake. Although the wreath in his hands was not a fake, it was not a relic of Caesar either. Ban knew this for sure. Gona and Sophia were surprised by such self-confidence. But then both realized that only those who possess the original can be sure of the fake. No one is obliged to talk about their relics. But Ban was willing to share confidential information for the sake of further cooperation with Monaco. Indeed, the old man owned Caesar's relic, and that was why he did not go to the auction. And now it became clear to Gon that Ban had been using Caesar all this time, and back then at the airport, he was able to restrain Gon with Caesar's famous conquest power. Caesar's relic could make any person obey, and Gon reproached himself for not having realized this during his first encounter with Ban. But now that the hero had learned the information, he wanted to take advantage of it and make sure that the destroyed villa was only a minor damage. The next day, when everyone was resting and the sound of the Pacific Ocean surf could be heard from the window, Alexander was forced on Gon's command to restore the relics. Although Gon also did not rest, but worked. In addition, he reminded his subordinate that they were not on vacation, but in fact, on a business trip. Gon lectured Alexander so boringly that the boy howled from Gon's old man behavior. Although he was younger than the master, Gon himself was busy cataloging his relics, their functionality and rank, as the number of those whose use Gon knew little about grew. Additionally, Gon wanted to sort the useful ones, which he could improve, and the ones that could be disassembled or blown up. Among all the relics, Gon found Bihen's old pendant, a low-ranking and consumable relic. Gon didn't remember finding anything like that. But after thinking for a bit, he remembered the legend of Bihen Ran from Samguk Yusa. Bihir was born from the spirit of a ruler and a commoner, so he had the body of a human, but could control spirits. Having learned of the boy's abilities, the king asked him to find a spirit that would help him rule, and the child introduced him to a spirit named Gilda, known for her hard work. Gilda or Tokabi, a relic used by Soli, one of the spirits summoned by Bihen Ran. And since her artifact was with Gon, it becomes clear why she couldn't attack him in the room. In any case, the relic was useless to Gon, so the hero threw it to Alexander and demanded that he restore it. Of course, Alexander rebelled from the work thrown at him, and Gon also demanded that the artifact be made out of turn. In the living room, Natalia was watching world news when the guys went out for a break after a long day of work. Gon was interested to know what happened during the work and asked Natalia for a brief summary. Natalia invited Gon to join the viewing, since the news was currently talking about Gon's home country. The news reported on the sudden disappearance of members of parliament, which led to problems in the work of the state, and Gon thought about a new relic. Gon was sure that this was the work of one of the 7 great tombs, which frightened Natalia. From the information he had, it was believed that this could have been the tomb of the great Cleopatra. As soon as Alexander heard that it would be a tomb of lust, the guy's eyes lit up. He was clearly determined to go to business with Gon. Alexander was still young and already imagined what this tomb would be like. His thoughts were far from morality. Gon guessed what the guy was waiting for, but he was forced to disappoint. Cleopatra is not one of those who can be characterized exclusively by a passionate nature. Cleopatra was in power and was the last ruler of the Ptolemaic dynasty. During her reign, there were many problems, but the most important one was in the relations with Rome. Cleopatra managed to bring in Roman troops to solve some of the problems, and the first thing she did, with the help of Caesar, was to expel those who had conspired against her. After the assassination of Caesar, she united with Antony, but their alliance was defeated at the Battle of Actium, and Egypt subsequently became one of the Roman provinces. It follows that the relic is interested exclusively in men with power, which is why only deputies have disappeared. However, Natalia saw all the news and, putting it together with this one, she expressed to Gon the idea that it was not only the deputies who had disappeared. Earlier, the news reported about the disappearance of residents from a provincial town. Even old people, women and children disappeared. Gon found this strange and very illogical, so he decided to go on his own and check everything out. Gon wanted to fly straight from the island, so Natalia asked to go with him. But Gon refused. The whole problem crept in the risks that the girl will not be able to contain within the radius of the Relic of Lust, and she can use Midas for trifles. Besides, Gon was sure that this tomb was not so dangerous and he could cope without Natalia's help. Gon decided to go to this tomb alone, which Alexander, who did not want to restore the relics and wanted adventure, took with great incomprehension. Since Alexander is already going crazy, the impact of the tomb will completely drive him crazy. So the master would be better off going to New York and working on the restoration. He stayed at the Romanov villa for a few days to sort the relics, then packed up the useful ones and headed to Korea. Alexander, Simon, and his farmers were ordered by Gon to return to New York. In the Tomb of Lust, without resistance, they would only become a hindrance. Gon flew to Korea and followed the energy of the relic, came out onto a street that was not the most popular, but unexpectedly crowded now. Gon didn't understand why today, when it was a working day and not the tourist season, people were walking down the street in a single stream, and their clothes were also strange. Gon realized that the people were dressed in office clothes, pajamas, tourist clothes. They were clearly possessed and were brought to these mountains, and some were picked up while they were wandering around the mountains. But now the problem was that Cleopatra's relic didn't work like that. It didn't attract everyone. Gon decided to follow the crowd, thinking that time had changed again, and that this was not Cleopatra's relic. But he was distracted by a voice that was counting people. Gon didn't even have time to think about whose voice it could be and what it meant when the earthquake happened. And then explosions occurred in different parts of the mountain range, tearing the area into pieces. The tomb had not yet appeared in full, but a barrier had already appeared around it. And now, no one could leave. And then the voice of the relic was heard, which was not going to release the people, but also promised that the people themselves would not complain. After which Gon realized that Cleopatra was not here. The tomb gloated that now everyone would obey her, and within the confines of her tomb, everyone would have to indulge their bestial desires, drown in the sin of cruelty and immorality. After which Raven warned Gon about the effect of the tomb on people, and they become enraged, and Gon himself became more courageous. The people around were enveloped in an aura that gave them strength and energy. Gon still didn't understand what was happening, but it was clearly not the Tomb of Lust. The people were fascinated and focused on their animal instincts. And so far, the hero did not understand the effect of which relic gave such an effect. But there was no time to think about it. The girls had already begun to divide the men among themselves. Some of them made advances on Gon and reached out their hands to him. For some reason, the harem relic from the hero's backpack activated, and the girls began to chase him. And he had to run. Luckily for Gon, Raven decided to help and told the hero that the tomb belonged to Ben Kanso, the most courageous man, and Ona, the most depraved woman in the world. Now Gon had put the puzzle together, and the appearance of these legends in the Tomb of Lust was logical. But why his harem was activated, and why the girls were pursuing him so fiercely was still unclear. And as soon as the hero and a crowd of girls ran past several men, those who were sure that Gon had done something wrong and needed to be dealt with also followed him. Gon tried to escape from pursuit, but wherever he turned, there were girls trying to catch him. Gon noticed the last and only turn into the mountains where he could escape, and out of inevitability, he rushed there. Gon wasn't sure, but something told him that the crowd would simply tear him apart. So when he noticed a tall tree, he climbed it. Gon managed to climb high up on a branch and sat down, hoping to catch his breath and also think about the things that weren't working out in this whole situation. The legend of these two is that An was banished from the village as a black widow, and Ben Kanso, who had gained a bad reputation as a good-for-nothing ignoramus, met An. They fell in love and got married. But soon the man died, leaving the woman a widow again. The story is popular because it is unambiguous. Although the characters are of the heroic class, They clearly do not qualify for one of the 7 tombs. Gon watched as the people below rioted and demanded that he come down. And Gon continued to think and compare how much the relics of On and Ben Kanso could create a tomb. But there was no more time to think. The girls, impatiently, grabbed their axes and began to chop down Gon's salvation. But the heavenly rope came to the man's aid, asking the owner to grab hold of it and trust him. Kanat threw Gon away from the people, and then, contrary to his legend, began to bring him down from heaven to earth and rejoiced at the praise of his master. However, Gon did not meet the conditions of the sky rope legend, and due to his negative karma, he could not fly through the sky. Moreover, for violating the rules of heaven, Gon was struck by a thunderous blow of justice, so much so that he lost consciousness. Because of the lightning, Gon began to fall down like a stone, and the rope rushed after him like an arrow, twisting loops around the owner to grab him. Having managed to entangle Gon by his limbs, the rope helped the owner fall to the ground with minimal injuries. Gon hit his head a little, and it hurt now, but he thanked Kanat. He still managed to survive, only thanks to him. But Gon didn't have time to lie around. The girl had caught up with him again and was now sure that they wouldn't let him escape. The girls ran towards the hero in a crowd, but one stood out among them all, pushed aside her rivals, and was the first to cling to Gon. But the rope stood guard over the purity of its master and lashed out at the attacker's face, freeing Gon. And then the rope took on the rest of the ladies, teaching them the sense of tact and ethics that all girls should follow, although the rope was clearly trying to drive away strangers from its beloved master. While the beaten girls did not understand what kind of rope was attacking them, the relic stretched out as a barrier around its owner, and then rushed towards the girls and tied them up, clearing the way for Gon. As soon as the girl began to float in the sky thanks to the rope, Gon jumped to his feet and ran on, commanding the relics to return when they were done. Gon ran towards the relic's aura, but the source suddenly appeared, accusing the hero of breaking its rules by creating a harem, although she told everyone to behave like animals. While the relic was amazed that Gon had not lost his mind, the hero himself noted that the aura was too strong for On, and suggested that the relic had evolved. Natalia and her mother watched the news again, which confirmed the appearance of the Tomb of Lust in Korea. But Natalia was alarmed by the words that, according to researchers, the tomb was stronger than the previous one in Kyoto. Natalia's mother knew that Gon was heading to this tomb, and now she too began to worry about her savior. Although the girl reassured her mother, she herself, hearing the news about the uncontrolled behavior of people near the tomb, was worried. Natalia had a book by Maya Popol Vuh, which Gon gave her and told her to use in emergency situations. Natalia didn't know if the case could be called an emergency, but she was very worried about her friend, so she decided to use books. Upon touching the cover, the book opened and began to turn the pages in search of an answer, since her skill is to help a person learn about future misfortunes. The girl was afraid of the answer, however. When the book predicted the loss of innocence, she did not know how to feel about it. Meanwhile, at the other end, at the very edge of the tomb, was Alexander, who, against Gon's orders, entered the Tomb of Lust. Alexander hurried to the tomb, hoping to have some fun and not sit in one place. But what was his surprise when he did not find any people for the next few kilometers? But finally he gets lucky and sees several guys running down the road as if their lives depended on it. Not daring to run somewhere without information, the master decides to first find out where and why everyone is running. After Alexander found out that the guys were running to where everyone was and because there were women there, the guy, following the herd instinct, rushed with everyone. However, before they could reach their destination, the boys were forced to stop because something appeared in front of them. The men first saw an earthquake, and then the Ben Kanshi totem emerged from the ground. Alexander wondered what the statue was in front of, and the relic was angry that the men were not obeying orders, running in circles instead of having fun. Then Ben Kanshi decides to help and directs a force at the boys that erases all their prejudices. And then he suggests taking a look at Alexander, who is very young and feminine looking. After which, the guys begin to pursue Gon as an object of size and beauty, and the master ran away from them as best he could and tried to shout to someone who could help. Gong Yu had also been running from his pursuers all this time, and it seems he managed to break away and even track down the relic's aura. Following the trail, he came to a mill. The aura of the relic was everywhere, and Gon decided to go inside. Gon wandered around the mill, and suddenly, in the darkness, he saw an image that was surrounded by the aura of a relic. And if he looked closely, he saw that it was Soli. Soli was clearly under the influence of the relic, although her hatred for Gon was still there, and she was determined to deal with the hero here and now. Accusing Gon of stealing her relic and the suffering associated with her ruined reputation, the girl slowly approached him, and when she got close enough, she took out a knife hidden in her bosom and warned about the attack. Seeing the threat, Rope crawled out of Gon's sleeve, ready to tie up the girl. But the hero asked the relic not to overdo it. This was enough for Kanat to interpret the master's words as permission, and he rushed towards the girl like a flexible snake. But the girl had learned from bitter experience and saved the relic for such a case, which she threw towards Kanat like a rag. From a small scarf, the relic became a large canvas that grabbed the rope into a ball and pulled it into a bag. The relic was the bag of Finn McCool, a famous figure in Irish mythology, and was capable of holding anything, like a Van Gogh painting. Soli waved the bag from which Kanat was screaming and demanding freedom, and Soli was already wondering what Gon was capable of without his main relic. Gon was not in the mood to fight, but he wanted to get back what was his, so he rushed at Soli. But the girl turned out to be more agile and, having put a footrest under her, she intercepted Gon and laid him on his shoulder blades, sitting on top of him. But the girl was not in the mood to attack. She wanted, like the other girls, to get the guy's body. Gon didn't understand what was happening, and the girl, out of impatience, began shouting and demanding that he undress. But then she changed her mind and decided to deal with Gon's clothes herself by cutting them. And Gon was scared by the knife pointed at him to act. Now Gon finally understood that Soli, under the influence of the relic, the girl cannot resist. And the reason for this is An, who attached herself to her body. Gon tried to hold Soli back, and he himself was thinking about what to do, because a person with all the power of dominance is not able to resist the relic that has joined her, which means that shouting to her consciousness will not work. Because of the relic, the girl's body was stronger than Gon's, and he could no longer resist. However, as soon as the girl tried to kiss Gon, something attacked her. One of the relics protected the guy and attacked Soli with an electric discharge, which threw her away from the hero. Although Soli did not regain consciousness, she was disarmed for a while, and Gon decided to use the moment to take the relic. But Soli was still stronger than Gon and quickly took the initiative, attacking the guy again. But he decided to approach the problem from a different angle. Gon pretended to take on the role of a man and wanted to be on top, which disarmed the girl, who was enchanted by the relic of lust. And while the girl was distracted by foreplay, Gon used the moment to search the girl and find the relic. Gon followed the relic's aura and came across the holster on her hip, before abruptly tearing it off, separating it from the human. But the Ana relic didn't like the touch of others, and she pushed Gon away with an electric shock, so much so that the hero even had to cover himself with his hand. So before Gon appeared the relic of Ana, which was an ancient woman's tabi socks that had traveled a long way with her when the woman was driven out of the village. Since Gon now saw the relic and the girl's life did not depend on it, he drew his blade and prepared to destroy An. An's relic had not yet heard of Gon, so she was confident in her superiority over the human even when he rushed at her with a blade. Gon managed to cut the tabi the first time, as if it were not a relic but an ordinary sock, which surprised him at how easy it was. While the relic screamed in pain and resentment for what had happened, Gon did not understand how he had managed to deal with the relic of the 7 great tombs so quickly. Gon did not understand what was happening, but he ordered the relic to quickly open the doors of the tomb, and to make the relic more obedient, he threatened to destroy Ben Kanso. Meanwhile, Soli came to her senses and didn't remember anything, and her head was ringing from the screams of the relic and Gon. Gon had to threaten the relic directly to get it to talk. But most importantly, he learned that An was not the tomb's true owner. As the boy expected, Anna and Ben Kanso were just stray birds in the tomb. Their influence was strengthened by the tomb's mistress. The real owner of the tomb invited these two to deal with the people, which explained Gon's guess about the strange voice at the beginning of the journey. Gon demanded that the relic reveal the name and location of the tomb's owner, but An wasn't about to give it all away so easily. Now threats didn't help. The relic feared the owner who would destroy An more than the person, although Gon tried to convince the Tabi that he would deal with him. Suddenly, the doors of the mill swung open, and a frightened Alexander burst into them, screaming. The master ran for so long that he collapsed on the floor as soon as he entered the room, causing both Gon and the relic to bewilderment. The master quickly came to his senses and rushed to the door, locking it with a bolt and ignoring the boss's questions. And as soon as he closed the door, he told her in hysterics and tears that perverts were chasing him, which made One realize that her Ben Kanso was nearby. And then they both heard a loud, furious knock on the door, which made Alexander even more frightened and Gog wary. Hearing those men calling for their sweet boy again, a frightened Alexander rushed to the door to hold them back. And then Alexander heard a new voice that wanted to help the men, and he managed to jump away from the door in time when a wooden post broke through it and almost hit him. The pillar broke through the doors, and now men were walking into the mill, and Alexander was trying to crawl away from them. The men kept moving towards Alexander, and he was so scared that he couldn't even move from fear. But fortunately, Gon managed to react. Gon put a blade to the neck of one of the guys and warned that he would protect his subordinate in every way he knew, and that the men would not like them. The men surrendered, and in the meantime, Ben Kance, worried about An's condition, jumped around her. Upon learning what had happened to his beloved, Ben Kanso became furious and wanted to fight to take revenge. Gon immediately analyzed the relic and realized that they were on equal terms with An, which meant that this fight would be easy for the hero. It only took one precise blow to cut the wooden totem in half, and the relic didn't even have time to react. Now both relics were half-existent and lay on the floor, limited in their actions. As soon as Ben Kanso was defeated, his power immediately evaporated, and the men who had stormed the mill came to their senses. Alexander immediately felt better as soon as the men left the mill, but Gon still saw them off with suspicion. Now Gon turned his attention to Ben Kanso and Anna, who were huddled close to each other, and demanded to be taken to the owner of the tomb. Ben Kanso also refused, worrying that the owner of the tomb would kill them for betrayal, and the man would then get rid of them because they were no longer needed. But Gon convinced him that he would not harm the relics if they helped. And as soon as agreement was reached, a familiar canvas appeared behind the totem. Soli waited for the right moment and grabbed the totem in a bag, which meant that Gon was deprived of a guide to one of the 7 great tombs. The totem kicked and begged for freedom, but Soli was pleased that she had managed to get around the hero and capture, in essence, the second relic that was important to him. Whatever Soli thought about herself, Gon knew that he was superior to her in strength, and for now, he was peacefully asking for what belonged to him to be returned. But Soli had suffered great losses in the previous tomb, so she believed that she had now taken interest, and then Soli decided to run away, releasing Gilda and ordering Gon to be detained, but forgot about the past experience. Gilda ran at Gon on orders, but the hero did not run away and did not even try to defend himself. He knew that the Tokubi would not be able to touch him. As soon as Gilda approached Gon, her image shattered, and Soli still didn't understand why. But the girl had to enter the battle herself. Soli hoped that Gon would not notice her behind the haze of the relic, but the hero noticed and fought back. The guy managed to knock the dagger out of the girl's hands and drop her on the floor. He was in a hurry to clean out the tomb and wanted to get his relics back as soon as possible. Gon could no longer afford to fight half-heartedly, so he threatened the girl to hurry up and give him the bag. Apparently cornered, the girl wordlessly hands the relic bag to Gon, who unsuspectingly reaches for it. But Gon senses the threat in time and ducks, causing a knife to fly past his ear, nearly killing him. The knife made a hook and returned to its owner. Soli managed to get to her feet and grabbed her weapon. Now she was ready to enter the fight again. Gon was interested in Soli's silver knife, and he wanted to know where the girl got it from and who gave it to her. Gon hid his goal under the guise of pure curiosity. But Alexander had long noticed that the boss didn't ask anything just like that. Gon had a hunch that Soli got the knife from Jinny Che, although the girl pretended not to be familiar with the said person. From her reaction, the hero realized that he was right. In the world of relics, there were 4 kings: Kira, the Queen of War; Natalia, the Queen of Misfortune; Ban, the King of Conquest; and finally Jinny Che, the Queen of Greed, the true owner of the knife. Jinny Che was a powerful enemy in his past who possessed the relics of greed, and her activation promised new problems. And Gon didn't like that Sola was in cahoots with this woman. The hero, out of old habit, didn't want Che to waste Sola's enormous potential. Soli was also no longer in the mood to play, so she called Gilda and ordered her to punish Gon. There was no way to escape from the collapsing building, so Gon decided to hold the line. The ceiling of the mill collapsed, the building was burning, dust was rising in a column. The roar of fire and falling logs could be heard from afar. Soli ran from the scene of destruction, glad that the boys hadn't noticed her Tokobi destroying the mill while they were distracted by her. But suddenly the girl noticed that the building was collapsing but not falling, and she did not know that it was Gon using Van Gogh's painting. All the debris from the roof flew into the painting, but it was difficult to use the relic for so long, so it was Gon who did it, not Alexander. When all the debris was sucked into the painting, and Gon managed to save them with the master, he lay on the floor without strength. But there was no time to rest. Soli jumped out of nowhere with a knife in her hand. She was furious and clearly wanted to cut Gon. Although Gon in this tomb was sure that the girl would not kill him, but would make him a eunuch out of revenge. But suddenly an unknown force attacked Soli, and Gon received a notification about it. The girl simply pushed away from the hero. Moreover, the recoil was so powerful that Soli flew back several meters, and Alexander even feared for her life. Raven told Gon that he was protected by Natalia's power of destruction, and he decided to find out about Midas's secret abilities later. Salt got hit pretty hard, so Gon was able to easily approach the weakened girl lying on the ground and take the bag. It was enough to demand, and the bag immediately released the relic of Gon, as well as On and Ben Kansei. The rope immediately wrapped itself around the owner, admitting that it was sad, and Gon himself was already commanding another relic to lead him to the owner of the tomb. Ban Kenso immediately began to create a gate to the tomb's master, but reminded Gon of his promise not to drag him and On into this. So the relic created a tomb gate in the main doors of the mill, but Alexander, with his caution, was a little scared. Gon already had experience and boldly stepped towards the gate, but Alexander tried to dissuade him, believing that it was dark and dangerous there. Gon tried to calm the master down and explain that these relics were stupid enough to deceive, and then he simply stepped into the gate, and Alexander had no choice but to follow the chief. By that time, Soli had recovered from her fall, and seeing that the boys had gone into the gate, she called out to the Tokobi. Together with Gildal, Soli jumped into the gate without a shadow of a doubt, wanting to catch up with Gon and Alexander. Gon calmly walked out on the other side of the gate into some cave, and Gon jumped into the gate out of fear and ended up falling on the threshold of the cave. While Alexander was looking around the cave, Gon had already noticed a light ahead and commanded to go there. At first, the boys walked towards the light, but as they approached, they saw a gate with torches on both sides. Approaching the gates, both were amazed at how huge they were, and they were also tightly closed. But suddenly the fox heads hanging from the gates began to speak, and the gatekeepers were surprised that people had managed to get so far. The guardians could open the gates, but they had to be a virgin male. Otherwise, they wouldn't open. Of course, Alexander began to resent such discrimination in the 21st century, especially since the tomb itself staged violent games of lust. At this time, Soli approached the gates, who was generally outraged that only men were allowed in. Women were initially denied all chances. Alexander was surprised to see Soli here. He didn't expect that she would have enough strength to stand up, but she turned out to be more stubborn and even followed them. The foxes reminded her of the conditions that nothing could change, which angered the girl, and Gon laughed that the relic only loved men. There were 3 people standing in the cave, and it had been previously determined that no one could open the doors according to the conditions of the tomb. But knowing about the male boasting, Gon decided to check with the master whether he really could not open the tomb. Alexander was older than Gon, and he turned out to be popular with girls, so such a question was even offensive to the guy. Gon was no longer a virgin either, and could not open the door, so he drew his blade and moved towards the gate. Since he was left with no other way out, Gon decided to go all out, gathering more power into his blade to break the gate. But first, Gon warned the master that the relic would be damaged, so he needed to be ready to repair it quickly. And then, concentrating his strength in the blade, the hero took a running start at the gate, confident that he would be able to strike at least a blow. But suddenly, Gone Raven showed a notification that the tomb's conditions had been met, and that the guy in this timeline was a virgin. Right at the door, Gone stopped, and the foxes at the gate began to talk about the amazing phenomenon of virgin people in the modern world, and they would gladly open the doors for him. The gates swung open, allowing the guest to proceed further into the tomb, causing an awkward pause between the boys and the girl. Alexander naturally had questions, but Gone tried to avoid answering, declaring that he had broken through. Gone had completely forgotten that he had returned to the past 15 years ago and was still a virgin. But now he felt awkward showing off his mature life. Of course, Alexander couldn't miss the opportunity to laugh at the boss, and he got on his nerves so much that Gone promised to cut the master's salary, deprive him of his bonus, and much more. The company of thieves passed through the gates and walked past beautiful lakes, large and carved gazebos shining with the light of fireflies. The plunderers saw not only the beauty of the place, but also the numerous treasures of the tomb, from chests with gold coins and boats, antique dishes. After walking along winding paths along the lake, the guests came to the main gazebo with a large platform, and Gone immediately realized that there should be something in the center of it. Without ceremony, Gone called the relic as if it was already under his control, and surprised that someone was able to open the door, the relic decided to appear. The relic quickly took on a human form and revealed itself to be a beautiful girl who was interested in the person who summoned her. Gong Yu called for the tomb's mistress, already knowing that it would not be an Egyptian queen, since everything in the cave was in Chinese style. In addition, the relic emitted obvious lust and malice, so the hero thought that the lady in front of him was most likely Da Ji. According to legend, Da Ji was a concubine of the ancient Chinese king Zhou, and was known for her promiscuity, cruelty, and love of torture. Right now, the relic is licking its lips, waiting to play with people's lives, first to mock them, and then to kill them. Gong Yu received a notification that the relic had used a seduction skill, and that it was harming the hero as his energy was being depleted. And most importantly, he warned his comrades. The relic enveloped the people with its aura of seduction. The hero immediately understood that it wanted to confuse them, but he hoped that he could withstand it with the help of the resistance skill. But Alexander immediately fell under the influence and already desired the relic, offering it his life, and stretched out his hands to it. But Gone quickly gave his subordinate a life-saving flick, calling him to come and pull himself together, which even made the master lose his balance. Alexander came to his senses, but only for a moment of pain shock, and held his bruised head. And Gone, although angry, understood that his friend would need lessons from the relics on endurance. But suddenly, Gone heard from the backpack behind his back that his relics were also under Da Ji's spell, and were also asking to be embraced by her. Realizing that the men are definitely under a spell, Gone is confident that Soli is now the only person who can help him. The hero turned to the girl to offer cooperation, but saw that the girl was also enchanted by the beauty of the relic. And the relic, in order to hold the girl's attention, promises to share the secrets of its beauty if she offers it an offering. Soli, apparently remembering that people were often brought as an offering to the gods, immediately turned towards Alexander, causing him to shudder, realizing her plans. However, even understanding the girl's intentions, he did not have time to escape, and the next moment he was lying face down on the floor with his arms twisted behind his back, and Soli was sitting on top of him. Gone understood that trying to separate his friends would only waste his time and energy. It was worth eliminating the cause of such behavior, so he headed to the relic to stop Da Ji. Confident in its power, the relic looks down upon the man and, wanting to play, accepts his challenge, giving him the opportunity to attack it first. Gone reaches for the blade and pulls it out of its sheath, but it too is bewitched by the relic of lust and offers its owner to reduce the distance with the lady only out of a desire to be closer to her. But this does not stop Gone. He only increases his dominance over the sword and, confident that he controls the sword, begins the offensive. In a hurry to finish the problem as soon as possible, Gone increases his power, accelerates and attacks the enemy, while Da Ji calmly stands in place and does not even try to run. And as soon as Gone approached her, something rushed towards him with the speed of a bullet and wrapped itself first around his neck. And then he finds himself grabbed by the arms and legs, and he can't see what it is, but it's very strong, and the hero can't pull it away from his neck with his hand. Gon realized that it was something wrapped around him in thick rings and felt like wool to the touch, so he ruled out the snake, leaving only the fox's tail. And then he tried to get a good look at the owner, after which he noticed that the relic was a 9-tailed fox and that she, on top of everything else, was happy with the current situation. Although Gong was surprised by the shape of the relic, there was nothing surprising about it. He knew the ancient epic novel of the Ming dynasty, which mentioned the story of a fox monster that turned into Daji. The fox pulled the man towards her, hoping to feast on his energy and make him her own. But as soon as she tasted Gon, she grimaced in disgust, and Raven warned the guy that without purity he would not be able to cleanse the tomb. Then the relic decides that absorbing the energy all at once will make it tastier, and kisses the guy, surprising Soli and Alexander, who were watching them. Meanwhile, Gon receives notifications that the bankruptcy relic Midas has gone berserk, and, as if the system is broken down, the message appears endlessly. And then, everyone was surprised by an explosion. The cave shook, a blast wave passed through. The tomb was burning behind the guys, smoke rose in a column. No one knew what had happened, but everyone watched in fascination. The master had already seen something similar and assumed that someone had come with a bomb. But Daji did not believe that someone was capable of damaging her tomb. After another explosion, during which a piece of shrapnel cut the relic's face, a figure with glowing eyes could be seen through the smoke, approaching Gon and his friends. The explosion was so powerful that everyone was thrown like pins in different directions. Gon was finally released from captivity and was lying on the ground trying to cough up. The hero found the strength to stand up. But looking around, he still did not understand what had happened and did not notice how the culprit of the pogrom was approaching him from behind his back. And then a familiar voice called out to him. And when he turned around, he noticed Natalia leaning towards him, worried about him. Natalia began to help her friend get up, but Gon, although grateful for the help, wanted to know how it happened that the girl was in the tomb. Briefly, the girl said that she learned that Gon was in danger, although she kept silent about the details that actually made her worry, after which the hero asked her for help to get out of the tomb. Gon pointed out the culprit of his problems, that she herself was only trying to recover from the explosion and did not understand what was happening. But when Daji saw Natalia coming towards her and noticed her power, she began to crawl away, asking to talk, wanting to avoid a massacre that she would clearly lose. But Daji began to assure that she would return the guy to Natalia as soon as she used him, which angered Midas's owner even more. And Natalia activated her relic, increasing the radius and power of its impact, which literally put pressure on the fox's relic. The fox continued to try to calm the unexpected guest, but she chose the wrong words, which made her suffer even more and lose her strength. Her tails began to acquire the usual fox color, and then Daji turned into an ordinary fox with 9 tails, which surprised Romanova, and she stopped her attack. Trying to understand what happened, Natalia looked at her friend, and Gon explained that the relic had become weak and had no strength left to maintain its disguise, so it switched to a less energy-consuming form. The fox took advantage of the moment while people were distracted and ran, planning to recover and then run away from this place altogether. However, Gon quickly caught up with the weakened relic, and because he moved quietly, she was surprised to find him nearby. The fox tried to run, but Kanat, on Gon's orders, quickly rushed after her, caught up with her in a jump and twisted her. Tied up with a rope, Daji twisted and tried to break free, threatening both the rope and the person, and categorically refused the offer to surrender. Gon stated affirmatively that he was now the new owner of the Relic of Lust, and despite the refusal, he assured the fox that he could tame her. It was only a question of methods. Gon remembered that foxes are related to canines, so he smiled cheekily and reached out his hands to the relic, suggesting that they start by scratching its belly. At this time in the Pandora headquarters, employees were discussing that someone had already cleared out 2 of the 7 great tombs. The Pandora robbers couldn't do anything, which gave the rest of the employees more work. And while the top brass was angry that only one person had cleared out the tombs, the regular employees were amused. Austin came out of the corner, having accidentally overheard their conversation, and was unhappy with the employees' words that they now considered Pandora not the best place to work, threatening to take away their jobs and for them to watch their language. Austin let the employees go. However, even though Austin was defending Pandora, he himself was upset that the boys were right, which is why he was now going to the head office to resolve this issue. Austin burst into Ban's office, confident that the old man was there, and complained from the doorway that with such news about the second tomb at home, his sister would nag at him. But instead of the old man, his sister Eva was sitting in the office, and she was unhappy with her brother's lateness, although he was the initiator of the meeting. Austin clearly didn't want his sister to know about the problem, much less the details, so he tried to find out why she was there. Eva learned that another tomb had not been opened by Pandora, which meant failure and another mistake by her brother. And so the girl came to personally make sure that the people recruited by her brother would be useful this time. But Eva had already noticed that her brother had made a mistake, so she suggested that he not interfere this time, and that she would handle the matter herself. But as soon as Austin objected, his sister's security immediately grabbed him and led him to the exit. Already at the door, he learned that the council supported his removal. Austin kicked and promised to take revenge on his sister, but she didn't even blink an eye, just watched with pleasure as her brother was thrown out of the office. As soon as Austin left the office, Eva turned to her subordinates and demanded to know who Guo Yu was. And upon learning that he was the holder of first place in the number of relics, she decided to bring the boy down to earth. Eva was interested in why the pest was not gotten rid of, but it turns out that Pandora's secretariat was already busy with this issue. Secretary General Richard is currently working on a bill that should stop Gong Yu. Therefore, the employees suggested that Eva leave this issue to the company and its employees, and the girl focus on the next of the 7 great tombs, especially since the guy returned to Korea, where the new law came into force first. Gon actually returned to Seoul with his new friends, and they were amazed by his real apartment, and Alexander in a negative way. But Natalia was interested. The master did not understand how Gon could live in such a terrible apartment with his money, forgetting that the boss had no money before, and he was an ordinary laborer. Now Gon had improved his financial situation, which he was happy with. But for now, his apartment would be their base, and he offered Alexander to make himself at home. Soli was also brought and asked to be released, especially since the living space was small, and it would be more convenient for them without her. But Gon did not want to let her go because of the girl's connection with the owner of the Relic of Greed. Gon decided to check the condition of the relics, and as soon as he opened the backpack, the relics of An and Ben Kanso immediately flew out of it. The relics were still hugging each other and asked to take them with them, since Daji's tomb had disappeared and they had nowhere to go now. But Gong suggested that they go into free life. However, the relics were so busy with their love for each other that they had no time to arrange their tomb. Besides, they considered Gon to be the strongest and wanted to be on his side. Natalia noticed the new and unfamiliar relics and approached, asking about them. And the relics of lust decided that this was the owner's girl and offered help. But realizing that Gon didn't need the help of such relics, the guy quickly grabbed the lovers in a bag and threw them out of the apartment. And then he quickly slammed the door, hoping that the relics would not return. Natalia was confused by such abrupt actions and did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, a fox crawled out of the backpack, explaining to the human girl that these relics were trash, and she was personally surprised that Gon managed to catch her with such low-grade relics. But as soon as the fox crawled out, the dog Anubis, who by nature did not like them, immediately sensed her and immediately chased after her. As soon as Anubis recognized the traitor Daji, a quarrel immediately ensued, where the fox was also indignant that the Egyptian god was groveling before the hated people. The quarrel escalated into a fight, which Gon and Natalia watched with surprise, but did not interfere, especially since both accused each other of betrayal. The relics interrupted the fight, and Anubis was interested in what Gong planned to do with Daji, warning that she was a traitor and could abandon him. Gon already knew about Raven's betrayal, but was surprised that others could do the same to their own. The fox tried to defend herself from the accusation, assuring that a certain Chan Su was to blame for stealing her powers. And then the fight started again, which gave Gon time to think. But he also thought that the fox couldn't be trusted, so he asked Kanat to tie up the new girl and keep her under supervision. Since Gon called the fox Kanata's new girlfriend, she immediately hugged Daji and began to get to know her, despite the obvious resistance of the fox, because it was important for her to fulfill the master's order. Gon watched the new conflict, but was pleased that now the fox would not have time to think about escaping. And Natalia only laughed at the picture she saw. But suddenly there was a knock on the door, and Gon saw a familiar neighbor in the doorway, who was worried about the noise and a bunch of strangers in the apartment. Gon introduced everyone as acquaintances, without going into details, and the guest, as soon as he noticed that Natalia was a beautiful girl and at the same time a foreigner, immediately became embarrassed and tried to greet her in English. Both Soli and Alexander watched as Gon apologized to his neighbor for the upcoming noise and mess, and Gon tried to explain that they would soon be returning abroad again. As soon as the neighbor found out that Gon had been abroad all this time, he assumed that the hero was not aware of the latest events and news, which, unlike Gon, immediately alerted Natalia. It turns out that while Gon was abroad all this time, his adopted brother, Charlie Crime, had big problems. An hour later, Gon and Alexander were walking along the corridors of a multi-story building, and the master was listening to the answer to his question about who Charlie was to Gon, and why he was so excited now. Gon was almost at the door of his brother's apartment, so he could hear Charlie's wife arguing with some office clerks, assuring them that she and her family were victims of the tomb and would not pay the fine and tax on the relic. Ji-yoon was outraged that they had to deal with the tomb themselves, and not at all on their whim, but because of the need to protect the child from the abuse of the relic. However, the Pandora employee assured that the first-level tombs are harmless to humans, according to their research. Just then, Gon came to find out what had happened, and the woman was surprised by the unexpected meeting with her husband's younger ward. Gon didn't quite understand what was going on, but he learned from a neighbor that his brother and his family had suffered from the relic. But since everyone was alive and the tomb was closed, he was very confused. And then one of the clerks decided to clarify that at the moment in Korea, there is a law according to which citizens are prohibited from destroying or cleaning out tombs on their own. Gon was surprised by the stupidity of the law. But what was even more surprising was that now, for clearing a tomb or using relics without permission, one could face not only a fine, but also a prison term. Now, even Alexander became interested and intervened in the dialogue, asking about the amount of the fine, after which the Pandora employee began to count and add up 50 million for theft, another 50 for concealment, and another 50 for illegal use. Ultimately, the fine amounted to 150 million, and if the crime family did not pay, they would go to prison for 10 years, which outraged Alexander to the depths of his soul. But the master was no pushover either, and he attacked the clerks for accusing them of using him, although not a word was mentioned about this in the story. Ji-yoon immediately picked up the master, and together they began to push the idea of not using the relic. But all this time, the silent second employee brazenly pushed Ji-yoon aside and entered the apartment, despite the indignation of the owner. The guy went into the kitchen and turned on the water tap, insisting that the golden color of the water was the work of the relic, and its color was associated with gold. And then, he began to insist that the crime family used the relic to open their new store and paid for it with gold from the water. But Ji-yoon denied everything. They are afraid to go near the water because they consider it strange, and it is extremely inconvenient for them to live without water. And the store is open on savings and a small loan. Gon starts to get angry at the situation and suggests that everyone disperse amicably, since no one is even sure that the color of the water is connected to the relic. But the Pandora employees refuse. After Gon discovers that the new bill was drafted by Pandora and passed at her suggestion, he becomes interested in continuing the argument. Gon warns Ji-yoon that he will sort everything out, but she will have to endure a little mess and noise. The woman has no choice but to accept help. The Pandora staff is outraged that Gon and Ji-yoon are whispering to each other, but the hero assures them that it is not worth their attention. But guys should pay attention to their clothes, which were burning, and as soon as they notice this, they start to panic. But instead of helping, Gon immediately kicks the most insolent person who broke into his brother's apartment in the stomach, and he falls to the floor. Gon knew that Pandora didn't care about the citizens. She wanted to appropriate the relic, because together with the state, they don't even try to teach people how to handle the relics. Finally, one of the burning people thought to run to the sink, hoping to put out the fire with water. But as soon as he opened the tap and something yellow poured out, Gon began to laugh that there was oil in there, And the guy caught fire even more. Lying on the floor, he didn't even try to get up, but demanded help, assuring that they would die like that. However, Gon decided to play by their rules and reminded them that this was the Relic's doing, and that he was an ordinary citizen without permission and could not interfere, but was ready to report to Pandora, and asked for a number. The employees screamed in despair and begged for help, but only after one fell to his knees and admitted that Pandora's rules were stupid did the hero agree to help. With just one click, Gon put out the fire, and it immediately began to die out on the employees, causing the men to be shocked by what they saw. And after a little analysis of what happened and the uninjured body, one of the employees realized that it was a hallucination. Alexander was surprised by what was happening. Ji-yoon finally understood how the sudden fire happened, and Gon gloated. The impudent employee, who had just come to his senses, began to be indignant that he had used a hallucinogenic relic on them. But the hero advised the guy to just take his colleague and get out as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would repeat the trick again. The impudent fellow had no choice but to throw his colleague on his back and, having thrown out the last threats at the door that he would sue, run away, slamming the door. And Gon sat down to negotiate with Ji-yoon and found out that a month ago they had a relic that turned the apartment into a tomb. But it did not pose a danger, and since ordinary citizens are not allowed to clear the tomb, the Crames simply watched. But one day the relic began to torment their little daughter, throwing stones at her and driving the child into hysterics. And then Charlie couldn't take it anymore and hit the kimchi relic that his wife was preparing at that moment. And it turned out to be so sharp that the relic got burned and the tomb disappeared. Most likely, the relic got stuck to the pipe, which is why the water is so strange now. But Gon promised to fix it later. And then the hero took the phone in his hands and went into the next room, because he wanted to resolve the issue with Pandora as quickly as possible and prevent more guests from coming to his brother's apartment. As soon as the other side of the call answered, Gon immediately complained that Pandora had taken a step and introduced a law on relics. Edward immediately understood what his new partner was talking about and told him about the work of the Secretariat led by Richard, who clearly wants to stop Gon and possible rivals. Well, Gon didn't hear anything new. In the past, this organization behaved exactly the same way, and their monopolization led to the fact that ordinary people did not even have access to the relics. However, now the organization acted too quickly. But no matter what the law was, Pandora would need 10 years to start acting out again. Now Gon decided to act more radically. So he asked Edward to get a list of people who implemented the law. And the old man was only too happy to help his employer. The list would contain the people the hero wanted to eliminate first. And while the King of Wealth was looking for the list, Gon needed to prepare. As soon as Gon left Ji-yoon, he immediately called Ivan Romanov, who, as soon as he noticed that the call was from the hero, became worried that something had happened to his sister. Gon immediately calmed the guy down, assuring him that everything was fine, and that he was calling exclusively on a business matter. But when Ivan found out that Gon was offering him to become part of Pandora, he even took the phone away to double-check the contact with whom he was speaking, and whether he had made a mistake. But Gon insisted on getting a seat on Pandora's council, despite Romanov's busy schedule. But even so, Romanov saw no opportunities since all the seats were occupied by influential people. Gon remembered Ivan's character, so he decided to play on his pride and mocked him for not having enough influence to break into the Pandora elite. But the problem wasn't in influence. Ivan could do it if he wanted. But he was still against relics and didn't want to deal with an organization that dealt with them. Gon decided to support Ivan's opinion and twist it a little, to the point that the relics are dangerous and an organization is needed to monitor them. However, with the current composition, Pandora is better off not existing at all, and Gon suggests not to worry about free windows, and attempts to find out what Gon meant were unsuccessful. At this point, Gon ended the conversation and hung up, leaving a bewildered Ivan Romanov with a bunch of questions and a very vague goal of entering Pandora. Alexander had been walking next to Gon the entire time and realized that Ivan was not very happy with the offer. But Gon reassured his subordinate that their new friend was too biased towards relics. When the boys returned home, they found their neighbor Gon lying on the floor. The poor guy had been hit in the stomach by Soli and had run away, and now he was shaking all over in pain. Soli ran through Gon's neighbor's room, and he tried to stop her, but she hit the neighbor with one blow, and now he was wondering who that girl was. Gon looked at his neighbor and, despite the fact that he was upset about the escape solely, he reproached himself for the fact that, worried about his brother, he left so hastily, without thinking about security for the detainee. Gon looked around the apartment and noticed the mess, which meant that Soli had been going through his things looking for relics. Alexander knew that this girl was important to the boss and wanted to know what to do. The bug was still in place and Gon could find it at any moment, but now it was much more important to resolve the issue with Pandora. So he ordered the master to restore the relics. Alexander was sure that he had fixed all the relics, so he was surprised. But it turns out that the problem was in the relic of Emperor Nero, which Gon wanted to use in the next mission. The list Edward sent is very large, and will require something like the Golden Palace to gather everyone in one place. But Nero is still morally depressed. After that competition, Nero didn't say anything, as if an ordinary laurel wreath had been used as a means of listening. But even when he returned, he remained the same, and Gon didn't know how to bring him to his senses. Therefore, the task for Alexander was more difficult. It was necessary to restore not the physical shell, but the mental state of the relic. And since Alexander himself is a creative person, then, in Gon's opinion, he should know what to whisper to the relics in order to inspire, which the master himself considered perversion. Gon didn't care about the master's opinion. He was sure that the restorer should learn this too, so he forbade him to leave the room until he brought Nero back to life. As soon as Gon left the room, he ran into Natalia in the hallway, who had just returned from the store. Natalia saw Gon for the last time before he left to help his brother. So now she was worried whether everything had been resolved. Gon assured that his brother was now okay and asked Natalia to help with something, and the girl immediately beamed with happiness at being useful to her friend. But the guy thought about the possible risk of Midas. Gon's plan was to gather all 200 members of Pandora in the Golden Palace and, using Natalia's bankruptcy relic, kill them all at once. However, Edward's list is very large, which means the risk of use is also large. So using Natalia's power would be reckless. But then Gon remembered that after the mission in the tomb, there was no risk of lust. So he decided to ask the girl if she felt any strange sensations. But she felt fine. Gon told her about his guess that the risk was delayed for a reason that was not obvious to them. And the girl also thought about it, because she had used a lot of force, and then she bowed her head and apologized to Gon, feeling guilty that with every risk she brings a lot of trouble to her friend. But he is sure that it is not the girl's fault. Instead, Gon thought about how he simply had to prepare for the consequences of a greater risk, or, better yet, find a way to know what the risk would be, so he could be sure that nothing would interfere with his plan. The hero has already understood that the hand of Midas gives the risk of greed, but at the same time, the desire is not some completely random one. It enhances one of the owner's many desires, such as in the past, when a girl lost her parents, she kidnapped a bunch of middle-aged people. She later let them go and apologized, but said that she didn't know why she kidnapped them in the first place. That is, for someone who had lost her parents, the risk increased her desire to get them back. And now Gon was thinking that if he took into account past risks, he could find a logical chain and predict the next one. The hero remembered the desire for body odor, then alcohol, then a kiss, and was puzzled that the desires were becoming more and more indecent. However, if we compare it with what happened in the past life, the risks in this one do not seem destructive after all. Natalia was a good person by nature. Having weighed everything, Gon still decides to ask Natalia for help, which makes the girl delighted. In the Korean branch of Pandora, the council met and discussed the new law on relics, rejoicing that the relics were going into their hands and the fines were filling their pockets. In addition, they discussed that only a part would be sent to the main office, and that they would divide the remaining relics and money between themselves. And while they were discussing how to keep everything a secret, the cries of secretaries and security guards were heard outside the door, trying to detain someone and not let them into the briefing room. And then the stunned secretaries burst into the office, interrupting each other in a panic, shouting that they had found out about the past transactions and the 10 million stolen by the senator. An investigation began, and the houses, cars, accounts, and shares of the other deputies were also seized, which caused everyone to run around their offices in a nervous rage and try to call their lawyers. While the deputies were going crazy from the problems that had piled up and were trying to understand why the shares had collapsed, accounts and real estate had been seized, Natalie was twirling her Midas touch on the roof of a neighboring building. Finally, it dawned on the deputies that everyone in the room could not suddenly go bankrupt at the same time, and they were attacked. However, it was too late. Following the bankruptcy, the building began to collapse. The walls began to crack and pieces of the ceiling fell everywhere. It was Gon who was building the Golden Palace and watching from the sidelines, receiving notifications from Raven about the stages of the capture of the territory of Pandora. Since the deputies were inside the corporation building, they could not see Nero's Golden Palace rising around them. Only when the Colosseum had already begun to take shape did everyone understand that a tomb was being formed. But they did not understand the reasons. No one understood what was happening. But groups from different branches were emerging from different corridors into the center of the Colosseum. The guys from the Korean branch were incredibly surprised to meet people from the main office, and vice versa. Then they left other branches, but already realizing that they had not appeared there by chance, like the rest of their colleagues. So they asked to report the situation. And when the last of the Pandorans came out into the center of the theater, a voice came out of nowhere, which attracted everyone. Of course, it was Gon and Natalia who were checking those present against the list, but everyone recognized him immediately. The first to be outraged was Richard, who had his own scores to settle with Gon, and he immediately decided to use his relic. But Nero reacted faster and burned the enemy's relic. Nero himself also turned to Richard, outraged that someone had dared to raise a ruckus in his palace, which had further frightened the 268 high-ranking officials. But Nero also turned to Gon, blaming him for bringing uncultured people into his house. And he was amazed that Gon asked Nero, as a relic who understood the arts, to teach all these people, while the relic did not even suspect that this was invented to restore his mental state. Gon asked the emperor to hurry up and begin the training process. And although he felt a little strange about it, he agreed. The emperor gave the rights of the tomb to Gon, and now the palace, under the control of a man, began to change according to his wishes. The first to realize that there was a labyrinth built into the room was Richard, and he also noticed that strange sounds were coming from it. And Gon confirmed the guess, explaining that before them was a unique labyrinth of misfortunes, created by the tyrant Emperor Nero with the help of the relic of Midas's bankruptcy. Many have already heard that those who got into the labyrinth suffer from the lake of acid, monsters, and other things. And then Gon announces that you can only get out by going through the labyrinth. But Gon planned to repay Pandora for his brother, so he set the entrance fee to the tomb at 50 million per person. At that very moment, the guests started looking for their phones and saw that money had been withdrawn from their accounts, or that the shares had fallen by the stated amount. Immediately, the entire crowd turned to the guy and howled, asking why Gon was so cruel to them, not understanding how cruel they were to ordinary people. Then Gon said that all these deputies had harmed his brother's family, and so they were paying for it. But no one from the list of those who voted for the adoption of that stupid law understood what Gon meant. Additionally, due to the temporary monopolization, Pandora captured and used the relics that Gon considered his in the future, meaning they will all have to pay for it. And now Gon suggested that the participants hurry up and go into the labyrinth to get out, and immediately ran into a bunch of obscene words. But suddenly a man appeared in the crowd who offered to pay for Gon to be released, and others began to consider the deal as well. The desire to get out alive was stronger, so everyone immediately started offering to pay or share some secret information. Gon watched from above and enjoyed showing Natalia the greed of the people from Pandora, and agreed to listen to the information that these people had. Hoping to save themselves, the participants began to compete with each other in offering to tell about the relic and the land, which would rise in price, but Richard immediately called them out, assuring them that they were being deceived and that Gon would not let anyone out. Richard attracted the attention of the crowd and suggested joining forces to find a way out. But few thought the same, since entering the labyrinth for them meant signing a death warrant. Richard immediately became indignant that there were many of them and they would cope, and generally accused them of dishonoring Pandora with their cowardice. But the others were not idiots. They knew that Richard himself would not go among the first. He would hide behind his status and go last, where it was safe, which is why he was so disdainful of the suffering of those around him. And then there was someone in the crowd who wanted to tell Gon about Richard's illegal machinations. And after one, others appeared. Natalia doubted the deal's veracity, unsure that this information would be useful to them. But Gon explained the situation to her from a different perspective. These people will be able to return the money and information, but by revealing each other's secrets, they will destroy the relationship, and it will be a long time before they can restore trust. Gon took out his phone and began recording the participants' words as evidence, promising to let go of the one whose secret was more important. People immediately began vying with each other to reveal the secrets of Richard, whom they did not like, and he, in order to change the subject, began shouting out the secrets of his boss, Jules Ban. And from that moment on, chaos began. They began shouting the secrets of the people standing next to them, and even got into fights. And in the midst of all this hubbub, Nero raised his voice, accusing the people of pity and declaring that they would all have to go through the labyrinth. But they didn't believe it, because Gon seemed to promise to let them go. And when they looked at the place where you stood, the guy was no longer there. When everyone noticed the disappearance of the hero, Nero conveyed a message to them from the owner, where he thanked them for the excellent information for the sensation. Now that everything was finished and there was nothing else holding the emperor back, he used fire to push people into the labyrinth. And Richard, also burned by fire, became even more furious, because he had warned that this would happen and that no one would be released from the tombs so easily. Already in the evening, the news was discussing a video in which the members of Pandora were seen revealing each other's dirty secrets. And, in addition, the first confirmation of the truth of what was said even appeared. Ivan heard on the news that due to the reliability of the information in the video, criticism of the notorious group increased and even a protest was organized. Ivan immediately called Gon and told him that he had seen the news, but he was much more interested in how the guy had managed to pull off all this. And Gon immediately reminded that because of this hype, about 200 places were freed up. And he suggests that Ivan join Pandora after all. Since Ivan continues to refuse, Gon sends the man a video and asks him to watch it, and then make a decision. In the first part of the video, which Gon did not publish, there was a man in the crowd in the tomb who said that Austin Rockefeller was to blame for the illness of the elder Romanovs. And in the second part, an evil Natalia flashed by, emitting an aura of destruction and ready to attack a person. But Gon tried to calm her down. Now Ivan knew the name of the man who was to blame for the fatal condition of his parents, and the man who knew but remained silent. At first, Ivan didn't understand what the video was, but Gon explained, as well as the fact that Austin was still working in Pandora. The hero also pressed on Romanov's sense of justice, telling him that there were still many such terrible people in this organization, and that he, Gon, could not cope with this alone. He hinted that he needed a spy to infiltrate the company and steal information for him, but he and his men didn't meet many of the criteria for this. Ivan was terribly angry and demanded the name of the man from the video. The hero immediately understood that they wanted to deal with him, but reassured Romanov that he left that guy in the tomb. Although Gon understood that this man was just a carrier of information, however, knowing that someone was infected with a deadly and painful disease and remaining silent was unforgivable, and Ivan supported the hero's thought. Therefore, Gon suggests that Ivan go to a company with loyal subordinates, and it would be even better if all the vacancies were filled by their people. Gon managed to convince Ivan to enter Pandora, and the guys ended their conversation. And the hero was glad that he now had a spy. Gon returned home and, while standing in front of the door, heard strange sounds. So he quickly grabbed the handle and entered. On the threshold, an amazing picture awaited him. Alexander was trying to hold back Natalia, who was under the influence of risk and was walking somewhere like a zombie. Alexander immediately screamed for help, and Gon tried to find out from him what happened. But it was too late. As soon as Natalia saw Gon, she immediately rushed, and Alexander did not have enough strength to hold her back, and then jumped on the object of her desire. Natalia was now stronger than usual, so she easily knocked Gon to the floor and began sniffing him. And Gon managed to reassure the master that everything was fine. As before, the girl first sniffed at Gon, and then suddenly fell asleep, and the guys thought that everything was over. But then Natalia managed to fulfill another secret wish of hers, which Gon was not ready to see in person, so he was very embarrassed but was happy for the boss. The guys put Natalia to bed as soon as she regained consciousness and went outside, where Alexander tried to explain that Natalia was in love with Gon. Gon insisted that this was not the case and that it was all about the relic, since the girl herself began to apologize as soon as she regained consciousness. Relic. Natalia enjoys torturing her master, but the master noticed that Natalia only behaves so unusually around Gon. When Gon came to the apartment, Alexander tried to stop the girl from going to look for the boss, and since she is pursuing Gon, then her subconscious desire is connected with him. Finally, Gon began to think that it would be more profitable for the relic if Natalia treated everyone so strangely. But the risk of greed could only strengthen the owner's inner desire. Alexander continues to give examples and reduce everything to the idea that Romanova is interested in you, and the hero himself does not understand why he had not thought about this before. Now Gon understood that the reason for the girl's strange behavior after using the relic was not her perversion, but her sympathy. And Gon liked that Natalia would not pester just anyone. Gon went to his brother to deal with the relic, but she didn't like it and screamed throughout the house. Gon was right. The relic was hidden in the sewers, and now he was pulling it out of there, grumbling that this was not its tomb. Ji-yoon watched Gon work and kept thanking him. It was a great happiness for the woman that there would soon be water in the house again. Gon analyzed the relic and recognized them as the gold nuggets of the two brothers, and asked permission to take them for himself. And of course, he received permission. During the Goryeo dynasty, two brothers found gold nuggets on the road, and each took one for himself. Then they went down the river, and the younger one threw his gold into the river. When asked by the older one why he did this, the younger one admitted that out of greed, he dreamed that his brother would not exist, and both nuggets would go to him. However, having gotten rid of the object of greed, he felt better. And then the elder brother also threw away his nugget. The relic created gold in the place where it was located. However, due to the low level, the gold has very low quality. And instead of gold, Gon offered Ji-yoon to pay him with money to make things easier for them. But the woman protested. Gon remembered that Ji-yoon and Charlie had recently taken out a loan, so he thought that they had spent all the money he had sent them. But it turned out that they hadn't taken a single penny. They are sure that Gon earned this money through hard work abroad, and that he will need it later for the wedding. So they save it. Gon was immensely pleased that his adopted family cared for him so much. But he transferred a large sum of money to his daughter-in-law's account, which made her hair stand on end. Alexander looked at how Ji-yoon was worried and hesitating because of the money she had received, and how Gon was calming her down, and thought that he, too, would not refuse such sweet relations. Gon had dinner with his brother and his family for the first time in a long time, which is why he stayed so long and came home after midnight. Having eaten his fill, Gon wanted to go to bed as soon as possible. But when he entered the room, he discovered that there was someone in his bed, and at first, he thought it was a rope. Grumbling and demanding that the bed be cleared, Gon threw off the blanket and saw Natalia snoring sweetly. Gon was first shocked that there was a girl in his bed, and then he became scared because of the girl's unusual powers. The hero immediately understood that in her right mind she would not have done such a thing, which means she came to his place because of the risk, and there are no guarantees that, but it has already passed. Gon thought about the fact that his friend had recently gotten into the habit of using the relic, so it wouldn't be surprising if the risk increased in the near future. Gon covered the girl with the blanket again and decided to quietly leave the room. But Natalia woke up and noticed her friend. Still half asleep, she turned to Gong Yu, and he, hoping for drowsiness, tried to convince his friend that she was wrong and put her back to sleep. However, as soon as the guy approached the door and grabbed the handle, he was shocked, and he realized that Natalia did not want to let him out of the room. At this time, Natalia got out of bed and, still in the grip of risk, headed towards Gon, who only had time to turn around to notice her. Gon turned to Natalia and asked her to calm down first and then open the door for him. But she only giggled maliciously. Then, out of nowhere, Anna and Ban Kenso appeared, convinced that the young people were on their honeymoon, and offered their help. But Gon quickly grabbed them and threw them out the window so that they could not cast their lustful spell on Natalia and worsen the situation. Gon was distracted by the relics and did not notice how Natalia came up, grabbed and threw the guy onto the bed and sat on top of him. And then, with an innocent look, the girl tucked her hair behind her ear and admitted that she had been waiting for the guy all night. Gon saw the alerts that the risk required payment and payment all at once, and realized that he could use this to his advantage. Gon remembered the dialogue with the restorer, and realized that the current situation was a reflection of the girl's desires. And then Gon decides to play along with the situation and make the relic see that this is not a punishment for its friend. Gon hugged the girl and decided to pretend to respond to the girl's desire and kissed her back, which immediately made the relic scream, demanding them to stop, and began to shame them. As Gon had predicted, after he responded positively, the relic panicked and became upset that it had done something good for humans. And in the morning, Gon woke up with a strange feeling, as if something heavy was lying on him. But it was difficult to understand in his sleep what it was connected with. Then suddenly, a bar of pure gold fell on Gon's face, and he realized that he was buried under something. So he began to slowly crawl out. Slowly but surely, Gon was able to stretch out his arms and pull himself out of the rubble. And when he looked back, he was surprised by the amount of gold around him. Gon looked around and noticed that everything around was made of gold, precious stones, other luxury items, and even expensive alcohol. And then Gon remembered that he was not alone, and that Natalia was still under the rubble, and he began to clear away the pile, trying to find his friend. After digging for a while, he notices Natalia, who has already woken up, but was crushed under the rubble and was losing consciousness from lack of air. Gon had saved his friend and was now reading a notice from Raven that, thanks to yesterday's prank of angering the relic, he had managed to awaken Midas's ability, prosperity. Midas, according to legend, turned everything around him into gold. But for some reason, this ability was blocked, and everything that now surrounded them was the result of awakening. Thanks to Gon, Natalia was now also looking out from under the pile of gold. But not remembering anything from the previous day, she did not understand what was happening. Gon explained that this was the result of her risk from using the relic, and the girl immediately became worried that she had done something yesterday. But the hero immediately calmed her down. He also said that now his friend has the ability to thrive, which surprised the girl, since she had been trying for a very long time but nothing worked. But now that Gon assures the girl that everything will work out, Natalia decides to try, without listening to her friend's protests. With just one wave of the brush, chests of gold, jewelry, pearls, and other valuables rained down on the children from the sky. When Natalia and Gon managed to get out from under the rubble, they showed all this to Alexander and his neighbor, which at first made them squeal with pleasure, and then finally decided to find out the backstory. Gon told about Natalia's new ability, which seemed unfair to Alexander towards ordinary people, but the hero assured that this was only a small part of this gift. To show how Natalia's ability is truly unique, Gon called everyone outside the city, deep into the forest where there are no people. Once the group had gotten a good distance away, Gon asked Alexander to retrieve the Hanbu gourd, a relic that is a vessel containing random loot. All this time, Gon was holding back due to the possibility of Nolbu's gourd appearing, which would bring disaster. But with Natalia's help, this could be avoided. But Alexander was sure that this was a scam. But Gon was sure that if the rules did not prohibit it, then it meant that he could use the power of well-being. Afterwards, Gon invited Natalia to the pumpkin and asked for help. And the girl herself, interested in what would come of it, happily used force. The girl called down a stream of prosperity on all 3 pumpkins, which surprised Alexander and the neighbor. But after the husks fell off the pumpkins and the fruits turned golden, the guys were even more surprised. Then Gon began to saw them, which made Alexander decide that there were other treasures inside the golden pumpkin. But the hero was very tired of working with the saw. The pumpkin turned out to be very strong. When the hero finally finished sawing, Alexander came closer to take a closer look. But something started flying out of the pumpkin and almost knocked the master off his feet. Another dozen golden pumpkins flew out of the sawn golden pumpkin into the sky, and Raven explained that the hand of Midas had multiplied the number of pumpkins, which Alexander began to be indignant about, explaining that even a genie has limitations. And Gon liked the idea of multiplication, and he decided to open another pumpkin, which inspired Natalia. It seems she liked the miracles that she managed to create. However, The guys did not have time to start the autopsy because new pumpkins lit up, and then creatures with wings appeared from them, which everyone recognized as angels. It was only after Raven pointed out that the heroes were indeed holy beings that Gon believed he had hit the jackpot. And then he turned to the angels and demanded that they give up their treasures. But the Celestials were armed and were against sharing their gifts with man. But misfortune never comes alone. So at that moment, more pumpkins burst and more creatures appeared from them. It was already noticeable from afar that they were armed. Upon closer inspection, it was easy to see that following the angels came goblins with fangs and horns, furiously determined to destroy everything they saw. The first to be frightened were Alexander and his neighbor, who considered the creatures in front of them to be the stuff of myths and did not understand what was happening. The goblins were unhappy that the relic had been tricked by being opened dishonestly, and so they came to punish Gon for his greed. Shouting that Gon was a crook, the goblins ran at him with clubs. The hero only managed to command everyone to run and offered to meet them when they escaped the pursuit. The angels, realizing that everyone else was the swindler's allies, chased after Alexander, the neighbor, and Natalia. Some of the goblins had stone axes which they threw at Gon, but he miraculously managed to dodge them, and the weapons ended up stuck in a tree. Gon turned his head from side to side, looking around, and accidentally noticed that the axes were relics. And now the hero had a new plan. While Gon was analyzing the relic and thinking about what to do, the goblins were approaching, confident that the man had decided to surrender. However, at this time, Gon realized that the goblins and angels had divine and legendary level relics that he wanted to take possession of. So he summoned a blade and rushed towards the goblins. Noticing the change in the man's behavior, the opponents froze in surprise and did not have time to react. So with precise movements, Gon cut the angels and goblins. Gon managed to deal with most of the enemies without damage, with individual parts of goblins and angels flying around him, but their bodies did not disappear. So Gon called out to Natalia and told her to use the relic to grind them into powder. The girl immediately directed a powerful stream of destruction to where limbs were flying, and there were even living monsters. The stream bordered the place where Gon stood, almost touching it, which showed the precision of control over the power of the relic. And the hero praised the girl for increasing the skill. Seeing the death of their kin, goblins and angels become frightened and flee, leaving behind their high-level relics. Alexander was amazed by the girl's power and accuracy. This time, she only needed one hit. But Gon hurried the guys to help him collect the relics. At first, the boys were eager to help, but when they found out that Gon was planning to walk through all the pumpkins in this way, they immediately stood in a pose, safe in the knowledge that the rest would only contain goblins. Even if that was the case, Gon was only concerned about the relics. He would deal with the creatures. But he also asked how the girl was feeling, and Natalia was inspired to join the fight again. As soon as the first batch of relics was collected, Alexander and the neighbor opened the next pumpkin, from which came out monsters from famous horror films, with whom the guys also dealt. And again, a batch of high-ranking relics was collected. And then the next pumpkin was cut open, which released monsters from some children's comics. And so people opened pumpkin after pumpkin, replenishing the stock of relics. Meanwhile, in one of the skyscrapers, in the apartment of a certain anime fan, in a room filled with comics and figurines, hung with posters, a young man in a house suit sat and played video games. The guy was busy with his favorite thing, when suddenly the secretary ran into him, which scared him, and Joshua began to scold him for it. But the secretary had important news that the price of land had collapsed. The stocks were almost worthless. The art collection was a heap of rubble, and the secretary wanted to continue the report, but Joshua was already beside himself with anger and despair. So he told the secretary to shut up, and then he jumped up and, pushing the secretary away, headed into another room. The guy was angry because he knew that Pandora's people would be destroyed. But he did nothing. And all because he didn't know that it would affect him too. But he knows for sure from the prophecy that the culprit of what happened is someone named Gong Yu. Joshua didn't know what the guy had done, but he couldn't sit back and do nothing. He needed to find his opponent's weakness. In the room where Joshua came, there was only a certain cauldron, which was a relic of the prophecy, and the guy was sure that he could defeat Gon in this way. Later, Joshua came to the TKVM branch in America, still wearing the same dog costume, but he was detained by security guards and asked to show his pass. At this point, the company secretary accidentally looked at who the security guard was arguing with, demanding a pass and not letting him see the director. And when he noticed the familiar ears and monolithic house suit, he jumped out from behind the table and stopped the guard, allowing Joshua to pass on. At the same time, the secretary decided to tell the security for the future that the unusual guy is the owner of the relics of Nostradamus and the Temple of Delphi. He is known under the name of the Lord of Fates and is a VIP person. At this time in his office, Old Man Ban was shouting and indignant at the accusation that he was squandering Pandora's money, and he was scolding Richard, who had made a similar statement in the tomb to divert the subject from himself, and was now trying to justify himself to Ban. And then Jules throws a phone at Richard with a video that was posted for public access, and where it is clear that the Secretariat is accusing Ban of supporting corrupt politicians. Realizing that lying won't save him, Richard tries to justify himself with circumstances, lack of choice, and Gon, who is going to kill everyone. Jules Ban hoped to put pressure on the man that he had saved himself by slandering him. But Richard is no stranger to the case and has evidence of his innocence, which Ban demands he keep quiet about. As Gon predicted, these people were able to return the money and fame, but the trust that they had damaged with their accusations, they will never return. And the quarrel between Ban and Richard will never end. Joshua managed to overhear some of the men's argument at the door, and then he walked into the director's office, greeting the old man. The appearance of Nostradamus frightened both men. Apparently, they were accustomed to his solitary lifestyle as a fan of all sorts of comics and games, and his appearance in the office meant bad news. And they were right. But Joshua didn't go into details yet, only subtly hinting that sometimes you have to do what you don't like. But later, the fortune teller explained that he had heard about Gong Yu, who was ruining everyone's plans, and suggested thinking up a plan to eliminate him. Joshua turned to the old man for help. The guy already has a plan to eliminate Gong Yu, but he needs a person who is subordinate to Ban. Joshua needs a guy named Francisco, the owner of a relic of either a petty thief or a beggar, but the essence of their capabilities is similar. The old man was thinking about a plan to attack, so he didn't understand why Nostradamus needed a relic that wasn't of a combat nature. But the prophet wasn't going to attack openly. Francisco's relic could summon not only objects, but also people, which means Pandora will be able to get rid of Gon's loyal comrades or even take them hostage. But the old man was alarmed by the plan, since it was not typical for Nostradamus, who always found out the enemy's weaknesses before an attack, using prophetic relics. But it turns out that Joshua planned to do this, but nothing came of it. Gong Yu's future cannot be read, which came as a complete surprise to the Secretariat and the director. Nostradamus, as usual, first used the relic of the Temple of Delphi, with the help of which he called upon the abode of the oracle. After the summoning, a tomb of relics in the ancient Roman style began to appear around the boy. So Joshua was calling upon something like Nero's Golden Palace, where he could obtain all known information about someone. The abode was modest and contained only a bed, on which the boy would jump and fall asleep. And already in his dreams he saw the future of his goal. But not this time. The guy tried to break into the visions several times, but all to no avail. So he resorted to another plan. Joshua realizes that he can no longer allow Gon to do whatever he wants, so he asks that his plan be listened to. The old man immediately decides to clarify whether his subordinate will be able to give Joshua the result he needs. And Nostradamus gives an affirmative answer, since he had already foreseen this. While a new plan to eliminate the hero was being formed and implemented in Pandora, Gong Yu himself continued to open pumpkins, destroy angels and demons, disturbing the peace of the mountains. Gon and Natalia got into a frenzy and smashed monsters left and right, so that only feathers and axes flew. According to the already well-established system, Gon attacked, Natalia finished off, and Alexander and the neighbor collected relics. Now it was the last batch of monsters, so Gon also helped collect and place everything in the Van Gogh relic. The restorer was amazed that they managed to do it in one day. Gon didn't forget to thank Natalia for her help, because it was thanks to her that they were able to finish everything so quickly, and the girl seemed to be simply happy to help her loved one. After finishing their work in the mountains, everyone returned home. But even there, Alexander found Gon working on the relics. But instead of sympathizing with the volume of work, the restorer asked the chief to hurry, since the relics took up too much space and there was no room to turn around. Then, to make the cleaning go faster, Gon offered to help him and carry the dismantled relics. To Alexander, the artifacts were all the same. But Gon, thanks to Raven, could distinguish between relics of higher and lower ranks at a glance. With the help of pumpkins, they diversified their assortment very well. For example, Alexander now had attacking artifacts in his hands. We also collected whole boxes of healing relics, support, and many other useful things. The most important achievement was the relics of the defense, such as the brick house of the youngest of the three little pigs and the dragon's blood in which Siegfried bathed. Until now, due to the lack of such relics, during a fight they had to either flee or endure attacks, since the laws of Hammurabi have limitations. Unexpectedly, among the relics, Gon found a vial that was called Odin/Munin's Raven Tears and had no rank. Gon immediately realized that the relic was unranked and had a mention of Raven himself as his gift. But its properties were not yet clear. One supreme god of the Scandinavians who valued knowledge, and he had two ravens that collected news of the world and reported it to him every day. One raven was named Hugin, which means thought, and the other was named Munin, which means memory. And since this bottle bore the name of the second raven, Gon assumed that the relic was connected with memories. But these were just guesses. So the guy did not forget to scold Raven for not including instructions. However, the idea with memories seemed interesting to the hero, and he sat for more than 1 hour, thinking about how to test it more profitably and not lose in the process. There were more relics collected than in Hawaii, so it took a lot of time to sort through them. And when he finished, Gon learned of a new problem for the world in the form of a new tomb in Syria, which is the third of the great tombs. The boys watched the news together and hoped that she had appeared too suddenly. But robbers from all over the world were flocking to her and setting up camp near the tomb. Alexander was already rushing to pack his things, and Natalia was preparing a private plane. But Gon was sure that even if they took off now, they would be late, since before they were simply lucky to be first. But not this time. Gon suggested that they watch what was happening for now and go about their own business. Besides, they could always steal her from whoever took her. The guys stayed to wait and watch the developments. And, to the hero's surprise, the situation with the tomb was covered in great detail in all the news. In particular, there were many news reports of conflicts between the cutting teams and the archaeologists. Hence, Gon was sure that the relic affected the mind. Gon watched all the news so as not to miss any details, and carefully selected the sin that could cause such chaos. The first thing that came to mind was anger. But after some time, Alexander came running with the news that they had managed to discover the essence of the tomb. Among the deadly sins, it is the tomb of envy, which explained the behavior of people in it and the war between different publications for the number of publications. Therefore, Gon decided that there was no need to rush yet. The tomb was too dangerous. It would be difficult to clear it, and at the same time, the fighting teams would interfere. So Alexander now has a particularly important mission to restore the relics from the mountains as quickly as possible. Then there will be more consumables and chances to survive. But the restorer himself was sure that he would not make it by next year. And while the boss and his subordinate were looking for a compromise on the amount of work, Natalia ran into the room, offering to urgently look at the news. Richard gave an interview where he assured that he would guarantee the immediate clearing of the tomb, while his soldiers marched in the background. Everyone was surprised by his appearance, especially Natalia, because she was sure that after what happened in the Golden Palace, the man would decide to lie low. The news announced that Richard would finish the tomb clearing race, and Natalia was interested in Gon's expert opinion on whether the Secretariat would be able to do it. But it was difficult for Gon to judge, since even at a distance the media goes crazy competing with each other. The news has to be carefully filtered, and it is difficult to tell what is really going on. But Gon had a premonition of something bad. That same evening, Alexander was busy with restoration, and hoped that the work was endless, and the boss was demanding too much, so he did not notice how someone else's energy formed around him. And when the restorer noticed that someone was breathing down his neck, it was already too late. Everyone knew that the restorer was in trouble due to an incomprehensible earthquake. The house began to crack at the seams. Furniture and appliances fell. The walls became covered with cracks. Gon managed to cover Natalia with himself. Then Raven warned Gon that the insidious entity was attempting to kidnap him, which made the hero seriously worried. And then the earthquake suddenly stopped, and Gon found the message strange, because no one was taken. But suddenly, it dawned on Gon that stealing the relic was useless. It would return to its owner. And since everyone was in the room, they stole the one who wasn't in the room to begin with. Gon immediately rushed to the kitchen, where Alexander was doing restoration work and confirmed his suspicions of the restorer's theft. Alexander was stolen straight from his chair, so it's no surprise that he fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes. And when the pain from his bruised head passed and he looked up at the sky, he immediately jumped up, realizing that he was underground. But he did not understand how this happened. Along with the restorer, Gon's relics also fell to the ground. Being of a character, they began to grumble that they were being treated cruelly. There were many relics, and it was lucky that Van Gogh was among them. So Alexander immediately placed the relics in the painting. And when he finished, he tried to use the phone, but it didn't work. And then the master assumed that he was in a tomb. Alexander looked around and noticed a light at the end of one of the corridors, which he decided to follow. The boy thought he was alone in the dark, so he was very scared when a rope appeared next to him. And when Alexander tried to find out why he didn't notice her right away, and whether she would help him find a way out, she rushed at him like he was a pervert and started beating him. But Alexander quickly calmed Canet down, and they managed to reach the source of light in the cave, which came from the corridor of some castle with long corridors hung with paintings. With the rope, Alexander was not so scared, and he walked along the corridor of the tomb, looking at the beauty of the palace and not believing that it was hidden underground. Suddenly, out of nowhere, I heard a sound that shook my soul, burst my eardrums, and made it impossible to think. Alexander immediately grabbed his ears and fell to the ground in pain, unable to even run. And a relic of the musician appeared nearby, which was unhappy with the unexpected guests. The rope tried to shout to the boy to get up, but Alexander could only scream in pain because the relic was playing its terrible melody. The rope tried to explain to the guy that he would be caught, but when it realized that it was not helping, it decided to act as it wanted and spun a cocoon around Alexander. As soon as the rope tied the guy tighter, it immediately rushed like a snake to run away along the corridors of the castle, looking for a place to hide. The further the rope managed to carry the man away from the relic, the more he came to life. After some time, Alexander even managed to raise his head and wonder what was happening. However, when Alexander came to his senses and saw the one who was pursuing them, he began to cry at his terrible appearance. The rope flew along the corridors, turning down them time after time, flying past a dozen closed doors and finally finding an open one, into which it flew and immediately slammed the door behind itself, saving the man. And then she opened Gon, and Alexander plopped down on the floor, for which he began to swear at Kanat, but he asked him to be quieter. But the restorer fell silent only after he heard the voice of the musician from the nearby corridor, who was asking the man to leave. At that moment, the musician passed by the necessary room with the fugitives, which is why he was heard so well. But fortunately for them, he did not look behind the door. Alexander made sure that the musician passed by his room and sighed with relief, not understanding why the owner of the tomb was walking around here when bosses usually sat in their rooms. To find the exit, it was necessary to walk around the tomb. But a relic was wandering around here, so Alexander at first despaired that he was stuck here. But then the guy pulled himself together and, realizing that the phone wasn't working, he assumed that the rope had some kind of skill to telepathically maintain contact with Gon. But it couldn't do that. Alexander began to be indignant that the relics were able to communicate with each other. So why couldn't they contact the owner? And then an idea suddenly came to his mind on how to contact Gon. Alexander decided to use the connection between the relics to convey information to Gon. All that was left was to think through the message so that everything would be clear. But Alexander was so inspired by the idea that he screamed, which gave away his location, and the musician immediately burst into the room. Meanwhile, Gon examined the room and the place where Alexander was sitting, and noticed that several of his relics had also been stolen. Apparently those that were near the restorer. Mostly, those that Gon used on a regular basis disappeared. And then Natalia suggested calling them. Gon remembered that the rope was now a power relic and could be summoned. But after trying, He learned that it could not be summoned now due to the power of the Relic of Envy in whose territory it was located. As soon as it became clear where Alexander and the relics were stolen, Gon immediately went to the maps to find the exact location. The hero instructed Natalia to collect things and prepare the plane. They urgently needed to set out and save their friend. He himself grabbed Alexander's sweatshirt and ordered Zheng He's map to determine the exact location of the item's owner. At that moment, they called him and began to gloat over his situation. But from the voice, Gon immediately realized that it was Richard. Richard decided to gloat that with the loss of the Restorer, Gon's relics would soon be used up, and Gon only confirmed one of his guesses. However, when Richard admitted that he had thrown the boy into the dangerous Tomb of Envy, where it was extremely dangerous and deadly, the hero became insanely furious. But Richard reassured him that the guy was still alive and offered a deal to get him out before he died. In exchange, Gon must reveal his secret of how he manages to clear tombs with a small team without losses. And then Gonu laughed like crazy, which put Richard in an awkward position, and the hero needed time to answer his questions to laugh. Gon laughed because he couldn't understand how a man who could put a person in a tomb of the highest complexity and take him out couldn't steal relics from some villa he usually lived in. Gon laughed at how his small team, compared to the huge Pandora Corporation, managed to make the great ones of this world doubt their own strength. Surely it would be easier for Pandora to steal not his man, but the relic that they think gives him an advantage. But, apparently, they are sure that this relic is special and only Gon can use it. The only problem is that Pandora doesn't know what this relic is. And if Gon managed to defeat Ban with the Anubis relic, then what the hero can do with them in a direct confrontation, they are afraid to even imagine. That's why they kidnapped the Restorer, as an advantage for negotiations, to extract information from Gon, and also to take the relics without losses. Once Gon had laid out the logical chain for himself, he realized that Richard could not pull out Alexander. But fearing to lose leverage, the Secretariat tried to lie that this was not so. But the hero had already understood everything, so he laughed at Richard's ridiculous lie and suggested that they prepare coffins for themselves, because he was going to get his man. Gon, of course, was self-confident on the phone, but the situation was too unclear, so after the conversation he was apathetic, and when Nero came to him, he reacted dryly. However, the Emperor came with gratitude for the fact that Gong was writing a new novel, which was a complete surprise for Gong himself. The Emperor kept asking about the release date, and when Gon didn't understand, he showed him a scroll that was part of the Relic's communication system. While Nero was ranting about how long he had been waiting for his master's new book and how impressed he was by the old one, Gon was reading a letter from Alexander. The smart future king of scams wrote an advert for Gon's new book, asking his boss for help. And now the hero knew at least that his friend was alive. Meanwhile, at the Tomb of Envy, there were dozens of tents of robbers who had come here earlier. But Gon and Natalia decided to come to the tomb on foot and not set up camp, as it was already difficult to carry a bunch of relics on themselves without Van Gogh's map. Suddenly, Gon received a warning from Raven that there was a relic of gluttony nearby, and if the hero went further, it would notice him. Gon didn't want to be spotted by Genie Che, so he ordered Natalia to stop there and explained about another enemy who was watching everyone who approached the tomb. And when Natalia already thought that they would not get into the tomb, Gon told the plan, with the destruction of part of the tomb as before. But the problem is to find a vulnerable spot. This is a powerful tomb, and therefore finding the place of its weakness is a difficult task. And it is impossible to get into the detection zone of gluttony. So the hero suggested returning to the car for now. But while Gon was thinking about how the relic hadn't noticed them, they were already being followed by Genie Che's men. And right now, they were in the crosshairs. The Chinese-Russian alliance soldiers, led by Soli, were keeping an eye on Gong, and the sniper was asking for instructions to shoot. Soli hesitated for a moment, looking at the back of the retreating Gon, but still gave the order to shoot both of them before they left the rifle's range. However, the shooter also became distracted when he received the order to kill but not damage the relic, which seems strange. But the problem was that Gon stole a lot of relics, and among them were relics of the people of their alliance. Among those Pandora people in the labyrinth was a spy from the alliance. He was caught, and he lost an important relic, which Genie ordered to return at any cost. In any case, the shooter from the report knew that Gon had no protective relics, so he was confident that he could solve everything with one bullet to the head. Moreover, he was confident not so much in his talents as in the rifle, which was a relic and never missed. Gon was walking towards the car when he felt the energy relic aiming right at them, and the next minute the guy acted without thinking. Gon pulled out the Gorgon's protective relic that he had recently come across and ordered Natalia to stand behind him. The Greek shield with the head of the Gorgon Medusa created a barrier that Gon wanted to test and seemed happy with the opportunity. The rifle began to bombard the barrier that covered the owner with a hemisphere from attacks from all sides. However, a problem soon arose due to the low rank of the relic, which could no longer hold back the bullets and screamed in pain. Gon then told Natalia to be ready to run and hide behind the rock behind them on his command. And then he took out another relic. Gon once again used his method of exploding low-level relics and charged one of them up and threw it to the side. This created a smokescreen, making it impossible to see what was happening in the desert, even through a rifle. The shooter immediately screamed in confusion and reported that he had missed the target, and that, in addition, something green had flashed there. While they were talking, they didn't notice how the building beneath them began to collapse, and Nero was taking over the territory, so the earthquake came as a surprise to the military. And then a column of fire appeared on the roof of the military base, which scared everyone, and they initially thought it was a bomb. Nero appeared pompously, scolding the military for daring to attack the maestro of literature, a creator he admired and even brought him so that they could meet him. Nero erected a pedestal from a tall column, on which he placed Gon so that the military could see the object of his affections, which the hero himself thought was too much. But the military did not appreciate the maestro and remembered that he was an object that needed to be eliminated. So they opened fire. Gon managed to activate the Gorgon's shield and cover himself with its sphere-shaped barrier, so as to also cover his back. But the relic was ready to fall at any moment. And then, among the attackers, Gon noticed Soli and realized that he was dealing with Chinese thieves. Nero had already stood up to defend his master and was ready to attack, but Gon managed to ask him not to touch the girl. Nero accepted the condition and agreed to leave the girl Gon, but he took the rest to his performance. And then there was a powerful explosion, after which everything on the roof was ablaze and billowing with smoke. But in the midst of the chaos, there were a man and a woman who survived. Gon approached Sol, untouched by Nero, and the girl, like a gazelle, froze in fear, not understanding what had happened, where her people had gone, and why they had not touched her. Gon knew Soli in the past and knew her problems. He wanted to help, but the girl ran away before they had a chance to talk. So the hero decided to use this moment. Gon assumed that there might have been some changes, but Soli had joined Pandora and Genie Che in the past due to debts, so he wanted to know if that was the case in this time. Only the debts were not the girl's own, but her father's and brother's, which she took on herself and spent half her life wandering from collectors. Gon met the girls earlier than in his past life, but the debt was still large, and the hero wanted to know how much. To the girl's surprise, Gon offered her a deal that he would pay off her debt, and in exchange, she would work for him. Gon was so self-confident in his offer to pay that he didn't notice that the girl was very wary of the guy's knowledge of her debt, and even more so of the attempt to buy her. Therefore, it is not surprising that such a self-confident and independent person as Soli immediately drew her blade and prepared to attack. It seemed that Gon had forgotten how stern and wary his friend from the past was, but upon seeing the blade, he immediately put up a shield. Soli immediately rushed at the enemy to attack, but Gon did not cover himself with a shield, but instead opened up and prepared to test one of his new relics. Just as Soli was about to attack, the relic of Munin's tear lit up in Gon's pocket, which had detected the target and was accumulating power, and now the hero could use it. You didn't know how to do it, but before the attack, he managed to snatch it from his pocket and squeeze it in his fist. Luckily, Gon managed to cover himself with a shield before the first powerful blow from Soli fell on him, followed by a series of sharp, medium-heavy blows. The Gorgon's shield endured all of Salt's onslaught, but she was an experienced swordsman, so she accurately chopped the relic of protection, and she asked the man to do something already. Gon was waiting for the moment when either the instructions for the tears would appear or Salt would run out of steam, and he would be able to figure out how to use the memory relic himself. Eventually, realizing that Raven would be of no help, Gon pushed the girl with his shield, forcing her to give up her attack. And when Soli lost her balance from the push and began to fall, Gon decided to simply splash tears on the girl. As soon as the tears touched the girl's exposed skin, they began to attack her and the girl became paralyzed. Soli fell from just one blow, sparkling all over as if she was being electrocuted, and screaming madly as if she was in great pain. Gon stood over, not confused and not expecting such an effect, hoping that his past friend would survive. But the girl's suffering did not stop. She grabbed her head and seemed to be trying to shrink into a ball as small as possible. So the guy rushed to help. And the girl at this time saw memories from the past, how she came to Pandora, met Gon and Miller, and how Gon was her boss. And then she remembered that she and Gon had a special relationship, and she was part of Team 13, which was underestimated, but they were the best. I remembered how they always shared their suffering together, and that ill-fated last tomb. And she also remembered how the entire team died before her eyes, and how she herself died in that tomb while Gon was fighting for her. As soon as the last memory returned, the pain went away, and she immediately jumped up and started asking Gon about his legs. But everything happened too suddenly. Soli's memories were tossed between the past timeline and the present one, where Gon is not her boss. Soli was confused and talking to herself, but Gon managed to hear in the incomprehensible muttering a hint that she remembered him as a boss, and how that monster tore off his legs. So the hero realized that the relic brings back memories from past lives, and now understood what the raven's meaning meant to Moonin. Gon noticed that the number of possible uses of the relic matches the number of people in his 13th plundering team from the past. So the hero decided that Raven was offering the man to return the memory of his people and reassemble his team, and then take revenge on Ban and Pandora. Gon remembered Soli and turned to her, calling until she paid attention to him, and finally, recognizing her as an old friend, she threw herself on his neck. Soli was now reliving her last memories and crying. She was interested in how Gon survived, what happened to his legs, and many other things. But first, it was important for the hero to find out what the girl remembers. Soli began to talk about her last memories, the sequence of her friends' deaths, and how Gon tried to save everyone, which made her even more hysterical. But Gon wanted to know something else and suggested remembering how they met. Soli remembered Christmas, her first day on Team 13, and how Gon came into the office complaining about working on a holiday, but brought back Santa-shaped cakes. For Gon, this memory was also one of his favorites, although it was difficult because Old Man Ban twisted them as he wanted and made them work on holidays. But Gon wanted to know something else. And then Soli remembered how Alexander got drunk and pissed on the closet during a meeting, which made them both laugh. But now Gon was sure. Before that common stupid memory that he almost forgot, Gon realized that it was the girl who had regained her memory, and not he who had implanted his own in her. However, now the girl was excited, because she did not understand what was happening and perceived the current part as some kind of dream. And then Gon had to tell his friend about the death of Team 13 on his last mission, and how Raven appeared and gave Gon a second chance. And Soli couldn't help but believe it because they were in 2025 again. Gon reminded them that they shouldn't have met yet. But the hero had corrected the past a lot, so now the future is gradually changing. And then he showed the girl a bottle of Munin's tears and told her that with their help, he had restored his friend's memory. Gon didn't know that his memory could return, so he doesn't intend to demand loyalty from Soli like in the past. Here she is free to live her own life. However, she remembers that she is already working for Pandora and the Queen of Greed, so he demanded that she not stand in his way, and the next time they meet, he will not let her go. But Soli knew Gon like no one else, so she listened to his threats with a smile, and then flicked the guy on the nose. Then Soli decided to find out why Gon offered to pay off her debts, but the guy decided to make an excuse by trying to take the advantage away from Genie Che. Anyway, Gon expected her to join him, so she announced that she was going back to her friend. She finally remembered everything, and how could she follow anyone other than him? Gon was looking forward to this reunion, although he was afraid to admit it for fear of rejection. But he promised that he would pay off her debts as soon as they returned. Gon took Soli with him to Nero's palace, which was surprising for a relic. the first time a future victim for his torture came to him on his own. Gon was pleased to see that the relic did not kill people but only exhausted them, and then introduced Soli to Nero as a new ally, which surprised the Emperor even more. Soli decided to find out what Gon's plans were next, but she didn't expect to find out that her friend was going to the tomb not for a relic, but to save someone. When Soli learned that Alexander was in danger and nowhere but in the Tomb of Envy, she swallowed from the realization of the catastrophic nature of the situation. Alexander himself escaped death thanks to Kanat, and with his help continued to run away from the musician who was pursuing the man. Gon brought Soli to the car where Natalia was waiting for him and introduced them to each other. After which, the intelligence officer reacted extremely sharply to the Queen of Failures in the boss's team. Soli was outraged that Gon was working with someone who, for fun, ruined people and bankrupted entire cities. Natalia silently listened as Soli appeared and as Gon calmed her down and explained something. But she didn't understand anything. Since Gon and Soli were speaking in Korean, Natalia didn't understand a word. But even from the tone, she understood that the new girl didn't like her. By the way, Natalia didn't like the new girl either. Natal also had something to say. So she asked Gon to step aside for a few words and clarify the point about how the enemy who attacked the hero in the Korean tomb could be a friend. It was difficult for Gon to tell without revealing each other's secrets. So he conditionally explained that there were reasons for everything, and then hurried the ladies to save their mutual friend. Natalia didn't know how Gon was so sure that the restorer was alive. And then Gon said that Alexander contacted him with the help of one trick. Moreover, Alexander turned out to be quite smart, because he not only runs around the tomb, but also explores it, and describes the layout and abilities of the relic to him. From the restorer, Gon already learned that the owner of the tomb is Salieri's envy. The girls asked him to tell them what it gives them. Antonio Salieri was a world-famous Austrian court composer of Italian origin and was a successful musician. It was he who taught Beethoven, Schubert, and many others. But he gained great fame because of his envy of Mozart. In fact, these are just unconfirmed rumors, but nevertheless, it has become the subject of many plays and films. In psychology, there is even a term, Salieri syndrome. While Gon was thinking about how Salieri was clearly unhappy with owning the Tomb of Envy, Nero came to life in the back seat and told him about the appearance of a new chapter. Nero didn't like the ending, but he still briefly told that Alexander was suddenly attacked by a ghostly, invulnerable army of soldiers, and they captured the protagonist. And at the end, there was a note about the restorer's suspicion of being the second owner of the tomb, which seemed extremely strange to Natalia. Meanwhile, the same army of soldiers was chasing Alexander. Like an animal on a hunt, they were chasing the guy through corridors and corners. Alexander ran as fast as he could, but he managed to turn around and did not understand who they were, because, judging by their clothes, they were not from the time of Salieri. At that moment, the rope returned to the man and Alexander expressed his assumption in the presence of another relic, but instead found himself again in its cocoon. And then she pulled away from her pursuers with all her might, carrying Alexander along with her, and the soldiers were unable to run at such speed. The rope again carried the man through all the corridors into some random room where they could hide for a while. And then the rope began to slap the man for going off on a reconnaissance mission alone and causing even more trouble. Alexander tried to brush her off, reminding Kanata of his manners, but she turned out to be stronger and began to strangle the guy for his lectures. The relic and the man didn't notice how they started making noise, so it's not surprising that the soldiers passing by heard them. Alexander began to boast that he would defeat a human, but the rope was in an awkward shape, which made Kanat decide that the restaurateur could make her human. And at that moment, the soldiers burst in, having broken the door into pieces, pleased that they had found a man and threatening him with a pipe. The soldiers managed to grab the unathletic Alexander, who did not have time to jump back, and threw him to the ground, trying to twist his arms. The rope was clamped into a ring and was not allowed to reach the man. But even while continuing to scream about the difficulties, it whipped the soldiers and tried to break through. At the moment when the man was overpowered and lifted from the ground, Salieri appeared in the hall, who was glad that his patron had already caught the offender. Alexander decided to speak out that he was not in the tomb of his own free will, and that the treatment he was receiving was extremely undeserved. However, Salieri is not ready to release alive anyone who has any talent, And although Alexander assures that he has no talent, the relic is sure of something else. But suddenly the ceiling is blown up and its pieces fly to the ground, almost killing the restorer himself. Alexandra is knocked to the ground by the blast wave. But so is the soldier. So the restorer is essentially freed. There was a gaping hole in the ceiling, and although it was so bright that it was difficult to see anything, Alexander managed to discern the silhouettes of his friends. Alexander was overjoyed that they had come for him, and Gon, before letting his friends into the tomb, ordered them to plug their ears with headphones. As soon as Gon and Soli jumped into the hall, Salieri came to his senses, looked at his destroyed palace, and screamed at the unexpected guests. But Gon had something to say about the statement about the destroyed ceiling, since one of his subordinates, whom he considered his #1 slave, had been stolen from him. Salieri did not like this boorish behavior of the guest, and he immediately started his hellish concert, playing all 3 instruments. Even though the people had headphones, the game was louder. So Gon had Soli take Alexander away while he used the relic of the first fire to distract Salieri. The relic clearly did not expect to be attacked in its own tomb. So Salieri, even seeing the fire flying at him, did not know what to do. Another explosion thundered in the tomb. Salieri, without protecting himself, was now burning in the fire and screaming in pain. Gon decided that he was done with one relic and went to deal with the army of the second relic, under the cries of Salieri. Meanwhile, Soli carried out Gon's orders and fought her way through an army of soldiers to reach her old friend. Being an experienced swordsman, the girl cut her opponents left and right, even cutting them into separate components. To finish off Sol, she summoned Gildal and gave the command to take everyone, after which the ghost immediately rushed towards the enemies. But instead of a single attack, Gildal took a position in the center above the restorer, after which she scattered everyone whom the mistress touched and did not kill the Tekabe to the sides, saving the master. Alexander saw what happened, and when Soli started approaching him, he tried to find out why the Chinese spy from the Alliance was in the tomb and came with the boss. For Solya, it was a revelation that Alexander did not recognize her as a comrade from Team 13, and was generally more stupid than in the past. Seeing Alexander's confusion, the girl realized that Gon had not returned the restorer's memories of the past, but nevertheless, she tried to help the kicking master get up. The master resisted so much that Soli had to threaten the boy to make him trust her and follow her. Soli grabbed Alexander by the hand and dragged him to the side, trying to briefly explain that he was getting in the way on the battlefield and needed to sit it out. Meanwhile, Gon was happy that Soli had freed him from fighting the army and watched Salieri burn, confident of an easy victory. However, when the fire ceased its effect and dissipated, the hero noticed Salieri, who did not even show signs of injury. Salieri's suit was restored, as was his strength, and he thanked his patron for this, from which Gon realized that until he eliminated the second relic in this tomb, the musician would be invulnerable. Finally, the second relic in the form of a chessboard appeared above the musician, causing Salieri to feel a surge of strength. The chess turned to Gon, suggesting not to listen to the musician, and the hero realized that the army is the personification of the figures on the board, which means the soldiers belong to it. At this time, Soli, who had taken Alexander to a safe place, rushed to Gon with Van Gogh's painting, where the hero's main relics were kept. First of all, Gon summoned his blade and was now armed for battle, and Soli, looking at both relics, assessed the situation. Gon himself has not yet figured out the combat capabilities of the relics, but he understood that they work in pairs, where the chessboard provides healing and reinforcement to the musician. But Gon was now armed and confident that he could handle it, so he took up a position to attack. Gon's self-confidence attracted the attention of the chessboard, and it scanned the man with one of its pieces. As if at customs control, Gon froze in surprise when he was scanned, while Soli also saw such an ability in the relic for the first time and also carefully watched what was happening. It turned out that in this way, the relic figured out that Gon had no talents and began to laugh at this, not understanding how he managed to enter its space at all. But once the relic revealed its nature, promising to kill the man, Gon prepared himself for battle, while mentioning that he has fans who consider him a maestro. The chessboard then transferred all its powers to the musician, and ordered him to destroy the man and his comrades. The musician felt the power overflowing him, and he called upon an army armed with musical instruments that were an infernal orchestra that surrounded the people. Raven warned Gon that the leading relic empowers the others, but this has its own nuance, and they go crazy. Salieri waved his baton, and the orchestra began to play its hellish composition on all instruments simultaneously. Gon managed to put up a shield, but even so, he felt the power of the enemy's attack, and Soli had to additionally cover his ears. As soon as the shield began to give way, Gon called upon the Code of Hammurabi, which grew into a huge, unbreakable rock behind the hero. And all that chaos of sound that attacked Gon returned back to the enemy, scattering his army and even forcing the musician to cover himself with his hands. It was at this moment, when the enemy weakened his attack, that Gon waited to stealthily attack him with his sword. Gon dealt the musician a powerful attack, with which he wanted to cut off his arms on one side. The relic even screamed from the pain. However, the force of the attack was not enough to cut off the relic's hands, and only slightly damaged Salieri's suit, which outraged the musician. And, as was his habit, Gon made a sarcastic remark, answering the relic that he had no talent, and noticed how strangely Salieri began to get lost in words and behavior, from which he drew a conclusion. Relics come not so much from characters as from their history, which means Salieri's relic is not from the musician, but from rumors about him. So the relic loses stability when pressed on envy. At this time, Natalia and Nero were in the car and waiting for their friends. But the relic heard Gon's words that the hero wanted to use a psychological attack like in the fight with him. But, fortunately, the Emperor did not understand what this meant. Then Gon decided to name famous musicians, in particular Salieri's students, insisting that each of them was better than Salieri. Salieri was finally enraged by the mention of Mozart, whom he was rumored to have even killed out of envy. In anger, Salieri throws a piano at Gon, but the hero manages to notice the musical instrument and jumps to the side. Other enlarged versions of musical instruments begin to rain down on Gon, and the boy flees. Here, Soli runs up to Gon, who commands that she will take on the relic's minions, and the hero will have to deal with the main boss. Salieri is furious and now vulnerable, oblivious to everything around him. So Gon takes a running start for a frontal attack. Salieri swings at the supposed location of Gon, but the boy jumps up to attack from the air, thus avoiding the blow. And then, with a well-honed blow, he cuts through the maddened Salieri without receiving a single wound. Salieri became so weak out of envy that it only took one blow from Gon this time for the relic to lose its human form. And since the chessboard transferred all its powers to Salieri, it began to die after the first relic. But suddenly the tomb shook with an earthquake, and Raven informed the man that the relic of gluttony is the supreme leader in a fit of rage. But Gon did not understand how it was tied to this, and there was no time to figure it out. The earthquake grew stronger and the tomb crumbled, burying the people in its fragments. So Soli called for Gon to run. Soli pointed out where she hid Alexander, and Gon agreed to escape. The most important thing was that they slept with their restorer. The rest of the details were not important for now. But suddenly, Gon, Soli, and even Gildao were paralyzed. One of the relics came to its senses and was not going to release people. The supreme leader looked into the tombs and forced Salieri to hand over the rights to the tomb to her. At first, the chessboard and Salieri did not want to do this, but the relic of gluttony forced them to do it. And now all the traps have been updated, and the tomb has become more dangerous. The exhausted chessboard took the form of a fork, and Salieri a music notebook, and both fell to the ground. The relic of gluttony was in the tomb but did not show itself. But Gon knew that by sucking all the power out of the relics to the point that they were unable to support the transformation, the supreme leader had become stronger than ever. The humans in Tokubi were still unable to move, and gluttony decided to send envy upon the humans, and its influence was so strong that even Gon began to feel the desire to kill those around him. The hero felt weak and had a headache due to his confused thoughts. But his tolerance skills saved him and helped him hold out. But Soli couldn't resist and was now overcome with envy. So she took a pose, preparing to attack the boss. Gon tried to shout to his friend, but she lost to envy. And now he was trying to find a relic in the backpack that could suppress the girl, but not harm her. However, all of his relics also fell under the influence of envy and also quarreled with each other. Gon could not use them. It seemed that Soli tried to resist, as she began to shake due to her internal resistance to lay down her arms. But they did not obey, just like her body. No matter how hard Gon tried, envy took over the girl, and she rushed at her boss with a swing of her sword. Hidden in a safe place from the army, Alexander could not avoid the earthquake and the collapse of the tomb, so he tried to escape from under the collapse. However, small fragments still fell on him. And then Alexander thought that something had happened to the boss since everything had started again. Then there was a powerful push, with which most of the regiments fell directly on the restorer, from which he thought he would die, but miraculously survived. And then everything suddenly stopped. The clouds of dust began to settle, and Alexander was able to see how Soli was attacking Gon, and he was trying to shout at her and bring her to consciousness. Gon didn't even try to attack so as not to hit his friend. He only dodged, which wasn't difficult since, due to his madness, the blows were simple and sweeping. The Supreme Relic noted that Gon had stood up to its influence and praised the man for his resilience. However, she did not want to give up, so she called upon her censer, which emitted clouds of smoke that were supposed to increase the influence of envy. Gon managed to notice the source of the incense, but he still had to get to it. But most importantly, he knew where the relic of gluttony could be hidden. Gon rushed to the incense burner, but gluttony increased his influence and added jealousy, which made Gon begin to envy himself. At first, the guy was paralyzed, and then his body stopped obeying him and began to move on its own. Under the influence of envy and jealousy towards himself, Gon summoned a blade and put it to his throat, although the hero was conscious and saw what was happening, but could not stop it. Soli was in exactly the same position. She was aware of everything that was happening, but she could not stop it. When Gon had already said goodbye to life, the uncomprehending restorer intervened in the situation, grabbed and blocked the hand with the sword. One powerful slap across Gon's cheeks was enough to make him unclench his hand and take away the blade. Next in line was Soli, to whom Alexander was also not particularly tender. And Gon watched his subordinate and did not understand why envy and jealousy did not touch him. After Alexander took the blades, he decided to ask the boss why they decided to kill themselves. But since Gon did not answer, the restorer immediately guessed about the control, but did not yet understand how it was carried out. Gon tried to tilt his head and look to the right, as if he wanted to look back, which made Alexander look around the area behind the boss. So he noticed behind the chief a small golden censer from which incense was actively emanating. The supreme leader noticed the man that she had not fallen under her influence and did not understand how this could happen. But she increased her influence and emitted more smoke from which the master only coughed, but did not succumb to the influence. Rather, Alexander was only angry that the incense burner had smoked his lungs. So he brought one of the stolen swords down on it with all his might. The relic fell to the floor, and the master, being angry with it, began to trample it. And the relic could do nothing to protect itself, and only desperately screamed from powerlessness. Thanks to Alexander, Gon was freed from the influence of the relic, and seemed to be able to breathe deeply. Gon immediately remembered Soli, who had been under the influence of the relic longer and rushed to help her, especially since she was on all fours and couldn't even raise her head. The incense burner still emitted miasma, but it no longer affected people, and Gon was able to throw Soli around his neck to carry him out. Gon was carrying Soli out of the tomb when he noticed the weakened relics of envy and couldn't leave them behind lest they fall into Pandora's hands. Soli had already begun to come to her senses little by little, although Gon's help was not yet superfluous. So the hero commanded Alexander to end his wild dance on the relic. The hero's hands were busy, so he ordered Alexander to grab the backpack and run after him. But the relic intervened. Now she understood why she had been unable to influence the restorer, who had a very low opinion of himself and was sure that no one could envy him. And Alexander shuddered at the thoughts someone had expressed to him. Gon was amazed that his sometimes arrogant subordinate had low self-esteem. But in order to use this to his advantage, he decided to hurry the master like an errand boy. But suddenly, one of the relics lit up in the backpack, which, apparently, controlled all the previous ones and was the supreme relic of gluttony that Genie Che wanted to return. And then, to the surprise of the whole company, something flew out of the backpack. No one managed to grab it, but Gon again prepared for trouble and a fight. But another blue light flew in next to this one, and they started sparking, and the people standing nearby finally stopped understanding what was happening. And then two different voices were heard from the two lights, and it became clear that a fight had broken out in front of the people, and, apparently, between two relics. And then everything suddenly stopped, and one of them took on its form and turned out to be Kanat, who immediately flew up to his owner like an affectionate puppy, whom he had missed very much during this adventure. And then she placed a coin on Gon's palm, a relic that tried to escape from the backpack, but the rope caught it in time. Gon Geg immediately recognized the Nemazani commemorative coin that he had taken from one of the participants in Nero's labyrinth. Since Alexander asked what kind of relic it was, Gon had to tell about Nemazani, the goddess of memory in Greek mythology, and that the relic was of a divine type and associated with memory. However, he did not tell that the relic belonged to Genie Che in the past, and most likely in this timeline as well. At first, Gon didn't understand why the relic ended up with Pandora, but then he came to the idea of a spy, perhaps more than one. After thinking for a while, Gon realized that through the relic, Genie had been watching Gon and knew from the very beginning that the boy would appear in the 7 great tombs. And then Soli talks about his mission near the tomb, about Genie Che's personal order, about the order to return the relic at any cost, and to kill the hero. Alexander had not yet met Ginny and did not remember her from the past, so his friends gave a vague answer consisting of simple statements that the lady was influential and a problem. The relic tried to escape from the man's hands, wanted to take its colleagues and return to its owner, but Gon squeezed the coin in his fist. Before he lets this spy go, Gon decided to destroy her. It would be a lesson for Genie. In addition, in order to get out, they need to make a new exit. And for this, they need to blow up the relic. And Gon is glad that he will use more than one of his own for this. Alexander did not want to waste the divine relic on this, but the boss convinced the guy that it would only bring trouble. Using the divine relic, Gon caused a god-sized explosion, which earned him a promotion to the rank of Tomb Destroyer. Natalia had been waiting for her friends all this time, and when she noticed the explosion, she immediately realized that it was Gon's doing and that the team was in trouble. So she immediately took off, leaving behind clouds of sand. The relics of envy did not understand how weak people managed to break through their tomb, but they promised to take revenge. And Gon was glad that there was no real relic of gluttony, only a small, cheap thing that managed to confuse him and take possession of a younger relic. But it was necessary to get out of the zone of its detection. Alexander couldn't believe what Gon had said, but the hero only admitted that this was one of the most terrible relics, and if it were here, no one would survive. Still supporting Soli, Gon ordered everyone to leave and directed them in the direction where the car with Natalia was supposed to be. But before they had run even a couple of meters, the hero's group stopped, blinded by the bright headlights and the horn of some car. Natalia came to the rescue and, without turning off the car, commanded everyone to get into the car as quickly as possible. Gon didn't go into details and simply thanked his friend that with her help, they would now calmly get out of the gluttony zone. But the hero happily told the girl that the mission to save Alexander had ended successfully, and even with gifts in the form of relics of envy. With Salieri's music book, everything was clear. But the chessboard took the form of a fork, which Gon was now examining, and which was a fork from the homeland of Catherine de' Medici. Medici is known in history as a hero of her kind. She became the Queen of France, but first ruled it for some time as a regent. At that time, there were conflicts between Catholics and Protestants, and she had to rush between two fires, trying to please both. As with Salieri, it is not known for certain, but there are rumors that Catherine was involved in the murder of several thousand Protestants and went down in history as an evil and treacherous woman. Gon kept looking at the relic and its history, but he didn't understand how the ability to cause jealousy was mixed into the relic. Only he wanted to write it all off as Pandora's tricks, as he remembered. Catherine's husband fell in love with an older woman, Diana of Poitiers, at a young age, which, of course, made the queen jealous. After hearing the story, Natalia inquired about the relic's abilities, but Gon didn't know yet, since he hadn't made a contract with Ekaterina. Alexander turned to Salieri, who clearly has attack abilities and with sound, while Catherine is most likely from the category of those who improve abilities. The guys were driving through the desert at full speed in the dark of night when they suddenly noticed several cars driving towards them. Wondering why there were so many cars in such a place, they passed one and noticed the TV news logo. The only logical reason they could be here is because of the howl the guys made when they came out and decided to do a report. Gon thought this was a good time to do some shenanigans, so he ordered Natal to turn. No one understood the reason, so Gon explained that he wanted to announce to the world that Envy's tomb was now his. But this made everyone even more wary. Such behavior was not typical of their boss, but Gon did it for Alexander. First of all, Gon wanted to spite Richard, who kidnapped Alexander and shoved him into the most dangerous tomb. Because of the relic of gluttony, Alexander decided that Genie had tried to kidnap him. And now Gon told about the open threats and said that he was going to ask for them. And, in addition, the copied paintings from Richard. Gon described everything in such a way that Alexander became scared. Not for himself, but for Richard. He even sympathized with him a little. Gon reminded Alexander how he himself had shouted at Richard. But that was in the past. That was the maximum of the Restorer's anger, where his courage ended, especially since nothing had changed. But now Gon intends to change everything. So he recommended his friend to prepare for the changes that were so long awaited for him, and at the same time scary. Solely listened to the bickering of the two old friends. And, although Alexander did not understand it, this behavior was familiar to her, and was the height of their boss's concern for his subordinates. Although Gon in the tomb benefited from Alexander's low self-esteem, he was angry that his friend's paintings were stolen. The guy was slandered and portrayed as a criminal, although he is very capable and hardworking. In addition, they entered into a contract on the condition that Gon promised to return the paintings in fame to the Restorer. And it was time to fulfill the promise. Meanwhile, Richard was busy giving interviews and speaking out. Like now, talking about how his team had climbed deeper into the tomb of envy than anyone else. However, journalists have had no information about the work of his plunderers for several days now. It seems to everyone that Richard does not want to conquer the tomb, much less interrupt Gon's winning streak. Richard explained the lull in his team by saying that they needed time to restore the relics, but his guys were supposedly already eager to fight and wanted to work. But while Richard was singing like a nightingale, an employee burst into the studio with urgent news. But they didn't want to listen to him because of the live broadcast. Nevertheless, the guy told everyone about the explosion in the tomb and that it had been cleared out, and also that its new owner had now made an appeal. The studio turned on the screen from the reporting location, and Gon appeared on the screen, addressing Richard straight away. The hero showed the new relics he had acquired on the screen, which made Richard lose his temper and he cursed uncontrollably on live television. But Gon came with other news for all the viewers. The hero decided to tell everyone about Richard's attempt on his restorer, and that he did nothing in the tomb because he threw the master there. He also told about Francisco from his team, who possesses a relic that summoned his man deep into the tomb, which made Richard nervous. The hero realized this from the news, when he saw a man walking around the camp in a report, and now Gon is unhappy. In his past life, Gon often encountered the fact that restorers were often kidnapped. But only the King of Destiny, who was in league with Francisco and Richard, could do it so skillfully and without unnecessary trouble. Gon continued to give interviews, assuring that he had a lot to tell and, unfortunately, it was all true. Gon can boldly name the reason why Richard decided to get rid of Alexander, but suggested that the guy do it himself. Alexander stood next to Gon the whole time and felt awkward because of the cameras and the issue raised. However, when he was given the floor, he did not remain silent and spoke about the stolen paintings, the artistic style, and the fact that Richard was his teacher. And while Alexander was telling about everything, the anger that had been building up for years spilled out. And by the end, he was already shouting to the whole world about plagiarism. Finally, Gon spoke up, bringing the logical chain to its end, explaining that killing Alexander was the only way to hide the traces of the theft. The interviewer immediately seized on this news and asked Richard directly about the veracity of the information. But he denied everything. However, those present in the studio began to remember that there had been a scandal on this topic before, and Richard began to shake with panic, not knowing how to turn everything to his advantage. However, When the arrogant Gon asked the Secretariat to justify itself, it immediately came to its senses and shot an angry look at the screen. But having jumped up in anger, Richard did not provide any evidence other than the fact that everything he said was slander. The interviewer then suggested refuting Gon's words, which made Richard nervous and freeze. And the presenter suggested using the opportunities of a live broadcast and proving to the man that he was right here and now. The entire studio froze, waiting for Richard's answer, and the Secretariat itself did not know what to do, realizing that the ratings were now growing and the size of the disaster was increasing. So Richard sits down and agrees that he came to talk about the tomb, but it was cleared out. Such honesty confused the presenter, and he decided to find out what Richard was thinking and feeling when the third tomb was stolen from under his nose. Although Richard was saying that he was happy for Gon and that he was okay, he himself was sweating from anger and envy, and also from the fact that he had to restrain himself. Richard managed to make it look like he didn't care about the tomb, and he casually asked to change the topic to plagiarism, after which he stated that it was precisely this young and ambitious student who decided to steal Richard's style. Soon after, Gon and his team returned to his home, and Alexander was dressed in all the relics of protection. Finally, Gon wanted to use dragon blood, but Alexander decided that it was too much and tried to close himself off. After Gon explained about the dragon's blood, Alexander still didn't understand why such precautions were needed. The restorer swore that he had restored all the relics and therefore now needed to rest. Indeed, the master repaired the relics, but not completely, so that Catherine would sign a contract with Gon and Salieri with Alexander. But even when the restorer had a useful relic against the others, Gon insisted that the master carry with him a picture of his house, which would help him return home in a similar situation. Since Gon has not yet managed to capture the King of Destiny, another kidnapping of Alexander is still possible. Also, because of their latest prank, Richard and Pandora are now even more angry and want to cause them more trouble. But Gon assured that the guy had nothing to worry about, since the hero was specifically not moving away so that he could grab onto Alexander if he was called. But if they managed to call only the master, he should be able to return. And since Gon answered all of his friend's questions, he poured the dragon's blood on him while he was crying about possible new, dangerous adventures. However, now Alexander became interested in what he should do if no one called him anywhere. Gon gave the order to sit in the weapons until they were called. He was absolutely sure that as soon as Pandora was ready, they would call the master and Gon armed to the teeth. And in case Gon didn't manage to grab Alexander, he threw a few attacking relics at the guy. And then the long-awaited moment arrived. The walls of the house shook. Alexander immediately realized that he was being called again. Gon immediately clung to his friend, hoping to move with him. But Alexander didn't really like such closeness. And then the guys, like a bolt from the blue, appeared in some abandoned warehouse, where they had already been surrounded by Richard's men. Francisco announced to Richard that he had found the required target, and the restorer was about to appear. And the Secretariat prepared to cut off the head of his walking problem. As soon as the guys were there, Gon immediately gloated that his plan had succeeded, and the master had nothing more to worry about. As soon as Richard noticed Gon, he immediately realized that his plans were figured out. But he didn't care and ordered both of them to be shot. As soon as the hail of bullets began, Gon activated the Gorgon's shield, covering the master as well. The shield wouldn't last long, so Gon ordered Alexander to start using offensive relics. But they weren't attacking ordinary subordinates, but a specific person in a Panama hat next to Richard. But suddenly Gon was attacked with the help of the relic, and the Gorgon's shield fell in an instant. Richard's sixes thought of using the relics. Richard gave the order not to let the summoned ones out of the warehouse alive, and his assistants pounced on the hero. Frightened and desperate, Alexander asks the pile of relics in his hands to help him, and they immediately responded, sparkling. Gon, of course, asked Alexander to work with the relics, but the hero was afraid of the moment when his friends summoned all the relics at once. Romantic darts, a bat, a stink bomb, and a bunch of other little things flew at the opponents at the same time. The last to appear was Salieri, who decided to show people his best sonata, and, noticing how they were suffering, enjoyed it. Only Alexander forgot that the call required too much energy, which he did not have. So immediately after the call, he fell down without strength. Gon immediately understood what had happened, so he rushed to his friend to look for the treasured drawing in order to escape. Salieri continued to play, which not only delayed the mercenaries but even knocked out Francisco and forced Richard to press himself to the floor. By the time Richard found the strength to point the gun at Gon, it was too late. The hero had finished drawing the last line in the drawing. After wishing Richard good luck, Gon grabbed Alexander and headed home, leaving the man to suffer in despair. Now Richard has to look for another solution to justify himself before the whole world. But the worst thing is before Pandora, which is why despair brought him to his knees. At this time, Gon and Alexander moved home. Alexander was completely deprived of strength. The next day, the news reported on Francesca being taken to the hospital half dead, and Gon thought he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The hero immediately understood that this was clearly the result of Salieri's efforts. Even though he had not fully recovered, he was still very strong. Richard tried to hush up the situation, but his attempts were so bad that everyone immediately suspected something was wrong in his involvement. Gon decided to officially hire Soli, so he prepared a contract for her to sign in order to join his gang of thieves. Soli laughed at the team name, but Gon found it much more interesting than what they were called in the past. As with Alexander, Gon explained that his contract obligated him to take care of her and save her, but she too was subject to the law of Hammurabi, which meant she could not betray him. Gon explained that he was trying to avoid betrayal from the past, but Soli did not understand the hint about betrayal from their teammate from Team 13. But Gon, afraid of offending his friend, reassured her that he did not doubt her, but did not intend to lie, which made an impression on Alexander, who was involuntarily eavesdropping on the dialogue. The restorer finally woke up and was able to stand up, although he still didn't look very well, and was now indignant that Gon had not been so nice to him during the conclusion of the contract. Gon prepared breakfast for Alexander and offered him to eat so that he could recover quickly. But the master was weak and had no appetite but wanted to know what had happened. Gon briefly recounted the sequence of events and also concluded that Alexander did not have the ability to control relics, but overcame himself, so he offers the restorer to practice. The thought that training was coming up made Alexander depressed, and he went to have breakfast, while Soli watched closely. So that the master wouldn't hear, Soli whispered to him about his memories, which Gon hadn't returned as she suspected. Soli didn't understand why Gon, who was chasing indicators, wouldn't return his memory, after which Alexander's restoration and dominance skills would increase. It was all about memories that were built on stolen style, fame, and how Alexander had gone down the wrong path. Then he began to use his talent for deception, and so he built a career as a fraudster. And at some point, it got to the point where Pandora began to call the master the king of scams, and he became a terrible and corrupted person, a person that Gon did not want to see anymore. Now Alexander is not completely broken. Rather, he has not yet lost the naivety and simplicity that preserve his humanity, and Gon will help restore his fame and reputation. Gon didn't notice how he went into his thoughts, so he reminded Soli of Alexander's past behavior, and the girl immediately supported Gon's decision not to touch the memory of the future king of swindlers for now. Soli, without even reading the contract, decided to sign it, but Gon suggested that she read it just in case, but assured that he would take care of the safety of the girl's family. While everyone was busy, no one noticed how a rope was crawling across the room, which suddenly appeared in front of Alexander and frightened the guy. Kanat still remembered their old conversation and believed that Alexander could turn her into a human. But since the master was not feeling very well, he asked not to touch him for now. But Kanat was not satisfied with this answer, and she wrapped herself around Gon, tightening his entire body and even depriving him of air. Gon and Soli watched the confrontation between the restorer and the relic, but did nothing. On the contrary, they both enjoyed watching their softer friend. And while peace reigned in Gon's house, Richard was scolded by Ban for what happened to Francesco and his temporary loss. So much so that the man's head began to hurt. Ban had no involvement in what Richard did to Alexander in the tomb and afterwards. On the contrary, he considered it a very stupid plan from the start. And now that Richard has stirred up such a mess, Pandora's hands are tied and Ban himself can't do anything. The hype around Richard was growing. Ban was switching channels and seeing him everywhere, which made him even more angry, sensing serious problems. After giving the order to lie low and recover the relics, Ban ended the call. But Richard has no intention of letting Gon go again. Realizing that there is no point in trusting Ban anymore, Richard decides to turn to Jeannie Che for help. In Damascus, the hotel was the base of Jeannie Che at the moment, and 2 soldiers came to report on the cleared tombs in Lebanon. The part of the report about dealing with the relic dealers in the area particularly pleased Ginny, but she was worried about the tomb of envy. Suddenly, another soldier bursts into the office, reporting that Gon and his team have escaped from the tomb of envy. This was not what Jeannie Che wanted, especially since Gon not only escaped, but also cleared out the tomb, taking the relic. And here it became strange for Ginny. Around the tomb of envy, there was her relic, which Gon managed to bypass. Ginny decided to ask her relic, and learned that Gon was a terrible man who used relics as bombs. Ginny was angry and talked to the relic, but even when she yelled at a stranger, her subordinates were scared. Finally, Ginny turned to her subordinates. She was interested in the relics that they planned to take from the tomb, but unfortunately they were not found. Instead of the guys, Ginny was answered by the relic of gluttony, who said that Gon destroyed the relics and they could have stopped Gon if they had come there with their mistress yesterday. But Ginny interrupted the relic with its whining and presented that the artifact itself said that it had enough supervision and that the aura would be able to control all the relics. But the relic realized that Gon was an unusual person, and in order to deal with him, she would have to face him personally. And this inspired Ginny, because she lived a life where she got everything she wanted, and this was the first time for her. Although this enthusiasm was insane and based on envy that the hero knew something that she did not know. While Ginny was talking to the relic, they reported on Richard's call, for which she interrupted the report. The relic did not want to hear this impatient and stupid secretariat, but Ginny considered herself indebted to him for the opportunity to observe the tomb of envy. Ginny hadn't planned to help him or listen to his requests, but she was worried about Gon, and Richard might bring some interesting news. Without further ado, Richard immediately began asking Ginny for help in capturing the 4th tomb. But the girl refused. Richard was sure that as soon as he managed to capture the tomb and become famous, everyone would immediately forget about the plagiarism story. Under the pretext that her boys needed time to reorganize, Ginny refused Richard. Ginny had already heard about the plagiarism news and did not want to get involved with Richard. Richard then suggested that Ginny use her connections to get rid of the rumors, but she suggested that Richard do it himself and then think about excavations. After a long time, Gon and his team returned to New York, primarily using Edward's connections, answering questions from news channels, newspapers, radio, and even going on streams on the internet. In order to bring Richard to account, Gon deliberately created a stir around the topic of plagiarism and his name. Gon from the past remembered that Richard was using a relic of the mirror mask of Vidocq, Eugene Francois Vidocq, a criminal turned detective. The story of this man has impressed many writers and has given rise to many famous characters such as Arsène Lupin and Jean Valjean. Gon wasn't sure, but he assumed that due to rumors that Vidocq was good at disguise, his relic was capable of making the owner a copy of another person. This is also a disadvantage of the relic, since in order to paint as well as Alexander, Richard needs to take on the appearance of a restorer. Richard cannot use the relic in public without being noticed, so he sits quietly, although there is a loud scandal around him. After another interview, Gon and Alexander went to lunch at a restaurant, where the hero supported his friend who did not believe in the success of their plan. Gon spent all his time on his phone reading the latest news and discovered that their interview from yesterday was online. Both guys were surprised at how quickly it was gaining views and comments. Little by little, this topic was attracting attention. Suddenly, the article that Gon had just read was deleted, and then the previous one, and then other early ones. The hero immediately realized that this was Richard's doing, so he decided that the right decision would be to go to the next interview, although Alexander insisted on at least finishing his meal. Since then, no matter what interviews Gon and the restorer attended, they were also deleted, and some were not published at all. Back at his base, Richard began giving interviews, refuting the claims of Gon and Alexander. Although his excuses were ridiculous, since Richard was a celebrity, they still attracted public attention. Alexander followed the news and was upset. But Gon was not going to give up, especially when his opponent used dirty methods. Gon decided to use a relic of Marie Antoinette that creates rumors about your opponent. Marie Antoinette was the queen of the French Revolution and suffered from gossip, one of which concerned her purchase of a diamond necklace, which she allegedly tried to buy during the devastation in the country. One of the downsides of the relic is the need to see the target in front of you. So Alexander did not understand how Gon would be able to use it. But fortunately, Gon had a wonderful scout, Soli, whose abilities he planned to use. Gon gave her Antoinette's relic and ordered her to use it when she was close enough to Richard, and the girl was only too happy to act under her boss's command again. Since Richard was constantly giving interviews, it was not difficult for Soli to get lost in the crowd and use the relic. The result appeared within a day. As soon as Soli reported to Gon about the use of the relic, the boys immediately rushed to check the news on the network. There was indeed a lot of news, especially about bribes and the like, but nothing about plagiarism. Gon didn't think about the fact that the relic doesn't work in the intended direction, so there were a lot of rumors, but all on different topics. Because of these circumstances, Alexander became even more despondent. But to his surprise, Gon also lost all his enthusiasm. Suddenly, the silence of despair was interrupted by the sound of a notification about a new message in the mail from an unknown sender. The message was extremely strange. The sender knew about Gon's current problems and wanted to help, but asked not to forget about this help when they met. Gon didn't know the sender and didn't understand what the letter was about, but it also interested Alexander. However, 2 days after the letter, Richard suddenly began to be accused of plagiarism. The most amazing thing in history is that the news appeared out of nowhere. The news quickly spread throughout the world. Alexander asked how Gon managed it, but the hero himself did not know and began to get nervous. However, Gon guessed that the king of propaganda, Wade Harmon, who was able to control all media and the press, had a hand in this. Harmon gives out any information that people are hiding, but it costs him nothing to provoke people and fabricate information. And Gon himself could not call Harmon a good person, from past experience. Alexander wondered why the propaganda king was helping them. But Gon knew he was having fun attacking Richard. Gon knew that Harmon would definitely demand something after that. But now his intervention was in Gon's favor, so he decided to leave everything as it was. After the intervention of the propaganda king, the accusations against Richard gained momentum. Although he was up to something, Gon decided to use this to his advantage and demanded that the offender publicly paint a picture. Gon's proposal gained a lot of support, as people were also tired of their verbal sparring and were waiting for some kind of conclusion to the story. And Gon decided to increase the number of witnesses and began calling Alexander's former classmates, which came as a complete surprise to the restorer. Alexander tried to object, not wanting to disturb outsiders, especially since many of them were also spreading rumors. But Gon intended to get interesting comments from the past. He wanted each of them to speak out about Alexander and Richard's past at the university, thereby further exposing the dirty stories about the teacher to the public. Knowing Gon, Alexander assumed that the boss was threatening his classmates. But the hero didn't even need to do that. Everyone had something to tell. However, due to his low self-esteem, Alexander did not believe that any of them wanted to stand up for him. And if they had wanted to, they would have done so long ago. But Gon was sure that the situation had now changed. If they were previously burdened by Richard's status as a teacher, now they will want to finish off the broken man. Gon talked to each of his classmates and kept audio recordings. And when Alexander noticed how many of them supported him, he was as happy as a child. Alexander was sure that this would be the end of it. But Gon wanted to achieve more. Stories from the past and an open duel of artists were only the beginning of his plan. Of course, Gon sent the interview to Edward and spread it online. So when Richard found out that he was being criticized by his own students, he was furious. Richard decided to take action and went into town. But before leaving, he ordered his secretary to correct the news immediately. But there was a crowd of journalists waiting outside Richard's door, wanting to get his statement regarding the statements of his former students. Richard began to complain about the presence of journalists at his house. But Gon was there too, and he was the one who brought them here. Gon pressed Richard to confess about the theft of Alexander's works and style, assuring that otherwise the man would have to prove the opposite. Backed into a corner, Richard was incredibly angry, but decided that Gon would back down if the condition was that he hand over all the relics of the losing side. Journalists followed the squabble between the participants in the scandal, who tried to shift responsibility from each other. Gon refused the condition with the relics, but Richard insisted, because Gon was ruining his career with rumors, and therefore he would have to pay for it when the Secretariat, as he believed, proved otherwise. Alexander stood behind Gon and tried to convince his boss to abandon the dangerous deal. But the hero had no intention of giving up. Gon was confident of his victory, especially with the opportunity to humiliate one of the Pandora. So he agreed to the proposed condition without hesitation. Alexander tried to hush up the dispute, but Gon shut the restorer's mouth, accepted the conditions, and offered to hold a competition right then and there. For the journalists, this was a sensation, so they immediately rushed to discuss the news. But Richard, seeing that he was being squeezed in a vice, could do nothing. Soon, a studio was ready, and the quickly spreading rumors attracted even more journalists, and even a couple of students from the art academy. Gon confidently awaited the start of the competition, but Alexander was so unsure of himself that he clutched his head in panic and fear. Alexander was worried that Richard would be able to paint the picture, even if he couldn't use the relic in public. The Secretariat was still an artist with excellent skills, and if the picture was even a little similar, he would win. It wasn't for nothing that Richard so easily agreed to the bet and demanded the relics. He clearly had some kind of trick. Gon really thought that giving up all the relics would be too much. But the hero would never agree to the bet. Not to mention that the artist was not confident in his words. Alexander didn't know what Gon had noticed, but he trusted his boss, so he stayed for the competition, especially since the host brought out an easel with the topic. The theme of the competition was Professor Richard's painting Fairy Tale Landscape, and the participants only had to repeat part of it. But this didn't make it any easier for Alexander. Alexander was afraid to even pick up a brush, but Gon supported him and pushed him to work, which did not go unnoticed by Richard. Richard was irritated by this behavior of his rivals. He was confident in his strength and future victory. For him, the competition was just an inconvenience that took away time. Richard had painted pictures instead of Alexander many times, so he understood that it was enough to repeat something even slightly similar to win. And he boldly moved his brush across the canvas under the flashes of a dozen cameras. However, after some time, Richard began to doubt his strength, and this did not go unnoticed by Gon, who was closely watching the enemy. For a long time, the only sound heard in the hall was the rustling of brushes. Everyone watched the artist's work and waited for the outcome of the scandal. It was a secret to everyone who would win, but the result that Gon was expecting soon became obvious to everyone. Richard's daubing, in which not even a hint of the required landscape could be discerned. The competition was still over, but the spectators noticed that the professor was writing very strangely, and Richard himself noticed that his hands were not obeying him. Only Gon was forced to upset the audience and explain that the professor is serious about his work, but he cannot do it the way he wants. All this time, Richard has been accumulating a risk effect due to using the relic, which now prevents him from drawing. Such a public statement about the use of the relic quickly spread through the crowd, and everyone was outraged. And Richard had to justify himself again. Gon spoke about Vidocq's mirror mask, which Richard used to copy the style, but the risk of which he did not take into account. The journalists listened attentively as Gon spoke about the relic's ability to transform its owner into someone else. But over time, the user forgets his true self. So Richard copied someone else's artistic style for a long time, and now he is unable to use even his own basic drawing skill, which came as a complete surprise and terrible news to the professor. Now Gon was curious about what Richard would do, so he began to slowly walk towards his opponent, offering to surrender and apologize. Now everything became obvious to Alexander. Although he was still unsure of himself, he looked at his opponent more boldly. The journalists were hanging on every word for a sensation, which made Richard even more angry, and he eventually threw a paintbrush at them to silence them. In despair, Richard threw a tantrum that he had been slandered and demanded that not a single word of his opponent's be believed. He did not want to give up. Realizing that there were no other options, Richard reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a relic that blinded everyone around them, and they had to cover themselves with their hands. This stubbornness began to irritate Gon. He was also blinded by the light, but he understood why Richard was being so sophisticated. Therefore, he immediately ordered Kanat to block the door, and the artifact immediately rushed to the only entrance door in the hall. Joyfully fulfilling the orders of the master, the rope wrapped itself around the handles and tightened itself so that no one could enter or exit. Gradually, the light disappeared, and everyone was able to relax and also look at the empty space where Richard had stood before. Everyone suspected an escape, but Gon asked the crowd to calm down and announced that he would check everyone, including those who had recently arrived. Everyone found this announcement strange. No one understood why Gon was sure that Richard was still in the hall, so Gon had to explain that there was no point in blinding those around him when teleporting, and his kanat blocked the door so no one could escape. The reporters and visitors to the hall were happy to help Gon, so the hero didn't notice how he finished checking each of them. However, he did not find anyone, which caused a wave of surprise among the reporters, who were completely confused about what was going on. Gon didn't know how Richard managed to escape, but he knew for sure that the professors were somewhere in this room. But he still hesitated. The hero decided to double-check the room, looked around carefully, and noticed an interesting shelf with plaster heads, and one of them seemed strange to him. So he looked closely and noticed that she looked too much like Richard, and thus exposed his transformation. That evening, the news at Pandora's headquarters in New York was broadcasting the news of Richard's arrest and Gon's importance in the investigation. Joshua watched the news and couldn't believe that another Pandora had lost his rivalry with Gon. The owner of Nostradamus did not understand how Gon managed to defeat everyone who messed with him. But the most annoying thing was that the hero still possessed the relics from the 3 great tombs. Joshua rushed out of the room in search of a new idea on how to defeat the hero. Pandora could no longer lose. Joshua opened the door so abruptly in anger that he almost hit the person entering the hall, but Ivan managed to intercept the door before it hit him. Ivan was so angry that he reacted very sharply to Joshua's inattention, which made the guy scared and even apologize. But Nostradamus quickly came to his senses from the guest's insolence, so he immediately began asking him questions about who the guest was and why he was in the closed part of Pandora. Joshua continued his verbal attack, demanding an explanation and even starting to press him on how important he was in the company. Imagine the guy's surprise when Ivan, without hesitation, named Joshua and even his function as a prophet. But Romanoff also knew that it was Joshua who was involved in organizing Austin Rockefeller's plan to assassinate his parents. Joshua's secretary immediately jumped up behind his boss, who didn't understand what Romanoff was doing in Pandora, and told him that the man had become a new member of the company due to a shortage of people. While Joshua was indignant, Ivan expressed his desire to get to know the prophet better, because now he is also a member of Pandora. Although Romanoff used friendly phrases, Joshua felt threatened by a man with clearly aggressive plans. Meanwhile, Gon and his friends celebrated Alexander's victory, although the restorer thanked his boss for it. Everyone was interested in whether Alexander would paint again, since he had not been able to do so before due to his damaged reputation. But he somehow became modest and replied that he would not do this, and that he was simply grateful that the plagiarism problem had been dealt with. Unlike the others, Gon immediately noticed that Alexander was still sad and did not understand the reason, but decided to cheer up his friend. Gon announced that he wanted to give the gift later, but decided to do it now, and asked Soli to bring something out for Alexander, which the girl was delighted with. Alexander was given a large sealed paper bag, but they did not reveal the secret, suggesting that Alexander do it himself. Imagine the guy's surprise when he discovered papers for a private exhibition of his paintings in New York. Gon suggested that his friend become an artist again, and he would pay for everything. The main thing was that the guy worked on the paintings, but also did not forget about the restoration. Such concern touched Alexander, and he looked at the papers with tears in his eyes. But Gon himself did not understand the reason for such behavior of the employee, and the next minute Alexander began to nod his head as if bowing and thanking Gon, without wiping away his tears. Because Alexander's affection for Gon increased, Yu's dominance did too. So much so that he received a higher ranking in training and can now better control the war relics. Alexander cried so much that his eyes were swollen. But what was more important was that Gon decided to tell about the 9-to-1 income condition, where Gon naturally got the most. An argument immediately started between the guys, which the girls watched laughing. And for Solya, it was a good old showdown. But Natalia was a little embarrassed. Now Alexander, with tears in his eyes, but for a different reason, read the exhibition agreement, where Gon pointed out the clause on income. Alexander had to scroll for a long time, but he found a clause that actually spoke of only 1 share of the total income for him, which was very offensive for the guy. It took a long time, but Edward finally contacted Gon with urgent news, which he sent via mail. Gon still didn't understand what the old man was talking about, but he was already opening a document on the computer about the ranking of Relic users. So far, the ranking has consisted of 4 criteria in ascending order, where first there was the student, then the player, the swindler, and finally, the king. Previously, Pandora only assessed relics and tombs, but now she decided to assess people as well, which was different from the past. Soli and Alexander heard about Edward's sudden call, so they immediately came to the boss's office for the news. And Gon suggested that they join in and look at the rating, the idea of which was to evaluate people, which Alexander did not like very much. Having entered the official website, the guys began to look for their names, and the first to find himself was Gon among the kings. But the status of the king of robbery made his subordinates laugh, so much so that Alexander even started to have hysterics. However, Soli reminded the upset Gon that the hero had previously held the lowly status of a common swindler, but was now a king. Alexander's laughter angered Gon so much that the hero had to hit his subordinate, so that he would calm down, after which he decided to call Ivan and resolve the issue of status. But Raven also decided to play a joke on Gon, so he informed the guy about his new status as the king of robbery and offered to confirm his status. Gon couldn't stand the bullying from the Relic anymore, so he started to grumble at Raven, which was surprising for the guys who didn't understand who the boss was talking to. Gon immediately called Ivan, who immediately understood why his new friend was calling, but in response to his comments, he only congratulated him on his new status. He also said that the new Pandora system was chosen unanimously at the meeting, and this was very disappointing news for the hero. But Ivan also didn't understand why Gon didn't like the title, because it sounded better than the King of Thieves. And the hero himself, with his methods of obtaining relics, was the personification of robbery. But instead of praising him, Gon asked Ivan to influence the change of his title, and began to offer options praising him. But Romanov could not fix anything. Besides, in a couple of days the rating would be published. As soon as Ivan hung up the phone, running off to resolve issues further, Gon was seething with anger about the fact that soon everyone would call him the king of robbery, and the man he sent to spy couldn't fix anything. Having calmed down, Gon found his subordinates among the lists of swindlers, where Soli was listed as a swindler intelligence agent, and Alexander as a swindler wimp. And although the swindlers followed in importance after the king, Alexander really didn't like his title, and now it was Gon's turn to mock his subordinate. Mocking Alexander, Gon instructed him to think not about the name, but how to take the position of the king, which seemed even worse to the restorer. But Gon assured his friend that being the Relic King in this era and being recognized by Pandora was very important. In addition, Gon told Soli and Alexander that there was a special treasure that only kings could obtain. Gon himself didn't know what kind of treasure it was yet, since he had just become king, but he assumed that it was a support skill. The cool skills that were given to the kings who already had everything angered Alexander, who did not understand logic. But that was the whole point of the relics, for kings to rule the world as they did in the past when most of the population suffered openly. The Pandora system itself, which has great influence on the members of the organization, Gon was sure was a relic with a high hierarchy. When choosing kings, the relic appoints bad guys to make humanity suffer, which scared Alexander a little. That's why Gon wants his people to take the place of kings and prevent madness from engulfing the world. And they also need a lot of people on their side. Alexander didn't know anything, so Gon and Soli told about the 15 treasures that make people kings. And now there were plenty of empty seats. There were only 180 swindlers who were trying to win the crown, and Alexander was scared of such competition. But Gon reassured his subordinate by assuring him that he would help in this matter. For example, by first stealing Jules Band's relic. Suddenly, Gon received a call from a hidden number and, naturally, the hero answered rudely, which outraged the interlocutor. The caller introduced himself as a benefactor who had recently helped Gon with rumors against Richard. The caller grinned at Gon, feeling superior that the hero didn't even suspect what an important person was calling him. But he knew everything about the guy. Only Gon, with a grin, suggested that the caller finish his speech. He knew Wade Harmon from the very beginning, so he knew who was calling. Scared that he was recognized, Harmon threw the phone on the floor in fear and jumped onto the sofa. He was sure that such a small person as Gon should not even suspect of his existence. Gon wasn't interested in talking to Harmon, so he wanted to end the call. But he started to get indignant, and Soli and Alexander didn't understand what was going on. Harmon called to offer Gon to join forces and create their own alliance. But the hero immediately rejected this offer. Wade immediately started shouting into the phone, reminding Gon about the debt for all those articles about Richard. But Gon didn't ask for help. It was Harmon's initiative, so he didn't consider himself a debtor. Gon told his friends about the call from the propaganda king, whose relics he didn't like, and he didn't want to cooperate with him because of that. The propaganda king owns a relic of Goebbels, who was a Nazi who worked for Hitler in his time. As Minister of Propaganda, he greatly increased the popularity of the National Socialist Party, which resulted in World War II and the Holocaust. Harmon insisted on uniting for further excavations of the 7 great tombs. Although Gon has information, there will be no unnecessary propaganda from the king. Harmon promised to pass on information about Pandora and the King of Destiny, as well as about new events in the corporation. But what attracted Gon's attention was information about that very special treasure of the king's. Gon decided not to delay and directly find out what the propaganda king knew about the treasure. And Harmon was only glad that he found a hook for the famous robber. However, calling this important information, Harmon was in no hurry to share it and continued to insist on cooperation. But in order to participate in the excavations, Gon must help Harmon sort things out with someone. Otherwise, no one will be able to do the excavations at all. It turns out that a man has recently appeared who uses thunder relics and interferes with Pandora and other plunderers. And this has become interesting for Gon, too. But what was Gon's surprise when Harmon told him that the dangerous owner of the thunder relics was none other than Julian Miller? Now it became clear to Gon that the propaganda king didn't just help Gon with Richard for no reason. He was hoping for a hero's sense of duty. But it didn't work. However, when he called, Harmon put forward some very good conditions for partnership. But Gon was worried about a friend from the past. The last time the hero saw Miller was at an auction, when he was grabbed and dragged away. But it seems the guy got free and was up to something. But Gon didn't remember him having thunder relics in the past, so he decided to ask the king of propaganda. But Harmon refused to give out more information, demanding a personal meeting. And the hero was not against it. Only he left the choice of the meeting place and time to himself. Soli listened to Gon's conversation with Harmon the whole time and didn't understand why the boss agreed to cooperate with someone he never liked. Although Soli knew Gon from his past life, she didn't know him in his new life, so she wasn't even embarrassed by his words about further benefits. But Alexander immediately understood that this Harmon would have big problems from cooperation. Sometime later, the meeting between Gon and Harmon took place, and the latter was extremely surprised that they met in the sky on a private plane. Harmon was amazed at how the private jet looked like a fully equipped house on the inside, so he examined everything in it. But Gon explained that he didn't trust the propaganda king, and that he was the least likely to set something up. After Gon invited Harmon to sit down and experience the comfort of a very expensive private jet, he showed exclusive footage of Pandora from the scenes where Miller had been. Soli and Alexander also watched the video and were amazed at the madness that Miller was creating with his new abilities, destroying tombs and robber camps nearby. This video miraculously got into Pandora and didn't burn with the equipment like the rest. That's all they had. So the corporation doesn't have much information about Miller and his team. Miller is a tomb raider. But unlike everyone else, the guy destroys relics, and several teams of Pandora raiders suffered greatly because of him. Therefore, Harmon suggested that Gon first deal with Miller, and the excavations could wait. By uniting, he hoped to avoid casualties, of course, on his part. Alexander and Soli didn't think that Gon would agree to an alliance so quickly. Gon was clearly not convinced by the equal division of profits, so they kept silent and simply watched the progress of the negotiations. Gon, meanwhile, suggested that they immediately go to Miller, especially since they were already on the plane. Harmon was not in a winning position, so he raised his hands and agreed to fly now, and promised to take him to Julian's supposed location. Gon's company flew to Syria again, which Alexander immediately hastened to remind them of, although Gon himself was not surprised, since Pandora rules over America and Europe, and the Alliance over the east. Soli remembered that the Alliance territory should belong to the Preacher King. But Gon upset the girl by telling her that he now owns the Preacher's relic. And that's what changes the story. While Soli was pondering when Gon had managed to take possession of the relic, the hero explained that the king from the past himself was alive and well, although he did not possess the relic. Although not as much as in the past when Ali had the relic of the preachers, he may still have many supporters. Due to Gon's intervention in history, there are now 3 opposing groups on this land. One local led by Ali, the second is the Alliance, and the third is completely unexpected, led by Miller. Now Alexander also began to understand that Harmon decided to push the most unpleasant opponent onto Gon's team. Gon confirmed his friend's guess. Ali and his supporters without the relic are just a gang of outlaws. But Miller is a different matter. So the Restorer was immediately worried about how they could defeat Julian. It wasn't just Gon looking at Wade's video, looking at the details and sounds, that he was able to recognize what relic Miller was using. It was a relic of Indra, the god of lightning and war in Hindu mythology, and Gon had seen it in the past. Indra was a very powerful god, so his relic has corresponding power. But there are several compromising moments in the god's history. Although Indra was the god of war, one day when he was losing the war, he had to ask for help from another more powerful god. And it's funny that he was the opposite of Miller. Soli was glad that now they would be reunited with Miller like in the old days. But Gon himself didn't think so. The hero didn't know how to explain this to Soli, but he reconsidered his opinion about working with Miller in the past. Without finding the right words, Gon simply advised Soli to forget about it and moved on. And the girl did not understand why they could not be on the same team again and argue like before, finding the most interesting solutions. Meanwhile, in the desert, one of the plunderers' camps was burning, sending up columns of black soot indicating Miller's location to Gon's team. Another Alliance team was hit by a thunder relic, and the people begged Julian for mercy, promising not to approach the tombs again. But Miller judged the guys not for theft, but for using the relics and causing harm to others. The plunderers of this camp took someone else's land, set up a camp on it, and robbed the neighboring village. And they did this not by their own efforts, but by using a relic, increasing their superiority and advance. Miller's assistants rushed to take away the relics and the beaten thieves, and the latter meekly agreed. Afterwards, Miller's assistants examined the collected relics, and one, tempted by Eve's apple, thought about the sinful thing of taking a couple of relics for himself while the boss wasn't looking. But fortunately, his second comrade quickly brought the guy to his senses, especially since their captain advocates using the relic only for good. While the boys were whispering, admiring the captain, he accidentally overheard them and blushed like a tomato from the innocent flattery about heroism and the desire to help people. But Miller didn't expect to hear that the guys knew that he was wanted by Interpol and accused of fraud. Miller immediately interrupted the gossips and ordered them to get down to business. And at that moment, someone ran up to him with a report of new information about the excavation union. While the information is not yet confirmed, there are rumors that the Alliance has recruited the famous robbery king Gong Yu to its side. The reporter heard that Miller and Gong Yu weren't on the best of terms, so he decided to even tell the captain about these rumors. This was not the best news for Miller, but he was interested in this eternal coincidence that brought them together. One of the guys became curious about the man the captain disliked so much, and the other had to tell the other half of the rumors that Gon accused Miller of fraud. While Miller was asking the reporter about the likelihood of the rumors about Gon being true, his other subordinates were discussing the veracity of the rumors about Miller himself. The problem is that the reporter heard the news directly from the officers of the excavation teams, so the lie is extremely small. Since things were that bad, Miller ordered the team to immediately gather and move out, to attack the new target and all possible hostile groups before Gon arrived. Those same gossips offered to be the first to go under Gon's attack. But Julian thought of a different plan. They'd better do what they can and take care of the bad teams and confiscate their relics. And Miller will meet Gon himself when the time comes. Miller's team moved on and attacked another Alliance camp, announcing their arrival with a powerful lightning bolt in the center of the camp. The plunderers, who had already heard about Miller, immediately tried to escape, warning everyone about the arrival of the new chancellor. At the headquarters of the Cutters Union, they were discussing another request for help from one of the camps, and did not understand why the man who had recently joined them to solve this problem was still looking through the contract. While no one knew what Gon was reading in the contract and was indignant, the hero himself read every point carefully. The three of them sat with the director and carefully read the terms of the future contract, slowly rustling the pages. Alexander, Soli, and Gon checked their contracts line by line, and the director tried to hurry them up, already getting nervous and pounding on the table. Gon, without looking up from the sheets, calmly explained that he had the right to look at his contract as many times as he wanted. The director of the union wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Soli, who found a clause about dividing the profits from the excavations and was not satisfied with the ratio of 7-3. The director reacted very sharply to this remark, not seeing the problem that people risking their lives would only get 1 in 10 shares of the profit. To support her point of view about the unequal division of profits, Soli turned to Gon, and he also decided that they were being deceived. But the director had his own logic for distributing profits, and he was sure that allocating 30% of the project to 3 people was too much. But Gon preferred quality and was confident that his team was worth a 9-to-1 ratio. And of course, he and the guys took the bulk of it. At the same time, Alexander laughed at how the boss once again decided to distribute the profits in his favor, and Soli fully supported the boss's idea. The disgruntled and red-faced director was joined by his colleagues, who did not understand why the contract was taking so long to sign. The general mass of employees already began to doubt that the thieves really wanted to sign the contract, and they blamed their slowness on the robberies that had taken place during this time. But Gon laughed at the statement, because Gon and the guys are ready to start working as soon as the terms of the contract are changed for him. And it is not he who is wasting time, but those who refuse to pay for the professionalism of his team. An argument broke out between the staff of the headquarters. They did not understand how they could agree to such an outcome, but they could not do without Gon, because the king of robbery is very strong, and Miller has already suffered from him. Realizing the hopelessness of their situation, the Alliance headquarters agrees and accepts Gon's conditions, but demands precise execution of the work. However, there was one person in the crowd who was against it, and the argument started all over again. So Gon and his team went to drink coffee, giving the headquarters staff time to resolve their doubts. In the end, the union had to accept Gon's terms, and his team immediately went to the camp that had requested support last after signing the contract. The team was driving to the camp by car, and Alexander noticed thunderclouds over their destination from afar, which meant that Miller was still there. But as they approached the camp, the air became thinner and the lightning seemed more dangerous, and the restorer panicked, unsure that they could win. Miller was already ordering his men to pack up the stolen relics and get ready to leave. Suddenly, Soli and Gon approached Miller from behind. Alexander and the car were nowhere to be seen. Julian was surprised at how quickly Gon arrived, and he boasted that the union had given him the exact coordinates. Gon was interested in why the always honest and fair Miller had taken up robbery, and he openly told about the actions of the union members. Although Gon did not approve of the actions of the union, for which Miller punished them, but since he was now hired by the union, he must stop Julian. As soon as Gon drew a line in the boys' communication, Miller immediately attacked Yu, who managed to jump out of the way at the last moment. Miller didn't think Gon was a good guy, but now that he's identified himself as a bad guy, Julian won't hold back. Gon noticed that his old friend was very angry, so he took out the relic of the third pig for protection. Right there, around Gon and Sol, a house began to be built brick by brick, starting with the walls and ending with the roof. As soon as the last brick was put into place, a storm of lightning struck the house, which, contrary to the laws of physics, struck the same place, trying to break through the protection. Meanwhile, Gon called Alexander, reporting that he had managed to provoke Miller and that they could now move on to the next stage of their plan. Alexander remained in the car near the camp and saw a mad lightning bolt that shook the entire earth. On command to release, Alexander opened Van Gogh's painting, sympathizing with those who had long huddled in the cramped confines of the relic. Very quickly, young girls began to appear from the picture around the car, who were at first surprised by their appearance. And then they suddenly remembered Gon, whom they were looking for, and Alexander, frightened by the crowd, pointed out the direction of the camp to everyone. At that very moment, a crowd of crazed Gon fans rushed towards the camp with the name of their beloved on their lips, and the restorer exhaled. Before appearing before Miller, Gon went to a neighboring village and gathered girls, seduced them with a Casanova relic, and then placed them in a painting. The hero specifically gathered exclusively girls, and not just civilians, so that he could then release them all at once upon a signal. Miller hung in the air and directed lightning at Gon's hideout, and he released the microphone from the roof and addressed Julian. Gon's goal now was to irritate Miller even more, so he described the house's cool defensive abilities and compared the enemy to Pikachu, from which Miller went wild and used even more abilities of the Relic of Indra. So much so that even the fairy tale house began to crumble from the inside. Only Soli didn't know the whole plan and didn't understand why Gon was angering the former vice commander. But the hero needed to distract Julian so that neither he nor his relic would notice the crowd of girls. Gon had already calculated everything, and the women were about to arrive at the camp. He just had to wait. Miller's subordinates were the first to notice the crowd, and immediately attracted the boss's attention, amazed by the number of women. And there was something to be surprised about. The crowd seemed to have no end. Many were running, and even those who were tired tried to walk at a fast pace. One of the subordinates met the ladies at the edge of the camp, warning them that it was dangerous to go further. But the girls were only interested in where Gon was. Having scattered the guards and scared the guys so much that they ran away screaming, the girls moved towards the camp. And Miller, although he understood that this was part of Gon's plan, did not understand the point. Gon denied that he had brought the ladies here on purpose. But now you believed that the battle with Miller could begin. Now that Miller himself was surrounded by civilians and unable to attack, Gon and Soli decided to leave their hideout. The girls wanted to rush to Gon right away, but he quickly cooled them down and ordered them to keep their distance, threatening that he would not talk to them. Although Miller knew that this was Gon's trick, he couldn't prove it or do anything about it. So when you called him to come down for a fight, he didn't even think about the possible problem. And the problem appeared immediately when Indra, who loved girls, felt them and immediately wanted to take possession of the body of his carrier. Gon only further dispersed the relic, hinting that the girls were in danger and needed a hero. Indra, apparently not realizing that he was a dangerous multi-voltage form of lightning, decided to appear to the girls as he was, and Miller had to confront his own relic to protect the ladies. Angered that he was not being allowed to go to the girls, and that he was being held back by the one to whom he had given strength, Indra used more strength for another blow. This blow was enough to throw Alexander from the sky to the earth, and now he lay powerless, pressed into the sands, and the relic gloated over human weakness. Gon asked the girls to seduce Miller while he was unarmed, but the girls were not interested in another man, so Gon had to offer a date in exchange. Motivated by the new proposal, the girls immediately rushed in a crowd towards Miller, who had already managed to come to his senses and was now trying to get up. But the guy didn't have time to escape. A crowd of beautiful ladies surrounded him and hugged him, which, unlike the man, the relic was happy about. Gon watched everything and laughed, but didn't forget to film it on his phone for the journalist to whom he would later send it if Miller didn't accept his terms of cooperation. At this time, Alexander joined his friends, asking for details of what had happened and what was happening. Gon gloated that the surrounded Miller could not use lightning and thought it was only a matter of time before he gave up. But suddenly the crowd was paralyzed by a single stream of lightning. Gon and his team were frozen in surprise, not believing what had happened. Alexander assumed that Miller had done it on purpose, but Yu was sure that Julian would never do such a thing. While examining the girls' bodies, Soli noted that they were all simply unconscious, and that there was no sign of injury on any of them, while Miller, meanwhile, carefully laid the ladies hanging on him on the ground. Gon was amazed at how much Miller controlled himself and the relic, that he was able to accurately knock out the girls, but not kill them. And Julian was outraged that the hero so thoughtlessly led civilians onto the battlefield. Miller's subordinates rushed to fight, and Gon again provoked Miller into a fight. Then Gon whispered to Soli to deal with the henchmen, Alexander to hide, and the guys accepted the commands given. Gon, however, had put forward the laws of Hammurabi and had seized the Gorgon's shield and was now inviting Julian to attack. Only Gon knew that Julian had already spent a lot of energy suppressing Indra's relic, which was about to explode, so he deliberately provoked the guy so that he would lose control faster. Evil Miller attacked Gon, who deftly dodged and covered himself with a shield, from which Gorgon immediately began to cry about how much pain it was, and Gon grumbled that he got a whiny shield. Afterwards, Miller attacked the hero head-on with his fist, almost breaking through the shield, and Gon had to retreat to create distance with the enemy. Miller thought that Gon was running away again, but he assured that he had struck a blow, and an extremely unusual one, after which the relics of lust offered the god of thunder to follow his desires. Miller, who didn't understand anything, tried to remove the relics, and Gon explained that Julian was dry in his feelings and would hardly feel the effect. But Miller's relics were enchanted by women. The result was not long in coming. Indra immediately responded, driven by the desire to get closer to the girls, after which a real war between the relic and human consciousness began inside Miller. Miller was struck by lightning. He resisted the relic so stubbornly that he glowed like a light bulb and burst like popcorn. And Gon enjoyed it. An exhausted Miller finally gave in, and the relic took over the boy's body. So Gon ordered Kanata to capture him immediately. Indra had no intention of engaging in dialogue with the human, but Gon promised the relics to introduce him to the girls if he let him talk to Miller. Once Julian came to his senses, Gon announced that the boy had lost to his own relic, and he should admit it. And then he explained that when using a relic that you don't agree with in character, you need to use dominance or destroy it. Miller decided that Gon was hinting at his murder, so he asked the hero to let his men go, and in exchange, he would not resist. But Gon just laughed in the guy's face, and then handed him a contract that allows them to become colleagues, and with very favorable conditions. And while Gon admired himself and, as he thought, his generosity, Miller only glanced at the conditions and immediately refused, since this made him Gon's slave. Miller began listing immoral points about appearing at Gon's first call and the obligatory fulfillment of all of Gon's orders, listening to which Alexander recognized a copy of his slave contract. Miller preferred to die than to work under such a contract. So Gon decided that since Julian was so concerned about honor, he could put pressure on her from another side. Gon threatened Miller that if he did not sign the contract, he would publish photos and videos with girls with a headline about the guy's promiscuity. Besides, Gon was not greedy, and the salary due to Miller was very good. So Miller thought about it. Once the contract was signed, Gon praised the guy and asked him not to despair, assuring him that working with him was not so bad. Miller didn't like the idea of working for a villain, and Gon didn't understand why he was considered one, so he was glad to learn something about his employers, by whom he was judged. The Union of Plunderers was a snake pit, but they were strong, so they could not be ignored, even though they seemed like a club of interests. The Union of Thieves, although it looks like a stupid gang, has the potential to become a large company like Pandora or the Russian-Chinese alliance. They are led by Harmon, the owner of the Goebbels relic. So the goal of the entire Union is primarily to find Hitler's relic. The two relics together are a very powerful combination, especially for villains. So Miller wanted to stop them, and they involved Gon in the matter in the hopes that Miller would deal with Gon. As soon as it became clear to Gon that they were brazenly trying to put his neck in harm's way, he immediately ordered Kanata to let Miller go. Before letting the man go, Kanat warned him to behave, and Gon stated that he did not join the alliance but only wanted to take advantage of them. Even though Miller didn't believe Gon yet, the hero assured him that he had no motive to cooperate with them, lie to Miller, and in general, the guy would personally see how Gon betrayed the Union. Miller was intrigued by the claim of betrayal, and it turned out that there was a large tomb nearby that the Alliance had their eye on, and Gon wanted to lay his hands on it. Gon was originally supposed to go to this tomb after he dealt with Miller, but plans changed a bit. Gon's team, along with Miller, arrived at the tomb and studied the area around it, and Miller was still interested in the motive for betrayal. The reason was hidden in the prophet, because of which Gon argued with the Union, and the hero is sure that they themselves will want to betray him so as not to share, so he will prefer to be the first in this deadly game. The Union currently thinks that Gon and Miller are fighting, so they have time to loot the tomb and escape, especially since Yu has already spotted a convenient place to enter. When they arrived at the place, Miller looked around, but did not find the entrance to the tomb, and Gon had already taken the lower relic to make this entrance. Gon explained to the new employee that he had never used the main entrance and had already thrown the relic to explode. The next moment, the ground immediately exploded, and while Gon's team calmly waited for the dust to settle, Miller was terrified by what had happened. Miller had never seen such a way to use the relic and did not consider it legal. But Gon did not care about this. He was only concerned about the new gate. Suddenly, Gon received a call from the propaganda king, who somehow already knew that the hero had changed his location. Harmon said that he came to help Gon and found no one there. But the hero did not believe it. Some kind of scheme was going on behind his back. Therefore, Gon also lied that Miller had escaped and the hero went to catch him, but soon promised to catch him and return to his place. At this point, the call ended, and Gon commanded everyone to follow him into the tomb. They needed to hurry. The team had traveled far enough underground for Gon to conclude that they were not in one of the 7 great tombs, even though it was large. For the unbelieving restorer, Gon explained that there was no specific aura. Pandora made no statements, and the tomboglyph said nothing either. While Gon began to get upset about this, Miller was surprised that the hero could read the language of the relics. Gon once again wiped the nose of the know-it-all Miller, who thought he was the only one who knew the language of relics, and in the meantime they went out into the Great Hall. And since there was no other entrance, Gon used the low-level relic again and blew up one of the walls. So the team avoided all the traps and tried to shorten the path as much as possible. And Miller grumbled every time Gon damaged the tomb. Alexander noticed that the further they went, the dirtier the room became. And this scared him, but Gon assured that this was how it should be, because they were in the tomb of a plague relic, which made Alexander start to avoid all the piles of dirt. But Miller was alarmed by something else. If Gon understood what kind of tomb it was from the tomboglyphs, then why wasn't he receiving information from his relic of Zhuge Liang? Gon immediately realized that something was wrong with the tomb, that there was something in it that was blocking Miller's relic. So he suggested speeding up. So they came out to a large room with a well in the center, and also the most disgusting thing they had seen on the entire journey. The well in the center was meant to summon the relic, but there was no time for that. So Gon threw the explosive relic into the well again and smashed it into bricks, prompting the master of the tomb to show himself. The relic immediately screamed and showed some of its abilities, summoning all sorts of dirt from every crevice. The raven immediately announced that the relics of diarrhea and terrible blisters had appeared, and Gon, disgusted by them, immediately rushed to destroy them. The hero took out the relic of the first fire and struck it with stones once, causing a mad flame. After which, Gon received a notification that the chairman was furious and the tomb was being restored, and the scattered plague relics were being collected together. And then an earthquake thundered, from which even Gon almost lost his balance. New walls appeared from which the team would not be able to get out, and Raven also announced that the relic of incitement was watching the team, which made Gon wary because this relic belonged to the king of propaganda, and apparently, he and the chairman were in cahoots. And then Gon and the guys were surrounded by plague creatures, including all sorts of rats and insects. Now the team definitely won't be able to escape. It was a clear trap that Gon had not foreseen, and now they would have to break through. Something that Alexander, who lacked fighting skills, wanted to avoid. Standing back to back, the team of thieves, as in a past life, covered each other and were ready to enter the battle. Gon realized that the propaganda king, who was currently watching over the tomb and completely hiding his presence, had clearly planned this from the very beginning. But Miller was surprised that Harms was most likely appointed as a guard to watch over them. Miller didn't believe Gon's assumption, but when he checked, he discovered the aura of the Union leader. Now it became clear to Gon why Miller was so active in the desert, and where Gon got this desire to go against everything. All this is a relic of incitement. Now Miller was sure that Gon was not in league with the Union. But it was much more important for them now to get out of the tomb. The main thing was not to touch the monsters. Otherwise, they could get infected and die. The chairman gave the order for the monsters to attack, and each member of the team armed themselves with their own relic for battle. Even though Alexander was scared, he boldly pulled all the monsters into the picture, and Gon and the others tried to destroy them. There were just problems with the liquid. It flowed around the blade and returned to shape. So Gon asked Miller for the relic. Miller didn't even think that he would use it without a shadow of a doubt to blow up the jelly monsters. After which, Gon gave the order not to be afraid to destroy the relics. The main thing is that everyone survives. The team of thieves stubbornly cut, burned, and tore apart the monsters. The whole room was burning, and the tomb screamed, not understanding why people were so strong. But the people continued to defend themselves and eventually cleared the place. The prepared Miller and Gon were not even out of breath. But the unfortunate Alexander was very tired. Soli noticed several relics that could be used if restored, which Gon liked and asked to collect them all. In Soli's hands was Jon Snow's map, which showed the locations of cholera outbreaks, which meant to Gon that there were medical relics in this tomb. Miller also found an interesting relic from the Gilgamesh epic that looked like a bag and contained a pathogen left behind by the plague god Nergal. This relic interested Gon the most, but Miller refused to give it up, since it was actually the causative agent of the plague. And the guy did not yet fully trust the hero. Realizing that the misunderstanding between the boys is getting in the way, Soli decides to intervene and assures Miller that Gon is a good person. However, before he can express his entire thought, he begins to cough, and then coughs up blood. Following Soli, Alexander, with the lowest level of resistance to relics, also began to choke on his own blood. Gon received notification that his resistance was growing, so he realized that they were under attack and not all the traps had been passed yet. Although they cleared the tomb, troubles continued to haunt them, so Gon assumed that it was in the air, and to protect his people from it, he summoned the third little pig's house. Gon led everyone into the house and locked them there, and he himself went out to the middle of the tomb and addressed her, because it was she who tried to kill them with poison. The relic was flattered by the man's intelligence, but it didn't matter anymore, since the poison would soon cause people's bodies to fall apart. But Gonu wanted to destroy the tomb, so he loaded more small relics and threw them out. But the tomb did not believe, because then the person would also suffer. But Gon was thoughtful. He took out the Gorgon's shield and hid behind it. And the tomb, as soon as it noticed this artifact, realized that it didn't have a chance. More than a dozen artifacts exploded, and the shockwave even shook the pig's house. But Gon held on. Fire poured down on Gon like napalm. The shield was ready to give in from the pain, but the hero did not allow it, creating the beginning of a corridor without fire so that the pig's house behind him would definitely stand. When the earthquake finally stopped and the ceiling no longer collapsed, Soli decided to look outside. Gon was alive, as he promised, but the Gorgon's shield was shattered into pieces. But the hero assured that everything was over and they could go out. Gon found the culprit of all the chaos they had experienced, and it was in one of the most ancient medical relics called the Legend of Hippocrates. Long ago in Europe, it was believed that diseases were caused by air contaminated with rotten food and waste. This stench was called miasma. Much later, it became clear that diseases are actually caused by microbes and viruses, and the term miasma became obsolete. Alexander was still feeling unwell and couldn't stand on his own, so he was held by Miller, who, as Gon told the story, realized that the relic was poisoning them all while the others were distracted. Gon confirmed his guess that while the other relics were a diversion, Gon's team had inhaled the virus and were now infected with it. But Gon had berries from his magic tree that could cure all diseases, so he gave them to everyone and demanded that they drink. And while Miller was distracted by the berries, Gon stole that plague box, and Julian immediately started screaming about possible pathogens and their danger. But Gon asked his friends not to worry. He was going to do everything the other way around. And for clarity, he took out a vial of poison. Not yet fully understanding what the hero had planned, the boys were stunned that he was personally releasing poison into the world. And if they had even the slightest guess what the crazy Gon wanted to do, the friends might have had time to react. But they clearly did not expect the hero to drink a bottle of poison. At first, everyone was scared. But seeing that the hero was drinking poison like juice, they relaxed. And then Gon's heart sank in his chest, and he coughed up blood. Raven warned that a mutagenic virus, a deadly fungus, had entered Gon's body, and that his body was covered in infections, tumors, and wounds. But at the same time, for every disease and problem the resistance skill increased, the only downside was the insane pain. Gon's body was full of pathogens, which fulfilled the main condition for the emergence of a special relic. The god of plague, the messenger of the queen of the underworld, appeared above Gon and Soli, and only those he considered worthy could see him. Gon was still in pain, but he attracted the relic's attention by pointing to himself as worthy. After checking with other people for a bit, the plague god realized that only Gon here had all the pathogens in the world. Therefore, the relic itself offered the man a contract and promised to work for him until his death. Having become infected with all sorts of pathogens, Gon fulfilled the condition not only for the meeting, but also for the contract with Nurgle. But the guy fooled the relic. Nurgle was the god of plague in the mythology of the Akkadians who inhabited Mesopotamia. According to legend, he ruled over pestilence and disease and served Ereshkigal, the goddess of the underworld. Due to the complexity of the story, the relic has specific conditions for its appearance, according to which you must have all the diseases of the world in your body. By walking through this very room full of plague relics, the person fulfills the conditions. But by that time, the person will already be on the verge of death. That's when Nurgle appears and offers to sign a contract for the short time that remains to live. But Gon has developed resistance to all pathogens, and if he eats the berries, he will be cured completely. So Nurgle's service life on Gon will be the longest in his life. Miller couldn't believe that everything was so complicated with this relic, but he considered it incredibly dangerous, which he believed could not be trusted to Gon. Miller and Gon were having another verbal altercation, which Soli watched. Only this time, she was a little annoyed by it. But surprisingly, this time Gon agreed with Miller and considered the relic too dangerous. So he suggested using it one last time and destroying it. But Miller couldn't imagine how the relic could be used. But Gon had already thought of how to use Nurgle to punish one very bad person. Harmon and his men also entered the tomb, and were now waiting at the exit for Gon to try to come out of it in order to finish him off. Wade sent one of his subordinates to check out the situation, as the tomb was uncomfortable and it was difficult to understand what was happening inside. Suddenly the walls of the tomb shook, and from somewhere far away a strange sound was heard. The tomb shook, and then a stream of water burst from the corridor. The sewage gushed over the people, knocking them off their feet and carrying them further down the drains of the tomb. No one was able to escape punishment. Gon summoned Nurgle to take revenge on Harmon, and with his help he summoned waves of cholera. Harmon and his men were drowning in a stream of sewage with no way to escape, diseases attacking their bodies. They had no chance of survival. And then the water came and went so suddenly, and he lay on the ground and was indignant that he now stank all over, not yet understanding how unimportant the smell was. And then Harmon noticed how his men began to cough up blood, and even vomit it. Some of them developed blisters. Harmon didn't believe it, but he took off his glove to check. And what was his surprise and animal fear when he saw the same symptoms in himself. Once the revenge was accomplished, Gon decided to destroy the relic, which surprised Alexander, who could not believe in the boss's compliance. Miller apologized for doubting Gon, and a truce was reached between the boys, surprising the watching Soli and Alexander. Gon was about to summon the relic, so he asked the others to move away. They could get infected. Having summoned the relic, Gon and Miller decided to destroy the relic together. So they placed it in their hands between themselves and directed their energy into it. The relic screamed and resisted, but the boys continued to squeeze it with their energy, after which it exploded. Once the relic was destroyed, the tomb began to collapse, falling on people in large boulders. Gon ordered everyone to follow him. He would lead everyone upstairs with his tomb restoration skill. Once everyone got outside, Miller said goodbye to everyone and went about his business, causing Alexander to decide that Miller would no longer work with them. But an agreement was made between the guys to act separately, because if they were together, they would only quarrel. Before leaving, Miller reminded that he was always happy to hear from new friends, so he asked them to call if necessary. As they were saying goodbye, everyone waved their hands and said goodbye, and Soli, out of habit, almost called him vice president again, like in her previous life. And as soon as Miller had moved a decent distance away, Gon called the restorer into the destroyed tomb to collect the remains of the relic. Alexander, of course, immediately began to be indignant that the boss was breaking his promise. Besides, The relic was really dangerous, and if it fell into the hands of the wrong people, the catastrophe would be of incredible proportions. Now Soli had to watch the squabble between Alexander and Gon, but it was already pleasant and funny. And after that, they carefully collected the remains of the plague relic. In her country house on a secret island in the middle of the ocean, Ginny Che swam peacefully in the pool, basking in the sun. However, she was disturbed by screams in the yard. Someone was trying to break through to her and arguing with the security, assuring that he was her guest. It was Harmon, who was in a very ill state after the plague tomb and desperately asked to talk to Ginny. Ginny recognized Harmon's familiar voice, so she came out of the pool and greeted the guest, admitting that she thought of him as dead. Harmon knew that the girl had a medical relic and demanded that she help him, but Che turned away from him, seeing no point in helping the man. The girl justified her refusal by saying that Gong Yu did not die from illness, and Harmon was dramatizing his condition. Ginny returned to the chaise longue, listening to Harmon complain that he had lured Gon into a trap as he had been asked to do, and her people should have dealt with him. But since the mission failed because Gon wasn't killed, the blame fell on Ginny, so she has to help Wade now. Only Ginny knew that Gon had come to the tomb himself, and not because Harmon had brought him there, although the boy continued to insist on his point of view. Harmon insisted that Ginny keep her word and give him the Hitler relic, and also help him with the medical relic. And this began to irritate the girl, so she released her relic. Harmon was so absorbed in his demands that he didn't notice the centipede-shaped relic crawling towards him and starting to climb up him. And then she wrapped herself around his arms, body, and neck, squeezing him so that he couldn't breathe. But the man couldn't grab her either. The centipede wouldn't let him. Ginny was already completely tired of the guest's screams, so she gave the order to the relic to deal with him. The centipede crushed the man's body and tore it apart. And Ginny was angry that Harmon allowed Gon to steal Goebbels' relic from him, and at the same time, asked for Hitler. Ginny gave the order to the guards to remove the remains, and she herself picked up the phone, looking for someone to entrust the mission of removing Gon, but suddenly changed her mind. Gong Yu was too strong for everyone else, so Ginny had the crazy idea to meet Gong herself. Gon was in New York for a new auction, where he put up new relics for sale, including the plague one, which became a reason for Miller to call the hero. Miller was mad, thinking that he was wrong and Gon was on the side of the bad guys after all. But his new employer assured him that the dangerous relics were not being presented at the auction. Gon took advantage of the fact that Miller was talking on the phone and could not see how the hired people were carrying out the battle relics, and lied about selling the loved ones. Miller was no fool and asked logical questions about how such relics could be in a plague tomb. But Gon managed to wriggle out of it by calling love a disease. Almost everything was ready for the auction, so Gonu promised to deal with the plague relics and said goodbye to Miller. As soon as the conversation ended, Soli approached Gon and reported that preparations for the auction were complete. Alexander also approached his friends and ordered them to start trading. It was high time to start earning money again. Gon was not lying in part, and love relics were put up for auction, for which many fought and bid big money. While the participants were voicing fabulous sums, Alexander continued to admire what was happening and how quickly the relics were being sold. The future king of scams woke up in Alexander, and the guy was thinking about how he could sell some stupid fruit elixirs. But Gon nipped the idea in the bud because the process was too energy-consuming. While Alexander was trying to convince Gon to find someone for this task, Soli was distracted by what was happening in the hall. The amounts announced in the hall were beyond reasonable limits, but the largest amount was, of course, named by Natalia Romanova. When it was announced that Natalia had bought the love relic for 80 million, Alexander began to laugh hysterically. The guy already knew who the girl would want to try the relic on, so he began to flicker in front of Gon, which made the hero feel awkward. Soli heard the friends start arguing, and Gon started pressuring Alexander with his boss status. And for the first time, she thought about the possibility of Gon and Natalia being a couple. Eventually, Gon used his signature flick to calm his subordinate down and stop his ambiguous jokes. As soon as the guy's argument stopped, Soli quietly called Alexander so that Gon wouldn't notice and led her friend out into the corridor for a private conversation. Soli felt so awkward that she even blushed, but she still dared to ask if Gon and Natalia were dating. For Alexander, this was an ambiguous question, so he began to think out loud. and Soli was stunned by some of the details. When Alexander had almost come to the idea of Gon's relationship with Natalia, he wondered about Solya's motives for this issue. Alexander had not yet managed to express his guess about Solya's love for the boss, when the girl began to deny everything and intimidate the restorer. Soli assured him that Alexander had misunderstood everything, and then began to threaten him if she found out that the restorer was spreading rumors. And then the girl quickly ran away, which only confirmed the master's guesses. But the girl was too preoccupied with worries about the past dialogue with Gon. Soli recalled the dialogue with Gon when he used Raven's tears on her and said that it was all in the past, wondering if he meant their feelings as well. Soli ran so fast that she got tired and collapsed against one of the walls with tears in her eyes, not knowing what to do with the memories of the past and her feelings. After the auction, Gon was sitting in his office and Soli brought him reports and requests, while the rope, like an obedient dog, was nearby. Gon was looking through the papers about the proposal to expand the elixir farm and was only happy about it. But Soli heard about the farm for the first time and became interested in the topic. Gon told his friend about how he uses the tree of eternal youth, and they create medicine from its berries because the hero did not want the relic syndrome to spread in this life. Soli felt a little awkward, but she asked about her friend's plans for the near future. And when she found out that the hero was free from work in the tombs, she asked for a short vacation. Only Soli had hoped that Gon would suggest going somewhere and spending time together. But instead he turned away and waved goodbye, approving of the vacation. As soon as Soli left the boss's office, Ivan immediately called him, obviously with another assignment. So the hero tried to evade. Gon tried to appeal to his interlocutor's pity, assuring him that he had more work at home than in the tombs. But Romanov was not so easily moved. Ivan called about the plague tomb and wanted to know if Gon had applied to have it plundered, which was a revelation to the hero. It turns out that Pandora has created a system whereby an application must be submitted for excavation, and the person who submits such an application will have an advantage, as the king of gourmets Guinness Hauger has laid claim to the plague tomb. Ivan told how this king recently showed up in Pandora and threw a tantrum about how he, or rather his tomb, had been robbed. In the past, such a system also existed. Its introduction was a matter of time, so Pandora monopolizes excavations. Although the system was introduced with the supposed aim of preventing conflicts between excavation teams, in fact, they declared that all the tombs belonged to them, and their permission was needed for excavations. Naturally, this right was bought for a large sum of money and, of course, with the condition of taking 60% of the relics obtained in the tomb. The system is stupid, but it is worth considering that Pandora had insane influence and money in her past life, which is why no one dared to contradict her. Now Gon has enough money to pay for such nonsense, but he was not in the mood to do so, so he assured that he did not know about the new rule, and that someone already had their eye on the tomb. Gon brought up more arguments in his defense, assuring that the king of gourmets was to blame for not posting guards, but he honestly admitted to Ivan that he would have robbed the tomb anyway. Ivan blamed Gon for the bad outcome of the situation because the hero held an auction where he openly stated in which tomb he found these relics. Only Gon knew that he hadn't broken the law because he knew of a loophole from his past life that stated that groups of less than 10 people were not subject to the law. The loophole appeared due to numerous precedents, when civilians who accidentally walked near the tomb were falsely accused of illegal theft, and Pandora decided to spare herself unnecessary scandals. Taking this loophole into account, the 13th TKVM excavation team was created, so that Old Man Bond could avoid dividing half of the relics with Pandora. Unlike other major teams, Team Gon was made up of a small number of carefully selected people and was given royal status. Gon told Ivan about a rule in the new system that Ivan didn't know about, and advised him to tell that gourmet king about it. At this point, Ivan's problem was resolved and the dialogue ended, and Gon himself was glad that he had his own spy in Pandora. At the end of the working day, Soli went to a noisy bar where she sat at a far table all alone and laid out the information she had received from Alexander in order. Soli began from the very distant past, remembering how the world went crazy from relics, and how most people had a hard time. Like Soli, many fell into debt, and their health deteriorated. Somehow the girl ended up on the TKVM excavation team and met Gon there, with whom communication was initially bad. But with each new mission, the girl began to like him more and more. At first, Soli thought that her feelings were unrequited. But after that, a completely non-working relationship began between them. But it all ended in the last tomb, which seemed strange to her, and in which they died, but escaped death thanks to a relic that helped them return to the past. Sol liked that Gon was not poor in his current life, thanks to his memories from the past. But she had a hard time accepting the idea of Gon also being in a relationship with the Queen of Calamity, Natalia Romanova. The girl tried to convince herself that Gon had not purposefully returned her memory, and she should not be concerned about her friend's desire to be with Natalia. Even when Gon restored Soli's memory, there was no time to discuss their past relationship. They were constantly running around the tombs. Sally kept drinking and thinking about it, but she couldn't drive away the feelings associated with jealousy. So out of despair, she fell headfirst onto the table, covering herself with her hands. Without raising her head, the girl thought that a couple of months had passed since they had reunited, and the girl would like to believe that this was the beginning of something new. The girl continued to wander in her thoughts, when suddenly a mug of foamy beer was placed in front of her with a loud bang. The girl immediately stood up and explained that she hadn't ordered it, but it turned out to be a gift from the establishment in honor of the establishment's anniversary. And besides, Soli seemed so sad that the waitress decided to support her like that. The waitress tried to support Soli and encouraged her in every possible way and joked, which at first embarrassed Soli. But since Soli was already tipsy, she happily accepted the waitress's attempts to be nice and kind. But Soli began to drain the new glass of beer so quickly that she didn't notice how suspiciously attentively the waitress was looking at the guest. Now Soli was completely drunk and her movements were confused. So Ginny decided to remove her disguise and turned into her appearance. When Soli saw what had happened and who was standing in front of her, she screamed and tried to stand up abruptly. But Ginny had already foreseen everything. As soon as Soli jumped up, her legs gave way and she fell to the floor unconscious. And all because of the drug that Ginny added to her glass of beer. Ginny was upset that Soli had betrayed her, so she came to get revenge. But she was even more worried that Soli was now part of Gon's team and was an opportunity to spite the hero. Soli was taken out of town to the lake. 2 people carried her under the arms and then threw her on the ground. But since the drug was still in effect, she did not have time to react and landed painfully. From the way Soli screamed, Ginny realized that the girl had woken up and decided to approach her. Soli began asking questions about her future and what Ginny was planning. But the villainess wanted to torture her victim first, so she kicked her in the stomach. Then, Ginny grabbed Soli by the neck, depriving her of air, and used her transformation skill to take on the appearance of Gon's friend. Ginny quickly transformed into Soli in appearance, so she wanted to get close to Gon and, at the right moment, attack. Soli immediately realized that her opponent had a relic of transformation, but it was too late. Ginny had already acquired a new form. Soli so confidently defends Gon, warning him that he won't fall for such a cheap trick. And Ginny is angry that Soli didn't treat her that way. But this was not the first time Ginny had used the relic, and she knew that in order to use the relic perfectly, she needed to get rid of the owner of the face. Although Gon already knew, it was news to Soli that Ginny's relic was capable of controlling others and even creating tombs. So right under Soli, the earth first cracked and a gate to the tomb was formed, into which the girl fell. And Ginny, in the guise of Soli, gloated that the first step of her plan had been successful, and Soli would suffer in a tomb specially created for her. Soli continued to fall for a long time into the artificial tomb, where there are no relics, but full of traps, which means there is no chance of survival. But the girl was not thinking about her life, but about the fact that the boss was in danger. Meanwhile, Soli arrived at Gon's apartment, expecting to see the entire team there and, of course, Gon, so she could kill them all at once. However, she saw an empty living room of a beautiful apartment and did not understand why it was empty, but decided that it was even better this way and no one would bother her. Soli walked around the apartment and found the only closed room, assuming that Gon was behind the door. And this inspired her. Ginny walked into the room like the sweet Soli, announcing her return, and bumped into Gon, who was leaning over his desk. Gon was sure that his friend had gone on vacation and was now confused by her return. But he was carried away by the matter and only glanced at the girl. Ginny lied instead of Soli that the walk was enough to change her mind. But Gon just waved it off, suggesting that the girl rest while she had the opportunity. Soli was glad that Gon didn't notice anything, although she expected it, because she had put a lot of effort into camouflage. Besides the transforming relic, Ginny used the illusion relic. No one could figure it out. Ginny decided to use her feminine charms on Gon, so she walked up to him and started stroking his arm, suggesting they discuss something. Gon initially agreed to talk, but then sharply asked why the girl looked older than usual today. And then he suddenly came as close as possible and added that Soli seemed to have aged 10 years, which embarrassed the girl. Gon thought about the changed soul and assumed that it was due to the exhausting work for Ginny. Gon continued to develop the theme that he should have saved the girl earlier, and Ginny, listening to how she was insulted in front of her, had to endure it. Ginny had no choice but to resign herself and start playing along, although she promised herself that she would personally kill Soli if she had not already died. Ginny had to call herself names and tell how she bullied her subordinates, and Gon listened to it all with a grin. While Ginny was insulting herself, Gon listened with glee. The guy had already guessed everything and was waiting for this moment. At that very moment, he grabbed the girl by the throat, mocking Ginny's cheap but excellent performance, and was also glad that she herself admitted her bad character. Ginny immediately knocked Gon's hand off her neck and made him take a step back, indignant at how the guy had figured her out. Although Gon gloated over Ginny, he found out about everything literally a minute before the girl came to his room. While he was looking through the cards, Gon received a notification about the effect of the illusion relic on him. So the guy knew in advance that anyone who entered the office was not one. Gon knew the illusion relic and how good it was, so he acknowledged his luck in meeting Raven. If it weren't for the warning, Gon would have fallen for it. Ginny decided that there was no point in disguising herself anymore and transformed back. But Gon was worried that the meeting happens too soon. Gon immediately summoned his blade and took up a position to attack, continuing to irritate Ginny with insults. Ginny lost her temper and released a powerful aura, assuring that Gon could have died instantly and painlessly if he hadn't recognized her. But now, she would deliberately torture him. Now Ginny, too, was inclined to think that Gon had some strange ability, and she felt like she was beginning to understand it. Raven warned that an overwhelming aura was enveloping the house, but Gon only began to understand this after he saw something strange appear on the floor. Gon immediately guessed that this was the ability to create tombs, but was still surprised when Ginny confirmed it. Even in the past, the guy had never seen anything like this. What was even more frightening now was Ginny's aura, because of which his body began to deteriorate. The skin on his hands had already begun to be covered with burns, and Raven warned that resistance would not help here. Gon thought there would be a fight, so he brought Ginny to the vault on purpose. But now they were in danger of being destroyed, which was even more dangerous for him. Gon went through many options for action, but only one remained correct. So the guy decided to run away. On his way to the door, Gon grabbed Van Gogh's painting and began to pull all the relics into it, trying to save them. Since the tomb's creation had not yet been completed, the door to the room had not been absorbed, so Gon rushed towards it. But Gon didn't have time. Ginny had sealed the room earlier and was now gloating over her prey. But if Ginny had the ability to create tombs, then Gon had the ability to destroy them, and he was going to use it. Gon immediately summoned a small relic from the painting, charged it with his energy, and threw it at the door, hoping to make his way out. The explosion was powerful. Ginny had to cover herself with her hands, but her relic, however, recognized that strange feature that she noticed on the border of envy. Gon set off an explosion and ran through the smoke screen, expecting to see a hole in the wall through which he could escape. But there was not a scratch on the tomb wall. The smoke cleared. Gon was now in full view, and the relic gloated over the guy's situation and the fact that it had figured out his ability. Gon only now realized that he had not taken into account the level of the relic that had built the tomb, and that it exceeded him. Meanwhile, Ginny decided to take action and released another wave of her aura, stronger than the previous one. Gon's resistance was greatly inferior to Ginny's power, so the deadly poison infects the guy, and he clutches his chest in pain. The pain became more and more intense. Gon even clenched his teeth in pain, but finally realized his situation and the high probability of death. Through the pain, Gon gripped the blade tighter and stood up. He had no more aces up his sleeves, So all that was left was to fight head-on. Ginny gloated as her relic of gluttony told the other relics to immediately obey and stop helping Gon. And at that very moment, Gon's blade began to dart around in his hands, and then broke free and soared into the air as if it had been thrown up. Having stuck into the ground nearby, the blade announced a change of its owner. It could not resist the commander's order, no matter how much Gon demanded otherwise. Ginny gloated, her ego so happy about what was happening and that her relic was stronger than her opponent's. Gon already understood that the relics also have a kind of hierarchy, and according to it, no one can contradict the commander, even at the will of the owner. However, Gonu refused to believe that all his relics were subject to this system. So he took out a Van Gogh painting to summon. But Van Gogh refused to release the relics, even under threats that they would be destroyed. The painting did not obey Gon. Ginny enjoyed watching Gon's futile efforts to save himself. She already knew she had won. The poison was spreading more and more throughout the boy's body. So another wave of Ginny's aura made the boy fall to his knees and start coughing up blood. Ginny was determined to find out about Gon's ability. So she didn't reduce her aura, which brought Gon to a dying state, and Raven appeared to him again. Raven mocked Gon and another near-death experience. But Gon mocked Raven for thinking it could be avoided. Raven nevertheless began treating his strange friend, and so quickly that Gon was already able to wipe the blood from his face and rise. While Ginny was amazed at Gon's ability to resist her poison, Raven warned the boy that his powers were limited, and he would not be able to protect him for long. Although Raven warned him not to confront Ginny directly, the boy had no other options, so he rushed at the girl with his bare fists. Gon launched a series of attacks, but Ginny successfully dodged each of his blows, choosing the moment to strike back. But Gon was so desperate that he didn't even try to stop. And finally, luck smiled on him and he was able to hit his opponent. Ginny was thrown back by Gon's blow and was indignant at the boy's vitality. But her Relic of Gluttony recognized Raven's strength. Relic was confident in her thought, just as she was confident that they had sealed Raven. But she decided to check it out for herself. Having captured the consciousness of its owner, the relic materialized its true form as a spider. Gon noted that Ginny was completely disabled. The commander was in full control of her and using her powers, and Raven was only angry that Gon provoked this. The spider immediately decided to attack, and first of all decided to use her own sharp paws. But Gon managed to dodge and run. However, the boy was still in the tomb of the relic, and the ground beneath him began to move in waves, preventing him from escaping. The spider promised that she would first deal with the man, and then get to Raven, and she even managed to press Gon to the ground, preparing to pierce him. But suddenly something lashed out at the spider's paw, preventing it from piercing Gon. So much so that the relic lost its balance a little. But it wasn't just the projection of the relic that got hit, but also Ginny herself. Something lashed out at the woman several times. Even to Gon's surprise, it turned out to be Kanat, who demanded that his master not be touched and was clearly ready to fight to the last for Gon. While Kanat attacked the spider, Raven admired the relic's durability and suggested that Gon use the moment to escape. While Kanat gained new achievements and skills, fighting for the life of the owner, the other relics were indignant that someone dared to oppose the commander. The other relics watched Kanata's resistance and were outraged that they would all be killed because of him. Inside the painting, they argued about what to do, but they could do nothing, confident that they did not even have the strength to resist the order. Kanat had been attacking all this time, but the spider got tired of it and released a wave of energy that seriously injured Kanat, and he screamed in pain. Gon never escaped, worried about his relic, and demanded that Kanat return to him as soon as possible. Raven demanded that Gon run while he could protect the boy, but Gon refused to leave, confident that then the rope would definitely be destroyed, and in order to restore it, at least some part of it was needed. Kanat was not going to retreat despite the pain. Continuing to moan, Kanat rushed into battle again, and Gon received notification that his relic was being restored by the power of his unbending will. To everyone's surprise, Kanat glowed with the golden light of divine power, causing the spider to freeze. The rope, by the power of its will, became a divine relic and received the status of a relic, beginning to comprehend the power of the gods. The spider was offended that the lower relic only of its own free will and desire increased its level. The other relics also saw this and were now indignant at what had happened. And one of them remembered that she had heard about something similar somewhere. But to do this, you need to get achievements. And now the relics have thought that if relics can increase their level by helping people, then there is no need for a hierarchy of relics. Gon was shocked by what was happening. Although the spider was sure that this was the work of Raven, he was not involved in improving the rope. Meanwhile, the relics, delighted by what had happened, began to spread this information through their channels. And the same relic remembered that a talented owner was supposedly needed for improvement. As soon as the relics began to talk about the need to remain loyal to Gon, the spider immediately threatened to destroy them. And Kanat, defending not only the owner but also his property in the form of relics, threatened the relic of gluttony that he would deal with it himself. And Kanat immediately rushed into battle. Stretching to an incredible length, he grabbed all the spider's legs, not allowing her to move. Raven again demanded that Gon run. His strength was running out, and Kanat clearly would not last long. Another miracle was unlikely to happen. Gon didn't want to abandon Kanat, especially seeing how hard and painful it was for him. But he didn't know how he could help. But then another miracle happened. The walls of the tomb began to crack. Gon immediately noticed this, although he did not understand the reasons. Therefore, Raven had to explain that since this tomb was created artificially, it has its weaknesses, one of which is under control. And Kanat distracted the spider. Gon immediately came up with a new plan to help Kanat and get rid of the spider. So he finally ran, but unfortunately for Raven, towards the relic of gluttony, and not away from it. Gon couldn't run. If he left, his relics would be destroyed. And he had worked too hard, and now he had no right to lose them. First of all, Gon grabbed his blade and painting, which seemed to be even happy about the return of their owner and swore allegiance to him. And Gon decided that now was the time to test the relic for the loyalty it spoke of. While Kanat distracted the commander, it was time for him to use the tomb-destroying skill. Blade only had time to guess that he would be blown up. Gon immediately threw him into the wall, assuring that he would restore it later. Gon guessed that the walls of the tomb were now weaker. But he was still surprised when he noticed that the sword had managed to make a hole in the wall. The spider confronted Rope, but still noticed that her tomb had been vandalized and was offended by this. Gon advised the spider not to get distracted, and then called out to Kanat, demanding that she return to him, announcing that they were about to escape. Glad that his master had not abandoned him or forgotten him, Kanat immediately rushed to the boss. But the evil spider was not going to let him go. But Gon could not only destroy, but also restore tombs. So he immediately began to create a wall that would cut him off from the spider. The rope rushed into the remaining small gap in the wall, but the spider immediately put her sharp paws to work, hoping to catch Gon's relic. But the nimble little snake Kanat got around all the obstacles and managed to get through the crack before it closed, appearing before the owner, who immediately praised the relic. But from the other side of the wall, there was a very powerful knock. Gon understood that the wall would not stand for long. The commander was strong, and the tomb belonged to him. And at that moment, Raven announced that his strength was running out. His protection would soon end. And when it ended, all the pain would return to the guy in full. Gon then grabbed the painting tighter and threatened the relics that had seen Gon's power in the commander's tomb that he would do the same to them if they did not come out of the painting. Perhaps due to the improvement of the rope, the relics became much more obedient and came out of the picture. Soon, Raven's protection wore off, and the terrible pain returned to Gon. But fortunately, he always kept a healing elixir on hand and was able to quickly get rid of the consequences. Armed with the protective relics, Gon began to choose a weapon, and he needed a high-quality one. And then he noticed that the Egyptian divine ones were missing. And then the relics began to look around. It turns out that the Egyptian gods have recently escaped. Several relics have seen this, which came as a big and unpleasant surprise to Gon. But the other relics couldn't blame them, because they were higher in rank than all of them. And if the commander found out that they were with a human, they would be torn apart and destroyed. But Gon himself was now ready to tear them to shreds for escaping. Gon had been fiddling with the relics for too long and had forgotten that there was little time. and now the wall had fallen and was lying in pieces in front of the guy. But on the other side, there was no commander, but a sea of incomprehensible creatures of enormous size. All of these were Jinny's relics, or rather those that the commander commanded directly, and they were, in fact, his. Gon was stunned by what was happening, and now understood the essence of the phrase that troubles never come alone. So he grabbed the Gorgon's shield more tightly, as if this would make him safer. Meanwhile, the real Soli managed to make a torch from improvised objects and light a fire. But without any relics, she was forced to flee from the monsters. The tomb consisted of nothing but traps, and no matter how much the girl ran, she could not find a way out. But she was not ready to give up yet. At that moment, Soli was running away from the spiders. But she couldn't even imagine that they would decide to throw their sticky webs on her and grab her. Once caught in the web, Soli could not tear it apart and get out, and the spiders surrounded the girl and were already approaching her. Just when Soli thought that her end had come, something appeared and attacked the spiders, not letting them get close to the girl. It was Tokebi Soli, who appeared without being summoned and used his aura to drive the spiders away from his mistress. Soli was sure that Jinny had destroyed the relic, but it turned out that due to the fight with Gon, no one noticed how several relics escaped, including Gildal. Although Gildal flew away from the spiders, saving his mistress, he managed to tell that he got into the tomb through a passage in the wall. The girl looked in the direction indicated by Gildal and indeed saw a huge passage into the cave, the exit she was looking for. At that very moment, the tomb began to shake and crumble. So Soli realized that her boss was managing to withstand Jinny's blow, so much so that it was difficult for her to even support the tomb. In any case, Jinny is not an easy opponent, so Soli commanded Gildal to hurry up and run to save Gon. Gon's house had turned into a tomb in the form of a huge and disgusting abscess, but it was clear to the naked eye that something was happening there and destroying the abscess. The monsters attacked Gon, and he called upon the Code of Hammurabi, which did not give the monsters an advantage. But most importantly, with the Gorgon's shield, the guy could boldly attack monsters. But there were too many of them. Now the commander defeated Gon again, and the relics immediately went over to the spider's side, begging for mercy. Gon had also stopped believing in his victory, but suddenly fire burst into the battle, covering all the monsters. While the monsters groaned from the heat of the fire, Emperor Nero was outraged that Gon did not call his loyal fan for help. Gon didn't expect Nero to stay, since the situation was even more dangerous for him than for the Egyptian gods. But he was glad of such loyalty. Gon immediately asked Nero to give the opponents hell, and he accepted the order with great joy. The commander was not pleased that Nero, who served Her Majesty, was now rebelling and trying to shame the relic of Gon. But Nero also had something to say. He did not recognize the spider as the commander of the relics, and did not even recognize his behavior as a rebellion. Nero did not recognize the spider even after she executed the king solely at her own request, although the king, in the opinion of the emperor, was perceptive and saw talent in him. But Gon didn't just stand there, but listened attentively and became interested in the story of the execution of his own king. Nero may not have been around for long, but he recognized that people can be friends and gain many benefits from it. It's time for relics to stop being so narrow-minded. As an example, the emperor cited Gong and the book that all relics admire, and assured that such a writer should not be lost, only out of stupid hatred for the human race. But the spider refused to accept the example. She did not believe that a person could have talent, and Nero realized that the conversation was useless. And since the commander only understood the language of subordination, Nero decided to call upon his golden palace. Now Gon had the advantage. Now, in the enemy's tomb, Gon had the advantage of a small palace, and he was going to use it. Gon did not forget about the other relics, and immediately commanded them to follow him to the golden palace. And they were only glad to escape to at least some shelter. As soon as everyone gathered in one place, Gon immediately began to reprimand the relics for their throwing around, and demanded that they not interfere if they were not going to help. While the other relics began to protest because Gon was rude and the commander was still their priority, Kanat began to fawn over his master, assuring him that he would always be on his side. As soon as Gon began to think about how to convince the relics to obey him, There were those who were for Gon and wanted to serve him faithfully like Kanat. These relics loved Gon's work very much. So they rallied in support of Gon and even painted a poster with words of support. But when Gon took a quick look at the relics, it turned out that he was supported only by low-level relics, and even the lust relics of An and Ben. But since he had no choice, Gon began to think about what he could do with what he had. So the idea of a frontal attack was cancelled. Gon determined 2 teams, who would go with him and who would help Nero. The rest were required to run. Having given each of them a task according to their ability, Gon took the most capable and useful relics with him and left the Golden Palace. Nero raged so much that he attracted all the attention of the monsters, and the hero was able to reach the edge of the room unnoticed. The relics that were with Gon did not understand their task, and then the hero briefly told them that they would attack suddenly. But they needed to choose the moment. Gon's plan was that there was a horde ahead that they clearly couldn't break through. But that meant the enemy wouldn't expect a flank attack. The relics were afraid that they would have to attack the commander himself. But Gon reassured them that they would have to attack the commander's vessel. The commander may have been a powerful relic that they couldn't defeat, but it was an appropriable one and dependent on the host's body. The problem with the plan was to do it without the relic noticing and to do it in one hit. While Nero and the other relics were fighting on the front lines, Gon found the moment and attacked Ginny. But even unconscious, the girl instinctively jumped back. Gon admired how trained Ginny was. Even unconscious, she was still a strong opponent. Therefore, Gon immediately sent the relics to attack in order to take it by numbers, and they immediately rushed into battle. Now the commander turned her attention to the vessel. But for now, she couldn't do anything, and Ginny had to just hold back the defense. The spider was large and slow, and Gon used this to attack Ginny as well. Then the spider decided to show that she had chosen a worthy vessel for herself, and, putting in a little of her will, sent Ginny to attack the relics that had attacked her. A couple of blows to the relics were enough to put them in a dying state, but as soon as Gon mentioned a new part of his novel, they again went into battle inspired. Kanat, who was primarily protecting his master, tried the hardest, and the spider immediately recognized him and got angry. In fact, Kanat deliberately moved the girl backwards in order to then grab her by the leg and knock her over. Gon needed this to make Ani and Ben Kanso use their ability to summon gates to another dimension. That was where Gon planned to send the girl, and after her, her relic. But Ginny turned out to be clever and grabbed the door at the last moment. Even standing on the threshold of the gate that was sucking her in, she had enough strength to hold on and demanded that Gon explain what it was. It was then that Gon revealed his plan in full. He was no fool and immediately understood that he would not defeat the commander, but he was capable of sending him away. Gon got tired of being hospitable, and in order to drive away the uninvited guest, he took a running start and knocked the lady off her feet with his shoulder. Ginny was unable to resist the blow. Her fingers opened and she went into the gate, and the spider began to be sucked in after her. The commander was furious that she could be defeated by such a cheap trick by low-grade relics with a person. The army of the commander's relics stood lost, seeing their leader defeated by a man and not knowing what to do next. Once the spider had completely traveled to another dimension, Gon commanded Ona and Ben to close the gate. Now, since the remaining enemies were high-level relics, and clearly very useful since the commander had collected them, Gon had his eye on them and planned to kill them to subdue them. Of course, the commander's relics refused to acknowledge the man's authority without a fight, confident that they could defeat Gon. Gon accepted the challenge of the relics, and the battle began again, where Gon's army was led by Nero. But now the blade obeyed the hero, and the guy was fully armed to defeat everyone. The war of the relics was hot. Explosions shone from all sides of the tomb, and along with it, the house began to collapse, its fragments flying towards the city. People passing by were indignant at what was happening, but they guessed that it was man-made. They could only watch. At that moment, Soli came running and, to her surprise, found all her comrades outside, and not next to the boss. It turned out that everyone had urgent orders from Gon, and the boss was left alone against Ginny. And then there was a huge explosion. The tomb exploded and the building broke. Its pieces began to fall on people, and they ran away in all directions. The girls were scared for their beloved hero and rushed into the heat to save him. but Alexander blocked their way so that they would not be crushed. Alexander understood the girls' worries about their boss and shared them, but suggested believing that he was alive, because they could not do anything with the building. In addition, Alexander believed that Gon was some kind of monster that always came out of any trouble alive, and everything would be fine with him. A huge section of the building collapsed with a deafening noise. Everything around was covered in dust, and no one dared to approach the scene of the emergency. Soli noted that the tomb's energy had disappeared, meaning there was a possibility that Gon had managed to defeat Ginny. Unexpectedly for everyone, the gangster began calling the boss at the top of his voice, which at first seemed stupid to Alexander, because against the background of the general noise, he could not be heard anyway. But then the others joined in with one voice, and together they shouted for the boss and asked him to come back alive. And suddenly, a figure appeared among the rubble, boldly walking towards the crowd. But through the dust, it was difficult to discern who it was. Of course, he was a hero, even if he was covered in dirt and bruises. But he was beaming with his victory and laughing at his friends whose screams would soon make him deaf. That same evening, all the news was talking about the explosion, the atypical formation of the tomb, and the fact that it appeared in the house of the famous Gon, and that he survived. Moreover, Gon did not return empty-handed, but was followed by a rope that held no less than 100 new relics. While the rest of the team admired the boss, the restorer immediately sensed that this was his new job. Alexander tried to cover his ears and pretend that he didn't hear Gon's order to repair the relics, but his tears gave him away. And Soli now looked at Gon with even more admiration, because he not only defeated Ginny single-handedly, but also took the relics. Gon was fine. Despite the concerns of his comrades, he was already commanding Soli to look for a new place for their residence. Alexander, of course, was tasked with collecting the relics and, most importantly, not losing them, and also dealing with the reporters. And then, just having time to mention that he was going to be out for a week, Gon fell unconscious in front of everyone. At first, everyone was worried, but then they heard loud snoring and realized that the boss was simply sleeping from fatigue and calmed down. The only problem was that no matter how hard the guys tried, they couldn't wake up the boss. After some time, Ginny returned home and was indignant that she lost to Gon. But the relic tried to calm its owner down, saying that the whole problem was a cheap trick. But Ginny was not happy, so she decided to act again, but forbade the relic from taking control of the body. Ginny went down the floors of her residence to the basement, where a large safe was installed and only she could open it. As soon as Ginny opened the door, a deadly aura of dangerous relics that were hidden in the safe immediately wafted out from it. Ginny had kept all these relics locked away because she couldn't control them. But now she realized that the situation had changed. Ginny released all the relics and ordered them to find their own owners, while she gloated over the future problems of humanity. A few days later, at Gon's new residence in New York, Alexander continued to restore Gon's relics, with Nero next in line. Nero continued to complain that he was in pain, and Alexander could no longer work so hard. Alexander and Nero had a fight, so the guy got some damage from the relic, and Natalia came running to the commotion, worried about her friend. Natalia thought that the new relics were not listening to the restorer, and offered to help teach them a lesson. But due to his friend's abilities, Alexander abstained. But then Natalia looked at Alexander with large, dark circles under his eyes and realized that it was because he was tired. So she suggested that he rest more often. Alexander poured himself some coffee and went into the common room to rest, where he found Soli watching the news. It turned out that divine relics began to appear all over the world and choose owners for themselves, as a result of which disputes broke out between the users of the relics. Since Alexander appeared in the middle of the news, Soli had to tell that the relics not only appeared, but they do not create a tomb as they should, but independently choose their owners. Soli knew that the choice of owner depended on the relic, but she was worried that there were so many of them at once. The news showed all those who were happy about the new power, and those who thought it was unfair, because some people were getting divine powers easily. The guys were watching the news and were amazed at the horrors that were happening. And Gon, as a good specialist in relics, as luck would have it, was now sleeping. Alexander and Soli were sure that Gon would have already understood everything. But he had been sleeping soundly for almost a week, They only managed to treat his wounds. But Romanova was happy with the current situation, because now she could sit next to Gon all day and look at him. Soli and Alexander came to visit the boss, but they didn't see anything new. Gon was still sleeping. Natalia confirmed that Gon had been sleeping for several days now and without any changes. The only one who was worried about this was Alexander, but Soli assured that the hero had clearly spent more energy than he had in that tomb and was simply recovering. And Natalia suggested waiting a little longer. Besides, Natalia was only happy about the wait. She was beaming from the opportunity to admire the sweet Gon. Alexander asked Natalia to hold back her love emotions, fearing for Solya's feelings. But the owner of Midas did not plan to save on emotions. As soon as the guys decided to leave the room, the boss's phone rang, which meant some very important call. Indeed, Ivan Romanov called, so his sister answered the call, which surprised the man. He already thought that the hero had woken up. Although Romanov was surprised that Gon was still sleeping, he still understood that the fight that caused the building to collapse was clearly not an easy one, and the guy was exhausted. Natalia suggested returning to the topic of the call and putting it on speakerphone so that others could also hear the conversation. It turns out that Ivan wanted to report that the king's rating had changed, and all the previous ones had been surpassed by newcomers, which amazed Soli and Alexander. But what was even more surprising was that all the king's places were now occupied, whereas recently there had only been 5. Alexander immediately remembered Gon's plan, who wanted to make them kings, and was worried. Soli also thought about it and was worried that now she would have to remove someone for the sake of the place. Alexander began to swear at the unfair voting, but the problem was not in them. Everything happened from the new divine relics. Soli immediately voiced her theory about someone's plan, since the number and behavior of all the newcomers was too suspicious, and Ivan confirmed that Pandora was also investigating this. Now the situation seemed even more unfavorable for Gon's team, and they were worried that their boss might miss a very important moment. No one knew what to do, but they understood and acknowledged that Gon needed rest, and they could only hope that the boss would soon feel better. Exactly 1 week later, as Gon had promised, he woke up, although he felt a little lost and broken. Of course, Natalia was the first to rush into Gon's arms, happy that her friend had woken up, which was surprising for him, but it seemed he even liked it. Natalia was so glad that the others found out about Gon's awakening and immediately ran into the room, glad that even in this, Gon kept his word and woke up exactly a week later, as he said. Everyone stood by the bed, and after looking at his friends, Gon asked a very important question about the news of the last week. And from the reaction of his friends, he realized that while he was resting, something very important had happened, and something that he would not like. But before thinking further, the patient's body demanded food, and it was decided to discuss the news over lunch. Already devouring his second portion of sausages, Gon listened attentively about the divine relics, and it was unclear whether his eyes were shining from the food or from the opportunity to capture new relics. Gon was also confused by the fact that all new relics chose owners without creating a tomb. This was against the rule. He explained to his uncomprehending friends that the higher the relic, the less it loves people. So almost all divine relics with complex characters would not choose owners right away. So far, Gon couldn't tell his friends who was behind this. There were too many applicants, but he was leaning towards the vacancy of Jinny Che. But that wasn't all the news. Gon was about to learn that Pandora had chosen all 15 kings. Alexander hastened to explain everything with Ivan's report that due to the appearance of newcomers, the forces had shifted, and they needed to be taken into account. The guys immediately expressed their doubts about occupying the royal places, because it was more difficult to take away than to occupy a vacant one. But Gon was sure that much would still change. Alexander had another piece of news which also amazed Soli, and the guy immediately realized that his friend was not aware of it, which is why she was so calm. Since early morning, the entire internet has been buzzing with news that Gon is avoiding paying taxes, is involved in illegal arms trafficking, and even that he is dating Jinny. Gon was angry that such nonsense was being spread about him. But it turned out that Alexander had not yet told everything. The most burning news is that Gon has an adult son whom he hides. which finally finished off the hero morally. Gon was so angry that he immediately jumped up from his seat and swung his arm to throw the phone, and Alexander was worried about his property. But it wasn't Gon who was worth fearing. Next to the restorer, Soli was seething with anger, ready to burn everyone and everything. A moment later, Alexander felt that there was something hot behind him. The guy already guessed, but forbade himself to even think about it. And when he turned around, he noticed Natalia there, also seething with anger, having learned the news about the child. Gon may not have realized yet why both girls were angry, but he was forced to look for a way to survive their anger and calm them down. Gon, as proof of his innocence, showed a photo of the boy who was said to be his son, and the girls immediately cooled down, realizing that they and Gon were not at all similar. Gon thought for a moment and realized that history was repeating itself. The Goebbels relic was now working against him. Alexander remembered the previous owner of the relic, and that the chief had plucked it. But he did not understand why it was now attacking its new owner. But Gon didn't have the relic. The hero destroyed it and others that he didn't like and were too dangerous. Gon was against Nazi relics, so he destroyed it, and assured that he would do the same with others like it. Gon realized that the power of the relic he destroyed had manifested, and this made him even more confused. But he assumed that there was a relic with a similar power that he was not aware of. Gon was the first to finish his dinner due to his appetite being ruined by the bad news. And Alexander returned to restoring the relic, and Kanat, as soon as she saw the owner, immediately rushed to him. Alexander worked hard to restore new relics, but there were still many that remained unrestored. However, this was actually to Gon's advantage, as they were all powerful and could go out of control once they gained powers. Gon started sorting again and found many useful ones, such as Pygmalion's tools and Hephaestus's blacksmith's light. In Greek mythology, Pygmalion was a sculptor who created a statue of a girl and later fell in love with her. And Hephaestus was the Greek god of blacksmithing, who forged many incredible tools for the gods of Olympus. But it was not a relic of Hephaestus, but only a spark from his forge, so the relic did not have divine status. Pygmalion was not a god, so most likely his relics were not divine, but they had skills that could be useful to Alexander. During the few days it took to prepare, Gon's group learned of their new target, which was a new giant tomb in Central Asia. Gon was an old-school man who preferred to read news in newspapers rather than on smartphones, so he showed the necessary newspaper clippings to Alexander and the tomb they needed. Gon showed one very interesting photo, in which the restorer immediately recognized Miller, who was arguing with someone. But Gon asked his friend to take a closer look at the boy in the same photo, and Alexander now recognized the boy who was pretending to be Gon's son. Alexander doubted it, but Gon was sure that the boy had some kind of relic, and not a simple one. And as they understood from the incident in Macau, the age of the owner does not matter for relics. Gon suggested going to the tomb to at least meet this young man and learn about his relic, but most importantly, to punish him for lying. And then, if the guy doesn't cooperate, then take away his relic, which was a priority for Gon, rather than friendship. Meanwhile, a tomb was formed in Kazakhstan on the famous Green Plain, and its signal fire was visible from afar. For the first time, the tomb corresponded to its geography and looked like it had Oriental motifs, only Chinese ones. Currently, Yungxi's team from TKVM was standing at the tomb, and he was angry that they had missed the opportunity to excavate the tomb without Gong Yu's intervention. It turns out that Miller's team also showed up here and prevented Pandora from getting to the tomb. Private thieves were also here, and they also could not pass by Miller's team. They also could not come to an agreement. Then Yungxi finally suggested using force and attacking Miller with all groups and forcing him to retreat by force. But the guys from TKVM were against this idea, since Miller was a very strong guy and even recently received the status of king. But among all those present, there were also many kings, and the king of gourmets, Guinness Hauger, also suggested getting rid of Julian as soon as possible and clearing out the tomb. He was joined by this same kid named Martin, and he was spreading false rumors about Gon all this time, but he didn't know how long they would last. The other groups shared their point of view and understood that Gon might appear here soon, who would become another strong opponent, and for sure no one would be able to enter the tomb. Then Yunxi suggests trying to talk to Miller again, and if that doesn't work, then attack. Miller immediately realized that individual groups and the TKVM had united, but warned that this would not help them. Miller insisted that the tomb was very dangerous, but Miller agreed to retreat if they needed it so much, but on the condition that the group leaders go there without their subordinates. Of course, Young-si immediately flared up that the condition was stupid, but Miller knew that the leaders always hide behind subordinates who disarm traps at the cost of their lives. Yoon-si thought Miller was too kind, and Martin was now sure it was time to stop talking and have a duel. The Gourmet King gave the order to all the boys to be ready to attack, and they began to take out their relics, all united by a common enemy. And the king himself, together with Yoon-si, began to talk Miller into trouble, offering to send not only leaders, but teams of 5 people. And then Gong Yu intervened in the negotiations, mocking the new kings in TKVM, who were afraid of Miller alone, and also begged. Miller was as surprised as the others. He had already been told that the hero was bedridden, but he had not been told that he had come to his senses. And then Gon presented himself as Miller's boss and praised him for the fact that he dutifully did not let anyone into the tomb, to which the Free Julian, of course, reacted very sharply. But for the rest of them, it was big news that Julian was working for Gon, and now they were even more angry that he had rejected their offers, pretending to be a saint. Miller began to be accused of not caring about safety at all, but only waiting for Gon. So Julian demanded that Gon tell the truth and restore his honor. Even though the two of them were working together, Julian wasn't going to give Gon any slack, and he also suspected that Yu had lied to him in the Plague Tomb. Well, Gon didn't mind stretching his legs after a few days of sleep, so he suggested that Miller attack. But before starting the fight, Gon turned to the other participants in the excavation and boasted that Miller was his main and exclusive lawyer, and they should be envious. After Miller was hit with a new round of accusations for working for the king of robberies and dishonesty, Julian attacked Gon with lightning. But the hero managed to jump away. But Gon decided to remind Julian of the contract they had signed. And no matter how unfair he thought it was, Miller was officially Gon's employee. This angered Julian so much that the boys started a fight, which from the outside looked more like 2 boys playing tag and games, which only made those watching even more confused about what was happening. The kings were confused by the fact that the hero and Miller were fighting, even though they were allies. So they preferred not to interfere for now and watch what was happening. But they were thinking about intervening at the right moment to kill Gon. And even though the guys were fighting for real, they were smiling without even noticing it. They liked to fool around with each other. Meanwhile, a decision was made among other groups to help Miller and attack Gon en masse. The TKVM staff called out to Miller and admitted that Gon was to blame for everything, and they were ready to help him. And Gon only continued to add fuel to the fire, mocking the others even more, assuring them that he could defeat them all on his own. After which, all the participants in the excavation began to attack him. And this is what Gon was trying to achieve by chasing them across the surface so that the ceiling in the tomb underground would crumble, and no one would suspect his trick. At this time, the real Gon, together with Soli and Alexander, explored the tomb and moved further and further towards the relic. Seeing the ground above him crumble, Gon knew that the others had fallen for his trick, and that he had enough time to inspect the tomb and disappear unnoticed. Using Pygmalion's relic, Gon created a copy of himself, which he sent to the people, and he himself entered the uncontrolled part of the tomb using his usual method. Gon led the team to the relic, but Alexander looked at the sculptures that accompanied them along what seemed to him to be an ordinary road, and doubted that it was the one that led to the room of the owner of the tomb. But Gon didn't finish telling them that the road they needed was located below and they would go straight to it. And for this, he used his tomb-destroying skill to make a hole in the floor. With Kanat's help, they all went down in turn. But Alexander would now clearly trust Gon less in choosing the road. One floor below was a large room that looked like a library, but to his surprise, there were many statues in it. And Gon felt like a relic. First of all, the energy from each statue was striking. But in addition, they were outwardly too good. They were clearly made with more love. This, and the net on the floor, led Gon to believe that they were on a large Changi board, which explained the arrangement of the pieces. Gon immediately turned to the relic, which, apparently, offered them to play a game. and the hero turned out to be right. The relic had assigned Gon the position of general of the red pieces and would play for the green pieces, and now planned to test the man's intelligence to see how worthy he was of earning its use. Gon had no other option but to obey the relic, but he did it as if he was doing the relic a favor by playing with it. But Alexander was worried that the boss wouldn't be able to handle it. Gon himself didn't yet know how he could defeat the relic, but it was time to act. The relic had given him the right to make the first move. Soli was worried that Gon didn't know how to play Changi, and Alexander was worried that even if he did, he wouldn't be able to defeat the relic. It was here that Gon decided to make some noise, indicating that he agreed to play. But first they needed to discuss the rules of the game, which puzzled the relic. Gon assessed the arrangement of the pieces and realized that it was Chinese xiangqi. But he was a guy from Korea, and their rules were completely different. In the Chinese version, there is a river, after crossing which the pawns get the right to move to the sides. But in the Korean version, there was no such thing, and the pawns are free to act from the very beginning of the game. Also, cannons in xiangqi move freely, while in Korean they can jump over other pieces. There were still some differences that attracted the attention of the relic, and she was forced to take them into account. She recognized that it was necessary to bring out uniform ones. Relic was confident in the logic and necessity of uniform rules, but Gon decided to change the rules to make them beneficial for himself. Even from the tomboglyphs that Gon encountered on his way to this hall, Gon knew that this was a relic of the art of war. The Art of War is an ancient military treatise written by the Chinese strategist Sun Tzu and followed by many military commanders, and some passages from it are widely known among the people. The most famous one says that if you know your enemy and know yourself, fight even 100 times, there will be no danger. Even knowing this minimum of the relic's history, it becomes clear that playing with it in Changi is a losing proposition. Gon wasn't entirely lying. The rules of the game of Changi do indeed differ from country to country. Thus, the ancient Indian game of chaturanga became the ancestor of chess in the West and Changi in the East, and in the process of traveling around the world, its appearance and rules changed. Although Changi and xiangqi appear to be the same in appearance, they are so different that it would be impossible to play a game if everyone followed their own rules. The relic did not take any action, also thinking about changing the rules and bringing them into a single one. Then the relic decides to play according to the rules of the Korean game, but Gon pretends that he can't take advantage of the relic's kindness, hiding that this is what he was waiting for. Relic was confident in its strength and strategy and was ready to accept other rules. But Gon did not agree, pretending to be a man of honor, and only Soli and Alexander understood what their boss was up to. Gon tried to avoid the game at all costs, so he even thought about provoking the relic and suggested holding another competition. Changi was nothing more than a game of wits and imagination, and Gon suggested a real battle where he could demonstrate his resourcefulness. The tomb was against it, considering the rules it had set in its tomb to be extremely rude, but Gon considered it fair. And here Gon began to provoke in earnest, accusing the relic of not being able to conduct a real fight and only being able to conduct strategies in games. Gon prayed in his heart that the relic would fall for such a blatant provocation. And he was lucky. The relic began to threaten the man. While the relic was discussing the importance of strategies and how the figures represented real fighters, Gon mocked the proud relic for falling for it. Before the game began, the relic asked not to blame the guy for his death. He himself decided to play a real fight, although she only offered an innocent party. Now Gon's team was faced with a real military army, and Alexander began to panic. Suddenly, Alexander grabbed his chest. He felt sharp pain, so much so that even breathing was problematic. The restorer did not understand the reason for this pain, but Gon saw that his friend was shaking from the pain and immediately understood the reason. While Alexander clutched his chest and tried to catch his breath, Gon explained that his copy had been destroyed. If a counterfeit made from a Pygmalion relic is broken or destroyed, its creator is overcome with extreme pain, as the risk of using the relic was expressed. Alexander realized that Gon knew about the side effect of using the relic, but did not tell the restorer, and he was now angry at the boss. Soli was the first to realize that after the destruction of the relic, the Pandora, Alliance, and Union teams would rush into the tomb. So she suggested sending them to detain them. But Gon asked the girl not to engage in direct combat, since there were too many opponents, and it would be enough to just make some noise. Alexander asked to go with Soli. He is in pain, and he will not be able to help Gon fight. But he will be able to help his friend with something. Gon sent both friends, but asked them not to overdo it. They only needed to buy time, and in the meantime, he would defeat the commander again. Meanwhile, the people above noticed that Gon was left with fragments of the statue and realized that he had used the statue in his place. While the others lamented the fact that they were chasing a fake, Miller watched everything from the sidelines and lamented that even his relic of Zhuge Liang did not notice the fake. The forgery was clearly Alexander's work, and Miller was amazed at how much the boy's forgery skills had improved. But Miller also immediately realized that Alexander became good at a bad thing only thanks to Gon's instructions. The crowd was about to head into the tomb, but Miller blocked everyone's passage again. However, when he heard the guess that Gon was most likely already there, he was so surprised that he did not detain anyone. Everyone knew that Gon was destroying tombs, so the traps were also already disabled, and the road would be easy. The first to walk through the tomb were Martin and Young-si, who were unpleasantly surprised that Gon had outdone them again. Directly in front of them in the passage stood a statue of Gon with a sly smile and a middle finger directed at the new guests of the tomb. The thieves were not going to tolerate such blatant mockery, and, promising revenge, immediately ran on. And Soli and Alexander stood in an inconspicuous passage and watched from the shadows as the thieves ran in the wrong direction into the room with traps. Soli and Alexander enjoyed playing with the naive thieves so much that they happily ran ahead of them to set a new trap.